Chapter 1 Doomsday Game 1. The third day of the end. The cold winter wind howled, carrying dust and a faint smell of blood into the distance. This is a square, but it is no longer as prosperous and lively as it used to be. Many unrecognizable human corpses can be seen on the ground, as well as some zombies with their heads shot off. At this time, there was a small group of zombies in front of the fountain in the square, pressing on two men wearing thick down jackets step by step. The two men cautiously approached the fountain, back to back, sideways like crabs. The speed of the zombies was not very fast, and was even a little slow due to the distortion of their movements. However, the two men could not walk faster than they were walking sideways. They had to be constantly wary of approaching zombies, so their speed was even slower. Whenever the first few zombies were about to pounce on them, the two men would fire a few shots. They used silencers to avoid the sound of gunfire attracting more zombies, and they fired every shot very carefully, obviously cherishing their bullets. "I said, you guys are too slow." A clear female voice sounded from behind the fountain, with a hint of undisguised disgust. The two men subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the fountain. A woman with an extremely bright appearance stuck her head out, and she blinked her eyes. Her peach blossom eyes were full of charm, as if they had the magical power to enchant the soul. The two men were suddenly stunned. At the same time, several zombies rushed over. Sashi walked out from behind the fountain, picked up Gatling, and fired a burst of fire at the front. The two men were so frightened that they came to their senses and hurriedly hid aside, fearing that they would be affected. Sashi's shooting skills were not very good, and her accuracy was not good, but Gatling's power was quite outstanding. After a burst of shooting, the small group of zombies were wiped out in an instant. "How can you, a woman, snatch our heads?" There were no zombies left in front of them. The two men were very angry, and the tall and thin man took the lead in attacking. This is the mission they must complete to hunt down 1,000 zombies. If it weren't for this damn mission, they wouldn't be willing to run out and fight the zombies. In the end, they finally found a suitable place and encountered a group of zombies that was not difficult to deal with. Most of their heads were robbed. Can they not be angry? No matter how beautiful a woman is, she is useless in front of people. What's more, if a mere woman dares to compete with them for a head, the reason why she won't be scolded is because of her beauty. "Is your name engraved on this zombie?" Sashi glanced at the tall and thin man and asked without showing any signs of weakness. She patted her white down jacket, trying to dispel the smell of gunpowder on her body. "We discovered these zombies first." Another fat man glared at Sashi with an unhappy look on his face. "Is your name engraved on it?" Sashi still said this, but there was a little more sarcasm in her eyes. "Even if our names are not engraved on it, the thing we discovered first is ours." The tall and thin man couldn't stand Sashi's attitude, and his face suddenly darkened a bit. "Then I also said that I was the one who got rid of them first. They should have belonged to me." Sashi snorted with disdain. "Who told you to start so slowly?" She picked up Gatling and prepared to leave. "Wait, you stole our heads and you want to leave like this?" The fat man moved his fat body much faster than when he was walking sideways before. "You have to compensate us." Your likes and subscriptions are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 2 Doomsday Game 2. That's right. The tall and lanky man turned his attention to the Gatling in Sashi's hand and made an unceremonious request. "I think you can use your Gatling to compensate us." This is a Gatling, much easier to use than their pistols. Anyone who saw it would be jealous. Sashi stopped. She pointed Gatling's gun at the tall and thin man and said with a half smile, "Are you sure you want this compensation?" The tall and thin man and the fat man immediately stopped and even stepped back, not daring to get closer to Sashi. Just when the three people were in a stalemate, the roar of zombies suddenly sounded not far away. Then, another group of zombies ran towards the square. "It must be because of the gunshot you just fired." The fat man glared at Sashi angrily, with complaints on his face. "If it weren't for you, these zombies wouldn't have come here at all. If it weren't for me, you two would have been bitten to death by zombies just now." Sashi snorted and added, "Although I have no intention of saving you." After saying that, she picked up Gatling and rushed towards the zombies, not caring about the bullets fired at them. Fat man. "Dot!" The tall and lanky man. "Dot!" I don't know why they were so angry when they heard this. The woman spoke in a condescending tone, as if she had killed a chicken without intending to save the bugs that the chicken was about to eat. So angry. The two men stood behind Sashi and looked at each other, seeing anger in each other's eyes. Then, the two of them picked up their pistols and pointed them at Sashi's back with a tacit understanding. As long as this woman is killed, Doesn't Gatlin belong to them? When she dies, let's see what other nasty things she can say out of that irritating mouth. Although this woman is very beautiful. In the apocalypse, there is no weapon that a beautiful woman can use to make people excited. Only when your own life is not threatened can you be in the mood to consider women's affairs. And with Gatling, dealing with zombies will be much easier than now. Thinking of this, the two men no longer hesitated and fired at Sashi at the same time. Just when the bullet was about to touch Sashi's back, a thin curtain of light suddenly covered her body. With a slight sound, the two bullets bounced off at the same time and hit the ground not far away. The two men were so surprised that they even forgot to cover themselves up. Sashi didn't even look back. She just laughed wantonly. You think I'm stupid? If I didn't have the tools to protect myself, I could stand in such a completely unobstructed place and leave my back to you two. An old man with evil intentions? Two old men with evil intentions, who were laughed at. They didn't know whether they were very angry because of this woman's mean words, or they were particularly jealous because this woman actually had such good defense tools. The cheapest low-grade defensive props cost 1 million. But they cannot completely withstand bullets. They can be shot through with a pistol. At most, they can block attacks such as blades and stones. If you want to block bullets, you must at least have a medium-grade defensive item, which is worth 5 million. 5 million. They don't even know how many guns and ammunition they can buy. But this woman actually bought a defensive item casually. Chapter 3 Doomsday Game 3. The key is that this woman actually has Gatling. This is much more expensive than a pistol. This is so enviable. This woman doesn't know where she got so much money. Seeing such a good prop right in front of them, but unable to grab it. The two men were extremely jealous. Sashi beat the zombies, while retreating in the direction of the two men. The two men temporarily put away their envy and jealousy. And while running back in a hurry, they asked Sashi rudely, "Why are you running towards us? You've got thoughts that you shouldn't have. And you still expect me not to come back with revenge?" After Sashi finished speaking, she picked up Gatlin and ran towards the two men. As Sashi ran, the zombie group also accelerated their advance, and soon rushed in the direction of the two men. Sashi had defensive tools, so neither the men's bullets nor the zombies' claws could touch her. She just passed the two men and ran to the fountain. The two men were not so lucky. As soon as Sashi passed them, the zombies immediately regarded them as new targets. They could only deal with them cautiously. The situation once again returned to how it was at the beginning, with the two men slowly approaching the fountain pool. Back to back, the fat man broke out in a cold sweat. He yelled at Sashi, "Stop! Stinky woman!" Sashi really stopped. She sat down directly by the fountain and showed a bright smile to the two men. "Don't you blame me for taking your heads? Now I will give you more heads." "And what are you dissatisfied with?" The two men suddenly became so angry that they kept cursing. They want heads, but the number of zombies they can deal with is limited. The number now is much greater than before. They may not even have enough bullets. So how can they escape safely from the zombies? This damn woman must have done it on purpose. As if she knew what the two men were thinking. Sashi smiled even brighter. "I did it on purpose. What can you do to me?" She even crossed her legs and watched with interest the two men nervously dealing with the zombies. The two men were furious, but the zombies were coming so fiercely that they didn't even have the energy to continue cursing. They could only deal with the group of zombies that came one after another. Just when the two men were almost overwhelmed and about to be scratched by the claws of the zombies, a tall man suddenly walked over from the opposite side. This man looked to be in his mid-20s, with a handsome face with sharp edges. His messy short hair was flying freely in the cold wind, but it didn't look decadent, but rather a bit wanton and flamboyant. Coupled with his distinctive pair of emerald green pupils, it added a bit of wildness. This is a fierce man who looks very aggressive at first glance. The man held a pistol in each hand and shot while striding towards the zombie group. He fired quickly but accurately, hitting the head with every shot, and not a single bullet was wasted. His movements are very smooth, and his posture seemed to have been precisely calculated. He can always find the most suitable angle to deliver a fatal blow to the zombies. He seemed to have been used to using this weapon for a long time, and the zombies were eliminated one by one under his attack before they even had time to get close to him. Chapter 4 Doomsday Game 4. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly, showing interest in her eyes. "Great! Man! You managed to get my attention." The fat man and the tall and thin man stared blankly at the green eyes that were gradually approaching them, and for a moment they even forgot to shoot for the head. Soon, most of the zombies fell down, leaving only a small part still roaring and trying to pounce on the green eyes. These zombies have no ability to think and naturally do not feel fear. They are driven by instinct and only know how to pounce on and bite humans. Even if their companions are knocked down, they still do not give up. Green Eyes quickly changed the magazine and shot at the zombies again, still hitting their heads. After a while, all the zombies were eliminated. At this time, the fat man and the tall and thin man did not have the same fierce attitude towards Sashi, let alone blame the Green Eyes for stealing their heads. Brother, the tall and lanky man first came up to talk to the Green Eyes. His attitude was particularly friendly. Thank you for saving us. Don't know what to call me. The green-eyed man walked forward without squinting, directly passing the lanky man. He didn't look at the tall and lanky man, and didn't even seem to hear the lanky man's words. The tall and thin man's expression was a bit ugly, but looking at the untouchable aura of the Green Eyes and the taller figure, his aura was inherently weaker, and he didn't dare to find trouble at all. The fat man didn't even dare to come forward when he saw this. Sashi stood up at this moment and asked curiously, Green Eyes, your shooting skills are pretty good. Have you learned them before? His green eyes paused, and he glared at Sashi, saying angrily, What did you say? I asked you if you had ever learned to shoot a gun before. Sashi repeated with a smile. Unexpectedly, the green-eyed face suddenly darkened. He stared at Sashi with angry eyes, like a predator looking at a weak prey. Sashi blinked and asked innocently, Why do you look a little unhappy? Who gave you permission to give me random nicknames? Green Eyes asked fiercely. I see that the thin man asked you your name just now, but you didn't say it. There are two other men. The eyes are the most obvious feature of this man. Green Eyes glared at Sashi. Then you are not allowed to give me a nickname. Then why don't you tell me your name? Sashi asked. Green Eyes didn't reply. He turned around and walked past Sashi and the fountain pool, heading towards the back. Sashi followed her without fear of death and introduced herself with a smile. My name is Sashi. What's your name? The green-eyed man took even bigger steps, as if he didn't want to talk to Sashi at all. The fat man and the tall and thin man who were thrown into the square looked at each other. Both of their expressions were a bit complicated, including both happiness and helplessness. One man and one woman cannot be offended, and neither can be provoked, whether they want to win over or grab equipment. They can't do it, which makes them helpless. But being able to survive under the siege of so many zombies is already very lucky. And I feel a little lucky when I think about it. Sashi followed Green Eyes, and found that the other person was much taller than herself. She is 1.77 meters tall, which is considered very tall among girls. But the man in front of her is more than half a head taller than her. At least 1.95 meters tall. Chapter 5 Doomsday Game 5. Green-eyed legs were longer than Sachi's, and she walked faster. Sashi found it difficult to keep up, so she simply trotted up. I found that you are going to the same place as me, Sashi said with a smile, completely ignoring the silence in her green eyes. I am also going to the wholesale market to collect supplies. Sashi came out today mainly to collect supplies. But when she drove near the wholesale market, she happened to hear the roar of zombies in the square next to her. So she went over to join in the fun and make some progress in her mission of hunting zombies. Unexpectedly, she happened to meet someone she was interested in. Sashi suddenly felt that this trip was a good deal. But she didn't forget that today was mainly focused on collecting supplies. Sashi was going to a different place than most people. It was the third day of the apocalypse. Most people were collecting supplies in supermarkets and convenience stores. But she was going to the wholesale market. This is a place with more abundant resources. But it is located in a remote location, and is not easily the place that everyone thinks of immediately. Especially when facing the threat of zombies. Everyone prefers to search for supplies near home, rather than going too far away, where there are too many uncertainties and dangers. But Sashi is not afraid. Unexpectedly, by such a coincidence, the man she was interested in had the same idea as her. This made her look at this man even more pleasing to the eye. Green Eyes finally glanced at Sashi, but still didn't say anything. And there wasn't even any change in expression on his face. By the way, your marksmanship is really good. Sashi didn't feel embarrassed at all. She just asked curiously, How long have you been practicing? It's so noisy. The Green Eyes frowned with annoyance. Why don't you tell me your name first? Sashi said with a smile, not afraid of Green Eyes getting angry at all. Otherwise you might have to listen to my quarrel for a long time. The green-eyed footsteps stopped, and he glared at Sashi, looking like he might beat someone up at any time. Hey, it looks like you still have a bad temper. Sashi smiled, still looking content in her fierce green eyes. The green eyes actually had a helpless mood as if he had punched the cotton. He even deliberately showed a ferocious expression. But this woman was not afraid of him. He knew that there were always some women trying to get close to him because of his pretty face. But as long as he put on such a ferocious expression, the other woman would basically run faster than a rabbit, and no one would dare to get close. But today this trick didn't work. He can't really hit a woman. Green Eyes walked forward again and said reluctantly, "Yikanching. Even if it's just to shut up this woman. Just say her name. There's nothing to lose." Sashi suddenly became happy, her peach blossom eyes sparkling. "You have a good name. I like it." Yikanching didn't respond and strode forward. But this time Sashi didn't hesitate anymore, and just followed Yikanching towards the wholesale market. At this time, the wholesale market was deserted, and the rolling shutter doors of every warehouse were closed. Yikanching paused and frowned slightly. Then he took out a dagger from the backpack behind him, squatted down, and fiddled with the lock of the rolling shutter door. "Can you unlock the door?" Sashi squatted next to Yikanching and asked curiously, while watching Yikanching poke at the door lock. Chapter 6 Doomsday Game 6. "No," Yikanching said, stabbing the rolling shutter door fiercely with the dagger. I don't know if it was due to the skill and angle used, or if he was really that strong, but the dagger actually pierced the rolling shutter door. "Then you should have told me earlier." Sashi opened her personal panel, took out an axe from the storage compartment, and handed it to Yikanching. "Here, use this." Yikanching glanced at the axe thrust into his hand, then raised his eyes at Sashi. This was the second time he looked at Sashi. The first time was because Sashi gave him a nickname, which made him very unhappy. Now it was because Sashi actually gave him an axe, which made him feel very complicated. It's the end of the world now. Not to mention that the axe is a good weapon when dealing with zombies. The most important thing is that they are not familiar with each other at all. This woman actually so easily handed over a weapon that could kill her to a stranger. I don't know if it's because I'm short-sighted or because I'm not afraid of death. Seeing that Yikanching looked at her for a while without moving, Sashi blinked. "You don't even know how to use an axe, do you?" There was obvious doubt in his tone. "Of course not." Yikanching stood up, picked up the axe and struck at the rolling shutter door. A large gap was cut out in the rolling shutter door. "Isn't that good?" Sashi nodded with satisfaction. "It's much more effective than poking at the rolling shutter door with that little dagger." Yikanching continued to chop at the rolling shutter door several times, completely destroying the rolling shutter door, revealing a hole that was large enough for people to enter and exit easily. Then, he stood at the entrance of the cave and blocked Sashi, and asked angrily, "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you with this axe?" He felt that this woman was probably a bit stupid. "Don't be afraid." Sashi looked up at Yikanching and said with a smile, "You don't look like that kind of person." Yikanching snorted and said nothing. "But it doesn't matter even if I missed it." Sashi raised her left wrist, revealing a beautiful silver bracelet. Yikanching recognized that it was a top-grade defense item worth 50 million. It was the most advanced defensive item, and could withstand most types of attacks. "I didn't realize that you are quite rich." Yikanching dropped the axe, turned around and got into the warehouse. This woman is indeed confident, because she has good tools. Not to mention the axe. Even his pistol cannot defeat this top-notch defensive tool. And as long as this prop is worn properly, no one else can touch it unless you take it off. It seemed that this woman was not as brainless as he thought. Sashi picked up the axe, put it in her storage compartment, and then followed it into the warehouse. This warehouse is full of fast food, including instant noodles, mixed noodles, ham sausages, and biscuits, and they are neatly placed in boxes upon boxes. "You're lucky." Sashi looked around happily. "After harvesting this wave, I won't have to worry about eating it in a short time." Yikanching didn't say a word and just prepared instant noodles and biscuits. Sashi did not rush to grab supplies from Yikanching, but looked at all the boxes and paid attention to the busy Yikanching. If he wants to put things into the storage compartment, he only needs to touch the items and think about putting them away. So Yikanching collects the supplies easily. Chapter 7 Doomsday Game 7. "Huh?" Sashi asked curiously. "Why did you only receive instant noodles and biscuits? Don't you like noodles and ham?" Yikanching didn't look at Sashi. He put the box into his storage compartment and said, "I only have 3 free storage compartments, and one of them has to be reserved for water. So I can only put 2 kinds of food in it." The same items can be placed in one storage compartment, but different items can only be placed in different storage compartments. Water is essential, and he must leave a storage compartment to hold it. Sashi said, Oh, and asked again. How many storage compartments do you have in total? Yi Kongqing stopped what he was doing, looked at Sashi, and answered truthfully. 5. That's it. Sashi nodded and murmured to herself. It turns out there are only so few initial storage compartments. There are only 3 initial storage compartments. And I spent money to open the other 2. Yi Kongqing frowned. Why do you sound like you don't know? I really don't know. Sashi shrugged innocently. I spent a lot of money buying props before the end. The system said that I was the person who spent the most on one-time purchases of props. So it gave me a gift bag. I only have 10 initial storage compartments. Yi Kongqing. Dot. How rich this woman is. He spent all his savings and didn't get any gift packages. Sashi asked curiously. How much does it cost to open a storage compartment? Before she had time to figure out everything in the mall, the apocalypse began. And after the apocalypse began, the mall could not be opened. She didn't have time to open more storage compartments. And she didn't know how much it would cost to open one storage compartment. It costs 100 yuan to open the 4th storage compartment. 1,000 yuan for the 5th. 10,000 for the 6th. 100,000 for the 7th. 1 million for the 8th. And all subsequent storage compartments cost 110,000. Yi Kongqing looked at Sashi and said. Most of his money was used to buy pistols and bullets. And the remaining fraction was only enough to open the 4th and 5th storage compartments. This woman could actually get 10 initial storage compartments at once. And the money she spent must have been much more than what was needed to open these storage compartments. Think about it. This woman's bracelet costs 50 million. And it is conceivable that the total cost will not be less than this amount. That's not very expensive. Sashi murmured to herself. It's a pity that the mall can't be opened. And I don't have the chance to open a new storage compartment now. Otherwise, if she opens a few more storage compartments, she can put all the things at home in them. Isn't it very expensive? Yi Kongqing had a confused expression on his face. No matter how rich you are, you still don't take 1 million seriously. To me, 1 million is really nothing. Sashi shrugged. 3 days ago, a strange dialogue box appeared in front of her. It probably meant that the world she was in now was actually one of the 3,000 small worlds. But now, this world was about to collapse in half an hour due to some unstable factors. In order to give some compensation to the indigenous people of this world. Before the world collapses, the money in everyone's name will be automatically converted into mall points, which can be used to purchase items in the mall. The exchange ratio is 1 to 1. As we all know, although wealthy people have many assets, they do not have much liquidity in their hands. For this point conversion, real estate such as houses and cars are not included, nor are company assets, shares held, jewelry, and gold bonds. Chapter 8 Doomsday Game 8. Only the actual amount of money deposited in the bank can be converted into points. Therefore, even for a very rich man, the amount of points he receives will be much less than his own net worth. I don't know if Sashi is lucky or not. 1 month before the end, her parents suddenly died in a car accident. In addition to receiving a generous insurance compensation, she also received the entire inheritance of her parents, since she had no brothers or sisters. Sashi had no intention of running her parents' respective companies. Unexpected changes made her emotionally unstable. So she directly sold her parents' companies, as well as all the shares they held, as well as other options, bonds, etc. A total of more than 100 billion funds were obtained. She was disheartened and prepared to spend the rest of her life relying on more than 100 billion to eat and wait for death. Anyway, it was enough for her to be a comfortable rice bug for the rest of her life. Who knew that the end would come so suddenly? And Deng Nichong's plan would come to nothing. The only advantage is that the more than 100 billion in funds have been converted into more than 100 billion points, giving her enough points to buy props. Life has to pass, and she doesn't want to die yet. So after jumping out of the 10 minutes countdown to the end prompt box, she quickly accepted the reality and opened the mall in the corner of her personal panel. Although the props in the mall are very expensive, and each prop only has a durability of 100, and the service life of the prop is over when the durability is used up. She has enough points anyway, so she bought herself the most expensive one without hesitation. Defense props. She had a very clear understanding of herself. If fighting was not enough, she would start with defense. This bracelet can withstand most weapon attacks, and is very practical for saving lives. Because of the durability, she was afraid that she wouldn't have enough. So she bought 10 of them at once. She wasn't quite sure what this apocalyptic world would look like in the end. So to be on the safe side, she bought some special props in the mall that might come in handy. In addition to purchasing weapons and bullets in large quantities, she spent hundreds of millions at one time. So she got a big gift package with 10 storage compartments at the beginning. When Yi Kongqing saw Xiaxi's serious expression, it didn't seem like he was bragging or deliberately showing off. He probably really didn't take 1 million seriously. He didn't ask. Money is such a private matter, so it's inappropriate to ask. Not to mention he's not interested in how much money other people have. Actually, after I bought so many things in the mall, I only had 2 spare storage compartments left, Xiaxi said to Yi Kongqing. But with a little manipulation, I can get a few more storage compartments. Come! Operation? Yi Kongqing's fierce face showed a puzzled expression, and his slightly dazed look looked a bit cute. I can tell at a glance that you have definitely never tried it. Xiaxi smiled sweetly. After the apocalypse began, I first explored the functions and limits of the storage compartment. And then I got a few pieces of information. She raised a finger. First, a storage compartment can hold up to 999 of the same items. If more than this number is exceeded, another storage compartment will be occupied. Yi Kongqing looked surprised. Apparently he didn't even know how much stuff could be stored in a storage compartment. He became a little interested in what Xiaxi had to say. He stopped what he was doing and found a cardboard box with a suitable height to sit down. Chapter 9 Doomsday Game 9. Second, Xiaxi raised a second finger. The so-called same item can be operated. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaxi in confusion. What do you mean you can operate it? Xiaxi patiently gave an example. For example, instant noodles can be a bag of instant noodles as an item, or a box of instant noodles as an item. So it is definitely more cost-effective to hold 999 boxes in one storage compartment than 999 bags. Many. Yi Kongqing nodded. That's true. Xiaxi raised her third finger and continued. Third, if it is a box of things, the items in the box do not necessarily need to be exactly the same. In other words, ham sausages, biscuits, and instant noodles are piled randomly in a box. It can also be used as an object. Yi Kongqing was stunned, as if he had no idea that a mere storage compartment had so many twists and turns. Of course, he doesn't have that many things to store, and he can't even touch the storage limit of the storage compartment, Xiaxi said with a smile. What's more important is that as long as the cardboard boxes are not exactly the same, even if the contents of the boxes are different, they can be stacked in the same storage compartment. But the materials of the boxes must be the same, and the size of the boxes cannot be too different, Xiaxi added. For example, iron boxes and cardboard boxes cannot be put into the same storage compartment. A palm-sized cardboard box is as big as a person. Cardboard boxes also cannot be put into a storage compartment. Yi Kongqing's original fierce expression was replaced by surprise. Xiaxi stretched out a hand and made a gesture. Generally speaking, the difference of about 5 centimeters in length, width, and height is within the tolerance range. This error tolerance range was a conclusion she came to after a little trial and error. Try it yourself, and you won't go wrong. After having such confirmation, she packed all the props she bought in plastic bags of similar sizes and put them in the same storage compartment. For easy access, each prop is packed in a plastic bag, so that you don't have to struggle to find the prop in the plastic bag after taking it out. But in order to facilitate the use of the gun and avoid an emergency situation where it was too late to take it out of the bag, she did not put it in a bag, but occupied the storage compartment independently. But even so, she still had 4 free storage compartments. Have you actually tried such a thing? Yi Kongqing looked incredulous. If you even know the error tolerance range of 5 centimeters, how many different cardboard boxes must you try to reach such a conclusion? And I actually tried boxes of different materials, as well as boxes of different sizes, shapes, and appearances. Is this woman too idle? Anyway, if it were him, he would never think of considering these details. Too much trouble. I have so many things. Even 10 storage compartments are not enough. I have to find a way. Xiaxi spread her hands. Besides, first find out the functions of the things in your hands, and then conducive to maximum use in the future. Yi Kongqing. It seems to make some sense. So, judging from the size of the cartons of the 4 types of food currently in the warehouse, they can actually be mixed in the same storage compartment. Xiaxi looked at Yi Kongqing with a bright smile. In this way, you can get 4 kinds of food, and it only occupies 1 grid. Chapter 10 Doomsday Game 10. Yi Kongqing had to admit that the information provided by Xiaxi was very useful. It could indeed allow him to maximize the use of storage compartments and store more supplies. Before he knew this, He had placed instant noodles and biscuits in 2 storage compartments respectively, without even thinking about the possibility of putting them into 1 storage compartment. Tell me this. Why? Although Yi Kongqing's tone was still a bit venomous, his attitude was better than at the beginning. Because I want to team up with you. Sashi made no secret of her purpose. Of course, she didn't show favor to Yi Kongqing for no reason. She had a purpose in becoming interested in Yi Kongqing in the first place. Tell him this is all for the ultimate goal. She needs a strong enough teammate. And Yi Kongqing seems to be very capable. If she only had 1 mission to hunt zombies, she could do it on her own. And she wouldn't consider recruiting people to form a team at all. But the difficulty level of her second mission was a bit high, and she had never had any experience in handling this kind of mission. So finding a teammate who seemed to be very capable became a good choice. Form a team? Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, then snorted coldly. You have top-notch defensive items. Nothing can hurt you. Do you still need to find someone to form a team? Of course it is necessary. Although self-protection is not a problem for me. But? Sashi tilted her head and chuckled. Who wouldn't want to find a bodyguard who feels safe like you? After all, my attack ability is not strong. And my living ability is not, it's a bit weak. And the sense of direction is not particularly good. Yi Kongqing couldn't help but snorted again. Just because you shared some useful information with me. Do you think I will be your bodyguard? Although this information is useful, it is just the icing on the cake. Of course it's more than just that. Sashi smiled coquettishly, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with tenderness. You seem to be quite poor. You probably haven't bought many weapons. Right? Yi Kongqing subconsciously turned away and looked away. His tone still fierce. How many weapons do you have? It must be much more than you anyway. After all, I am so rich. Sashi shook her long legs. If you agree to be my bodyguard, I can unconditionally support you with weapons when you need them. At this time, she would definitely not tell Yi Kongqing everything. She would never tell her directly how much she had. Although she wants Yi Kongqing, she is not a fool. She can clearly distinguish between what information can be disclosed and what information cannot be disclosed to strangers who have not yet established trust. Yi Kongqing said nothing. Sashi was not in a hurry and suggested with a smile. Why don't you first calculate how long your bullets will last? Yi Kongqing clicked his tongue and seemed a little annoyed. But he didn't really get angry. Instead, he asked Sashi, Are you sure you just want me to be your bodyguard? If you want to go to bed with me, that's fine. Sashi smiled brightly and enchantingly. After all, you are quite good-looking. Nonsense! Yi Kongqing stood up abruptly, with a vicious voice and a pair of wild emerald green eyes, making him look more like an aggressive wild wolf. But there was a slight blush on the tips of his ears, which revealed his inner feelings at the moment. Sashi smiled from ear to ear, and finally stopped laughing as Yi Kongqing's face darkened. Chapter 11 Doomsday Game 11. Sashi put on a serious face. I think you have good skills. In addition to being my bodyguard, you can also teach me. Only then did Yi Kongqing relax his tense body. Okay. Are you agreeing? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. Yeah. Yi Kongqing nodded, and then said, My weapons are indeed not enough. If you take this in exchange, I can act with you without endangering my life. And in my free time, teach you everything I know. Okay. Sashi agreed readily. This exchange condition was the same as she originally expected, and she had nothing to be dissatisfied with. The first priority. Sashi stood up. Let's collect the supplies first. Yi Kongqing had no objection, and stood up to continue moving the boxes. Sashi also became busy, like a hard-working little hamster, actively hoarding things for herself. The 2 men quickly collected the contents of the entire warehouse. Each warehouse in the wholesale market is about the same size as an ordinary garage. A warehouse can hold nearly 2,000 boxes with enough walking space. Sashi and Yi Kongqing divided it equally, and they filled up a full storage compartment. Yi Kongqing had to admit that knowing the information about the storage compartments brought him great convenience. He had never thought that he could accept so many things before. Sashi took out a thermos bottle from the small backpack behind her, drank a few sips of hot water, and sighed comfortably. It is indeed more comfortable to drink hot water in winter. She couldn't help but sigh. Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi but said nothing. He took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and took 2 sips. By the way, you should also have the task of hunting zombies. Right. Sashi walked out of the warehouse door and chatted with Yi Kongqing. When the end of the world officially began, a task box popped up on her personal panel. The bold red font at the beginning of the task box is quite conspicuous, There is no right to refuse the task. Failure to complete the task will result in punishment, and completion of the task will reward you with points. And her first mission is to hunt down 1,000 zombies. She had gone out several times in the past 3 days, and she found that there were people everywhere who were bold enough to hunt zombies. And from time to time, there would be quarrels overhead similar to the ones before. If everyone has the same task, it is easy to understand that such a situation will occur. However, this invisibly creates a competitive relationship between everyone. After all, no one knows how many zombies there are. But a task of 1,000 heads for one person must be impossible for many people to complete. Although no one knows what the penalty for uncompleted tasks is, no one wants to try such a bad result. This was also the reason why the 2 men were angry when she snatched their heads. Yeah. Yi Kongqing nodded and replied briefly. 1,000. It seems that everyone's first task is the same, Sashi said, as she opened her personal panel and took a look. At this time, her first mission showed progress of hunting 1,000 zombies, 367/1000. I already have more than 360 heads. This progress is not bad. Sashi nodded with satisfaction and asked Yi Kongqing. What about you? Chapter 12 Doomsday Game 12. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and Sashi was hunting more than 100 zombies a day on average, which was already considered a fast progress. At least she felt satisfied. More than 600, Yi Kongqing said, extending his hand towards Sashi. Axe. More than 600? Sashi sighed as she handed the axe in the storage compartment to Yi Kongqing. You are really awesome. He is indeed the man she likes. Not bad. It's easy to reach this amount by going to some places where there are many zombies, Yi Kongqing said matter-of-factly. You are the only one with good strength. Who else would dare to go to a place with a lot of zombies? With such strength, going to a place with a lot of zombies is equivalent to dying. Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi. Speaking of the bracelet props you have, you should have gathered all the heads early. The best defensive items can completely withstand zombie attacks. Isn't this just the 3rd day of the apocalypse? Sashi said innocently. I explored the function of the storage compartment on the 1st day, went to the factory to stock up on many skin care products and medicines on the 2nd day, and came here again today. Collect supplies. In the past 3 days during the day, I only killed 12 zombies when I saw them. I didn't go out at night, so I didn't save many lives. Yi Kongqing. Protect. Skin products? It's the end of the world. But this woman is still in the mood to take care of her skin. Yi Kongqing said nothing and started to cut down the rolling shutter door of the 2nd warehouse. He only cut a gap, and after seeing that there were school supplies inside, he walked to the 3rd warehouse. The 3rd warehouse contained toiletries. Yi Kongqing thought that he should mainly pack more food and water, so he only took a total of 300 boxes. Sashi was not polite and filled a storage compartment directly. The remaining 2 people were not greedy, so they stayed in the warehouse. The 4th warehouse was full of children's toys and nothing they needed. The 5th warehouse was full of suitcases. Yi Kongqing only chopped it with an axe and was ready to go to the next warehouse. Hey, wait a minute. Sashi took Yi Kongqing's arm. There are all suitcases here. What's the use? Yi Kongqing stopped, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. Of course it works. Sashi glared. The suitcase can put a lot of broken things in it, and then put it into a storage compartment, which saves a lot of space. Not only clothes and shoes, but also quilts, pillows, facial masks, cups, etc. can be stuffed into the suitcase. Suitcases are cleaner than cardboard boxes and are more suitable for holding these items, regardless of whether they were used or not. She had to install all the ones she had at home. Yi Kongqing was convinced, and turned around to continue cutting the rolling shutter door of the 5th warehouse. This warehouse should have opened up the wall between the 2 warehouses and turned it into a large warehouse. The space is obviously twice as large as the previous warehouses. There are suitcases of all sizes inside. I want the largest suitcase of all, Sashi said to Yi Kongqing. I definitely have a lot more luggage than you. Whatever. Yi Kongqing stood at the door without moving. I don't need a suitcase. You didn't pack any luggage or anything? Sashi was a little surprised. It's all here. Yi Kongqing raised his hand and patted the big backpack behind him. Chapter 13 Doomsday Game 13. Sashi clicked her tongue twice. It seems you are poorer than I thought. Yi Kongqing. He just doesn't need that much baggage. Sashi installed storage compartments on all the largest suitcases, but there were only 300 large suitcases in this warehouse. She patted the dust on her hands and said to Yi Kongqing, Next, let's look for the warehouse for suitcases, mineral water and food. There is no place to put other things. Yi Kongqing walked out with the axe and asked at the same time, "Can your storage compartment still hold food?" If you remember correctly, this woman had 4 free storage compartments before, 2 of which were already full, and 1 of which had 300 suitcases packed in. Now there was only 1 free storage compartment left. Neither bottled water nor bottled water can be placed in the same storage compartment as a cardboard box. Even if the water is packed in a cardboard box, the size of the box is quite different from that of the food, and it is impossible to put it in the same storage compartment. Inside, it's okay. Sashi winked at Yi Kongqing. Don't I have a suitcase that I haven't used yet? Can such a big suitcase not be able to hold all that food? Yi Kongqing. He had to admit that he didn't have this woman's flexible thinking. He said nothing more, and silently continued to chop down the rolling shutter door of a warehouse with an axe. Unexpectedly, Yi Kongqing suddenly stopped as soon as he struck the axe. What's wrong? Sashi asked puzzledly. Yi Kongqing looked at the passage on the right. There is a sound. Sashi followed Yi Kongqing's line of sight and saw only the empty passage. She listened carefully, and after a few seconds, she heard some messy footsteps. And the sounds were getting closer and closer, mixed with some unusual hissing sounds. Sashi immediately took out the Gatling from the storage compartment and said to Yi Kongqing, "Go on. Leave this to me." Yi Kongqing glanced at the Gatling in Sashi's hand and understood what Sashi meant. He took out a portable flashlight from his pocket and looked inside through the gap cut out of the rolling shutter door. "There are boxes of bottled water in here," he said to Sashi, and picked up the axe again to chop down the rolling shutter door. At the same time, at the corner at the end of the passage, a group of zombies with ragged clothes and decomposed bodies finally came out, accompanied by a few occasional hisses. They staggered towards Sashi's direction, apparently attracted by the sound of axes chopping down the rolling shutter doors. "Hurry in and get the supplies," Sashi urged Yi Kongqing and started shooting at the group of zombies, with no intention of waiting for the zombies to come out before attacking. Yi Kongqing knew that she didn't take these zombies seriously because she had the best defense tools. He turned into the warehouse and began quickly collecting bottled water. Sashi approached the opening of the rolling shutter door, blocking the front with her body, and at the same time kept shooting at the zombies. The gunfire made the zombies become excited, and their speed towards Sashi suddenly accelerated. However, their fastest speed is only slightly faster than normal people walking, so it is not very scary. Sashi glanced at the long queue of zombies. Many zombies had fallen in front of them, but more were stepping on them from behind, filling the long passage and gradually approaching her. Chapter 14 Doomsday Game 14. Looking over at this glance, there are more than 200 at least. Sashi fired while taking out a new magazine from her storage compartment. Soon there were no bullets in Gatling's magazine. Sashi quickly threw away the old one and replaced it with a new one. It took only a few seconds, as if she had spent time practicing before. But in just a few seconds, a zombie suddenly rushed towards Sashi at extremely fast speed. When Sashi had just loaded the magazine, and before she had a chance to shoot, the zombie's sharp fingernails stained with blood had already stretched out in front of her eyes. Then, her body was shrouded in a thin light curtain, and the zombie's nails snapped. Even though she knew she had defensive items, Sashi still subconsciously let out a low cry when the zombie's sharp nails were about to dig into her eyes. Yi Kongqing heard the noise inside and asked as he walked out, "What's wrong?" "It's okay." Sashi's voice returned to normal. She didn't look back. She shot the zombies snarling in front of her with one shot. At the same time, she said to Yi Kongqing, "Hurry up and collect supplies. I have no problem here." The flashlight in Yi Kongqing's hand was shining towards Sashi. Although he could only see her back, it could be seen that her posture was normal. Her breathing was normal, and she did not appear to be injured. He then turned around and continued collecting supplies. Sashi kicked away the zombie that fell at her feet, and Gatling fired at the passage on the right. Another large group of zombies fell, but at this moment, another zombie rushed towards Sashi very quickly. But this time she was prepared and shot the zombie in the head without waiting for him to get close. By the time Yi Kongqing had collected 999 boxes of bottled water, Sashi had also eliminated all the zombies. And the mission progress on her personal panel has also become Progress of Hunting 1,000 Zombies, 588/1000. When Yi Kongqing walked out, what he saw was the passage on the right that had been completely blocked by zombie corpses. Sashi turned to Yi Kongqing and smiled. "Fortunately, these zombies are not very intelligent, and have not learned to attack from both sides. Otherwise, if the roads on both sides were blocked, they would have to step on the smelly corpses to get out. Yi Kongqing stood at the door holding 2 pistols. You go in. I will guard this place. The commotion just now was so loud. If she was lucky, Sashi might have eliminated all the zombies nearby. If she was unlucky, more zombies might come. So there must be someone watching outside. Sashi said, and walked into the warehouse. She quickly put away the supplies, and said to Yi Kongqing in a loud voice, There were 2 zombies that were moving very fast just now. You have to pay attention. How fast? Yi Kongqing checked the bullets in his gun and asked, How fast? At least it's faster than my full running speed. Sashi paused and expressed her guess. Those zombies may be evolving. It's not impossible. Yi Kongqing responded, mentally agreeing with Sashi's guess. If the speed of zombies changes, evolution is the most reasonable explanation. Then, he has to be more careful. Sashi accelerated her collection of 999 boxes of bottled water without any further accidents. In the following time, the 2 found several more suitcase warehouses. And finally she collected 999 suitcases of the largest size. Chapter 15 Doomsday Game 15. Among other things, they found a warehouse filled with chocolates of all flavors and types. Chocolate is a good thing, especially when you need to replenish calories during the end of the world. It is convenient and quick. At this time, Yi Kongqing only had 699 left in the storage compartment containing toiletries. So he packed 699 boxes of chocolates. Sashi only had an empty suitcase in the storage compartment to stuff her things with. But she had to leave some for her own luggage. After careful consideration, she packed 800 boxes of chocolates. Neither of them went to the warehouses further back. Now both of their storage compartments are full. Even if there are other good things to come, they can't fit them in, and it will be in vain. Sashi rubbed her sore arms. I'm really exhausted. Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi but said nothing. Feeling Yi Kongqing's gaze, Sashi asked, Yi Kongqing, why don't you look tired at all? I have good physical strength. Yi Kongqing replied concisely. After a pause, he couldn't help but say, Your physical strength is too poor. All he had to do to collect the supplies was his hand, which didn't consume much physical strength. Besides, he did all the work of chopping down the rolling shutter door. So Sashi basically didn't expend any effort. The only time she spent some effort was shooting more than 200 zombies with Gatling. But she wasn't that tired. So after all, Sashi's physical strength was too weak. But how can a person like me, who can sit and never stand, lie down and never sit, be physically strong? Sashi was not angry at all, but admitted her problem frankly. If she hadn't been too lazy before, she wouldn't be cramming to find a coach for herself now. Sashi looked at Yi Kongqing and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, do you know martial arts? Yi Kongqing didn't mean to hide it. When Sashi mentioned it, he nodded. Yes. Sashi did not continue to ask him where he learned it, or to what extent he had learned it. She just smiled and said, I don't know if I have a chance to learn it at my age. She knew that in the final analysis, she and Yi Kongqing only had a temporary cooperative relationship, and 2 in-depth topics were not suitable for discussion. If the other party's bottom line is touched, it will easily collapse the newly established cooperation. It's no problem to strengthen your body and train your reflexes, Yi Kongqing replied. It's impossible to develop skills like mine. I don't expect to be as skilled as you. Sashi certainly wouldn't be so whimsical. I can handle zombies and other ordinary people. After saying that, she changed the topic again and said with a smile, In other words, this trip is a fruitful one. There is no need to worry about material issues in a short period of time. As she spoke, she walked happily outside the wholesale market. As she walked, she took out a bag of biscuits from the small backpack behind her, opened the package, and happily took a bite. Like a little hamster whose hoarding addiction was greatly satisfied. Yi Kongqing followed him out. But he didn't speak. It seems that he is not a man of many words. Except for what he must say. He will probably only speak if something interests him occasionally. He didn't even bother to respond to other useless conversations. He took out a bag of compressed biscuits from the large backpack behind him, took only a small bite, and then put it back. By the way, come home with me. Sashi's tone was casual, sounding like she was talking about a normal thing. Chapter 16 Doomsday Game 16. Can your family agree to let me go? Yi Kongqing didn't agree immediately, but he didn't refuse directly either. Now that you have formed a team, acting together is the best option. But he has to consider the attitudes of other people around him. I'm the only one in the family. Sashi shrugged. I just agree. Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi in surprise. But he didn't ask anything. Just nodded. Okay. Then let's go before it gets dark. It will be even more dangerous when it gets dark. Sashi quickened her pace. After dark, zombies become much more agile in their movements. But due to the effect of darkness, people's hearing and vision are relatively reduced. Everyone knows that it is unwise to operate at night. Although Sashi has defensive items herself, Yi Kongqing does not. Going home as soon as possible is the best choice. Yi Kongqing didn't object. After leaving the wholesale market with Sashi, he walked into a small alley very close to Fountain Square. Inside was a valuable luxury car. Yi Kongqing then thought about it. Sashi just had a 50 million prop bracelet. It was not surprising that she had a rich family and a luxury car. Sashi suddenly turned to look at Yi Kongqing. Can you drive? Yi Kongqing nodded subconsciously. Sashi threw the car keys to Yi Kongqing. You drive. Before Yi Kongqing could react, Sashi had already sat in the passenger seat and even stretched out comfortably. Then she turned to Yi Kongqing and smiled brightly. Get in the car quickly. Yi Kongqing. Dot. If she hadn't been sitting in the passenger seat, he would have thought he was the driver she hired. But her attitude made me angry. Yi Kongqing didn't say anything, got into the driver's seat, and started the car skillfully. Sashi had already fastened her seat belt. She pointed the direction. After exiting the alley, turn left, then go straight, and turn right at the first big turntable. Yi Kongqing said, and the car quickly left the alley. Asterisk. Under Sashi's command. The two finally arrived at Sashi's home before nightfall. There is a luxurious villa area with beautiful surroundings, and even the air is a bit fresher than that in the city. Yi Kongqing followed Sashi's instructions, and drove the car directly into the garage of one of the villas. Sashi turned around and locked the big iron door, and then entered the house with Yi Kongqing. Now these zombies don't have the ability to climb the wall, so locking the iron door is enough. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and the visibility in the house was reduced a lot. Entering the villa, Sashi casually took out several flashlights from the shoe cabinet, turned on the flashlights as she walked in, and placed them one by one in the position she had arranged before. The entire main hall suddenly lit up. Although the brightness was not as bright as that of fluorescent lamps, there were no dark corners that could not be illuminated. Yi Kongqing saw dozens of barrels of mineral water and some small cans of gas placed in the main hall. But the placement was a bit messy. When he passed by, he moved the ones blocking the way to the wall. Sashi turned around when she heard the commotion and saw Yi Kongqing collecting barrels of water and cans of gas, with a bit of a smile in her eyes. Just moving them back made me exhausted, Sashi explained. So I didn't clean them up. Although it is not troublesome to put things in the storage compartment and transport them back, and only one trip is enough, it is quite strenuous to fight with others for supplies. Chapter 17 Doomsday Game 17. Although Sashi has an advantage in height, she has been pampered for a long time, and she likes to be lazy and doesn't like to exercise, so her physical strength is not good at all. In the past, whenever Sashi wanted something, she would always pay others to buy it for her. She had never done it herself. The first time, I went out to buy something in person, it turned into a situation that was even scarier than grabbing discounts in supermarkets. Fortunately, Sashi reacted quickly and grabbed what she wanted as soon as she saw it. Otherwise, she might not have gotten anything in the end and would have been squeezed around. Yi Kongqing simply cleared out a spacious passage. You have collected quite a lot of things. On the first day of the apocalypse, the electricity was cut off. At the same time, the water source was obviously contaminated, and even the tap water with multi-layer filtration and disinfection was no longer drinkable. So water, flashlights, batteries, and candles became the first things everyone wanted to grab at that time. Looking around the main hall, there was a lot of everything. It was obvious that she had made sufficient preparations and had considered everything that needed to be considered. It's no wonder that her missions have not been progressing very quickly these days. Indeed, most of her time has been spent collecting various supplies. Yi Kongqing could imagine that if she hadn't been concerned about her lack of physical strength, she would have brought back more than this. Of course, Sashi raised her chin slightly proudly. My villa is quite sturdy. It's safe to live in it for a short period of time. It's always good to store more things. All the windows in the home are made of thick and tempered glass, which is not easy to break. By the way, can you cook? Sashi looked at Yi Kongqing hopefully. Yeah. Yi Kongqing responded casually. That's great. Sashi suddenly became happy. She pulled Yi Kongqing's sleeves and came to the kitchen. I actually stocked up on some vegetables before, but I don't know how to cook. Fortunately, the temperature is low in winter, so these vegetables it's been fine for 2 days. There is canned gas in the kitchen and a bucket of mineral water for washing and cooking. She touched the flashlight on the kitchen stove, turned it on, and gave it to Yi Kongqing. Then leave it to you. Hey, I'm going to pack my things. After saying that, she left happily. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. He glanced at the flashlight in his hand, and then at the kitchen door where Sashi's figure had long since disappeared. Yi Kongqing. Dot. I feel like I'm a cook again. Isn't he here to be a bodyguard? Besides, why should we pay so much attention to our appetites in the apocalypse? Thinking of this, Yi Kongqing, who felt a little dissatisfied, rolled up his sleeves and squatted down to look at the various vegetables on the ground. Asterisk. After Sashi left the kitchen, she packed up the gas cans and bottled water in the main hall. 50 suitcases were used for bottled water, and 40 suitcases were used for small gas tanks. Each suitcase contained only one large item. She left a gas can and 10 bottles of water outside, and packed the rest into the empty suitcase and stuffed it into the storage compartment. She also stuffed several boxes of candles and lighters into each suitcase containing bottled water, making full use of the remaining space. She was preparing for possible emergencies later. Don't leave too many supplies in the house. Otherwise, if you run away in a hurry, you won't have time to pack them up. When Yi Kongqing came out with the cooked vegetables and egg noodles, he saw that most of the bottled water and gas tanks that were crowded in the main hall were gone. Chapter 18 Doomsday Game 18. Sensing Yi Kongqing's approach, Sashi stood up and asked with a smile. Have you prepared the meal? Well, Yi Kongqing put the bowl on the dining table and said angrily, Go and serve the food. Okay. Sashi didn't mind Yi Kongqing's attitude at all. She happily went to the kitchen and washed her hands with bottled water before serving the hot stir-fried pork kidneys and braised lion's head. Sashi took 2 plates of food to the dining table and sat down, and asked impatiently, Yi Kongqing, I think there seems to be something cooking in the pot. What is it? The lid was closed, so she couldn't tell, but she could smell a little meat. Braised pork with potatoes, Yi Kongqing replied. It's just stewed. It still needs a little time. Then I have to save some belly for braised pork, Sashi said, picking up the noodle bowl in front of her, taking a sip, picking up a piece of lion head and tasting it. And at the end, she didn't forget to sigh. I haven't had home-cooked food in a long time. It tastes so good. Although Yi Kongqing's cooking skills couldn't compare with those of the chefs at home before, they were much better than the dark carbide she made herself. Although the appearance is average, it is delicious and fragrant. It's only been 3 days since the end. Yi Kongqing reminded Sashi not to be too exaggerated. But I started living on takeout more than a month ago. Sashi shrugged. After the apocalypse, I ate instant noodles every day. It's been a long time since I had home-cooked food. After her parents passed away, she was in a bad mood, didn't want to see anyone, and even dismissed her aunt at home. I didn't eat much during that time. I only ordered takeout once when I was really hungry. It was indeed a home-cooked meal for the first time in a long time. Yi Kongqing didn't speak anymore, but his expression looked better than before. It seemed that because of Sashi's words, he was less dissatisfied with being ordered to work. Sashi concentrated on struggling with food, and Yi Kongqing barely spoke while eating. The two of them finished their dinner quietly. After the meal, Sashi put away the bowls and chopsticks and threw them directly into the kitchen trash can. Yi Kongqing's eyes showed a hint of astonishment, as if she knew what Yi Kongqing was thinking. Sashi shrugged and said, I can't live here for more than a few days anyway, and the clean dishes and chopsticks left in the cupboard are enough. I can't take these things away, so I have to wash them. It's also a waste of water. Yi Kongqing. He actually thought it made some sense. Let's go, Sashi said to Yi Kongqing while putting all the flashlights in the main hall into her arms. Let's go upstairs. Sashi led Yi Kongqing into the bathroom on the 2nd floor. She pointed to a row of 5 hot water bottles under the sink and said to Yi Kongqing, Here are the hot water I boiled last night, which can be used for washing, as long as you don't take a shower. It's enough for 2 people. Well, thank you. Yi Kongqing said a rare polite thank you. Sashi pointed to a room opposite and said, That's the bedroom you've been living in these days. Good night. After saying that, she took away 2 of the thermos bottles and walked into the room next to the room she just pointed at. This is her bedroom, which has its own bathroom, which is safe and convenient for washing. Yi Kongqing closed the bathroom door, took out the toiletries from his backpack, and cleaned himself briefly. When he came out, Sashi's bedroom door was still closed. He walked directly into the bedroom next door, closed the door, and looked around the room. Chapter 19 Doomsday Game 19. This should have been a guest room originally. There was not much decoration in the room, but it was clean and tidy overall. It seems that there are no traces of living here, at least not recently. But the bed is big and soft, and thick bedding is prepared in the closet. You just need to take it out and spread it out. Yi Kongqing made the bed and lay down on it. The soft quilt was so comfortable that he fell asleep almost immediately. But his emerald green eyes were clear and not sleepy at all. This is a strange environment. Although he does not recognize the bed. As a person with high vigilance, he will always maintain a certain degree of vigilance in a strange environment. Although he didn't think the woman named Xia, she had any harmful intentions. The habits he had maintained for many years could not be easily changed. He opened his personal panel and sorted through everything in the storage compartment. Asterisk. Late at night, the moonlight was dim. The street light stopped working long ago, and the whole world became dim. Outside the villa, some staggering figures could be seen approaching slowly. Boom! A pale hand gently touched the big iron door. Yi Kongqing immediately opened his eyes. He fell asleep for a while, but he remained alert and would wake up at the slightest movement. He sat up and listened. Boom! There was another sound of slapping on the iron door. The force is not very strong, so the sound is not loud, and it is not easy for a sleeping person to hear it. After confirming that he was not hallucinating, Yi Kongqing got out of bed and walked to the bedside. He opened some curtains and looked outside. There were many people downstairs, and in the dim light, some people could be vaguely seen standing outside the iron gate. His movements were slow and his steps were staggering. This was obviously not a normal human walking state. They are zombies. Boom! Yi Kongqing saw one of the zombies stiffly raising his hand to slap the iron door, and at the same time it raised its head and looked this way. His heart skipped a beat, but he didn't panic. After checking carefully, he found that the direction the zombie was looking at was not his side, but Sashi's window next door. He glanced towards the next door. The windows on both sides were at the same level. It was impossible for him to see the window next door without sticking his head out. But he saw the light. Perhaps it was because the curtains next door were not tightly drawn, or the light was already allowed to pass through. There was a faint warm light outside the window. Although the light is not conspicuous, it is enough to attract the attention of the zombies when it is dark everywhere. Yi Kongqing frowned. He went next door and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Sashi yawned and looked at Yi Kongqing sleepily. It's not yet dawn. Why are you knocking on the door? Probably because she was woken up. There was a bit of annoyance on her face, but there was a lazy aura in those peach blossom eyes, which made her anger look more flirtatious. Yi Kongqing subconsciously shifted his gaze. He looked at the door frame and said to Sashi, You didn't turn off the light. A zombie was attracted. Boom! As if to confirm Yi Kongqing's words, a slight sound of tapping on the iron door came from outside. It's just what attracts you. Sashi rubbed her eyes and said nonchalantly. Anyway, they don't have the ability to climb walls, so they can't do anything except stand guard outside. You also said that they may be evolving. What if they have the ability to climb walls? Yi Kongqing was speechless. Chapter 20 Doomsday Game 20. The window glass in my house has to be hit several times with a hammer with great force before it breaks. It would be fine if the zombies just hit it by themselves for a while. Sashi yawned again. Wait until they really climb over the wall. The time it took to hit the glass was enough for me to wake up and shoot them with a gun. Yi Kongqing said with a sullen face. Can't you close the curtains tightly? Sashi opened the door and let Yi Kongqing see the situation inside the house. I have drawn the curtains quite tightly, but they are not opaque curtains and cannot completely block the light. In the room, there was an open flashlight on the bedside tables on both sides, and the light blue curtains were indeed drawn tightly. Yi Kongqing only glanced at it and then looked away. He frowned slightly. Then don't light it up when you go to bed at night. It not only wastes battery, but also easily attracts zombies. If you use your brain a little bit, you will know that this is not a wise approach. That won't work. Sashi shook her head and said seriously. I'm afraid of the dark. Yi Kongqing. Dot! He never expected this to be the reason. Sashi lifted one side of her long hair and smiled coquettishly at Yi Kongqing. Then if you sleep with me, I might not be so afraid of the dark. Yi Kongqing turned around expressionlessly, strode back to his room, and closed the door neatly and crisply. Sashi laughed out loud at the door. Very happy. She closed the door and stood by the bed for a while. After thinking about it, she turned off the flashlight near the window. Then she took another flashlight and dimmed the beam while lying on the bed. She held the flashlight in her arms and stared at a corner of the room in trance. Under the dim light, there was a hint of panic in her peach blossom eyes. Of course she knew that it was not a good thing for the light at night to attract zombies. Even if she had the tools and weapons, she would not have to worry about zombie attacks. But once the zombies siege in, she will lose this home full of memories of her parents. She knows it all. However, she is really afraid of the dark. Asterisk. Yi Kongqing spent 3 safe days in the villa, although there are zombies wandering outside every night. As Sashi said, those zombies have not yet evolved the ability to climb walls, so they have always been safe. In the past 3 days, in addition to cooking, he also taught Sashi some basic physical training. As for Sashi, nothing but laziness is laziness. Only then did he realize that Sashi's description of his laziness was definitely not an exaggeration. This woman really can sit and never stand, and can lie down and never sit. I don't know how she managed to be so thin despite being so lazy. Get up! Yi Kongqing pulled up Sashi, who was lying on the sofa, and said angrily, You still have 300 punches and 300 kicks to do today. I'm so tired. Sashi let Yi Kongqing pull her up softly, but as soon as Yi Kongqing let go, she immediately fell back. Your training is too intense. I protest. She has no foundation at all. Not to mention this kind of high-intensity training. She used to take a leave of absence from military training and never set foot in the gym. With such a weak physical ability, she was able to complete the training plan set by Yi Kongqing for 3 days, which surprised herself. Even if Yi Kongqing didn't give her a day off as a reward, he actually wanted to increase the intensity of training. Her whole body was sore now, as if she had been beaten many times. When she slept, she could not sleep peacefully because of the pain. Chapter 21 Doomsday Game 21. After all this, Yi Kongqing actually wanted her to continue punching and kicking her, and he wanted to kill her. I adjust the training intensity according to your physical condition, Yi Kongqing said with a serious face. This intensity is just enough to reach your limit without exhausting you. It is not considered very intense. It's already reached my limit. Isn't it very intense? Sashi stared. Get up. Yi Kongqing said nothing nonsense. Just a command sentence. I can't afford it. Sashi picked up the pillow and rolled herself into a ball, protesting resolutely. I have completed the same training tasks today as yesterday. I will not do more. Yi Kongqing frowned, with a hint of impatience on his face. By the way, I still have some supplies that I haven't put away. Upon seeing this, Sashi immediately got up and walked upstairs, as if she had just remembered. I'm very busy today. Yi Kongqing, we'd better start increasing training tomorrow. Intensify it. Sashi stood in the middle of the stairs, turned to Yi Kongqing and stuck out her tongue, then turned around and ran upstairs. Yi Kongqing suddenly felt mixed emotions when he saw Sashi walking up the stairs. Whenever he felt that his patience was about to run out, Sashi could always use some words and actions to resolve the tense atmosphere and make him less angry. I felt angry and helpless. He actually knows that the intensity of his training is not low, and he even knows that even if he teaches casually, he will not suffer any losses. However, when it comes to professional matters, he cannot be perfunctory. What's more, since he made a promise, he wants to be responsible. She went to the study room on the 3rd floor. Displayed here are all the skincare products and medicines she has collected before. These 2 things were taken directly from the factory on the 2nd day of her apocalypse. She had gone with her parents several times when they were discussing business, and was familiar with the locations of the 2 factories, so she went to these 2 places immediately. After training for the past 2 days, she had been packing her clothes, and she only had time to pack these skincare products and medicines today. When Sashi put everything into the empty suitcase and stuffed it into the storage compartment, Yi Kongqing finally couldn't help but come to her. How did you know I was here? Sashi was at a loss for words. You are making such a loud noise. I can hear you, Yi Kongqing said expressionlessly. I'm really tired today. Sashi rubbed her sore shoulders and said angrily, Can we start increasing the training intensity tomorrow? She knew that it was a good thing for her that Yi Kongqing was so serious and responsible, so she didn't want to offend anyone. If Yi Kongqing gave up her job, it would be her loss. After losing such a good coach, There may not be a chance to find such a responsible and capable person again. This was also the reason why she never fell out despite being tortured to death every day. She knows the difference between good and bad. Yeah, Yi Kongqing responded, with no expression on his face. Sashi was a little surprised. Did you agree? Yi Kongqing didn't want to say anything anymore. He frowned and asked. There is no food in the kitchen. Are you going to eat supplies? Or go out and find some new food? No need to go out to look for it. Sashi waved her hand. I still have 2 boxes of self-heating rice bowls in my room. I'll just eat this in the next few days. Chapter 22 Doomsday Game 22. You are really a cunning rabbit with 3 holes. Yi Kongqing thought for a long time and came up with such a word. Although it's used a little wrongly. That's pretty much what it means. Sashi smiled brightly. Thank you for the compliment. Her appearance is already extremely bright and charming. And when she smiles, she adds a bit of charm. As if even her hair can seduce people's hearts. Yi Kongqing immediately turned around and walked downstairs. At the same time, he asked in a fierce tone. When do you plan to go out to do the mission? Sashi had become accustomed to Yi Kongqing's speaking pattern. She followed Yi Kongqing's footsteps downstairs and said, In 2 days. Anyway, this task has no time limit. She wanted to stay at home for 2 more days. She knew very well that once she left, she would never have the chance to come back. So before leaving, she wanted to pack up all her parents' belongings and take them away. This was one of the reasons why she had to collect those suitcases at that time. Yi Kongqing stopped and turned to look at Sashi. Are you sure it's 2 days? Sashi tilted her head and asked in confusion. What do you want the exact time for? I will arrange your training plan for the next few days. Yi Kongqing said expressionlessly. Sashi. She thought Yi Kongqing had something important to do. But she didn't expect it to be training. Let me think about it. This time, she thought about it seriously before saying. 2 days should be enough. Okay. Yi Kongqing continued walking downstairs. By the way, Sashi jogged a few steps and followed behind Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing, what is your second mission? Find the experimental base, where the zombies originated, and bring the relevant experimental data to Dr. Chen. Yi Kongqing did not hide anything and answered truthfully. Hey, then my second mission is somewhat similar to yours. Sashi was a little surprised. And then she became happy again. In this way, our actions will be quite consistent. Maybe our second mission can be completed in the same time period. Similar? Yi Kongqing turned to look at Sashi. What is it? Hunt the zombie king. Sashi said with a smile. Yi Kongqing. I don't see any similarity. I can tell at a glance that you never read apocalyptic novels. Sashi said. Generally, the source of zombies is somewhat related to the zombie king. If you are lucky, when you find the experimental data, I will just find the zombie king. If you are unlucky, the zombie king may have wandered around the world, which will be troublesome to find. Yi Kongqing. Do not understand. Sashi saw Yi Kongqing's expression and knew he didn't understand. She patiently explained. Generally speaking, there are 2 possibilities for a doomsday world formed by zombies. She raised 2 fingers. One is when scientific researchers conduct experiments on patients. The original intention is to save people. But in the end, they mutate into zombies. And this zombie number 0 will have some differences from other zombies. For example, if there may still be thinking and rationality. This is the zombie king. The second is that scientific researchers accidentally found a strange creature somewhere. Out of curiosity and thirst for knowledge. When extracting substances from it for research, they accidentally infected it with the zombie virus. And this creature is a zombie king. I understand. Yi Kongqing nodded and asked again. But can you guarantee that the actual situation will be the same as in the novel? Chapter 23 Doomsday Game 23. Of course there's no guarantee. Sashi spread her hands. But it's better to have a direction than to be like a headless fly. Yi Kongqing. Fine. In terms of fallacies, he definitely couldn't defeat Sashi. To be honest, I think the former is easier to deal with. Sashi analyzed seriously. After all, it is an ordinary human being. And it has not been long since it became a zombie. As long as you attack it before it fully grows up. The winning rate is 90%. But the latter is difficult to deal with. Sashi sighed. If the zombie king originally existed, then it must be very strong and cannot be killed by ordinary weapons. Yi Kongqing. Even though I'm not sure anymore, I can still think about so much. In short, although the 2 of us have different tasks, the target path is the same. Sashi raised her hand and patted Yi Kongqing's shoulder. It will be convenient to move together when the time comes. Do you know where to find the zombie king? Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi. I don't know. Sashi shrugged. So I'm going to walk around and try my luck. Yi Kongqing opened his personal panel, glanced at the details of the second mission, and said, My mission is to find experimental data. And I need to go to experimental bases in various places. Do you know the specific locations of experimental bases in various places? Sashi asked curiously. These are generally secret bases. Ordinary people wouldn't know the specific locations. Right? I don't know. Yi Kongqing shook his head and added, But the detailed introduction to this mission gave me a map that marked the locations of several important experimental bases. I can just search from these experimental bases. Your mission is so humane? Sashi was a little envious. Why didn't my mission give me a map to mark the possible location of the zombie king? Or give me the location of the zombie king? Yi Kongqing automatically ignored Sashi's complaints and continued. I have a total of 7 marking points here, one of which is in this city. Oh! Sashi suddenly understood. So when I saw you at the wholesale market that day, you came here to find an experimental base? I had already looked for the experimental base here, but couldn't find what I needed. Yi Kongqing said. When I was about to leave, I found that I passed by the wholesale market, so I wanted to collect some supplies. You're really fast. Sashi muttered. It was only the 3rd day of the apocalypse, and a laboratory had already been found. You are too lazy. Yi Kongqing criticized unceremoniously. I want to be more prepared in the early stage. Sashi said confidently. Otherwise I don't have a map, and can only run around blindly. I don't know how long it will take to find the zombie king. Yi Kongqing choked. Then do you know Dr. Chen? Sashi changed the subject. I don't know. Yi Kongqing said coldly. Then even if you get the experimental data, you can't give it out? Sashi was a little confused. Just transfer it directly. Yi Kongqing said. There is a friends column in the lower right corner of the personal panel. And Dr. Chen is among my friends. Making friends? Sashi clicked on her personal panel, looked carefully in the lower right corner, and finally found a particularly inconspicuous mark. It is completely different from ordinary friend marks. This is a circle, and it is exactly the same as the background color. Only when your hand touches the circle, there will be a slight color change. It is easy to ignore it if you don't look carefully. Chapter 24 Doomsday Game 24. Sashi had been busy with other things before, and had not carefully looked at the personal panel. She did not expect that there was a hidden function here. As she clicked on the Friends column, she asked Yi Kongqing, How did you get in touch with that Dr. Chen? Yi Kongqing replied, After I accepted this task, Dr. Chen's friend request appeared automatically. But I'm afraid it's not an NPC. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that a friend request appeared as soon as he accepted the mission? NPC? It's not important. Sashi happily filled in Yi Kongqing's name in Add Friend. Let's add a friend. Soon, a pop-up window requesting friends popped up in front of Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. He glanced at Sashi's eyes full of expectation, but somehow couldn't say anything if he wanted to refuse. He cleverly nodded in agreement. Sashi studied it with great interest for a while, and found that in addition to chatting with friends, this chat box could also transfer items to each other. No matter what the item is, it can be passed to the other party, as long as the transmitter is willing. However, the larger the item, the longer it takes to transfer it. And items can only be transferred to a friend once a day. And the recipient needs to have free storage space. Otherwise the transfer will not be possible. In addition, items can only be transferred to a maximum of 2 friends per day. This is a good function. Sashi touched her chin. I can develop it when I have time. Weak ribs. Yi Kongqing commented unceremoniously. In his opinion, everyone's storage compartments are basically full, and the chance of being able to transfer them is not high. What's more, those who can add each other as friends must be teammates. Since they are teammates, they all work together as a team. It is not troublesome to get whatever they want from each other, and there is no need to transmit it at all. This function is not very good. It is only needed when completing the task. Sashi raised her index finger and shook it. There are no useless functions. Only people who don't know how to use them. Yi Kongqing snorted coldly, and said no more. Sashi did not continue to argue. She went to her parents' room on the 2nd floor, and started packing their belongings. Asterisk. 2 days later. Afternoon. Sashi reluctantly looked at every room in the villa before putting on her backpack and leaving. Yi Kongqing put the few supplies left in the villa into the trunk of the car, and then drove Sashi out of the city. According to the marks displayed on Yi Kongqing's mission map, there is an experimental base in City C next door. That's where they're going. The location of the experimental base in City C is not too far away. It takes more than 4 hours to drive there. At this time, the door of the experimental base was open. Looking around, most of the buildings inside were destroyed. There were many dried dark blood stains on the ground, broken limbs after being eaten, and some zombies with their heads shot off. The sound of the car attracted a few zombies, who were squatting on the ground and eating the stumps. They dropped the limbs in their hands and stood up, approaching the car with stiff steps and hissing from time to time. The driver's window slowly lowered, and Yi Kongqing stretched out a pistol to kill them neatly. He controlled the steering wheel with his other hand and drove the car into the experimental base. Sashi looked at the mess around her. This place looks like it has been ransacked. If the experimental materials you need are here, I'm afraid they have been taken away by others. Chapter 25 Doomsday Game 25. I just need to take away a mobile hard drive, which contains copies of the data that Dr. Chen secretly obtained at that time. Yi Kongqing said, even if the original data is really taken away, the other party should not know that there are still copies. Did you even mention such a thing in your mission details? Sashi stared. Well, Yi Kongqing put the car close to the inside of the gate to make it easier to leave later. There are pictures for reference on the appearance of the hard drive. Sashi. Why is her mission so simple? She doesn't even know what the Zombie King looks like. This is so unfair. She wants to complain. She wants to give the system a bad review. Yi Kongqing held a pistol in his right hand and walked cautiously into the experimental base. Sashi followed closely behind. Most of the experimental base was destroyed, with ruins and broken walls everywhere that had been blown into disarray. Various broken instruments and blood-stained papers were scattered all over the ground. From time to time, you can still see some corpses lying on the ground, including zombies and severed limbs that have been chewed into disgrace. Do you know where to look? Sashi carefully avoided those dirty places and tried not to get her shoes dirty. The innermost one. Yi Kongqing's tone was not very sure. The details only said that it should be placed in the most important and safest room, but did not specify which room. If I tell you the specific room, what's the difference between telling you the answer directly in front of you? Sashi said. Jealousy makes people look beyond recognition. Compared with hers, Yi Kongqing's second mission was incredibly detailed. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. Yi Kongqing ignored Sashi's temper and walked inside quickly. Generally speaking, the most important and safest room is also the least likely to be damaged. After walking a long way inside and dealing with a few sporadic zombies along the way, he finally saw a room that looked intact, and the metal door was closed tightly, making it look quite safe. This does seem like a place where important materials are kept. Sashi walked over a few steps slowly. She looked at the combination lock on the door. But how do you plan to open the door? Yi Kongqing fired 2 shots directly at the door lock. The fingerprint lock was smashed into pieces. He pulled out all the fragments, reached in through the hole and opened the door. Sashi. His movements were so neat. I'm afraid he wasn't a habitual offender. Yi Kongqing walked into the room and rummaged around on the desk. Sashi looked around and didn't see any humanoid creature similar to the Zombie King. She simply rummaged through the cabinets nearby to help Yi Kongqing find the hard drive. Flipping through the pages, she suddenly saw a folder with "Top Secret" written on the cover. Isn't this obvious for people to look at? Sashi decisively opened the folder, which contained some pictures and various incomprehensible data reports. She flipped through a few pages and saw a photo that interested her. It was a man with long hair. His skin was pale, and he was lying in the instrument with many tubes inserted into his body. Unfortunately, there is no front face, and the side face is partially blocked by the interlaced pipes, making it difficult to see clearly. Sashi glanced at the back of the photo, but there was nothing there. She flipped through the research report in the folder again, trying to force herself to read the contents of the report. She didn't know much about the experiments, but she could still see that they were in line with the characteristics of the mission goals she was looking for. Chapter 26 Doomsday Game 26. It seems that even if this experimental base was not the first to study the origin of the Zombie King, it is inseparable from this research. And the man with pale skin in the photo is probably Sashi's target Zombie King. The worst thing is that she found out from the experiment log that this Zombie King was not researched but found. The Zombie King had been in a deep sleep since he was discovered. He could not wake up no matter how he tried. Moreover, his whole body was cold, and he was not breathing. which was no different from being dead. But all of his body functions are highly active, and his cell regeneration capabilities are also strong. These all aroused great interest among scientists. So they began to study the Zombie King's way of seeking death. Life is not easy. Sashi sighed. She didn't take the opportunity to kill the Zombie King before he could grow up. This special Meow is directly a full-level boss. Sashi had to continue to read various research reports carefully. This folder does not contain detailed experimental procedures and complex research explanations. But there are many conclusions after experiments that are helpful in understanding the situation of the Zombie King. According to what was said above, she might not be able to kill the Zombie King even with Gatling. She could only look at the research report to see if she could find the Zombie King's weaknesses. As a result, she spent a long time reading and didn't see much useful information. Not here! Yi Kongqing's voice suddenly came over. Let's go! He searched everywhere he could, including the cabinet next to Sashi, and made sure there was no mobile hard drive. Sashi responded, took the folder and walked out. Yi Kongqing glanced at the folder in Sashi's hand. Is it related to your mission? Well, Sashi nodded and said weakly, at least I know that the Zombie King is a male. I've been reading the lab report for so long that I have a terrible headache. As it turns out, the most useful information at the moment is that one photo. She had never been so speechless in her life. The key is that I haven't read the entire report yet. Although you may not gain much at the end. You can't throw away the only clue you got. It's better than nothing. At least finish it. Then your gains are really minimal. Yi Kongqing cast a sympathetic glance at Sashi. Both each other, Sashi said unwillingly. Didn't you find the mobile hard drive too? Yi Kongqing suddenly put his arms around Sashi's waist, pulled her towards him, and at the same time moved closer to the wall on the left side. At the same time, a bullet passed through where Sashi was standing and hit the ground not far away. Probably knowing that he missed the target, the other side became quiet, as if he was assessing the situation. I have defensive tools, Sashi reminded Yi Kongqing in a low voice. I will remember it in the future. Yi Kongqing let go of Sashi and looked fiercely at the location where the bullet was fired. He opened the safety catch of his pistol and pointed it in that direction, ready to deliver a fatal blow at any time when the opponent appeared. The silence didn't last long, and someone from the opposite side suddenly spoke. Friends, I just thought you were zombies, and that's why I suddenly shot you. This place has been turned into ruins, and I didn't even think there would be anyone here. I didn't find you until after I started shooting. It's not a zombie. I hope you don't care about it. This is the voice of a middle-aged man. Chapter 27 Doomsday Game 27. So that's it. Sashi patted her chest, looking frightened. It scared me. I was wondering why someone wanted to kill me when I didn't offend anyone. Sorry. The other party apologized sincerely. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I hope there will be no unnecessary fights between us. If you promise not to hurt me, I can come out now. Okay. Sashi's clear voice was full of friendly smile. You didn't mean to hurt us. Of course we won't care. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly, with a hint of impatience in his emerald green eyes. Sashi stretched out her finger and gently poked the back of Yi Kongqing's left hand hanging by her side. Yi Kongqing lowered his head and looked at Sashi, not knowing why. Sashi blinked at Yi Kongqing, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, and then he lowered his gun hand. I have convinced my partner. Sashi's voice was sweet and beautiful, as if she had complete trust in the other party. Come out. The man first took a cautious look. After seeing Sashi's face clearly, he suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. And then he walked out slowly. The man is not tall, about 1.7 meters tall, with a short crew cut and a somewhat round figure, wearing a suit, tie and leather shoes. He looks nothing like a white-collar worker sitting in an office, but more like a salesperson. I'm really sorry. I shouldn't have done anything to you. The man smiled awkwardly and apologized sincerely. Luckily you are okay. Otherwise I would die of guilt. He still had a pistol in his hand, and it was obvious that he had not completely let down his guard. But in order to make himself look non-hostile, the hand holding the gun dropped to his side, with the muzzle pointing downward. I hope everyone is okay. Sashi waved her hand nonchalantly and asked curiously, By the way, why are you here? Well, the man scratched his face and smiled dryly. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zheng Xiao, and I am a sales manager. My name is Sashi, Sashi said, following Zheng Xiao's topic. I am a student. After saying that, she burst into laughter. But it's the end of the world now. So it's useless to tell you about your previous occupation. Zheng Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Sorry. I'm used to saying this when introducing myself, and I haven't changed it for a while. After speaking, he looked at Yi Kongqing, who was standing aside. I don't know what to call this gentleman. Yi Kongqing raised his chin slightly and looked forward. Due to the height difference, his gaze passed directly over Zheng Xiao's head and looked into the distance. Zheng Xiao was not angry when he saw Yi Kongqing's arrogant look. He turned to look at Sashi and asked, Why are you here? It looks like it's about to collapse. You better get out quickly. His tone was filled with concern. Sashi nodded in agreement. I also think it's quite dangerous here. As she said that, she took Yi Kongqing's arm and said, Let's go out and chat. Yi Kongqing didn't resist and followed Saxi's wishes and walked out. Okay. Zheng Xiao turned around and glanced at the folder in Saxi's hand. But because Sashi put the side with the text on her body, Zheng Xiao didn't see it. By the way, Sashi, why did you come to such a dangerous place? Zheng Xiao asked this question again. Chapter 28 Doomsday Game 28. Of course, it's to kill zombies. Sashi smiled brightly at Zheng Xiao. When we passed by here, we happened to see some zombies wandering inside. We both have the task of hunting zombies, and we do it in order to complete the task. Came here. At this point, she sighed again, looking very helpless. Yi Kongqing glanced at Sashi expressionlessly. If he hadn't been with her all the time, looking at her sincere expression, he would have thought she was telling the truth. I also have the task of hunting zombies. Zheng Xiao was very immune to Saxi's smile. He couldn't help but take 2 steps closer to Sashi, and even his voice became much gentler. Hey, this world is really too big. It's crazy, and I still haven't figured out why it became the end of the world. But if you don't complete the task, you will be punished. So I have no choice but to do it. Yeah. Sashi agreed, nodding pitifully. This world is so crazy. What is that thing in your hand? Zheng Xiao asked curiously, pointing to the folder in Saxi's hand. Is it something from here? Yes. What's inside? When Zheng Xiao asked this, he paid special attention to Yi Kongqing's situation from the corner of his eye. Yi Kongqing stared straight ahead with an expressionless face. Apart from walking with Sashi, he did not make any extra movements. He seemed not to care at all what Sashi was talking to others. It's just some experimental reports and the like. Sashi said with a troubled expression. I don't quite understand it, but it seems to have something to do with the cause of the apocalypse. Is it related to the cause of the apocalypse? Zheng Xiao looked at the folder in Saxi's hand again unconsciously. Then we should take a closer look. Maybe we can find a solution to the apocalypse. With such a thin folder, I don't think there is much hope. Sashi curled her lips. Then she looked at Zheng Xiao and asked expectantly, Do you want to solve the end of the world? Who doesn't want to solve it? Zheng Xiao sighed. If the apocalypse can end, wouldn't we be able to live the peaceful life we had before? That's true. Sashi nodded. But this is not something that can be solved so easily. Speaking of which, I thought your second mission was to solve the problem of the end of the world. How is it possible? Zheng Xiao quickly waved his hand. It is unlikely that there is such a difficult task. Hey, this is my second mission. Sashi blinked her peach blossom eyes, her eyes full of hope. Originally, I thought your mission was the same as mine, so we could form a team to do this mission together. After all, it's very difficult for one person to complete it. The corners of Yi Kongqing's mouth twitched slightly. Fortunately, he was tall, so such a slight change in expression was not noticed by Zheng Xiao. Oh? You are actually on this mission? Zheng Xiao showed a surprised expression, and then said sympathetically, I didn't expect that there would be such a difficult mission. You are so unlucky. Isn't it? This mission is really difficult. Sashi begged pitifully. Brother Zheng, do you know anyone else who has a similar mission to me? I really need my teammates to help me. Chapter 29 Doomsday Game 29. Zheng Xiao struggled for a moment, then seemed to make up his mind and said, Actually, I can team up with you. Although my mission is different from yours, it is still related. Really? Sashi looked at Zheng Xiao in surprise. What is Brother Zheng's mission? My mission is to find a mobile hard drive. Zheng Xiao popped out his chest, trying to make himself look more reliable. That hard drive seems to contain some experimental data. It is possible that the cause of the apocalypse can be found in it. Maybe it will be able to help you complete your mission when the time comes. Yi Kongqing's footsteps paused. Zheng Xiao stopped and looked at Yi Kongqing defensively. What's wrong? We're outside. Sashi pointed to the direction of the experimental base gate with a smile and said with a natural expression, "That's our car over there." She quietly poked Yi Kongqing's waist with her finger under the cover of Yi Kongqing's arm. Yi Kongqing took out his arm and said expressionlessly, "I'm going to drive." Zheng Xiao looked back and found that they had unknowingly returned to the gate, and Yi Kongqing had actually started the car. He breathed a sigh of relief, but felt embarrassed because he was a little too surprised. He quickly changed the subject. "It turns out that's your car. I saw it when I came in. I was still thinking that the car was quite expensive." No, who put it there? We are lucky. We happened to see this car without an owner on the road." At this point, Sashi stuck out her tongue playfully. "Brother Zheng won't hate me because we stole the car, right?" Her eyes swept across the van opposite the luxury car. That was probably Zheng Zhao's car. Before he came in, there was no car at that location. "Of course not." Zheng Xiao tried his best to make his smile look kind. He tried his best to be generous and friendly in front of Sashi. "In this world, of course, it's important to save your life first." Sashi smiled coquettishly. "By the way, Brother Zheng, haven't you found the mobile hard drive needed for the mission yet?" Sashi blinked and asked curiously. "Yeah." Zheng Xiao looked at Sashi intently, feeling that she was pure and beautiful. He couldn't bear to deceive her. "My mission gave me the addresses of some experimental bases. I have found 2 experimental bases now. Didn't find what I needed." "Ah, that seems to be quite difficult to find." Sashi looked worried for Zheng Xiao. "Then you came here to find the mobile hard drive. So you better go look for it quickly. Maybe there is one here. There's no rush to look for it later," Zheng Xiao said reluctantly, walking away. "Anyway, the experimental base is here and won't run away." At this time, Yi Kongqing drove the car in front of Sashi. He lowered the car window and said to Sashi fiercely, "Let's go, brother. Let's go with Brother Zheng. One more partner means more strength." Sashi turned around and spoke to Yi Kongqing in a hopeful tone. "My task is really difficult. Just rely on it's hard for both of us to do that." At the same time, where Zheng Xiao couldn't see, she waved her hand to Yi Kongqing. "Yi Kongqing. This woman. He must be a drama queen. I think I can still be of help." Seeing Yi Kongqing's silence, Zheng Xiao quickly expressed his stance. Chapter 30 Doomsday Game 30. "No need." Yi Kongqing said 3 words firmly. "Ah." Sashi turned to look at Zheng Xiao pitifully. "Brother Zheng, I'm sorry. If my brother doesn't want to take you, there's nothing I can do. In our family, my brother has always made the decision." As she spoke, Sashi looked aggrieved as if she was about to cry. "It's okay. It's okay." The dissatisfaction that just popped up in Zheng Zhao's heart was instantly thrown away, and he felt heartbroken. If it doesn't work, just forget it. Of course, Zheng Xiao complained that the man didn't give him face, but he also felt sorry for the beauty in front of him. In order to leave a good impression on the beauty, he had to act generous so that he could at least add a friend later. Sashi smiled sheepishly and asked, "Brother Zheng, can you tell me the locations of the 2 experimental bases you have been to? I want to find out if there are any clues about the cause of the end of the world. After all, might you also know the mission?" "Of course." Zheng Xiao nodded and said 2 addresses. "Thank you, Brother Zheng." Sashi smiled sweetly at Zheng Xiao. Then she opened the passenger door and got in the car. She waved her hand to Zheng Xiao. "Goodbye, Brother Zheng." Zheng Xiao, who was still thinking about the smile just now, waved his hand. "Goodbye." It wasn't until the car disappeared from his eyes that he suddenly remembered that he hadn't had time to add friends yet. Now he couldn't catch up if he tried to catch up. So he immediately beat his chest and stamped his feet. It was not easy for him to meet such a beautiful creature. He had not had such good luck before the end. And she was actually let go. Although the brother seems not to be trifled with. But the sister is so innocent. He has a chance to win the beauty. By the way, he can directly enter his name to add as a friend. Sashi seemed to want to team up with him just now, so she would definitely agree to add him as a friend. Zheng Xiao opened his personal panel, clicked on the friend function, and entered Sashi's name. Asterisk. Sashi sat in the passenger seat and just stretched out comfortably when a pop-up window suddenly popped up in front of her. Zheng Xiao requests to add you as a friend. Agree refused. She directly clicked the go look for the remaining 3 experimental bases. He may not have looked carefully. Yi Kongqing disagreed. So what I said is, don't go there for the time being. Sashi picked up the backpack at her feet and took out a bag of biscuits. If we don't find the mobile hard drive in the other 3 bases, we will consider going to those 2 bases in the end. Base. Although there is a possibility that Zheng Xiao did not look carefully. No matter how careless a person is in such a punishing task, he must be more serious. So it is more likely that he does not have a mobile hard drive. It is the most time-saving way to go to a place that has not been searched before. If you really can't find it, go to 2 more places. Yi Kongqing said nothing. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly asked, "What did you order in the air just now?" Only the person can see the information related to the personal panel. Yi Kongqing cannot see the pop-up window in front of Sashi. Sashi swallowed the biscuit in her mouth and then replied, "Zheng Xiao wants to add me as a friend. You agree?" Yi Kongqing frowned slightly, with obvious disgust in his eyes. Chapter 31 Doomsday Game 31. Yi Kongqing didn't have any good impressions of the man named Zheng Xiao. Shooting at them as soon as they encountered them before they understood the situation was enough to prove that Zheng Xiao was not a good person. Such people must not form a team. "I neither agreed nor refused. I just turned off the prompt box," Sashi said nonchalantly. Sashi saw early on that Zheng Xiao was not a good person, so it was impossible for her to really team up with Zheng Xiao, and she would never add Zheng Xiao as a friend. Yi Kongqing's face looked a little better, but then he became angry again. "Why are you telling him so much?" Sashi was stunned for a moment and didn't realize what Yi Kongqing was talking about. Yi Kongqing looked straight ahead, leaving Sashi with a cold side face. "He is a stranger. How can you feel relieved if you reveal so much information about yourself? I didn't tell the truth at all." Sashi shrugged. "So what if he knows?" The only truth she told was her name. But in the Doomsday, where there is neither system query nor location, can Zheng Xiao still find her based on her name? Even if she is found, nothing can be done to her. "Then why do you waste time by talking so much nonsense to him?" There was a trace of disgust on Yi Kongqing's face. "I said so much. Wasn't it just to trick him?" Sashi glared at Yi Kongqing. "Didn't you hear that he said several important messages? It's not necessary at all." Yi Kongqing snorted coldly. "Just ask him directly. The result of questioning may not be true, and we have no way to verify the authenticity." Sashi also snorted. "Sometimes outsmarting is more effective than pure force." That Zheng Xiao suddenly shot at them from the beginning. He obviously thought that their missions might be in conflict, so he wanted to strike first, when the other party is already very wary. Threats of force often fail to achieve the desired effect, especially when he suspected that their missions were similar or the same. How could he be willing to tell the true information he knew? What she wanted was useful information, not Zheng Xiao's life. At this time, if you reasonably put yourself in a weak position, it will be easier to gain the trust of the other party, and it will be easier to get effective information. Yi Kongqing's face had no expression, but his eyes showed dissatisfaction. "Are you sure that what you said is true?" 99% of the probability is true." Sashi was very confident. She reached out and touched her cheek. "My beautiful face can easily give people the illusion that I am a brainless vase. People who don't know me will always think I'm easy to deceive when they first see me. So what I say will naturally give them more trust." There are many beautiful girls who find this a source of distress and desperately want to prove that they are not a vase. But for her, this is a weapon that can be used. Just like what she said to Yi Kongqing before. There are no useless abilities. Only people who don't know how to use them. Yi Kongqing. He didn't really want to admit that she had a point. "Based on the premise that they think I won't lie, it will be less easy for them to doubt the truth of what I say," Sashi continued. "Then when they find that my mission does not conflict with theirs, they will put down most of your wariness about me. I will use my personal charm again. Who would refuse the advances of a beautiful woman? At this time, it will be much easier to use clichés." Chapter 32 Doomsday Game 32. Yi Kongqing asked angrily. "What if he doesn't do this?" "Impossible," Sashi said firmly. "People like Zheng Xiao don't usually have many opportunities to be favored by beautiful women. And at first glance, he is not the kind of person who is so deep-minded that I can't see through it. It's not difficult to deal with. I think you are quite narcissistic." Yi Kongqing finally couldn't help complaining. "Don't you think I'm good-looking?" Sashi suddenly approached Yi Kongqing and gently blew a breath of warm air into Yi Kongqing's ear. The car tilted for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. "Stay away from me," Yi Kongqing warned in an evil voice. Sashi sat down in her seat. She watched Yi Kongqing's blush gradually creeping up to the tips of her ears, and laughed wantonly and openly. Amid Sashi's crisp laughter, Yi Kongqing's face darkened, and his expression was particularly fierce. Sashi was not afraid, but she did not continue to tease Yi Kongqing, lest Yi Kongqing would get angry and kick her out of the car. She got back to the point. In short, we now have the most important information. Even the second mission is repetitive. It's normal when you think about it. Everyone in the first task is exactly the same. So it makes no sense that there will be no repetitions in the second task. After all, being competitive is more cruel. Although I don't know what this so-called system wants to do. It can be seen that it likes to create a competitive relationship. As soon as Sashi finished speaking, the pop-up window requesting friends popped up again. She curled her lips and clicked times again. This young Xiao is really persistent. Yi Kongqing didn't say a word, as if he hadn't fully recovered from the emotion just now. I personally think that there are not too many people who have discovered the duplication of tasks at present. So we still have an advantage. Sashi analyzed carefully. But as time goes by, more and more people will know about it. And we must take the time to complete your mission first. Yi Kongqing came back to his senses, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Finish mine first. Once the mobile hard drive is found, it is very easy to take it away, Sashi said rationally. So your mission must be completed first before it is safe. And my mission. The zombie king can't be killed by anyone who wants to. She smiled, looking relaxed. If the zombie king could move freely now, it would be a question of whether he could be found, let alone killed. Therefore, it is more realistic to complete Yi Kongqing's mission first. Yi Kongqing pursed his lips. Although he and Sashi formed a team, he always knew in his heart that they were only interested in each other. It is normal to put your own affairs first. Leaving each other behind in critical moments is also accepted by each other. So Sashi offered to complete his task first, which surprised him, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Ah, this Shen Xiao really doesn't want to give up. Sashi curled her lips unhappily and clicked on the pop-up window again. Yi Kongqing came back to his senses. Did he send you a friend application again? Sashi took out a thermos cup and took a sip of water. Yes, he always pops up and affects my sight. I'll look for a function to block his messages. She tapped her fingers in the air in front of her. And after a while, she sighed. It seems that you can only choose to turn off the friend request function. And you can't individually block a person's friend request. Chapter 33 Doomsday Game 33. Just close it, Sashi said as she clicked OK. Anyway, I don't have any friends to add. It's not too late to open it later when there are people you want to add. Moreover, Zheng Xiaofa's friend application has not received a reply, and he will give up in a few days. After that, he should be fine if he opens the friend application function again. Why don't you just refuse? Yi Kongqing didn't understand why Sashi went to such trouble. If I click reject, he may not think that I am willing to reject it. Maybe I will apply for friends more frequently. Sashi patiently explained to Yi Kongqing. The way we behaved in front of him before was because of you. You are very strong. But I am simply obedient to you. With such a deep impression, it is easy for him to think that you are not allowed to add me as a friend after I refuse. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, obviously not thinking of this. Once I give him this impression, the time he insists on adding me as a friend will be much longer, Sashi added. Maybe he still has a self-righteous butterfly lover's complex. So I don't know how many days it will take for him to harass me. So it's better not to respond. And he will give up in 2 days. Yi Kongqing. Like. Makes sense. It's getting dark. Where are you going to rest? Sashi changed the subject. No rest. Yi Kongqing replied. We will go directly to the highway and go to the experimental base in City S. Although it is night, the probability of zombies appearing on the highway is actually not very high. Even if there are, they will not be too numerous and can be easily dealt with. The most important thing for them now is to seize the time to find the mobile hard drive. It would be best to use their time at night. Okay. Sashi didn't object. And then she added, find a suitable place to stop later. And let's change. What's wrong? Yi Kongqing asked subconsciously. You haven't eaten since you came out. I'll drive later, and you can sit in the passenger seat. Sashi took out a bag of bread and opened it. And said, I can't let you drive hungry all the time. Oh. Asterisk. The night is dark. From time to time, you can see a few cars on the highway. Some are parked on the side of the road and appear to be intact. Some are tilted and overturned with parts falling all the way. And some have a dull blood color on their bodies. Occasionally, you can see some broken limbs or a few zombies lying on the ground. Apparently, there have also been cases of being chased and massacred by zombies on the highway. Sashi's driving skills were good. Even though there were so many obstacles, she still passed through them like a swimming fish without any hindrance. It only took an hour and a half to get to S City by highway. But it still took about an hour to drive to the experimental base. After exiting the highway, Sashi parked the car near the toll station. How about taking a rest here tonight? Sashi looked at Yikanqing, the co-pilot. Or do you want to drive to the experimental base at night? After exiting the highway, the probability of encountering zombies will be much higher. However, if Yikanqing was in a hurry, she would not object. Whether there were many zombies or not, it had no effect on her. With Yikanqing's strength, he should be able to cope with it as long as it's not a zombie wave. It's also good for two people to brush heads and increase the progress of the first mission. On our way, Yikanqing said concisely. Okay. Sashi took 2 sips of hot water and continued on her way. Chapter 34 Doomsday Game 34. About 20 minutes after leaving the toll booth, they encountered a small group of zombies. Under the illumination of the car's headlights, one could vaguely see several humans standing among the zombies, shooting at them in an orderly manner. Those few people were blocked with several shields to prevent the zombies from getting close to them, giving them enough space to shoot easily. Those are low-grade defensive items, worth 1 million each, although it cannot withstand guns and ammunition, and is bulky and inflexible. It is enough to deal with zombie claws. Do you want to grab someone's head along the way? Sashi asked Yikanqing eagerly. Yikanqing glanced at it. Forget it. There are only about 50 or 60 zombies in this group, and there are 8 people in the shield, which is not enough. There was no need for him to make such a fuss over this few heads. He might as well go to the experimental base first. Okay. Sashi shrugged regretfully and accelerated past the zombie group. When the light and shadow intersected, Chen Mingyuan, who was sitting in the middle of the shield, turned his head and glanced in the direction of the car. Because it was dark, he couldn't see clearly what the people in the car looked like. But seeing that the car didn't stop, he automatically thought that the other party didn't dare to grab heads because there were so many of them. So he raised his chin proudly. The man in the middle is actually sitting. Sashi saw Chen Mingyuan in the middle of the shield when the light flashed by. She complained to Yikanqing. He doesn't have a few more things in his storage compartment. A chair? I don't know. The words, not interested, were written all over Yikanqing's face. Sashi wanted to drive, so naturally she couldn't look outside. Seeing that Yikanqing was not interested, she simply accelerated again and drove towards the experimental base. Brother Ming, a man with dyed yellow hair next to Chen Mingyuan bowed slightly and said to Chen Mingyuan, "That's a luxury car. Should we stop that car?" Chen Mingyuan hit Huang Mao's forehead hard. You're worthless. Do I look like someone who cares about that broken car? Brother Ming is so rich. Of course, he doesn't care about that car. Huang Mao covered his head and grimaced in pain. It's just that the other brothers and I are poor and want to feel what a luxury car is like. The boys next to me started to join in as they were fighting zombies. Okay. Chen Mingyuan glanced at the direction the car was leaving, looking magnanimous and caring for his younger brothers. It's not too late to follow after these zombies are defeated. There are no forks on this road. Of course there are small roads, but he is more likely to think that the people in the car want to go to the experimental base. That's where he plans to go. Asterisk. When she arrived at the entrance of the experimental base, Sashi found that the place was complete, except for some corpses of zombies at the entrance. The experimental base was not damaged at all. The door to the base is open, including other doors and windows inside. But because there is no light, people can't see clearly what's going on inside. The sound of the car engine is particularly clear in the quiet base. Sashi pulled down the window and looked into the experimental base through the light of the car's headlights. Then she turned to Yikanqing and asked, "Do you think it's a little too quiet here?" It's not surprising that the building was not damaged, but the corpses of some zombies lying at the door at least proved that there had been a fight between humans and zombies here. Chapter 35 Doomsday Game 35. No matter which side wins, there will never be any movement afterwards. If the zombies win, there will be some zombies wandering around the experimental base in a short period of time. So it should be easy to hear the hissing of zombies when it is so quiet at night, especially when such obvious car sounds appear. Zombies will be attracted, just like the situation in the previous experimental base. If humans had one, that group of people might have come here to look for things. So this place would have been in a mess long ago. Sashi didn't think that when someone was rummaging for things, they would still be in the mood to put those things back as they were. But all the internal conditions that can be seen in the light are neat and not messy at all. From every angle, there is something strange here. Just go and take a look and you'll find out, Yikanqing said, and was about to open the car door. Wait! Sashi quickly grabbed Yi Kongqing's arm. What? Yi Kongqing looked back at Sashi. When you go out later, you can't stay too far away from me, Sashi said to Yi Kongqing seriously. I'm afraid of the dark. Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. Trouble. He broke away from Sashi's hand, opened the car door and got out. Striding to the window on the driver's side, he opened the door and urged impatiently. Come out quickly. Although his tone was quite impatient, he stretched out a hand towards Sashi. Sashi smiled, put her hand in Yi Kongqing's hand, and got out of the car with Yi Kongqing's strength. Yi Kongqing lowered his head and glanced at the white and soft hand in his own hand, and quickly looked away. You have defensive items. Zombies can't hurt you even if they sneak up on you. I'm not afraid of zombies, Sashi muttered. Then she let go of her hand, took out the Gatling, and said to Yi Kongqing, You just need to stand within my sight. If she could see people, she wouldn't be so scared. Before Yi Kongqing could speak, she took the initiative to urge him. Let's go in and have a look. Yi Kongqing could see that Sashi didn't want to talk about this topic. He didn't say anything, took out his pistol and flashlight, placed the flashlight under the pistol, made a posture for easy attack, and then walked towards the experimental base. Very quiet and very clean. There is not a trace of mess in the experimental base, and it looks like there are no traces of being invaded inside, as if it still maintains its appearance after the staff left. Sashi followed Yi Kongqing and looked around. It's so quiet and so tidy and clean. Looking back at this time, you can still see the zombie corpses with their heads exploded at the door. Comparing the two sides, it is not normal no matter how you look at it. Where are we going? Sashi lowered her voice and asked Yi Kongqing. Do we want to search every room? Yi Kongqing thought for a while and nodded. All the doors here are open. I can't see which room is more important and safer. I can only look at each room first. Although this is the stupidest method, it is also the safest method that is least likely to be missed. Sashi didn't object. She walked directly to the nearest room. The moonlight was dim, and even with the windows open, it was difficult to cast a ray of brightness into the room. Sashi and Yi Kongqing turned on their flashlights and patiently searched everywhere in the room. Fortunately, they were very clear that what they were looking for was a mobile hard drive and not a file. Otherwise, if they read page after page, they would not be able to finish it in 10 days and a half. Chapter 36 Doomsday Game 36. Nothing was found in the first room, so the two went to the second room to search. After searching for a few minutes, Yi Kongqing suddenly stopped. Sashi stopped when she saw this. She didn't make a sound, but shined a flashlight on her face, and then asked Yi Kongqing with her eyes. Yi Kongqing raised his hand and pointed to the third room next door, and said in a very low voice, There is a sound. Sashi listened intently. Nothing was heard. She said to Yi Kongqing in a very light voice, Finish here first. She had seen Yi Kongqing's extraordinary ear last time at the wholesale market, so she would not doubt Yi Kongqing's judgment even if she didn't hear it. But no matter what is next door, since it doesn't come to trouble them immediately, it doesn't stop them from searching this room first. Yi Kongqing understood what Sashi meant. He nodded and continued to search. The second room still yielded no results. The two people looked at each other, made preparations at the same time, and then walked out. The moment Yi Kongqing stepped out of the room, a very fast zombie suddenly sprang out of the third room. While it rushed towards Yi Kongqing, its sharp nails pierced the front of its arms like sharp arrows toward Yi Kongqing's neck. Be careful! Sashi grabbed Yi Kongqing's clothes and pulled him back. Yi Kongqing's reaction was extremely fast. He stepped back and fired 2 shots at the zombies without hesitation. His shooting skills were quite accurate. Even though the zombie was extremely fast, he still hit the zombie's head with the second shot. The zombie still maintained its forward posture, and its whole body fell to the ground, spreading thick blood all over the ground. The air suddenly became sticky and pungent, filled with the smell of blood. Just as Yi Kongqing stood firm, 2 extremely fast zombies came out of the third room. Sashi stood in front of Yi Kongqing, and Gatling fired a burst of fire. The 2 zombies fell to the ground. At the same time, countless zombies filed out of other rooms. They were so crowded that the corridor was filled up in an instant. Sashi quickly looked back and found that there were zombies outside the door blocking the exit. Probably they climbed out the window while they were looking for things, and then went around to the door. They were now unable to move forward or retreat, and were completely blocked in the corridor. Most of them are at the speed of ordinary zombies, but there are still a few extremely fast ones. Under the cover of ordinary zombies, even Yi Kongqing's marksmanship is not that easy to hit. Here you go! Sashi suddenly gave Yikanqing something. The tentacles were slightly cold, and Yikanqing took a look by the light of the flashlight. It was a delicate and beautiful silver bracelet. It is a top-quality defense item worth 50 million. Yikanqing glanced at Sashi's wrist subconsciously. Under the dim light, a flash of silver flashed past with Sashi's movements. As if aware of Yikanqing's gaze, Sashi lowered her voice and said, "I still have a spare one. Please put it on quickly." If there were only ordinary zombies here, she wouldn't give Yikanqing defensive items. But there are still many fast zombies among them, waiting to find an opportunity to attack at any time. More importantly, this time is very different from the zombie groups we encountered several times before. They are very organized and disciplined, and they didn't even make a sound before attacking. They also have a formation, and all the ordinary zombies are covering those fast zombies. Chapter 37 Doomsday Game 37. These zombies don't look mindless at all, and they even cooperate quite well. Although he didn't understand what was going on, the current situation was already considered critical. No matter how skilled Yikanqing was, he might not be able to survive it. So after Sashi judged the situation within a few seconds, she took out the defensive bracelet and gave it to Yikanqing. Yikanqing also knew that the current situation was not good, so he quickly put on the bracelet. As soon as the bracelet was put on, it immediately became a size that was very suitable for the circumference of Yikanqing's wrist. It would not slide casually or cut into the skin. With the protection of defense bracelets, Sashi and Yikanqing don't need to spend extra energy on guarding against fast zombies. They only need to concentrate on collecting heads. What followed was a one-sided massacre. After a while, the long corridor was filled with zombie corpses. But Sashi and Yikanqing were still unscathed. The zombies who sneaked up from behind didn't get any benefits other than breaking their fingernails. Why do I think these zombies are gone? Sashi had already changed the magazine, but there were still zombies coming out of the deep room in a steady stream. She felt her arms were sore while carrying Gatlin, but these zombies still appeared endlessly. Looking around, it seems like there is a giant warehouse hiding a large number of zombies. Yikanqing glanced deep into the corridor. Go in and take a look. He didn't know how many times he changed pistol magazines, and his inventory quickly decreased a lot. If it weren't for the defensive items, he wouldn't have been attacked by zombies so many times while changing his magazine. Being passive-aggressive like this is not an option, so why not go in and explore the situation? Okay. Sashi immediately agreed to Yikanqing's suggestion. The two men walked inside while attacking, because there were too many zombie corpses piled up in the corridor. It was impossible to find a clean place to stay, and there was no way to avoid stepping on blood. Sashi simply strode forward, preparing to throw away the pair of shoes on her feet when the matter was over. Shoo! The zombies rushed forward one after another. Even if they couldn't attack Sashi and Yikanqing at all, they still rushed towards them. At this point, they no longer look like they have brains. Although the defensive bracelets can protect them from injury, their progress is still delayed a lot in the face of the constant attacks of zombies. Do you feel? Sashi whispered to Yikanqing beside her as she strenuously walked forward. They don't seem to want us to go in. I don't think these zombies have independent thinking. Yikanqing gave Sashi a hand. At least they won't evolve to this level so soon. I don't think so either. Before she could finish her words, a burst of Gatling fire suddenly sounded outside. Following that, chaotic footsteps approached from far away and soon entered the experimental base. Let's go quickly. Sashi quickened her pace. She even chose to put Gatlin away and move forward on her hands and knees. No matter who those people are coming in, there seems to be a lot of people on the other side from the sound of footsteps. Taking this opportunity to distract some of the zombies is their best chance to move forward. Sashi struggled to pull away the zombie corpses blocking the road, barely making a gap for herself to pass through. But because there were layers upon layers of zombies, she accidentally stepped on the palm of the bottom zombie and was about to fall to the ground when her body tilted. Chapter 38 Doomsday Game 38. Yikanqing quickly put away his pistol, then picked up Sashi with one hand to prevent Sashi from falling onto the large pool of sticky blood on the ground. Sashi breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you. Before she finished speaking, Yikanqing put her on his shoulders and strode deeper into the experimental base. His steps were very steady, and even if he stepped on some legs, feet, fingers, etc., it would not affect his progress at all. As Sashi expected, the sudden appearance of the group of people disrupted the zombies' position. After a few minutes of commotion, the zombies gradually restored order and divided into two groups to attack the two parties. But these few minutes of commotion can already make Sashi and Yi Kongqing go a long way. Sashi lay obediently on Yi Kongqing's shoulder. She took out a pistol from her storage compartment and aimed at the zombies chasing after Yi Kongqing. Although her marksmanship was not accurate. Luckily the corridor was narrow, and there were too many zombies. So she could hit the zombies' head 7 out of 10 times. The pistol was equipped with a silencer, and made no sound. It did not attract the attention of the group behind him at all. Yi Kongqing's footsteps are fast. And coupled with his height, he can always easily overcome various obstacles. After walking like this for about a quarter of an hour, they finally reached the end. There was a laboratory at the end that didn't look too big, and the door was open. At this time, zombies were still coming out of it, and rushing towards Yi Kongqing and Sashi. No new zombies have appeared in other rooms for a long time. But this room alone still has a few appearing from time to time after such a long time. Yi Kongqing put Sashi down, and the two walked into the laboratory together. The two men looked at the situation inside the laboratory while shooting at the zombies. After entering the laboratory, I found that it was connected to the 2 rooms next door. On the surface, it didn't look too big, but in fact, the space was quite large. And from time to time, zombies would jump in from outside the window and pounce on the 2 people at the door. Are there a lot of zombies lurking outside this experimental base? While Sashi fired, she did not forget to use a flashlight to shine around. I feel like this is the only reason that can explain why there are so many zombies popping up here. It's possible. Yi Kongqing shot his head cleanly. Sashi walked to the window. She took out a grenade from the storage compartment, pulled the tab, and threw it directly outside. Just hearing a boom, a dozen zombies, who had not had time to get close to the window, were instantly blown away. Sashi quickly took the opportunity to shoot a few more shots and kill people. Yi Kongqing died. He spent all his savings, except for a few pistols, most of which were used to buy bullets for the pistols. He couldn't afford other things in the mall. But this woman had a Gatling, a pistol, and grenades. She might have bought an arsenal. He gained a new appreciation for how rich she was. After thinking about it, Yi Kongqing's hands didn't stop moving. He quickly rummaged through various desktops and cabinets. He has not forgotten what his mission is. Sashi blasted the gourd outside the window twice more. When no zombies could get up, she closed the window and then turned around to help Yi Kongqing find the mobile hard drive. Yi Kongqing, have you completed your first task? Sashi asked Yi Kongqing while rummaging around. Chapter 39, Doomsday Game 39. It's done. Yi Kongqing took the time to reply. Well, I'm done too, Sashi said proactively. There are really too many zombies here, and now they have eliminated only a few left, which is indeed enough for them to complete the task of hunting 1,000 zombies. Although this laboratory is quite large, there are not many places to hide things. After searching for a while, the 2 people determined that there was nothing they needed. Yi Kongqing was about to leave when she suddenly pointed at a place with the flashlight and said, Yi Kongqing, look to see if that's the basement door. The color on that piece of ground is no different from other places. But when the light passes through it, you can see an unnatural depression, which looks like a concave handle that can be held. Yi Kongqing walked over and squatted down, stretched out his hand to grab the depression, and gave it a try. There was only a soft creak sound, and the door was opened a gap. Yi Kongqing looked up at Sashi, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Sashi smiled quite proudly. Although my strength is not as good as yours, my brain is worse than yours. Yi Kongqing snorted and opened the door forcefully. With another soft sound, more than a dozen zombies suddenly sprang out of the basement, attacking Yi Kongqing crazily as if they had been stimulated. Yi Kongqing's body was completely shrouded in a thin light curtain. No matter how the zombies attacked, they could not hurt him in the slightest. But the impact was too great, and his body took a few steps back uncontrollably. It seems that these zombies don't want us to go in. Sashi walked to Yi Kongqing while shooting the zombies. Let's go down and have a look. If my guess is good, maybe my mission, the goal is here. These zombies without the ability to think independently will never be able to generate intelligence in a short period of time. But their actions are not entirely based on their own instincts like those encountered before. The only explanation is that there is something behind them that can control them. The person most likely to have such an ability in the early days of the apocalypse is of course the Zombie King, the full-level boss at the beginning. And since the basement is protected by so many zombies, the possibility of the Zombie King being inside is quite high. Yi Kongqing nodded and walked towards the basement without any hesitation. Sashi followed closely behind. Just when the 2 figures completely disappeared from the laboratory, a series of hurried footsteps sounded outside the laboratory door. Then, 5 men who had finally eliminated all the remaining zombies rushed over.
I just heard the explosion. Why is there no one?
Huang Mao looked confused.
And there is not even a living zombie here. Isn't it obvious that there is a basement?
Chen Mingyuan pointed to the still open basement door and said to Huang Mao,
That person must have gone down.
Only then did Huang Mao notice an open door on the ground not far away.
Brother Ming, let's go!
He was a little afraid to ask. To be honest, he didn't dare to go down. He was afraid that if he asked, Chen Mingyuan would let him take the lead. After entering this experimental base, they had already lost 3 brothers. Even with a defensive shield, they couldn't completely save their lives, because the speed of the speed zombies was so fast. They didn't even have time to react before the speed zombies caught the flaw and attacked their heads from above. Chapter 40 Doomsday Game 40. The biggest flaw of the shield is that it cannot be defended from above. But based on the capabilities of those ordinary zombies, even if the top cannot be defended, it will not have much impact. This was the first time Huang Mao saw a speeding zombie. And it was also the first time he saw a zombie eating people at close range. At that time, he was so scared that he almost vomited out his dinner. Chen Mingyuan kicked Huang Mao with a look of disgust on his face.
Look at your potential.
Then he turned to the green man behind him and said,
Go and take a look.
Lu Mao shrank his neck, with a look of shock on his face, obviously suffering from serious psychological shadow because his brother was bitten.
Me shall I go?
Lu Mao swallowed a mouthful of saliva.
Otherwise, who else is there?
Chen Mingyuan clicked his tongue impatiently.
Hurry up.
Lu Mao looked like he was about to cry, but he didn't dare to resist, so he could only walk towards the basement door in a grumbling manner. At the same time, Huang Mao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Mao cautiously walked to the door of the basement, peeked inside, and then relaxed.
Brother Ming, there is no one on the stairs, and I didn't see any zombies.
Chen Mingyuan then walked over with the others. He said to Lu Mao,
You go to the front. Ah?
Lu Mao looked like he was about to cry.
Ming, Brother Ming, let's not go down.
He insisted on running here. He had no idea what Chen Mingyuan was thinking, but he knew he didn't want to die. This experimental base is too scary. 3 brothers have already died. He doesn't want to die.
I'll do it as soon as I tell you. Why are you talking so much nonsense?
Chen Mingyuan kicked Lu Mao hard on the lower back, and then pointed a gun at Lu Mao's head.
The labor and management will give you defense props to protect you. But at the critical moment, we won't give you any protection.
Do something for me. What else do labor and management want from you?
Lu Mao was in pain and staggered a few steps before regaining his balance. He turned his head and saw the black muzzle of the gun,
and immediately did not dare to say a word. Reluctantly, he moved down to the basement.
Follow!
Chen Mingyuan ordered the others. Seeing this posture, no one else dared to say anything, so they all followed in. The basement was not as dark as imagined, for luminous beads were placed in the 4 corners of the room, making the whole room brighter. Sashi looked at the long-haired man sitting on the iron frame bed and asked directly,
Are you the zombie king?
The man's skin was pale, and his hair reached his waist. There was no color on his face, but he didn't look weak. Instead, he had a cold and noble temperament. After hearing Sashi's words, he opened his eyes.
You 2 are the first humans to break in so far. Then it seems you are the zombie king.
Sashi nodded, although there was no full-face photo, and although the man did not admit it personally. She was 100% sure that he was the zombie king. That long hair and that dead white skin are exactly the same as in the photo.
Sashi,
Yi Kongqing, who was rummaging around on the table next to him, suddenly said,
I found the mobile hard drive. That's just right.
Sashi laughed happily. Her eyes never left the zombie king, but she spoke to Yi Kongqing.
It seems that our missions can be completed at the same time. Mission?
The zombie king raised an eyebrow slightly.
What mission?
Chapter 41 Doomsday Game 41.
Try to see if the hard drive can transfer it.
Sashi automatically ignored the zombie king's words. She said to Yi Kongqing, and quickly raised her hand to shoot the zombie king in the head without any hesitation or unnecessary nonsense. The speed of the zombie king is a few points faster than the speed zombies, and only his afterimage can be seen flashing in the air. By the time Sashi reacted, the zombie king had already avoided the bullet and stood in front of her. Sashi took 2 steps back, but there was no look of surprise on her face. She sighed.
I knew it wouldn't be that easy. I succeeded.
Before Yi Kongqing could finish his words, his voice suddenly broke off. Sashi turned her head suspiciously. seeing Yi Kongqing's figure on the other side of the table.
Yi Kongqing?
She shouted, and the room was quiet without any response. The next second, there were miscellaneous footsteps coming from the exit.
Another human is coming,
the Zombie King whispered, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand and stabbed Sashi's neck with his sharp nails. Sashi did not move away. Her neck was instantly covered with a thin light curtain, and the Zombie King's nails could no longer move forward. But unlike other zombies, the Zombie King's nails are not broken.
Huh?
There was a hint of surprise in the Zombie King's eyes.
There is something on you. Wait a moment.
Sashi waved her hand to the Zombie King somewhat unhappily. Then she opened her personal panel, clicked on the friend function, and sent a message to Yi Kongqing. Sashi, Yi Kongqing. Where are you? System prompt. The other party is not in the service area and the message cannot be sent. Sashi.
Dot.
What the H.L. What is it if it's not in the service area? Why is the good guy not in the service area? Speaking of which, Yi Kongqing's unfinished sentence should mean that his hard drive transfer was successful, which means that his second task was also completed. Was this the reason for his sudden disappearance? The sound of chaotic footsteps gradually approached, and Sashi had to temporarily put aside her doubts. She put away her personal panel and looked towards the stairs. There is a wall next to the stairs, completely blocking the view from inside and outside. After Lu Mao went down the stairs, he saw the situation in the basement. Seeing that there were no zombies here, he suddenly felt a lot more courageous.
Brother Ming, there are two people here.
He turned around and said to Qin Mingyuan, then turned around and asked the Zombie King and Sashi loudly,
Hey, are you two the owners of the luxury car outside?
Hearing that there were no zombies here, the other four people quickly went down the stairs. The first time he saw the Zombie King, Qin Mingyuan kicked Lu Mao. He pointed at the Zombie King and scolded Lu Mao.
You are so blind. Can this thing be a human being?
Green Hair grinned and rubbed his painful thigh. When he heard Qin Mingyuan's words, he looked at the Zombie King blankly.
Isn't he a human being?
Although the skin is a bit too white and the hair is long like the ancients, it doesn't look like a ghost.
Idiot!
Qin Mingyuan kicked him again. And then he distributed the defensive shields in the storage compartment to the four younger brothers.
Get them all for me!
The four younger brothers didn't even dare to ask, and obediently held their shields in formation. The four of them held a shield in one hand and took out a pistol in the other, and quickly moved towards Qin Mingyuan. Chapter 42 Doomsday Game 42. But before the formation of the four boys was completely set up, the Zombie King flashed and grabbed one of the boys by the neck. He is so powerful that he can grab someone by the neck as easily as he is carrying a chicken. The three younger brothers who were still alive were so frightened that they trembled and hugged each other back to back, while holding their shields in front of them. The three of them barely formed a circular shield. Only Huang Mao still remembered to fire a few shots at the Zombie King, while the other two had long since forgotten to even shoot because they were too panicked. But Huang Mao's bullet did not hit the Zombie King, because the Zombie King's dodge speed was too fast. The Zombie King held the little brother in his hand and dodged it for a few times, then stabbed his claws deeply into the little brother's neck, and threw the little brother to the ground like trash. The younger brother's eyes widened. His mouth opened slightly, but he couldn't say a word. The blood spurted out and quickly turned into a dull black color, instantly staining the ground under the younger brother.
Ming! Brother Ming! He is a zombie!
Lu Mao realized belatedly, and his face turned pale. Huang Mao and the other boy also looked very ugly. The eyes of the three people were full of fear. They retreated continuously, regardless of whether they could protect Qin Mingyuan. They just wanted to protect their own safety first. Those speed zombies were difficult enough to deal with before, but now this one is actually faster than the speed zombies. Do they still have hope of escape? Compared to the panic of the three younger brothers, Qin Mingyuan seemed much calmer. He stared at the Zombie King warily and asked,
Are you the Zombie King?
Sashi silently retreated to the wall. She lowered her head to observe the condition of her dead brother, who fell on the ground. She did not immediately stand up to make her presence felt. It can be known from the reaction of the man named Brother Ming that he must have recognized the identity of the Zombie King at the first sight. But he did not choose to escape immediately, but instead made preparations for an attack. If she guessed correctly, the other party should have the same task as her. Anyway, the Zombie King doesn't seem to be easy to deal with, so there's nothing wrong with letting the opponent take the lead. The Zombie King frowned slightly.
I don't like this title.
Then he flashed in front of Qin Mingyuan and stabbed Qin Mingyuan's throat with his claws. Before Qin Mingyuan had time to react, the other party's nails were already very close.
But the moment the fingertips were about to touch his neck, a thin curtain of light suddenly appeared on his body. The zombie king's hand can no longer come even a millimeter closer. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at Chen Mingyuan's hand, and saw a sapphire ring on his left index finger. Unexpectedly, this man named Minggu also has top-notch defensive items. There are only two kinds of top-quality defense items in the mall. One is a silver bracelet like hers, and the other is a sapphire ring. There is no difference in function, just for everyone's preference to buy. It seems that this brother Ming is quite rich. There's something on you too. The zombie king frowned, and didn't look very happy. Also? Chen Mingyuan grasped the key point of the zombie king's words, and then turned his eyes to Sashi, who had remained silent. He noticed that there was another woman in the basement when he came in, but the zombie king attracted most of his attention, so he didn't pay too much attention to this woman's situation. Chapter 43 Doomsday Game 43. This was the first time that Chen Mingyuan looked at Sashi. Although the occasion was not right, there was still a hint of surprise in his eyes. He believed that he had seen countless beauties, but he had to admit that the woman in front of him could still attract him at a glance. This is a woman with an extremely bright and charming appearance, especially her charming peach blossom eyes. Looking into her eyes, there is always an illusion, as if her soul has been taken away. Sashi knew that it was impossible to hide the prop's matter. After all, she was the only one here before this group of people appeared. She raised her arm, revealing the delicate silver bracelet on her wrist, and said with a smile, "What a coincidence!" Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but smile. Just as he was about to say something, the zombie king suddenly moved. The zombie king obviously knew that he would not be able to do anything to Sashi and Chen Mingyuan for a while, so his target this time turned directly to the three younger brothers. The three younger brothers didn't even have time to react before they were attacked by the zombie king from above. The sharp claws pierced the neck of a younger brother again, and the younger brother died before he even had time to scream. Suddenly another one died, leaving only Huang Mao and Green Mao. The defensive formation could no longer be set up, and the two men screamed and ran towards the basement door. The zombie king immediately chased after him. At the same time, Chen Mingyuan took out Gatling and fired in the direction of the stairs. The zombie king noticed the attack from behind and quickly dodged to avoid it. Even though he reacted quickly enough, he was still affected by Gatling's large-scale strafing. His arm was injured and dark blood flowed out, but the wound soon healed slowly and at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Lu Mao was beaten into a sieve by Chen Mingyuan's Gatling and died on the stairs. Huang Mao's luck was slightly better. He ran very fast. When Gatling attacked, he had already reached the upper part of the ladder, so he only suffered a little scratch on his calf. While the zombie king avoided the attack and Chen Mingyuan diverted the attack direction, he rolled and crawled out of the basement. "You're even beating one of your own!" Sashi couldn't help but click her tongue. Low-grade defensive items are completely unable to prevent Gatling's attacks. There is no way this man doesn't know this. But he didn't hesitate at all when he fired. It was obvious that he had thought clearly about sacrificing those younger brothers from the beginning. "Trash that cannot be used does not deserve to live." Chen Mingyuan raised his chin slightly, looking proud. After saying that, he fired another burst of gunfire at the zombie king. The wound on the zombie king's arm has not fully recovered, which slows down his dodge speed a little. Coupled with Chen Mingyuan's indiscriminate attack across a large area, he actually caused some wounds on the zombie king's body. Sashi saw this and began to mentally sort out all the information she had so far about the zombie king. The zombie king has been staying here and not going out. He also ordered other zombies to block outside, not wanting anyone to come in. It is most likely that he has not fully recovered his strength not long after he woke up. The somewhat slow recovery from his wounds also proves this. As for how to recover specifically, and why it didn't recover, that's not what she cares about. What she was concerned about was that, judging from the zombie king's need to dodge pistol and Gatling attacks, bullets could cause damage to him. Chapter 44 Doomsday Game 44. But looking at the zombie king's calm reaction every time he was shot, it can be basically concluded that these injuries are far from fundamental to him and cannot cause fatal injuries. Maybe it was just because it would take him more time to recover after being shot, so he chose to dodge instead of letting the bullet hit him. Injuring him is obviously a way to slow down his movement speed, and even his wound recovery speed seems to be delayed to a certain extent. As for whether it can cause fatal injuries to him, Sashi remembered that when she looked through the top-secret document later, she saw a summary of the body report on the zombie king. Based on that summary, she had a bold idea. Although she wasn't sure whether her guess was really useful, there was nothing to lose in trying it. Thinking of this, Sashi decisively took out 3 C4 bombs from the storage compartment. The area of this basement is not large. Even if the zombie king flashes as fast as before, he still cannot escape the instantaneous explosion range of the first 3 bombs. What's more, after the attack by the man named Brother Ming, the zombie king's speed obviously slowed down a lot. 3 bombs should be enough, Sashi thought as she threw the bombs in her hands in 3 directions. The zombie king, who had been avoiding Chen Ningyuan's attack, noticed something was wrong. As soon as he turned to look at Sashi, he saw Sashi pressing the detonation button in her hand. The next second, with a loud bang, the entire basement was blown to pieces, and even the laboratory above became a ruin. Chen Ningyuan never expected that Sashi would suddenly do something like this. The Gatling in his hand was instantly deformed by the explosion. He has the best defense items, so that his body will not be injured, but it cannot protect the weapons in his hands from damage. His expression suddenly turned ugly. The collapse lasted for a few minutes before it generally stabilized. Sashi rubbed her ears and walked on various gravels towards the location where the zombie king was at his last moment. Although she was on guard and had covered her ears from the beginning, when she got too close, she felt her ears were buzzing, and she couldn't hear anything. Chen Ningyuan's condition was even worse. Not only was he unable to hear the sound at all, he even suffered severe head pain due to the stimulation of the loud explosions. Although defensive items can protect the body from injury, they cannot protect against the damage caused by sound reaching the ears. Sashi moved a big stone, revealing the face of the zombie king, who was pressed underneath. He was the only one without any defensive items, and his body was blown to pieces. But he was not dead. His eyes were staring at Sashi for a moment, and occasionally blinked to prove that he was still alive. "I'm not going to get blown up," he said calmly, as if to confirm the authenticity of what he said. The wound on his forehead, that was scratched by a sharp stone, was slowly healing. Sashi couldn't hear clearly what the zombie king said, but she could guess what he was talking about by looking at his mouth shape. "I know you won't be killed." Because she couldn't hear, she raised her voice uncontrollably. "I don't expect to kill you with this." As she spoke, she followed the zombie king's body parts, turned over the rubble on the side, and finally found a hand that had been blown open and belonged to the zombie king. The sharp nails glowed with black luster and looked very scary. But because they were completely disconnected from the body, the fingers could no longer move, which was very reassuring. Chapter 45 Rewards and Punishments 1. Sashi took that hand, and without hesitation stabbed the zombie king's eyebrows with her black nails. The zombie king's body turned black at an extremely fast speed, and his pale skin suddenly seemed to be dyed ink. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and even the blood was black. "You actually discovered it." He slowly closed his eyes. His expression was calm, without any anger or struggle at all, and he seemed to accept the fact immediately. Although she couldn't hear clearly what the zombie king was saying, Sashi could guess it. She nodded and said, "I saw a report saying that your nails contain rare toxins. This kind of toxin is not found in your whole body, but it is only found in your nails. And based on the experimental data they did at that time, maybe you yourself are not resistant to this toxin." When the zombie king killed the younger brothers just now, she saw the black blood flowing out of the younger brothers, and she was sure that there was indeed toxin in the zombie king's nails. In addition, she also saw reports about the body parts of the zombie king. He has no heart. Then, the most deadly place she could think of was the brain. "That's fine. Me." Before the zombie king could finish his words, he spat out a mouthful of blood. All parts of the zombie king's body seemed to have been corroded, slowly dissolving into a pool of blood, flowing among the debris in the cracks of the stone, and no longer had a human shape. Then, a translucent bullet frame popped up in front of Sashi. Congratulations to player Sashi for completing all tasks. As the scene changed, Sashi no longer saw the ruins that had been bombed into shape, but a pure white room. The room is in the shape of a cube, with not much space and nothing in it. You can see all locations at a glance. "Is this the reason why Yi Kongqing disappeared before?" Sashi's ears have recovered a lot, and her voice has become normal. "When you get here, you are no longer in the service area?" Her mind is flexible, and she can understand what's going on after just a little thought, since she ended up in such a strange place after completing her mission. Yi Kongqing must have been here when she completed her mission. As for where this place is, she doesn't know. It's not in the service area anyway. There was no sound to answer Sashi's question, but a pop-up window popped up in front of her again. Congratulations to player Sashi for completing the initial trial selection. And the real survival game is about to begin. What? Sashi stared. Trial? Survival game? She didn't think much about it before. But now when she thought of the 3,000 small worlds mentioned in the system pop-up window at the beginning of the apocalypse, combined with everything that happened now, she suddenly understood what was going on. Originally, she thought she just wanted to survive in the apocalyptic world and complete a mission. Although her life was a little more troublesome than before the end, she could still have a good time since she had money. Turns out it was just the beginning. Sashi expressed that she really wanted to give her the middle finger. I'm playing with her so much. There was still no sound to answer her question. But the text in the pop-up window in front of her scrolled and was replaced by a new sentence. The player successfully completes 2 tasks in the Doomsday game and is rewarded with 10,000 points for the first task and 100,000 points for the second task. Just this few points? Sashi snorted, expressionless. It's not even worth my little change. Chapter 46 Rewards and Punishments 2. The text in the pop-up window scrolled again and was replaced by a new sentence. Players have half an hour to rest here to prepare. After half an hour, they will enter the Headless Man in the Castle game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase or enter the next game immediately. Seeing this sentence, Sashi immediately opened her personal panel. Sure enough, the mall can finally be opened again. Without saying a word, she opened 10 new storage compartments for herself. And then while looking at other products in the mall, she asked, I said, you should explain clearly what the game I want to go to is like. Since it's a survival game, there must be rules for the game. Right. The specific game rules will appear after the player enters the game. Finally, a cold and inorganic voice sounded. Reminder, the player has no right to refuse the game, and cannot do anything that violates the game rules. Otherwise he will be punished. This sound surrounded the entire white room, making it impossible to tell where the sound source came from. Or perhaps, it has no specific direction of the sound source at all. I knew it would be like this, Sashi muttered. So I had no intention of asking such questions. In the apocalypse, it was written on the mission that you could not refuse the mission. Otherwise you would be punished. And you would also be punished if you failed the mission. If you think about it a little, you will know what the situation is now. In addition, she now also knows the operation mode of the mall. Once the game officially starts, the mall will definitely not be open. Which means that you cannot purchase and replenish the props or items you want during the game. Everything must be ready within this half hour before the game starts. And this half hour was exactly the same as before the Doomsday game started. And 9 times out of 10 it would be like this every time. The time is compressed into a very short period of time, leaving people with not enough opportunities to think. If it is difficult to decide what to buy if you don't have enough points, things can easily go wrong. But even if she has enough points, it's not completely without problems. Just like now, she only knows the name of the place she is about to go to, Headless Man in the Castle, and has no other hints. If you know the rules of the game, you may be able to guess what the situation is, and then buy some props you may need. But based on the name alone, she didn't know what gadgets to buy that would actually come in handy. Literally speaking, the location of the game she is about to start is a castle, and the relevant object is a headless man. Headless man. Headless person. Then what? Buy a head for a headless man? There are no heads to buy in the mall. Sashi complained in her mind while looking at the products on the second page of the mall. Huh? She pointed to the column of guns and ammunition. Why are these not available for purchase? At this moment, all the pictures of guns and ammunition have turned gray and cannot be clicked to purchase. These will not be needed for the next game, so the items will not be available for purchase. I don't know if it's because we can't use it or if we're not allowed to use it, Sashi muttered. Those messy props are open for purchase, but they may not necessarily come in handy. She felt that it was because the prices of these guns and ammunition were much cheaper than props, and the system was deliberately not open continuously, so that players could not get replenishment in time, and had to consider purchasing props that were many times more expensive in order to save their lives. There is no business without treachery. Chapter 47 Rewards and Punishments 3. Sashi turned the page again. Several new products appear on the third page. This was something she had never seen in the mall before. Although she was in a hurry to buy props before the end of the world, she clearly remembered that she had looked through everything in the mall, and there was nothing like these. After thinking for a while, she asked, if I buy more things this time, will there be a gift bag for me? Only the player who participates in the game for the first time and purchases the most items from the mall can get the gift pack. That means no. Sashi curled her lips. Stingy. Having said that, she still bought all the new products. Since there are, and used old products that are not available for purchase. The new products that suddenly become available may be useful in the next game. Anyway, if you have money, just buy them all. In addition, buy 10 more defensive bracelets to prepare. These are life-saving tools. It is always good to have more. After spending hundreds of millions more points, she glanced at the countdown and saw there were 10 minutes left. She was idle, so she simply started chatting with the system. By the way, how do you allocate your games? Is there any pattern? As he asked her, he took off the shoes that were stained with blood and dust on his feet, took out a new pair of snow boots from the suitcase in the storage compartment and put them on. The system didn't answer the question. How do you decide what my next game will be? Sashi seemed not to feel the system's indifference and continued to ask. How long does it take to complete the game tasks? How is my performance in the game? After the game is over, ranking of points? Randomly assigned. The system replied dryly. As if it didn't want to hear Xia, she continued to guess. Ah, so unskilled. Sashi looked disgusted. If players are ready, they can directly enter the next round of the game. The system's voice had no fluctuations, but it still made people feel that it didn't want to chat with Sashi anymore. Don't we still have a few minutes? Sashi said calmly. Why should I enter the game early when I can rest a little longer? In the next few minutes, Sashi didn't speak again, and the system didn't make any sound. In this way, until the countdown ended, Saoshi's figure finally disappeared from the white room. Asterisk. The other side. A solid black room in the shape of a cube. The size of this room is exactly the same as the white room. There are no things or decorations in the room, and you can see it at a glance. It's just dark and dark, making people feel very depressed. Qin Mingyuan sat in the center of the room. It was only in the past 5 minutes that he finally recovered from the severe headache and tinnitus. He looked at the translucent pop-up window in front of him with an ugly expression on his face. The player Qin Mingyuan failed the mission and will be punished. The following 3 punishments are available. Punishment 1, deduct all items in the storage compartment. Punishment 2, half of the points will be deducted. Punishment 3, receive whipping. Qin Mingyuan waved his hand and slapped the pop-up window in front of him. Angrily. How do I know that woman's mission is the same as mine? That damn woman actually took advantage of him and the Zombie King to play dirty tricks. He also killed the Zombie King before him. When the Zombie King dies, his mission target is gone, and he can only fail the mission. But this was not a failure caused by his own inability. He was not convinced. Qin Mingyuan has never suffered any loss in his life, let alone at the hands of a woman. This blow made him instantly forget the surprise and excitement he had for Sashi at the beginning, and he only felt all kinds of anger filling his chest. There was no change in the pop-up window. It was still placed in front of Qin Mingyuan, waiting for Qin Mingyuan to make a choice. Chapter 48 Rewards and Punishments 4. I don't choose. Qin Mingyuan gritted his teeth. It's not my fault that the mission failed. Why should I be punished? If the player does not choose, the system will randomly select the punishment content. A cold, inorganic voice sounded. Qin Mingyuan was startled. He looked up and looked around, but didn't see anyone. Come out if you can. What's the point of pretending? He shouted. If the player does not choose, the system will randomly select the punishment content. The system repeated it again. The next second, before Qin Mingyuan could speak, the system started counting down. 5, 4, 3. Qin Mingyuan gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, I choose. He has no room for negotiation now. Players are asked to choose the punishment content. Qin Mingyuan looked at the pop-up window in front of him again. He took a few deep breaths to calm down a little. After feeling calmer, he asked, How serious will it be if it's caning? Beat half to death. Qin Mingyuan. What he originally thought was that even if it hurt or even bleeds, he would endure it. But the result turned out to be more serious than he thought. If he was beaten half to death, how could he heal himself if there was no hospital in the apocalypse? Qin Mingyuan was silent for a while, then reluctantly asked, Then if all the items in the storage compartment are deducted, can I still buy it again? Cannot? What? Qin Mingyuan opened his eyes with disbelief on his face. He only asked this question out of caution, but in his heart, he believed that he could definitely buy it again. It turns out it's not possible. The mall will only open again after the player completes the game tasks and clears the game. Obviously, Qin Mingyuan is not qualified to open the mall if he fails in his mission. Then, he only has one option to choose from. Qin Mingyuan's face became even more ugly. When the Doomsday game started, he had 5 billion points. Even though he bought a lot of goods in the mall and spent more than 200 million, he still had more than 4.7 billion points left. With so many points, he knew his life would be good. But now, half of his points will be deducted at once. Half. That's a loss of more than 2.3 billion. But if all the props and materials in the storage compartment are deducted, it will be difficult for him to survive in the Doomsday. And if he was whipped, he would die within a few days. He could only choose to deduct half of the points. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyuan's heart suddenly started to itch with hatred. It's all because of that woman. If he meets her again, he will never let her go. I choose the second punishment. Chen Mingyuan spoke with great reluctance. In an instant, the points on his personal panel were reduced by half. Chen Mingyuan felt that his body hurt so much that he could vomit blood. The punishment is over, and players will return to the Doomsday game world to continue completing tasks. The system spoke again. How can I complete my mission if all my mission targets are dead? Chen Mingyuan asked angrily. When a task is completed by other players, the player will receive a new task randomly. The system's voice showed no fluctuation. Reminder: if you fail again, you will be punished again. And then you will be given a new task. The game will never end until the player completes the task or dies. After hearing what the system said, Chen Mingyuan couldn't help but curse. And then he asked, the zombie king is dead. The apocalypse should be over soon. Right. When the old king dies, a new king will naturally appear. Chen Mingyuan was stunned for a moment. And then he understood the meaning of this sentence. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But before he could say anything else, he found himself back in the ruins of the basement of the experimental base. He stared at the ruins in front of him and gritted his teeth viciously. Bitch! When I find you, you will be dead. Chapter 49: The Headless Man in the Castle 1. The scene in front of Sachi's eyes flashed, and she was already standing in front of a retro European-style castle. The area of this castle is not too large, and it is medium-sized among castles. Its overall appearance is gray and black, which looks a bit gloomy, but it does not affect its gorgeousness and beauty. At this time, the sun was setting in the west, and the warm light of dusk shone on the castle, adding a bit of warmth to it. Sashi wrapped her down jacket tightly and gently knocked on the castle door. The temperature here was colder than the world she was in before. Fortunately, she wore more clothes. The door opened in response, but no one opened the door. Is the door automatic? Sashi muttered to herself as she walked into the castle. After entering, there is a very wide hall with two long large tables placed in the center of the hall. At this time, there were many people sitting at the two tables. At a rough glance, there were about 40 or 50 people. Not only men and women, but also people of all skin colors. When Sashi came in, everyone turned to look at her. Facing so many pairs of eyes, she raised her hand and said low generously. Hi-oh, asterisk asterisk. Most people withdrew their gaze, and those who were chatting continued to chat, and those who were in a daze continued to be in a daze. But they were still paying attention to the woman who suddenly came in from the corner of their eyes. Only a few people were still staring at Sashi with appraising or probing eyes. Of course, there are also some undisguised lustful looks from some men. Sashi looked calm, without any fear or annoyance in the face of those gazes. She took off her down jacket and walked towards the empty seat closest to her. The room was very warm. There were two large fireplaces in the room, and the fires were burning brightly, dispelling the cold outside. Everything in the castle is very medieval, so there is no electricity or air conditioning here. But the fireplace is well built, and the large room is warm enough. As soon as she sat down, the door opened again, and everyone's attention was immediately diverted to the door, where a strong white European man walked in. While everyone was sizing up the new man, Sashi looked around the hall, and then her eyes stopped at the next table. At the next table, not too far away from her, there happened to be a familiar man sitting across from her. The angular face is a bit cold and hard, and the short black hair is somewhat messy. It does not show decadence, but shows wanton publicity. Paired with a pair of emerald green eyes, it adds to the wild charm. Besides Yi Kongqing, who else? Sashi raised a bright smile and winked at Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing looked at Sashi expressionlessly, as if he didn't know him. His eyes swept across Sashi's body, as if seeing a stranger. Without stopping, Sashi tilted her head, as if she had thought of something. She looked back casually, as if she just took a second look at a handsome guy instead of an acquaintance. In the following time, people kept coming in. Sometimes the interval is very short, and someone will come in a few seconds. Sometimes the interval is longer, and it takes a few minutes for someone to come. But no matter what, none of them came in at the same time. Even if there was only a 2-second interval, no players appeared at the same time. Sashi guessed that maybe the probability of completing the game tasks at the same time was not high. Or maybe only one player could enter a white room alone. So it was difficult for players to appear at the same time when entering the next game. Chapter 50 The Headless Man in the Castle 2. The sky was getting dark, and every candle in the huge chandelier on the roof was lit. And there were also lit candle sconces on the surrounding walls. The space around the two tables gradually dwindled. Sashi said to herself, "It seems that we have to wait until all the seats are filled before the game can officially start." When the girl next to her heard Sashi's words, she turned her head and showed a friendly smile to Sashi. "I think so too." Sashi looked at the girl. She had a delicate face, a pair of low ponytails, and a light blue sweater, both in her dress and temperament. She had an unworldly student spirit. Seeing Sashi looking at her, the girl took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello. My name is Mingxiang." Her manner is friendly and not offensive. Sashi nodded and said with a smile, "My name is Sashi." Mingxiang pulled the sleeve of the boy sitting on the other side of her and said to Sashi, "This is my brother Mingyu." Mingyu raised his head and glanced at Sashi, then lowered his head in embarrassment. "Hello." His voice was a little low, and he looked very shy, and he didn't even dare to look at Sashi. "Hello." Sashi greeted politely. "My brother and I got here relatively early. There were only a dozen people at that time." Mingxiang took the initiative to introduce the situation to Sashi. "It's been about an hour now. Are you two twins?" Sashi asked curiously. Although these two people are different in gender, they look very similar, with the same delicate appearance and soft facial lines. Mingxiang was stunned for a moment, but she didn't expect that Sashi actually asked a question that was completely unrelated to the game. But she still nodded and answered, "Well, my brother was born a few minutes earlier than me. You look younger than me." Sashi started chatting, seemingly not caring much about what the next game would be like. "You were probably still in school before, right?" "Well," Mingxiang still answered, "we just turned 18 this year." After saying that, she couldn't help but ask, "Sister Xiao looks like she is only 1 or 2 years older than us." "Right. Yes, you guessed it right." Sashi raised her hand and made a "yeah" gesture. "I am 20 years old." While chatting, all the seats were finally filled. With the sound of the door being bolted, the hall suddenly became silent. Some people couldn't help but stand up and look in the direction of the door, with vigilance and worry in their eyes. "Welcome 100 players to Grey Swan Castle." The electronic sound sounded out of thin air. "Next, I will tell you the rules of the game. Please listen carefully." The few people who were standing had to sit down again. At this time, it is more important to understand the rules of the game than anything else. It is not too late to study the matter of the door being closed later, since there are only 45 bedrooms for guests to rest in Grey Swan Castle, and each room can only accommodate 2 people. 10 of the players have to take on the role of night watchman at night. The rules of the night watch are, you must not fall asleep at night, but you can rest during the day in the servants' room connected to the Grey Corridor on the 1st floor. As for who will take on the duties of the night watchman, it will be decided by the players themselves. Whenever the sun sets and dusk falls, all players must gather in the hall to discuss the person in charge of the night watch that night and other matters. Chapter 51 The Headless Man in the Castle 3. The gathering time in the lobby shall not be less than 1 hour. Players must spend 50 nights safely in this castle to pass the game. During these 50 days, you must not leave the castle. Otherwise the game will be directly judged as failed. Hearing this, everyone had different expressions. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this game didn't sound difficult, while some people looked serious, thinking that things were not that simple. In addition, due to the large number of players and different languages this time, in order to avoid communication barriers, everyone has the ability to communicate without barriers in this game. No matter what language the other party speaks, they can understand each other. "Mean. You haven't said anything about the headless man yet." A young man with dark skin stood up and seemed to be unable to restrain his anxiety. "You haven't mentioned a key point yet." Sashi was sure that what this man spoke was neither English nor Chinese. But when that sentence came into her ears, she really understood what he meant. It was as if her mind automatically transformed the other person's language into words she could understand. The electronic sound didn't seem to hear the man's question, and its voice had no ups and downs. "Then, the first night starts from this moment." As these words fell, The chandelier on the roof suddenly shook, and half of the candles in the chandelier suddenly went out. In the dim light, a headless man with his muscular upper body suddenly jumped down and landed in front of the young black man who had just asked the question. His foot stepped on the long table, making a bang sound, and the entire long table shook. Then he swung the axe in his hand and struck at the young black man and the middle-aged man with yellow beer belly next to him. Because the incident happened so quickly, the two men did not react at all and saw the sharp blade of the axe swinging in front of their eyes. They didn't have time to make any resistance at all, and all they saw was that their eyes turned into blood. The two heads were chopped off neatly, and with the blood spurting out from the necks. The two heads with shocked expressions rolled away for a distance on the dining table, and finally fell to the ground. The people next to him stood up and backed away, but the people closest to him still had blood splattered all over their heads and faces. Some timid ones even screamed and tried to run away. The one who was brave and quick in reaction had already taken out his pistol from the storage compartment and shot the headless man twice. The bullet hit the headless man's chest, but no blood came out. His chest seemed to have turned into a flexible dough, slowly kneading into forming, slowly swallowing and swallowing, and finally squeezed out the two bullets that had entered his body. Everyone's expressions changed. Bullets are useless against headless men. So aren't they just meat on the chopping block? The headless man stepped on the long table and jumped down. In the eyes of everyone who were either frightened, alert, nervous or defensive, he disappeared into the darkness of the stairs with long strides. It was only then that the electronic sound rang again. As you can see, the headless man kills 2 players every day. As long as you kill 2 people, you won't attack other players that night. If the number is not met, the headless man will wander around the castle all night until the hunt is successful or until dawn. Chapter 52 The Headless Man in the Castle 4. The hall was eerily quiet, and no one made a sound. Everyone understands that the game is deliberately playing this trick to give all players a chance to take action. And this kind of deterrent effect is indeed good enough. Just looking at how many people were panicked by the incident just now is enough to explain everything. Sashi was far away and was not affected by the blood spurted by the 2 corpses. She was a little shocked at first by the sudden appearance of the headless man, but she quickly accepted the situation. Yikanqing, who was at the next table farther away, was even calmer. He didn't even frown. But the situation of Mingxiang and Mingyu next to Sashi was not good. Although they were not affected by the attack just now, their faces were not very good looking. When the 2 men's heads were cut off, the 2 siblings even let out low gasps and retched. Clearly frightened, the system was deliberately quiet for a while, giving the players enough time to reflect on the fear just now. Then, it spoke again. In addition, when the number of players decreases, the number of night watchmen will also decrease. For example, now, the night watchman only needs 8 people. But when the number of players is reduced to less than 92, the number of night watchmen will no longer change. 2 people are required every night. Please keep this in mind. Finally, when the sun rises tomorrow, all players will receive your own personal tasks. Please remember to work hard to complete the tasks. Otherwise, even if you spend 50 nights safely, if the task is not completed, it will not be considered as clearing the game. If the game fails, the player will be punished accordingly according to the failure situation. The explanation of the rules ends here. I wish all players a happy game. What a joy! Finally, a bearded man couldn't help complaining. It's not clear what the corresponding punishment is, nor is it clear how the player can resist the headless man's attack. His voice was not high-pitched, but in the extremely quiet hall, it was clear enough to reach every corner. The electronic sound stopped playing, obviously not answering the bearded question. Everyone looked at each other for a while, and finally a white Westerner wearing a suit and combed back hair stood up. Now that the game has begun, let's discuss who will be the night watchman tonight. The man in the suit looked like a leader in terms of temperament and speaking style, probably because of the natural persuasiveness of the leader. Most people followed the man in the suit and began to discuss who would be the night watchman on the first night. Although the electronic sound did not make it clear whether the night watchman might encounter other risks when they watch at night, because the hunting quota for headless men has been used up tonight. Everyone is not too worried about the safety issue tonight. Therefore, no one strongly rejected the candidate for the night watch. But no one took the initiative to take responsibility. And no one wanted to be the first guinea pig to try. The man in a suit looked around and saw that although the discussion was lively, no clear candidate had been agreed upon. In fact, most of the 98 players do not know each other, and it is difficult to appoint them by voting. The man in the suit clapped his hands. attracting everyone's attention, and then said, "Let's do this. I suggest that 8 people be selected from the middle-aged men to serve as night watchmen on the first night. Older men have more energy. Even if they stay up all night, I can handle it even without sleeping." Chapter 53 The Headless Man in the Castle 5. As a man in his prime, I will be one of the first night watchmen today. The man in the suit spoke again. With him setting an example like this, the passionate men suddenly couldn't sit still, and each one of them said that they could also join the night watch team. In the end, the man in the suit personally selected 7 of them, and together with him, they formed tonight's night watch team. After discussing the candidates, the man in the suit said, "I think the gathering time is more than an hour. Everyone can go back to the room to rest now. Should we allocate rooms?" A dark-skinned woman with short hair asked. "Otherwise, there are so many people discussing with each other, and I don't know how long it will take. If you know each other, or have already agreed to live together, just follow your original idea and live together." The man in the suit obviously didn't particularly want to organize this, but he still gave his own suggestion. "As for the specific room allocation, I suggest that if the same choice comes up, everyone will decide whether to stay or go by guessing. After all, there is no conflict of interest in this game, so peace is more valuable." The words of the man in the suit were once again approved by most people, so everyone began to make up their minds and rush to choose the room they liked as quickly as possible. Mingxiang pulled Xiaoxi's sleeve and whispered, "Sister Xia, why don't you come with me?" "No need." Xiaoxi smiled brightly at Mingxiang. "I already have someone chosen." "Choice?" Mingxiang was stunned, not understanding who Xiaoxi was talking about. She had been sitting next to Xiaoxi, but she hadn't seen anyone come over to say hello to Xiaoxi. It seemed that there was no one Xiaoxi knew among the 100 people. Could it be that there is someone else you have a crush on temporarily? Xiaoxi patted Mingxiang on the shoulder. "You don't have to worry about my affairs." With that said, she turned and walked towards the next table. Yi Kongqing did not take the initiative to recommend himself, so he was not included in tonight's night watch. At this time, he was surrounded by several people, both men and women, who were all showing their affection to him and wanting to live with him. Yi Kongqing's brows furrowed, his face full of impatience. Whether it was a man trying to please or a woman wanting a close relative, he always faced them with a dark face. "Get out of here!" He insulted everyone without mercy. "Brother, don't be so fierce." Xiaoxi walked through the crowd and walked to Yi Kongqing's side with a smile. "They all want to team up with you because they think highly of you. If you don't agree, don't agree. But you still have to be polite. A little bit." She reached out to hold Yi Kongqing's arm, then smiled at the people around her and said, "I'm sorry. My brother must live with me to protect my safety. So just give up." Yi Kongqing lowered his head and glanced at the white hand on his arm, and felt that his originally irritable mood had calmed down a bit. Perhaps Xiaoxi was already an acquaintance to him, so he didn't feel any resentment. After hearing this, several men left wisely and went to find other roommates. Several women looked at Xiaoxi a few more times, seemingly trying to determine whether Xiaoxi was Yi Kongqing's sister. They saw that Yi Kongqing didn't react much to Xiaoxi's words. Instead, his frown softened a little, and he didn't even pull away his arm, obviously acquiescing to Xiaoxi's words. They also retreated due to difficulties. Chapter 54 The Headless Man in the Castle 6. Only a European woman with long blonde hair did not leave. She stared at Xiaoxi and asked, "Little sister, are you really this handsome man's sister?" "Of course." Xiaoxi smiled brightly and spoke in a friendly tone. "It's normal for a good-looking person like my brother to have a beautiful sister like me." The blonde woman still had doubts in her eyes. She looked at Yi Kongqing. "Handsome guy. I think I have an advantage over her." After saying that, she puffed out her chest, the hint being obvious. Xiaoxi. She can understand if she doesn't believe they are brother and sister. What does it mean to puff up your breasts? Her breasts are just a little bigger than hers. But she's also pretty good. "Get out!" Yi Kongqing said angrily, not at all confused by the blonde woman's posture. The blonde woman's face suddenly became confused, but she still tried her best to maintain her image and said without giving up, "Handsome, my name is Helena. If you are tired of it, you can come to me. I am always welcome." When she said the word tired of, her eyes deliberately stayed on Xiaoxi. After saying that, she twisted her, but then turned around and left. "Brother, I don't like her, and I'm not allowed to go to her in the future," Xiaoxi said to Yi Kongqing in a tone that was half coquettish and half threatening. "Boring." Yi Kongqing clicked his tongue. his disdain clearly evident. Who wants to find her? Neither of the two people's voices were too high, but they didn't deliberately lower them either. The blonde woman who had not gone far heard it, and her footsteps stopped. She turned back and glared at Sashi, with a bit of annoyance in her eyes. Then she turned around and strode away, seeing everyone around him disperse. Yi Kongqing whispered, "Let go!" Although his expression was still fierce, his attitude was far gentler than when he treated others. "If I let go now, I'm afraid you will still be entangled by others." Sashi did not let go, and suggested, "Let's talk about it after we enter the room." Yi Kongqing said nothing. Sashi took it as his acquiescence and pulled him upstairs. "Let's go and find an empty room." Although she kept talking to Yi Kongqing, she always paid attention to the rest of the room. For safety reasons, many people choose to live nearby and are not willing to risk going upstairs. So the rooms on the first and second floors should be full at this time. The castle has a total of 5 floors, and there should be many empty rooms above. According to her knowledge of the castle, the second and third floors are usually where the owner of the castle or important guests live, and the rooms there may be larger and better looking. But the possibility of remaining rooms on the second floor is not very high. Instead of trying your luck, it is better to go directly to the third floor. Sashi and Yi Kongqing went upstairs very quickly. At this time, there were still many people who had not yet discussed who would share the room. So they grabbed a large room on the third floor that was obviously the master bedroom. This room looks much larger than the other rooms. And more importantly, in addition to the bedroom where the bed is placed, there is also a large cloakroom, a small study room, and its own bathroom. Although the bathroom here is not as convenient as a modern one, and there is no equipment such as a running water pipe, so you have to find a way to use it yourself. But it has a drainage function, so it is quite convenient to clean up after washing. The only regret is that this bathroom is just a bathroom. If you want convenience, you have to go to a special place outside. Chapter 55 The Headless Man in the Castle 7. But having a separate place to wash is much better than going out and sharing a public place with others. At least she was satisfied. Bang bang bang. There was a sudden knock on the door. Before he could walk over and open the door, the voices of a man and a woman came through the thick door panel. "Hey, I don't care who you are. This is the place we picked first. Come out quickly." The woman's voice was very domineering. "That's right. We picked this first. How could you be the first? You're not polite at all." The man's tone was full of accusations. "I didn't expect that there would be players looking for trouble so soon." Sashi raised an eyebrow slightly with a playful expression. People who dare to be so domineering before they understand the hidden rules of the entire game and the strength of other players are often the most brainless and the quickest to die. Of course she won't be angry because of these people. But this may not be the case for others. Sashi turned to look at Yi Kongqing, who had just sat down on the sofa. Yi Kongqing, who was disturbed from his rest, frowned and looked irritated. He strode over and opened the door, glaring at the two people outside the door fiercely. "Get out!" Li Feng and Tian Yuan, who were about to continue shouting for a while, were startled. They took 2 steps back at the same time and instantly forgot all the lines they had thought about before. They had just seen Sashi's back entering the room from a distance at the top of the stairs. They did not see Yi Kongqing at that time. Seeing that the room was so big, it must be very comfortable to live in. So they wanted to grab it. Who would have thought that there would be such a tall and fierce man inside? At first glance, he is very difficult to mess with. Sashi poked her head out from behind Yi Kongqing and said in a calm tone, "If everyone comes to the door at the same time, for the sake of fairness, it is normal to guess the outcome. But we have already moved in for a few minutes, and you just came over and asked for this. The room is for grabs." Compared to Yi Kongqing's fierce appearance, she seemed much kinder. That extremely bright and charming face, paired with those charming peach blossom eyes, is breathtakingly beautiful even when she is not smiling. There was a hint of surprise in Li Feng's eyes. Tian Yuan immediately raised his head and glanced at Li Feng, then glared at Sashi fiercely. Feeling Tian Yuan's hostility, Sashi showed a bright smile. "Of course, if you think you have the strength to rob openly, you can also try it." As she spoke, she took out a pistol and pointed it at Tian Yuan's forehead. "You only have one chance. Do you want to give it a try?" Sashi's arrogance and provocation were unabashed. Tian Yuan flinched for a moment, but then quickly raised his neck and said, "What's the big deal? It's as if no one has a gun." Having said that, she did not immediately take out a gun to confront Sashi. "Then you can give it a try." Sashi looked eager to try. "How about seeing who can hit the other?" Tian Yuan suddenly hesitated. Xiaoxi's attitude seemed to be expecting her to take action quickly. Although she was a little overwhelmed by jealousy, she was not so stupid that she could not see the deceit in it. Besides, her bullets are precious, and she doesn't want to use them easily. What's more, there is a man with a fierce look standing next to him. Although Tian Yuan didn't want to admit it, she knew in her heart that in terms of force, Li Feng was definitely no match for this man. Chapter 56 The Headless Man in the Castle 8. Tian Yuan knew that if they really wanted to use force, they might have no chance of winning. And if they continue to delay, they will be able to choose even fewer rooms. Thinking of this, she snorted and said, "We are reasonable people. Unlike you, who only know how to use violence." After saying that, she took Li Feng's arm. "Brother Feng, let's go!" "Don't argue with him." Li Feng's attention was always attracted by Xiaoxi's beautiful face, and he almost didn't hear anything he said later. Seeing Tian Yuan pulling him away at this moment, he didn't want to be too obvious, so he could only look at Xiaoxi reluctantly again before turning around and leaving. Seeing that the two people were no longer causing trouble, Yi Kongqing closed the door heavily and sat expressionlessly on the sofa at the end of the bed. It had already become dark, and the visibility in the room was also very poor. However, when Xiaoxi first entered the room, she took out several flashlights and placed them in the four corners of the room. Although it is not particularly bright, there are almost no dark corners in the whole room, giving people a sense of security. After night falls, except for the candles in the hall that will light up automatically, there are no candles in other places in the entire castle, and the player can only rely on the player's own lighting equipment. Xiaoxi sat next to Yi Kongqing. She took out a bottle of mineral water and a bag of biscuits and said to Yi Kongqing, "It has finally calmed down. Let's review what we have learned so far about this game." Information. Yi Kongqing also took out a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, took a few sips, and said, "Isn't it just the rules of the game that the electronic voice mentioned before? Is there anything else?" Xiaoxi laughed. "Yi Kongqing, your brain is really not full." Yi Kongqing frowned and looked unhappy. "Of course I'm not saying you're stupid," Xiaoxi explained with a smile. "It's just that I found that your thinking mode is very direct, and you are not sensitive to the traps in language at all." To him, a sentence only means its superficial meaning, and you will not think of the possible deeper meaning. However, people like Yi Kongqing who are strong enough in martial arts do not need to think too much in many cases. Coupled with his beast-like temperament, it is impossible to imagine that he has so many twists and turns in his heart. The straight-line thinking model is more in line with his personality. "Then tell me, what's the language trap?" Yi Kongqing asked fiercely, although his expression looked a little fierce. His tone was not impatient. Compared with his attitude towards Tian Yuan and Li Feng just now, he was now considered gentle. "Let me think about where to start." Xiaoxi crossed her legs and leaned on the back of the sofa, facing Yi Kongqing. "There are 100 players in total, and the game time this time is 50 days. And the daily hunting quota for headless men is 2. Did you find anything? I understood this right then?" Yi Kongqing snorted, as if he was saying, "This is not a language trap at all. If you just kill like a headless man, in the end the players will all know more killing. So, players must find a way to deal with the headless man. Otherwise by the 50th day, there will be no players alive at all." Xiaoxi pointed out the important point. However, the game rules do not mention how to deal with the headless man at all. The matter of the leader. Chapter 57 The Headless Man in the Castle 9. More importantly, when the game threatens players, everyone has seen that pistol attacks are completely ineffective against headless men. Xiaoxi looked at Yi Kongqing and said, "Of course, we can find an opportunity to test whether the bomb is valid. But my speculation is invalid. After all, when we were in that White House, the system said that guns and ammunition were of no use in this game. When the system says it is useless, it should be referring to the headless man. In fact, it is still effective against players. We can hide." When he said the word hide, Yi Kongqing's expression was a little ugly. It seemed that this weak behavior did not conform to his code of conduct. "Since our attack is ineffective, then we can hide from the headless man for one night. The attack will be fine once it's daytime. The method you mentioned is indeed feasible, but it is too passive," Xiaoxi analyzed. "Furthermore, the rules of the game say that there will be a night watchman who must stay awake every night and cannot sleep. But it does not say whether others can do otherwise. If you want to sleep, can you leave your room at will at night?" Yi Kongqing was stunned. This didn't occur to him at all. If other players other than the night watchers cannot leave the room at night, or there are some restrictions on leaving the room, then avoiding the headless man's attack will be even more passive and disadvantageous.
Sashi took a sip of water and continued.
So, we may need to take the initiative and try to find the weakness of the headless man to attack him.
50 days in the castle would be much easier if the headless man could be killed. But thinking about it on the other hand, the headless man is definitely not so easy to kill. Otherwise, there would be no point in playing this game.
Yi Kongqing nodded. I understand. There are actually traps about the Night Watchman,
Sashi added.
From the perspective of the game rules, the Night Watchman can be played by the same person continuously, or it can be rotated continuously. But whether there is any potential impact in this, no one knows, have no idea. Potential impact?
Yi Kongqing's expression was a little confused.
For example, if the same person is always responsible for the Night Watchman, will the player get any benefits?
Not sure either.
Yi Kongqing said nothing. He felt like he had finally discovered what Sashi meant by his linear thinking, but he was reluctant to admit it.
In addition, language barrier is actually a double-edged sword.
Sashi did not pay attention to Yi Kongqing's change of mood. She continued,
no matter what others say, we can understand it. Which means that we want to, even if you whisper something, it's easy for others to hear you.
Yes. Yi Kongqing nodded.
I know this. My suggestion is that if there is any important information that needs to be exchanged, and you are not sure whether it has been eavesdropped by other players, it is safer to communicate through the friend function of the personal panel.
Sashi tilted her head and said with a smile,
the personal panel can only be seen by the player himself. Even if others want to peek, it is useless.
Indeed. Yi Kongqing nodded in agreement. Appearing submissive and obedient, he looked like a wild wolf that had become somewhat docile, with a contrasting cuteness. Chapter 58 The Headless Man in the Castle 10.
Besides, you should also have discovered that there is no food or water in this castle. Players should prepare it themselves.
Sashi finished eating the biscuits in her hand and threw the packaging bag next to the sofa. In the trash can, Yi Kongqing said.
Yeah, that's right.
Sashi stretched out.
If a player who originally had very few supplies cannot get supplies replenished within 50 days here, and cannot leave the castle, this is actually a hidden danger that can easily be ignored.
Yi Kongqing understood what Sashi meant.
Are you saying that those who are short of supplies may try to rob other people's supplies?
Sashi nodded.
Maybe they will try to please others. But there are also situations where they threaten to steal, or even kill people to seize supplies. There is no food or water to buy in the mall, so it is useless no matter how high the points are. You can only collect them in the previous world. How much supplies the player has left depends entirely on how much supplies the player has collected in previous games, and how much has been used. But if some players have a lot of points and bought enough weapons at the beginning of the previous game, the possibility of trying to grab supplies is much higher than the possibility of humble flattery. After all, when you can stand in a position to oppress others, who wants to be the one being oppressed?
But these are all my guesses. The possibility of such a situation occurring in the first 20 days is not high.
Sashi shrugged. Yi Kongqing didn't say a word, but his expression clearly agreed with Sashi's statement.
To sum up, we have to do 3 things next.
Sashi raised 3 fingers.
First, find an opportunity to test the weakness of the headless man and see if there is any way to solve him. Second, try not to do anything in the past few days. Take on the role of Night Watchman, but pay attention to the frequency of replacement of those Night Watchmen and whether there are any related effects. Third, observe other players to see if there are experienced old players. Old player?
Yi Kongqing looked surprised.
Before the Doomsday game started, you should have received a similar notification,
Sashi reminded.
About 3,000 small worlds. I didn't pay attention.
Yi Kongqing answered simply. Sashi.
Fine.
As expected, people who think in a straight line will not pay attention to such small details at all.
In short, the system reminded us at that time that the Doomsday world we are in is actually one of the 3,000 small worlds.
Sashi explained to Yi Kongqing.
Since it is one of the 3,000 small worlds, it means that there are many other small worlds. Lots and lots of little worlds. Since there are so many small worlds, it can't be that our world has become like that. And it can't be that only people from our world have been pulled into these survival games. Right,
Sashi added.
It's very possible. There were new worlds before us and after us that became what we call survival games. Indeed.
Yi Kongqing had to admit that Sashi's considerations were very reasonable.
Our world has just become the apocalypse a few days ago. It is a lot of luck that we can complete the task so quickly. Sashi continued to analyze. The vast majority of people are definitely still in the stage of working hard to complete the task. Like not many of us have started the second round of the survival game like this. But there are 100 players here in total. Sashi smiled at Yi Kongqing. They can't all be from our world. Right. Chapter 59 The Headless Man in the Castle 11. The reason why she firmly believes that supplies will become a hidden danger in the second half of the game is because she believes that there are more than one world of players here. Players in the apocalyptic world she is in will work hard to collect supplies at the beginning because of the characteristics of the apocalypse. If they can complete the tasks in the early stages of the apocalypse and enter the new survival game, they will definitely have plenty of supplies in their hands. But for players in other worlds, the initial world may not have entered a doomsday state. And some players may even have experienced countless survival games. These players may not have the opportunity to store enough supplies before entering the castle game. So they will become a hidden danger. Yi Kongqing understood Xiaoxi's meaning and nodded. I understand. I will pay attention to it later. That's all that needs to be said. Xiaoxi stood up and yawned. It's getting late, so go to bed early. She took out a bucket of mineral water from the storage compartment and prepared to use it to wash up. Why do you still come to me to form a team? Yi Kongqing suddenly asked. Isn't this already agreed upon a long time ago? Xiaoxi blinked. I'm very trustworthy. It would be a pity to lose such a good coach. Although she had only trained for a few days before, her body functions would not show changes so quickly. But she could still feel that her body reflexes were faster than before. This is all due to the excellent coach. Moreover, it is much more reliable to team up with someone you are familiar with than to find a stranger. You greeted me before, but I ignored you. Yi Kongqing paused before continuing. Don't you think I don't want to get to know you? I know you are also a person of your word. Xiaoxi laughed. So I guess you were worried that mutual recognition of identities would cause unnecessary trouble in that situation. So you didn't respond to me. At that time, most of the players were already in place. If she and Yi Kongqing suddenly interacted, it would easily attract other people's attention. At that time, we still didn't know whether the rules of the game would cause open fights between players, and rashly exposing their relationship might be detrimental to each other. Yi Kongqing looked at Xiaoxi with a hint of appreciation for the first time. You are right. This woman was smarter than he thought, and not overly emotional like most women. Teaming up with people like this is not a bad thing. You sleep on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa, Yi Kongqing said, moving the sofa at the end of the bed towards the door. There was only one bed in this room, so he naturally felt that she should sleep on it. Anyway, he never recognizes the bed, and has no requirements for living environment. He can sleep on the sofa or the floor. I have no objection to your arrangement. But why do you want to move the sofa? Xiaoxi raised her foot to stop the sofa. I think it's better for you not to sleep too far away. We have time to take care of each other. Yi Kongqing pursed his lips. There are differences between men and women. How long have you been caring about this? Isn't it more important to save your life? Xiaoxi said with a funny expression. Besides, I'm wearing very tight clothes and won't move around when I sleep. I'm not worried. But you are worried. What? Yi Kongqing choked. Chapter 60 The Headless Man in the Castle 12. And isn't this sofa facing away from the end of the bed? It's almost enough with a backrest as a barrier, Xiaoxi said in a relaxed tone. Okay, that's the decision. She pushed the sofa back to its original position, then dragged the bucket of mineral water to the bathroom to wash up. Yi Kongqing couldn't say anything else. He sat back on the sofa, took out a bag of compressed biscuits from the backpack behind him and took a bite. His posture seemed a little more reserved, and he seemed uncomfortable. When Xiaoxi came out of the bathroom, she had already put on a pair of thick winter pajamas. They were furry and looked warm. While she took out the cream and applied it on her face, she asked, By the way, Yi Kongqing, did you buy anything when you were in that square white room? Yi Kongqing answered honestly. 2 new storage compartments have been opened. His 2 tasks totaled 110,000 points, which was just enough to open the 6th and 7th storage compartments. That's it? Xiaoxi looked surprised. That's it, Yi Kongqing replied. I don't have any points now. It turns out you are poorer than I thought. Xiaoxi clicked her tongue twice. 2 new storage compartments have been opened, but there is nothing to put them in. It is no doubt a poor player. Yi Kongqing. Dot! He stood up and went to the bathroom, ignoring Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi couldn't help laughing. Then she took out 2 duvets from the storage compartment, placed one on the sofa at the end of the bed, and covered the other by herself. There is an ordinary cotton quilt on the bed, and a soft blanket on the sofa. However, The temperature here is very low. There is no heating equipment after leaving the hall. It is better to cover yourself with more quilts at night. When Yi Kongqing came out of the bathroom, Sashi was already asleep. She was probably tired from all the trouble. Sashi slept peacefully, tightly wrapped in quilt. Different from the flamboyant and wanton look when she was awake. She looked softer when she was asleep. Like a defenseless child. Yi Kongqing's usually cold facial lines softened a little unconsciously. He walked to every corner of the room and turned off the flashlight that was still on. When he picked up the flashlight on the bedside table, his hand paused, and then he dimmed the flashlight's beam without turning off the light source completely. After doing all this, he laid down on the sofa and covered himself with a warm and soft duvet. Asterisk. The sky is slightly bright. Yi Kongqing seemed to sense something and immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, a pop-up window popped up in front of him. Player Yi Kongqing's personal mission: successfully rescue any player from the hands of the headless man. If you complete the task, you will receive 100,000 points. If the task is not completed, you will be punished. There was no expression on his face, and it seemed that no matter what task the system gave him, he would not be surprised. He simply tidied up the sofa and went to the bathroom to wash up. Yi Kongqing's movements were not big and his voice was very soft. But Sashi still woke up. Sashi rubbed her eyes. Before her vision was completely clear, a pop-up window popped up in front of her eyes. Player Sashi's personal mission: serve as the night watchman for 2 consecutive nights. If you complete the task, you will receive 100,000 points. If the task is not completed, you will be punished. Sashi yawned gravely, and when she read the text on the pop-up window clearly, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Chapter 61: The Headless Man in the Castle 13. Are you awake? Yi Kongqing happened to come out of the bathroom. When he saw Sashi sitting up, he said proactively, "My mission is to save any player from the hands of the headless man. So, there should be no conflict between players in our personal mission this time." Sashi smoothed her messy long hair. "My mission is to serve as the night watchman for 2 consecutive nights. Both tasks are only related to the player's own actions, and there is no conflict of interest with other players. However, there is no guarantee that other players' personal tasks will not conflict with the players." "This is your mission." Yi Kongqing frowned slightly. "Did you also notice?" Sashi chuckled, her face still looking a little sleepy and looking a little lazy. "If such a task can appear, there is a high probability that my inference last night was correct." She stretched and got out of bed. "I just don't know what the specific consequences will be of being a night watchman for 2 consecutive nights. It won't be a good outcome anyway. That's for sure." If she was not sure whether the impact of this incident was good or bad when she speculated last night. But now that she has this task, she is 100% sure that it is not a good impact. She would not be so naive as to think that the task given to her by the system would bring her any additional benefits. "Anyway, let's observe the situation in the past 2 days before thinking about doing the task." Sashi rubbed her cheeks to wake up quickly. She walked into the bathroom to wash up with her fluffy slippers. Yi Kongqing sat on the sofa, took out a compressed biscuit, took a bite, and drank 2 more sips of water. There were some light footsteps and low voices outside. These rooms are not soundproof, and most people are still asleep, so the entire castle is quiet, so the slightest movement can easily be heard. The only ones wandering outside at this time without sleeping could be the 8 night watchmen. But the sound was a bit far away, and I couldn't hear clearly what those people were saying. Sashi washed up and took care of her skin while walking over to Yi Kongqing and asked, "What are you going to do during the day?" "Walk around the castle and get familiar with the terrain," Yi Kongqing replied. "Okay, let me take a look here first." Sashi pointed to the small study inside the bedroom and said, "When you go out, pay more attention to see if there is anything strange or related to the headless man." "Clue." "I know." Yi Kongqing stood up and left the room. Sashi finished her skincare slowly and took out a bag of biscuits for breakfast. After eating, she walked into the small study and started to look through the books inside. Most of them are published books that belong to this world. Just by looking at the names, you can tell that they have nothing to do with this castle or the headless man. She flipped through a few pages, then dropped them and continued reading the next one. She wanted to find if there was a diary here. This room is obviously the room of the owner of the castle. In addition to reading books, the study is often used for practicing calligraphy or writing. Maybe the owner of the castle has the habit of keeping a diary, and then she would have the opportunity to look for any clues about the headless man in it. But she searched for a long time and couldn't find a diary. "Is my guess wrong?" Sashi muttered to herself. Chapter 62 The Headless Man in the Castle 14. Having said that, Sashi still did not give up, and continued to read the remaining parts. Nothing came of it. Sashi stared at the bookcase in front of her for a while, then suddenly bent down to look at the gap under the bookcase. Unexpectedly, she actually saw something vaguely inside. She took out her flashlight and shined it into the gap, and saw a piece of rolled up brown paper. She lay on the ground and put her arms through the gap. The brown paper was deep in the crevice of the bookcase. Fortunately, she had long and thin arms, so she finally got it after groping for a while. Sashi patted the dust on her clothes and the craft paper, and then unfolded the craft paper. Above is an oil painting. There is no written annotation. I don't know who painted it, or who painted it. The painting shows a tall man, with a standard European face and deep features, wearing a luxurious medieval European dress. The man puts one hand behind his back, and stretches the other hand forward, bending slightly and looking straight ahead with a smile on his face, as if he is inviting the viewer to dance with him. Although this man was not very handsome, he was gentle and full of gentlemanly temperament. Sashi looked carefully, and saw no other useful clues. She put the brown paper on the small desk aside, moved a chair over, stepped on it, and looked at the top of the bookcase. Since there is a painting under the bookcase, maybe there is something on top of the bookcase as well. She is tall, and she can easily see all the places on the top of the bookcase clearly without tiptoeing on the chair. Sure enough, she found a book. The book was covered with thick dust, and tiny book lice could be seen crawling slowly across the cover, as if it had been forgotten here for a long time. Sashi rummaged through herself and found a small pack of facial tissue from the inner pocket of her down jacket. She used the tissue as a cushion and took down the book. She spent some time carefully wiping off all the dirt on the book, and patted the pages hard to shake off all the book lice inside. Finally, she took out a pair of books from the suitcase in the storage compartment. Putting on his gloves, he opened the book and flipped through the pages. This appears to be a genealogy. Written on it are the names of many people and their relationships with each other. Although Sashi was sure that the words in this genealogy were not what she recognized. When the pictures entered her mind, they were automatically transformed into a language she could understand. It seems that the barrier-free communication the system refers to not only refers to spoken words, but also includes text. The names of the people in this family were all very long. Sashi lost patience as she looked at them, and quickly turned back the page. When I turned to the second half, there were all blank pages. It seemed that the genealogy was not finished yet. Sashi flipped forward again, and finally found the last page with writing on the family tree. There is only one name on this page, and it seems to be the last descendant of this family, who probably died out later. Andreev. Sashi read the name that was automatically transliterated in her mind, and then she subconsciously turned her head and glanced at the piece of brown paper on the desk. Could it be the name of the person on this painting? She thought about it while flipping back casually. Unexpectedly, she saw another paragraph of text on the last page. This seemed to be a message, and it was written hastily, with messy handwriting. Chapter 63 The Headless Man in the Castle 15. I never thought that such a terrifying scene would appear in Grey Swan Castle. Is he Andreev's ghost? If not, why would there be no head? At this moment, I suddenly regretted what I had done. But I had no room for regret. He will come to me. He will come to me. I have called so many wizards, but I can't solve him. He has such a big resentment, and must want to drag me to be buried with him. I don't want to die, so I can only make a desperate move. If I could trap him in this castle forever, then at least I would be alive. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. She really found a clue about the headless man. She picked up the brown paper and the family tree and wanted to put it in the storage compartment. Unexpectedly, she didn't put the things in, but a pop-up window popped up. Warning: game-related clues cannot be placed in storage compartments. Sashi. There is also this operation. Sashi returned to the bedroom, packed the contents of the backpack on the bedside table in a plastic bag, and stuffed it into the storage compartment. Then she sandwiched the brown paper in the family tree and put it into the backpack together. She opened the friend function and sent a message to Yikon Ching. Sashi, where are you? Soon. She received a reply from Yikon Ching. Yikon Ching, the ballroom on the second floor. Sashi, I'll be there right away. Sashi put on her backpack, put on her snow boots, and went out. As soon as they reached the stairs, they met Li Feng and Tian Yuan coming down from the fourth floor. Originally, Sashi didn't notice these two people, but Li Feng's eyes lit up when he saw Sashi. Seeing that Yikon Ching was not around Sashi, He walked up quickly and took the initiative to say low to her. Sashi turned around and saw Li Feng's friendly smile. Before she had time to speak, Tian Yuan rushed over in one stride. Tian Yuan took Li Feng's arm, stared at Sashi eagerly, and asked angrily, "Why are you here?" "That's really strange to say." Sashi tilted her head. "Where else could I be if I weren't here? Should I leave the castle?" "That's right." Li Feng immediately spoke for Sashi. "The rules of the game are that none of us can leave the castle. Of course, everyone can only stay in the castle." Tian Yuan suddenly became angry. She glared at Li Feng. "Li Feng, how can you speak for outsiders?" Li Feng looked like he was helping the manager, but not the relatives. Yuan, I am not helping outsiders. I just stated the facts." Seeing that Tian Yuan was about to get into trouble, Sashi interrupted in time. "I'm sorry. I don't have time to listen to the conflict between you two." After saying that, Sashi walked downstairs without even sparing Tian Yuan and Li Feng a look. Seeing that Sashi was about to walk away, Li Feng suddenly became anxious. He raised his feet and wanted to follow her. Tian Yuan immediately took Li Feng's arm. "Li Feng, what do you want to do?" Only then did Li Feng notice that Tian Yuan was angry, and he quickly explained, "That woman was so rude to you yesterday. I just wanted to pretend to get close to her first. And when she lets her guard down, I will find an opportunity for you to beat her up to vent your anger." "Really?" Although Tian Yuan still had some doubts in his eyes, his attitude had softened significantly. "Of course." Li Feng put his arms around Tian Yuan's shoulders and said in a good voice, "You are my woman. How can I just watch others make you angry and not help you vent it?" Tian Yuan then smiled. "That's pretty much it." Chapter 64 The Headless Man in the Castle 16. "Then let's go take a look together." Li Feng took the opportunity to suggest. He knew that it was impossible for him to leave Tian Yuan now. But if they went together, Tian Yuan would definitely not refuse. Just as Li Feng thought. Tian Yuan agreed. The two people followed Sashi to the second floor in a sneaky manner. At this time, there were players walking everywhere in the castle, and it didn't seem particularly awkward for the two of them to follow them. Sashi looked around at the stairs on the second floor, and then she opened the friend function. "Sashi, I'm at the stairs on the second floor. Come pick me up. I don't know where the ballroom is." Yi Kongqing, arriving soon. After a while, Yi Kongqing came out from the corner on the left. After Sashi saw it, she ran up to meet him. "Is there anything fun in the ballroom?" Her tone was as relaxed and casual as a tourist would when he came to admire ancient buildings. "That's it." When Yi Kongqing said this, he looked behind Sashi. His eyes were like a wild wolf staring at its prey, with a fierce murderous intent, fixed on the two people who were trying to get closer. Li Feng and Tian Yuan were so frightened that they stopped immediately. Their expressions were exactly the same, and their faces gradually turned pale under Yi Kongqing's gaze. They seemed to have lost the ability to move. No matter how much they screamed in their hearts to run away, they could not move even one step. Sashi followed Yi Kongqing's gaze, and saw Li Feng and Tian Yuan not far behind her. She turned back carelessly. "Ignore those two people. Let's go!" Yi Kongqing withdrew his gaze, and led Sashi towards the dance hall. "They are following you." "I know," Sashi said with a smile. "You scared me away." Those two people were not professional stalkers, and she noticed them following her from the beginning. It's just that she didn't want to stop and waste time arguing with them. Anyway, when Yi Kongqing showed up, those two people would definitely be scared away. It was obvious last night that they are not bold characters. It wasn't until Yi Kongqing and Sashi disappeared from sight that Li Feng and Tian Yuan seemed to have found their breath again. They both looked at each other, and saw a hint of fear and embarrassment in each other's eyes. "It would be better if we look for trouble with that woman while the man is away," Li Feng suggested. "I agree." Tian Yuan nodded quickly, and even breathed a sigh of relief. "Let's forget it for today." The two people made good excuses for themselves, and then left in despair. The decoration in the ballroom was gorgeous, with decorations made of gold and precious stones everywhere. There are also many animal specimens hanging on the walls. In addition to the deer heads that symbolize good luck and wealth, there are also tiger heads that symbolize courage and strength, lion heads that symbolize supreme power, and bear heads that represent strength. After entering the dance hall, Sashi found that there were many players looking around. Some were purely out of curiosity about the buildings they had never seen before, while others seemed to be very organized. For example, the man in a suit who offered to be the night watchman last night seemed to be just sightseeing at first glance. In fact, He was walking around, always looking at things in his eyes, and occasionally raising his hand to touch. He seemed to be looking for something. Sensing Sashi's gaze, the man in the suit generously showed a friendly smile, and then walked towards Sashi. Chapter 65 The Headless Man in the Castle 17. Hello! The man in a suit took the initiative to introduce himself, but his eyes were on Yi Kongqing, not Sashi. Obviously he thought that Yi Kongqing was the one who made the final decision between Sashi and Yi Kongqing. My name is Mike. Is something wrong? Yi Kongqing's attitude was cold. Mike didn't mind Yi Kongqing's attitude. He said politely, At dawn this morning, I saw my personal mission, which was to organize everyone to participate in a dance in the ball hall. Although it is a bit troublesome for you, but after all, this task does not conflict with everyone's interests. I hope you can help me complete it. Dance? Sashi blinked curiously. Do you still need to dance? If you don't know how to dance, it doesn't mean you have to dance. Mike looked at Sashi and explained. My task is just to organize a dance, but I don't require everyone participating in the dance to dance. Then when are you going to arrange the dance? Sashi looked at Mike with a smile, as if she was very interested in the dance. I will try to convince some other unfamiliar people today. If everything goes well, I would like to hold a dance party tomorrow afternoon. Mike did not hide his plans. If your dance can be held, my brother and I will participate. Sashi looked at Yi Kongqing. Brother, what do you think? It doesn't matter. Yi Kongqing looked like it was none of his business, but he didn't refuse. Then thank you in advance. Mike nodded slightly in thanks. Thank you for being willing to cooperate with me. It's easy. You're welcome. Sashi waved her hand and suddenly asked curiously. By the way, I see you have been touching around there just now. Is there anything good? If you say it's a good thing, it can be considered a good thing. Mike smiled. The decorations here are all real gold and gems. I have never seen so many gems in my whole life, so I couldn't help but want to touch them. Having said this, he moved a little closer and lowered his voice slightly. Unfortunately, I just tried, and there is no way to put these gems and gold into the storage compartment and take them away. Sashi showed a regretful expression. Ah, that's such a pity. It was as if she had thought about stealing a few gems and hiding them before. I can only touch and enjoy it. Mike sighed, then quickly regained his composure and said, Then I will go find other people to discuss holding a dance party and take my leave. Sashi waved goodbye. Bye. After watching Mike disappear outside the ballroom door, she walked to the place where Mike had just groped and looked around. Yi Kongqing stood next to Sashi, also looking around. He lowered his voice and asked, What are you suspecting? Not far away, several players were lamenting that the animal specimens on the wall were very well made and did not rot at all. In order not to let those people hear, he had to lower his voice. I can't tell, Sashi replied in a very low voice. It's just that I don't think he is really looking at the gems. She reached out and touched a purple gem and tried it, but found that there was really no way to put it into the storage compartment. This shows that Mike really tried, but this does not prove that he really wants to collect gems. It may just be that he is preparing his words in advance to deceive others, because she noticed that the way he looked at the gem was not greedy or possessive, only probing, as if he wanted to get something else through the gem. But what exactly it was, she didn't know. Chapter 66 The Headless Man in the Castle 18. Sashi looked over the area and touched everywhere. Yi Kongqing helped touch the places she couldn't reach. Neither of them found anything unusual. Either he has gotten what he wants, or there is nothing he wants here, Sashi said softly. But I prefer the second possibility. How did you tell? Yi Kongqing asked. I didn't see it. He performed very well, and there was nothing abnormal. Sashi shrugged. This is just my intuition. But to be able to act so naturally and looking for something unknown. It seems that Mike is undoubtedly an old player. Yi Kongqing knew that no useful information could be gained from discussing this matter at the moment. So he turned to say, Before you came, I looked at the specimen hanging on the wall here. The lion's head is a bit strange. Lion head? Sashi looked up at the only specimen of a lion's head hanging on the wall. It seems a little strange. This lion's head is extremely large. According to proportions, this lion should be stronger and taller than ordinary lions. In addition, the mouth of this lion head also contains a large red crystal, which just completely blocks its slightly open mouth. It is very similar to the ball held in the mouth of a Chinese stone lion. But this crystal is an ellipsoid, not a sphere. The other specimens hanging on the wall have nothing in their mouths, Yi Kongqing said. And this head is much larger than the others. Have you ever touched it? The specimen was placed high on the wall, out of Sashi's reach. I touched it, Yi Kongqing replied. I can't take out the crystal. Can't take it out? Sashi looked puzzled. Is there any resistance? Yes. Yi Kongqing nodded. This is really strange. Sashi walked under the lined wall hanging and looked up at the blood-red crystal. When she was groping around where Mike stayed just now, although gold and gems could not be put into the storage compartment, it was not a problem to pick up a plate. This crystal is just stuck in the mouth of a stuffed lion. And it is not a living lion. Where does it come from such a big resistance? After thinking about it, Sashi whispered to Yi Kongqing. Let's take a look at a few days when we serve as night watchmen. There are so many people now that it is not convenient to conduct in-depth research. Anyway, this thing is located so high that others may not notice it if they just look at it. Even if they notice it, they may not take it to heart. Even if they take it to heart, they are unlikely to find a way to take out the crystal so quickly. Okay. Yi Kongqing agreed to Sashi's suggestion, and then asked, have you finished looking through the small study? If it hadn't been finished, Sashi probably wouldn't have run out. Yes. She didn't say the second half of the sentence aloud. She just expressed it with her mouth. Yi Kongqing understood. He did not rush to ask what he had gained, but said, I have visited the first floor, and only saw the dance hall on the second floor. If you are not in a hurry to go back, let's go to the next place together. Go through them all. I came out just to be with you. Sashi smiled coquettishly and said in a cheerful tone, let's go and enjoy the beautiful scenery of this castle. Chapter 67 The Headless Man in the Castle 19. Yi Kongqing walked in front with an expressionless face, completely unwilling to cooperate with Sashi's joy. Sashi didn't care about Yi Kongqing's attitude and looked around with interest, as if she was really sightseeing. In one day, except for the rooms where the players lived, the two people carefully looked at all the public areas. Kitchens, public baths, latrines, basements, cloisters, studios, and even cells. Yes, as a castle, it has cells, occupying most of the basement, and the remaining half is used as a utility room, where all kinds of messy things are placed. However, at this time, there were only the corpses of the two poor players chopped off by the headless men in the cell, and nothing else. The corpse was handled by the previous night watchman. He probably felt that it was too intrusive to keep it in the hall. After much deliberation, he thought it would be a good choice to leave it in a cell in the basement, at least out of sight. There was nothing special about the cell except that it was extremely eerie and cold. Asterisk. At dusk, everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor in unison. This time Sashi sat next to Yi Kongqing, but Mike still stood up and took charge of the situation. Compared with yesterday, all the players today seemed a little nervous after sitting down. The entire hall was quiet, and no one was chatting. After all, it was here yesterday that the headless man chopped off the heads of two people in front of everyone. Although the bodies had been cleaned up by the night watchman, there were still dark blood stains on the ground and table. When they thought about having to gather for an hour at dusk, it would get dark soon, and the headless man would probably take action at this time. Everyone's expressions were not relaxed. Everyone who had defensive props put them on. From a glance, there were not many defensive props, and most of them were low-grade defensive props. There are two types of defense props for each level. There is basically no functional difference. It just gives players the right to choose according to their preferences. In addition to shields, low-grade defensive items also include armor, although it seems that the protection range of the armor is larger than that of the shield. In fact, there are big holes in every seam of the armor. If you want to attack, it is no more difficult than attacking the shield. But even so, having props always gives people more sense of security than not having any props. So at this time many people were wearing armor or holding heavy shields in their hands. The more players who did not have defensive items looked panicked, staring nervously at the ceiling above from time to time. He was afraid that if he wasn't paying attention, the headless man would suddenly jump down from above with an axe. During the day today, I have told many players about my personal mission. I believe everyone is basically aware of it now. Mike did not talk about the night watchman first, but brought up his own mission. If everyone has no objections, we will hold a dance in the ballroom at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. He walked around and said, I know many people are not in the mood to dance, but this is just a mission. I don't have to ask everyone to dance. Even if they sit and chat, it's fine. And I promise, after an hour of dancing, you can leave anytime you want. There won't be any risks during the day, and we can use that hour to discuss the next plan to deal with the headless man. It's much safer than sitting here at night having a fearful discussion, he added. Chapter 68 The Headless Man in the Castle 20. Probably because of Mike's performance yesterday, he won the hearts of many people. In addition, his attitude has always been kind, and his reasons are well-founded. At this moment, many people have nodded in agreement and expressed their willingness to cooperate with Mike to complete the task. Mike showed a grateful expression. Thank you, everyone. I promise that as long as you are willing to help, if you need me for anything in your personal tasks, I will try my best to help you if I can. Obviously, this sentence also had a good effect, and more people immediately responded to Mike. Then, I look forward to everyone's arrival tomorrow afternoon. Mike thanked him again before starting the next topic. Now, let's discuss who will be the night watchman tonight. I can no longer be the night watchman today, Mike said first before anyone else could say anything. He smiled gently. I haven't slept all day and night. If I don't sleep tonight, I really can't bear it. He had been looking for people everywhere during the day, trying to persuade others to help him complete his personal tasks. Many people saw that he really had no chance to catch up on sleep during the day. None of the 8 night watchmen encountered any trouble last night, which made many players relax about taking on the role of night watchman. At this time, several men had already raised their hands and expressed their willingness to serve as night watchman. One of them was the night watchman last night. He was a tall and strong black man. He had spent the whole day sleeping on a narrow bunk in the servants' quarters, and was in good spirits, probably because he had adapted to this biological clock. He thought it would be better to stay up at night and save himself the trouble of discussing with other players who had already stayed in the room to take turns sleeping in the room. Although the servant room is a daytime view type, with 5 bunk beds in a large room, enough for 10 people to sleep in it. It is not as comfortable as the guest bedrooms. But Dahe is not picky, and he thinks it is good to have a place to sleep. Dahe was willing to continue serving as the night watchman, so naturally no one objected. In this way, the 5 night watchmen have been settled. Then, there are 3 more. Before Mike finished speaking, the chandelier above his head shook violently again, and half of the candles were extinguished in an instant. The players who had been concentrating on the discussion about the night watch suddenly became nervous. Those who reacted quickly jumped up from their seats and quickly took a few steps back. But the exact same scene reappeared again. Only this time, those who were beheaded were a thin, short woman and an old man with a gray beard. Neither of these 2 people had any defensive items, and their reactions were not fast enough. They were eliminated by the headless man in an instant. After killing 2 people, the headless man turned around and walked towards the stairs without any intention of staying. Several brave men immediately stood up and tried to chase him. Wait a minute! Mike suddenly stopped. The party hasn't lasted for an hour yet. If you leave at this time, I'm afraid you will be considered a violation of the rules of the game. The few men who originally wanted to take advantage of the time when the headless man stopped attacking the players to see if they could fight back against the headless man stopped immediately after hearing Mike's words. The few people looked at each other and sat down again. No one dares to try the consequences of violating the rules of the game. Now! We only need 6 night watchmen. Mike sighed, looking a little helpless. I know you are all angry and want to find a solution to the headless man quickly. But we cannot violate the rules of the game. This matter things have to be considered in the long term. Chapter 69 The Headless Man in the Castle 21. Everyone was silent. No one spoke. Obviously what just happened had given them a big blow, feeling powerless and angry. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel glad that they had not become the target of the headless man. Such complicated emotions made them not know what to say for a while. After a moment of silence, Mike finally spoke. There is still a spot for a night watchman. Has anyone volunteered yet? Soon someone raised his hand, and the night watchman for the second night was decided. There is still a little time now, Mike added. Since everyone is trapped here, I think the best way is to work together to clear the game. So I want to ask you, what are your opinions on the headless man? Or discovered? I think headless people bully people who don't have defensive items. Helena, the woman who took the initiative to show her kindness to Yi Qing and compared breasts with Sashi, stood up. Today, all of us who have defensive items will bring them. With the defensive props on, the headless man must know that his axe can't cut, so he limits his targets to people without the props. Many players with props nodded after hearing this. The 2 players who died today did not have any defensive items. Moreover, low-grade defensive items are also capable of blocking axe attacks. Unless the headless man can accurately attack the place that the low-grade items cannot defend, it will be difficult to hit with one hit. In comparison, It is indeed easier to attack players without defensive items. It makes sense. Mike agreed with Helena's statement. He looked at everyone. Those who don't have defensive items, please raise your hands. After a few seconds of silence, many people raised their hands one after another. A cursory glance revealed that there were at least 60 or 70 people. After all, low-grade defensive items require 1 million to buy. And there are many people who can't afford them. Those with defensive props couldn't help but change their expressions when they saw so many players standing up. There are so many people without props, which means that they don't have to worry about their safety for a long time. The headless people will definitely choose to deal with those without props first, so they will have enough time to find a way to deal with the headless people and ensure their survival. The faces of the players without props showed embarrassment and a trace of anger. They could feel the psychological changes of the players with props. And of course, they were not willing to become victims. Unconsciously, the atmosphere in the hall became a little weird. The players seemed to be divided into two groups invisibly, with vague hostility towards each other. If everyone had not figured out the situation on the first night, and was still a little confused about the game situation, then after experiencing the attack of the headless man again on the second night, most people had gradually become clear about the current situation. Stand up. Many players have begun to understand that before finding a solution to the headless man, the best way to save their lives is to let others become victims of the headless man first. As a player with defensive props, he has a little more life-saving advantage than a player without props. This gave all the players with props a sense of superiority. When they looked at the players without props, it was as if they were looking at chess pieces that might be abandoned at any time. Those players without props would certainly not feel comfortable being looked at by such eyes. As long as they were not particularly slow, they could understand the meaning expressed in the eyes of those players with props. Chapter 70 The Headless Man in the Castle 22. The atmosphere suddenly became a little solemn. Sashi glanced at Helena, who had already sat down. This woman's simple words changed the entire atmosphere of the game. I don't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. As if aware of Sashi's gaze, Helena looked up. There was a hint of provocation in Helena's eyes. And then she puffed up her chest proudly, and then turned to Yi Kongqing with an eager look. Sashi. Dot! No matter whether this woman meant what she said or not, she was definitely mentally retarded. Yi Kongqing was already keen, so when Helena looked at him, he immediately glanced at her with sharp eyes. Helena showed affectionate eyes, and even raised an eyebrow. Yi Kongqing's face darkened, and there was a hint of boredom in his eyes. Sashi raised her hand and tugged Yi Kongqing's sleeve. Yi Kongqing lowered his head and glanced at the white fingers pinching his sleeve, then looked at Sashi. Sashi's peach blossom eyes were sparkling, and her smile was bright. If you don't like her, don't look at her. Just look at me. I'm not much prettier than her. The tips of Yi Kongqing's ears turned slightly red. Nonsense! Although his voice still sounded vicious, it seemed as if he lacked confidence, and there was a rare feeling of sternness in his heart. He turned to look at Mike, who was speaking, and no longer looked at Sashi. But he never looked at Helena again. No matter how hard Helena tried to show her presence, he never took another look. Helena saw that her overtures not only failed to win Yi Kongqing's favor, but even allowed Sashi to steal Yi Kongqing's attention in person. She suddenly became angry and stared at Sashi with her eyes, waiting for Sashi to look at her with a contemptuous expression. But she never expected that Sashi didn't even look at her, as she stared so hard that her eyes were sore. She thought that Sashi would demonstrate against her or deliberately show a proud expression. But none of these situations happened, and her resentment suddenly had nowhere to vent. Of course, Sashi had already guessed Helena's thoughts, so she would not give Helena a chance to vent her emotions. She held her chin with one hand and looked at Mike. Listening to Mike calmed down the atmosphere between the two players. Under Mike's very skillful language, the entire atmosphere in the hall finally relaxed a lot. Seeing this, Mike was slightly relieved, and he added, Everyone wants to work hard to survive, and the best way is to gather everyone's strength. I suggest that everyone go back to their rooms tonight and look through their rooms. Look for any clues about the headless man or this castle, and then bring them out and discuss them together during the dance tomorrow afternoon. Mike's appeal was very good. As soon as he said this, many people responded immediately, whether it was the party with props or the party without props. They suddenly seemed to be united. At least that's the surface. Okay, it should be enough time to gather now. Let's go back and rest. After Mike finished speaking, he took the lead to leave the hall. Others dispersed one after another. This time everyone chose the room they stayed in the night before in a tacit understanding. And there was no fighting. The night watchman from the previous night stayed in the rooms of the players who were watching today. They should have discussed it with each other during the day. So no one had any objections. Chapter 71 The Headless Man in the Castle 23. After returning to the room, Yi Kongqing frowned. Someone came in! At first glance, the entire room seemed clean and tidy, and there were no signs of tampering. However, the moment Sashi turned on the flashlight, he saw several clear marks on the soft carpet. There is no soil or dirt, just traces of being pressed out. Those were footprints that did not belong to him or Sashi. They were much larger and wider than Sashi's footprints, and looked very much like the footprints of a tall man. I can see it too. Sashi looked at the plush slippers that she had placed beside the bed before she left. At this time, the position of the slippers changed from the end of the bed to the middle of the bed, and they were not placed neatly. Clearly, this is a man who knows how to be careful, but isn't careful enough. Perhaps I was in a hurry and didn't have time to pay attention to all the details, so these flaws were exposed. Is there something missing? Yi Kongqing asked Sashi. Sashi went to the bathroom and took a look. That's not true. The mineral water bucket is still there. She carried her backpack when she went out, while Yi Kongqing's backpack was always placed in the storage compartment, except for 2 duvets and a bucket of mineral water. There was nothing in the room that belonged to them. The duvet and mineral water are still there. Sashi went to the cloakroom and small study at the back and took a look, then raised her eyebrows slightly. The study has been turned over. Yi Kongqing's eyes darkened slightly, and he walked to Sashi's side and looked into the small study. The study room is actually neatly arranged, but since Sashi said it had been turned over, there must be something in a different position than before. But it doesn't matter. Sashi patted the backpack that had not been put down behind her. I have all the important things with me. She went out with the genealogy and the craft paper, not in a hurry to show it to Yi Kongqing, but just in case the things were taken away by others when no one was in the room. It turns out that she was right. These rooms are not locked, and everyone is running around during the day. Who knows who might take the opportunity to look into other people's rooms. It is possible to find clues about the game or take away important things that other players forgot to carry with them. The fact that clues about the game cannot be put into the storage compartment increases the risk of being taken away by others. She still lives in a room that is obviously the master bedroom, making it easier for others to search for her. So after she discovered that things couldn't be put into the storage compartment, she immediately decided to take them with her. She didn't intend to monopolize the clue, but she couldn't let others take it away easily before she understood the content of the clue. All the players here seem to be harmonious on the surface, but in fact they all have their own plans. Of course, she can't be stupid and contribute without reservation. What did you find today? Yi Kongqing finally asked this question, his eyes staying on Sashi's backpack. A genealogy and a portrait. Sashi put down her backpack, pointed to the bed, and said to Yi Kongqing, but you have to help me dust the bed first. I'm afraid that someone will come in. Get over this bed. Although she was not misophobic, thinking about a strange man sitting on her bed made her whole body feel uncomfortable. This bed doesn't look dirty. Yi Kongqing didn't move. Dirty things can't necessarily be seen with the eyes. Sashi curled her lips, looking aggrieved. Just help me. Chapter 72 The Headless Man in the Castle 24. If it weren't for the shortage of supplies, Sashi would have just thrown away the duvet. But considering that I still don't know that there will be new quilts only in the year of the monkey and the horse, I still can't be too pretentious. Why don't you do it yourself? Yi Kongqing remained motionless. You are my bodyguard, Sashi said confidently. Of course you should help me do this. I am a bodyguard, not a nanny, Yi Kongqing emphasized. Hey, doesn't bodyguard mean nanny plus bodyguard? Sashi blinked her eyes, looking innocent and ignorant. Yi Kongqing. Dot. First time hearing this statement. I don't want to touch things that other stinky men have touched, Sashi said angrily, and finally pulled Yi Kongqing's sleeve coquettishly. Yi Kongqing, just help me. When she called Yi Kongqing's name, her voice rose slightly, gently teasing the other person's auditory nerve. Yi Kongqing's always fierce face showed a hint of discomfort. What a troublesome thing. He stepped forward with a look of disgust on his face and slapped the bed hard, as if he was beating someone. Sashi didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Kongqing's back and smiled silently, like a mischievous child who succeeded in her trick. Her happiness was quite real. Yi Kongqing patted the corners of the entire bed, then turned to look at Sashi. Okay. Yeah. Sashi nodded with satisfaction. She sat on the edge of the bed and said with a smile, Thank you. Yi Kongqing. Shut up. Yi Kongqing stopped Sashi fiercely. It was as if Sashi's thanks made him feel even more uncomfortable. Sashi changed the topic calmly. There is a message on the last page of this family tree. She handed the family tree to Yi Kongqing to read. After reading that paragraph, Yi Kongqing fell into deep thought. So, this headless man was trapped and died in the castle, and could not leave. I think so too. Sashi nodded. It should be the person who left the message. He did something to the headless man to ensure that the headless man will never leave the castle. But the problem now is that these players cannot leave the castle. So the best way to avoid being attacked by the headless man is blocked. Based on this message, it can be basically believed that the person who left the message killed the headless man, causing the headless man's ghost to cause trouble. Sashi added, if you understand the relationship and grievances between these two people, maybe you can think a way to eliminate the headless man's resentment. Thinking on the bright side, if the headless man's resentment is eliminated, he might not continue to kill. But the key is that she doesn't know the past story of these two people yet. Yi Kongqing picked up the piece of craft paper, took a look at the portrait, and asked, is this a portrait of a headless man? Sashi nodded. I think the person in the portrait is probably the headless man. The last person on the family tree. Andreev. This name was also mentioned in the message. And these two clues are both in the small study. So it is easy to associate them together. But I don't see the use of knowing the name of the headless man at present. Yi Kongqing obviously also knew that the information he had today was limited, and nothing could be discussed in the next discussion. He said to Sashi, it's getting late. Let's rest first. Yes. Sashi nodded obediently and added, fortunately, if we wait and see the situation tomorrow and the next 2 days, we will know what impact being a night watchman will have on the players. Chapter 73 The Headless Man in the Castle 25. Sashi actually didn't expect that the player who would serve as the night watchman for the second consecutive night would appear so soon. She didn't have to wait for more time, which was a very lucky thing for her. Once the situation is confirmed, she can start completing her personal tasks. Asterisk. The third day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. All players gather in the ballroom. Of course, few people were really in the mood to attend the dance. But they felt that Mike was right. At least this was a very suitable opportunity to exchange information with each other. There is no need to worry about the headless man who may appear at any time. And everyone will feel more relaxed. Mike still stood in the position of presiding over the overall situation. Thank you all for coming over and helping me complete my personal task. Mike thanked him sincerely, appearing polite and courteous. Then let's get straight to the point and tell each other whether we have found anything useful in our rooms. Information. The ballroom was quiet for a while, and no one spoke. Everyone seemed to be playing by the opportunity, wanting to see what others would say first. Mike looked around and was about to speak to persuade, when someone suddenly raised his hand. Mike suddenly showed a kind smile. Little girl, please tell me. Mingxiang's expression was a little timid, but she still walked up to Mike and took something out of her pocket and handed it to Mike. Her voice was low and she seemed a little nervous. I found this in my room. Although I don't know if this is a useful clue, I think I should show it to you. Everyone craned their necks to look at Mike's hand, and everyone was curious about Mingxiang's discovery. It's a pendant. Yi Kongqing was tall and had very good eyesight. He could see it clearly with just one glance. He whispered to Sashi beside him. A feather-shaped metal pendant. There happened to be a strong man taller than herself standing in front of Sashi, blocking her view. Hearing Yi Kongqing's words, she blinked and then remembered something. Mike looked down at the pendant in his hand, then picked it up and showed it to the crowd. This is a metal pendant with a person's name engraved on the back. Andreev. After seeing the appearance of the pendant clearly, the others basically didn't express anything special. Obviously, no one thinks this pendant is of any use. Some people even look suspiciously, wondering if Mingxiang had just picked up something to make up the money. I have a painting here. She suddenly raised her hand. She walked over with a smile and handed the brown paper she had prepared long ago to Mike. I found it in the small study. Where is the small study? Mike asked subconsciously. Sashi replied with a smile. There is a lot of dust in the gap under the bookcase, but it is dirty. Mike unfolded the painting and took a look. This. Look here. Sashi pointed to the man's neck in the portrait. Is this necklace exactly the same as the one Mingxiang just took out? Mike compared them carefully and nodded. They are indeed the same. Sashi turned to look at Mingxiang and said with a smile. Although I don't know if the clues we handed over are valid clues, I think there should be some use for such a coincidental correlation. What's the use? Tianyuan not far away couldn't help but sarcastically said. At most, it can confirm that the person in this painting is named Andreev. What else is there?
Chapter 74 The Headless Man in the Castle 26.
It's better than you contributing nothing and making sarcastic remarks.
Sashi's attitude was not polite, and her language was quite sharp.
If you think it's completely useless, you should contribute something useful instead of just saying nothing.
You are blind here.
Tian Yuan choked immediately and stared at Sashi with an ugly face, but didn't know what to say to retort. Mike glanced at Tian Yuan and felt that it was not appropriate for Tian Yuan to say such words at this time. Finally, two people took the initiative to hand over their things and set a good example. Regardless of whether these two things were useful, they could at least encourage others to follow suit. He ignored Tian Yuan's embarrassed expression, turned to look at the others, and asked while the iron was hot.
So, is there anyone else who can provide some clues?
Obviously Mingxiang and Sashi's initiative, as well as Sashi's words, had an effect. What happened next went smoothly, and the players in each room more or less handed over some potentially useful clues. Even Li Feng is no exception. Among them was Dahe, that is, the player who served as the night watchman for 2 consecutive nights, and the things he handed over were the most useful. It was a diary left by a servant working in the castle. Dahe found it from the servant's room, since the diary was a whole book and the content was too long, and everyone wanted to take a look at it in person. Mike suggested discussing other clues first, and then studying the diary. This suggestion was approved by everyone. So in order to know the contents of the diary as soon as possible, everyone actively began to discuss the possible meanings of each item. After some discussion, everyone only came to the conclusion that the owner of the castle was probably named Andreev, and that Andreev should be the headless man. The second piece of information is just speculation and has no actual evidence. After discussing this, everyone almost couldn't wait to let Mike open the servant's diary. Facing everyone's gaze, Mike took the initiative and said,
I know everyone wants to read the contents of the diary in person, but this is too time-consuming.
As soon as he said these words, many people showed dissatisfied expressions, and some even showed disdain. Before those people could speak, Mike continued,
but if it is only left to me to read to everyone, some people will definitely worry that I will miss some important information.
The people who were a little restless at first became quiet again. Their expressions varied. Some did not want to admit that they had such suspicions, while others felt that their suspicions were justified. But no matter what they thought, they all wanted to hear what Mike was going to say next. Mike took in everyone's expressions and said with a smile,
so I suggest that everyone take turns reading the diary, and each person reads a page. This can save time than taking turns reading the diary. And you can also monitor each other to see if there are any missed plots.
There is no doubt that many people agree with this suggestion. As for the principle of the minority obeying the majority, those who still have opinions have to follow this method.
Then let's start with me.
Mike looked at the diary in his hand and began to read the contents of the diary in a steady voice. After he read a page, he gave it to the man closest to him, acting quite impartially.
Chapter 75 The Headless Man in the Castle 27. With Mike setting an example, others were too embarrassed to occupy the diary, so they started taking turns reading the diary. Most of the records recorded in the diary are trivial things, such as complaints about being wronged, being punished for doing something wrong, or having a crush on a gardener who repairs the garden and receiving valuable rewards from the owner. Such a small blessing. 2/3 of the way through, everyone seemed a little uninterested. Time passed quickly and dusk had arrived. No matter how reluctant they were, everyone had to rush to the lobby on the first floor to start the gathering required by the game. They packed the items contributed by each room into cardboard boxes and brought them to the lobby on the first floor. After entering the lobby on the first floor, the expressions of those players who did not have defensive items became nervous and uneasy, and some were even unwilling to sit down on the chairs. Mike tried his best to comfort everyone while trying to continue to let everyone finish reading the diary. Sashi sat next to Yikon Qing, taking advantage of the fact that everyone was in a panic and not in the mood to read the diary. She clicked on the friend function on her personal panel and sent a message to Yikon Qing. Sashi, the person who sneaked into our room during the day yesterday was Mike. Yikon Qing received the message reminder, clicked on it, and frowned slightly. Yikon Qing, how can you tell? Sashi, people who have never been to our room probably won't know that there is a small study room inside. Mike was not surprised when I mentioned the small study room. Instead, his attention was focused on where to find this painting. Only those who have entered the room will know that there is a small study inside. Only if you rummaged through the entire study and found nothing useful would you pay special attention to where you found this painting in the study.
Seeing Sashi's words, Yi Kongqing's expression was a little cold. However, in order not to attract Mike's attention, Yi Kongqing controlled himself and did not look in Mike's direction. In fact, he always felt that Mike was not a good person. In this kind of game, the display of selfless dedication and friendliness does not seem like any good intentions. Now that it is confirmed that it is Mike who sneaked into the room, he needs to be more careful in the future. Yi Kongqing, did you test it on purpose before? Sashi, that's right. She handed over the painting, partly to set an example, and let others follow suit and come up with some clues. On the other hand, people who searched her room for testing but found nothing will inevitably have some special behavior when they see clues in her hands. However, Sashi didn't expect that it would be Mike who showed a flaw. At this time, Mike didn't know that Sashi and Yi Kongqing had discovered his secret. It took him a long time to calm down the panicked people and let them continue reading the diary. Although the parts one have heard so far are very boring, and many people think that this diary is probably useless. But after all, this is the last clue that I have so far, and I have to finish reading the diary before giving up. After waiting for almost half an hour, it was finally Sashi's turn to take the diary. She opened a new page and read out while reading. The new distinguished guest is very beautiful. She is also very kind to us servants. She never makes things difficult for us. Everyone likes her very much and is willing to do things for her. The master also likes her very much. I often see the master smiling at her with love in his eyes. I think everyone will agree if she becomes the mistress of the castle in the future. Chapter 76, The Headless Man in the Castle 28. Only the old housekeeper doesn't like this distinguished guest. No one knows why. They only know that when the old housekeeper looks at her, he is always wary and defensive. He will also persuade the master from time to time not to be with the distinguished guest. We all think that the old housekeeper is too old to see people clearly, so she can't tell who is a good person and who is a bad person. Such a beautiful and kind girl must be a good person. The master probably had the same idea as us, so he didn't take the old butler's words seriously. However, the old butler still persisted in admonishing us from time to time, which made us servants begin to doubt whether the old butler had any grudge against the distinguished guest. We all feel privately that once the old housekeeper gets along with the distinguished guest for a long time, sooner or later we will be able to discover her beauty and kindness, and we will definitely be able to accept her. But I didn't expect that the old housekeeper couldn't wait until that day. The old housekeeper died a few days ago and died in the garden. But he was very old, and death is a normal thing. I just don't know what he was doing in the garden. He fell down in the flower bed and destroyed many precious flowers, which gave the little gardener a headache. The doctor said that the old housekeeper probably died from a recurrence of an old disease. I don't know exactly what old disease it was. The master was sad for a long time, but finally got back on his feet with the comfort of his distinguished guest. Today, the restored master finally proposed to the distinguished guest. The distinguished guest agreed. We are all very happy. Soon, the distinguished guest will become the hostess of the castle. I'm really looking forward to it. After reading this, the page ended, and Sashi handed the diary to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing did not answer. You should also read my page. He is not interested in reading diaries or anything like that. His voice was not high, but it was loud enough for everyone to hear when everyone was quiet. This isn't appropriate. Someone immediately stood up and objected. We agreed that each person would read one page. I took the initiative to let her read it, and she didn't steal it. Yi Kongqing glared at the person who objected. And you only read my page, excluding the following. What's wrong? His emerald green eyes were filled with fierce murderous intent. Those who objected were immediately shocked and froze without daring to speak again. Forget it. It's just one page. Mike hurriedly came out to smooth things over. As long as the two of them have no objections to each other, it'll be fine. With that said, Mike looked at Sashi and asked Sashi to express her position. Since it's my brother's request. Sashi laughed. It doesn't matter if I read another page. She turned the page regardless of other people's expressions or attitudes. When she saw the first sentence, her fingers paused slightly, and then she read it in a calm tone. I am very sad that the little gardener died. After the doctor examined it, he said that the little gardener fell into the water and died. It is said that the little gardener's body was indeed found in the pond. I heard what others said, but I didn't see it myself. I don't even dare to see the little gardener for the last time. I'm so scared. The little gardener is so good. How could he slip and fall into the water and die? The little gardener can obviously swim. Several friends who were close to the little gardener also expressed their doubts. But no one dared to ask the owner or the doctor about this matter. For lowly servants like us to be buried after death and have our relatives compensated, it is already a good result. Who dares to expect anything else?
Chapter 77 The Headless Man in the Castle 29.
Distinguished guest. Oh no! It should be said that he is the future hostess now. After the little gardener died, she gave the little gardener's parents a large amount of comfort money and expressed comfort to all the friends who cared about the little gardener. She is really a very kind woman. She treats us better than the master. She even cares about the emotions of low-level people like us.
Which makes me very touched.
After Sashi finished reading, she handed the diary to the man sitting on the other side of Yikanqing. The man eagerly turned the pages and glanced briefly before starting to read. Everyone sat up straight and became more attentive. Obviously, the successive deaths of the little gardener and the big housekeeper made everyone feel that something was wrong.
This period of time has been a mess. I never thought that after the little gardener died, 4 or 5 servants died one after another. The ones who died were all healthy young people without any diseases. They just missed it. Died for no reason. They all died in the pool in the garden. I saw them dying peacefully, as if they had fallen asleep. But no one knew why they died. And the doctor could only find out that they were drowned. Everyone thinks that the castle is cursed. And I am also very scared. I even have the idea of leaving the castle. But when I think about the fact that I still have young siblings to support at home, I am afraid it will be difficult to find such an income if I leave here. Where? I hesitated again. At this moment, the master suddenly announced that he was getting married to the mistress. He probably wanted to use something festive to dispel the gloom in the castle. At the same time, the owner ordered the pool to be filled in, and a tall sculpture was placed on it, and a circle of beautiful colorful bouquets was placed around it. These are all methods given by the wizard, saying they can resolve disasters. The wizard was found by the mistress. The mistress is so powerful that she can even find the wizard.
The man didn't write much on this page of his diary. After reading it, he felt a little unfinished, but he couldn't continue reading in front of so many people. So he had to hand the diary to the next person. The next person reads on.
I didn't expect the wizard's method to be really effective. 1 month has passed, and no more dead people have appeared in the castle, and everything has returned to normal. I feel relieved a lot, and I admire and respect the mistress even more from the bottom of my heart. But I don't know why. The master's body seems not as healthy as before. In this month, he fell ill 3 times. Each time the doctor couldn't tell what the problem was, and he couldn't cure the master. In the end, the woman the wizard brought by the master helped the master recover his health. The master felt that the doctor was useless and drove him away. The wizard took the doctor's place and lived in the castle. The mistress is very good. She took care of her personally when she was sick. She did everything she needed to do for her, and never asked us to help. We all joked in private that the mistress must really love her master. You don't want us maids to get close to the master.
The diary was passed on to new players. At this time, everyone was already eager to know the next content of the diary.
Early this morning, the mistress came to us in a panic and told us that she found her master missing when she woke up and asked us to help find her. We know that the mistress loves her master very much, and she must be very anxious when he disappears. So everyone put down their work and find the master together.
Chapter 78 The Headless Man in the Castle 30.
We searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. Finally, the wizard calculated the location of the master. Everyone searched for a long time in the direction pointed by the wizard. Finally, a sharp-eyed maid accidentally looked up and saw the master. The master is dead. He was hung at the top of the bell tower of the castle. There are deep strangulation marks around his neck. I don't know whether he was hanged or strangled. I only know that his death condition was not good. It scares me. Everyone was panicked. Even the hostess had no idea. She collapsed on the ground and cried miserably. In the end, the wizard stepped forward and found a way to release the master's body. The wizard said that the master died in vain. But he couldn't figure out who killed the master. He could only be sure that it was the master's enemies outside. In other words, someone sneaked into the castle last night and killed the master. But these things are not important to us servants. How can we find the enemy and avenge the master? We just want to know if the master is dead. Can we continue to get the wages we deserve in the castle? But the mistress is too panicked to give any advice. And it's not good for us to ask the mistress about such things right away at this time. After collecting the master's body, the wizard said that the master had great resentment before his death and was likely to turn into a ghost. In order to prevent such a thing from happening, the master's head must be chopped off. We all know that the master treated us well during his lifetime.
But when we thought that the master might turn into a ghost, everyone was afraid, and no one wanted to be hurt. So we followed the wizard's instructions, chopped off the master's head, and removed the head, put it in the partition on the top floor of the clock tower. Then, the hostess, who finally recovered somewhat mentally, told us sadly that it was difficult for her to support such a large castle alone. So she had to let us leave, and she could not give us wage subsidies. Although everyone is a little dissatisfied, the hostess is usually very nice to us. Now is a special moment like this. We are too embarrassed to ask for anything, so we have to pack our things and leave. I have to leave too. Ever since the master died, the castle has always felt eerie and scary. Now that there is no wages, I am even less willing to stay here. Here, the diary ends. After listening to all the diary contents, everyone had a thoughtful expression on their face. There was still a lot of information revealed in the maid's diary. Everyone needed to sort out their thoughts, so no one spoke for a while. Mike was not in a hurry to clear his thoughts. He looked around and suddenly said, "We must have been gathering in the hall for more than an hour. The headless man may not appear in the hall tonight." This news brought everyone back to their senses. They temporarily put aside the contents of the diary that were filling their minds, and finally remembered the hunting of the headless man. After gathering the headless people for more than an hour without making a move, this is actually not good news. The headless man is definitely going to kill someone at night. If he doesn't appear in the lobby, where will he appear next? No one knows. This means that all places in the castle have become unsafe areas. Thinking about it carefully, it might as well have been in a better situation when he was attacked by the headless man in the hall. Chapter 79, The Headless Man in the Castle 31. But no one can control the actions of the headless man, so everyone can only feel uneasy. And under the auspices of Mike, tonight's selection of the Night Watchman began. There are no fewer players now, Mike said. We should still need 6 Night Watchmen. I don't know which ones are willing. The Night Watchmen were not in danger for 2 consecutive nights, so the candidates for the Night Watchman were decided quickly. Except for the black boy who served as the Night Watchman for the 3rd consecutive night. The other 5 people changed again. After agreeing on the Night Watchman, everyone went back to their rooms to rest. As soon as he returned to the room and closed the door, Yi Kongqing lowered his voice and asked Sashi, "Do you think the message written on the last page of the genealogy you found is related to the maid's diary?" Sashi sat on the edge of the bed and stretched. She blinked at Yi Kongqing. "You and I thought of a place. I think the maid's diary just completed the first half of the story that was missing in the genealogy message. If I guess correctly, the person who left the message on the family tree should be the mistress. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment. You mean, it was the mistress who killed Andreyev? That's right. Sashi nodded and analyzed it point by point for Yi Kongqing. The wizard was brought into the castle by the mistress. And after the wizard came to the castle, Andreyev fell ill several times with strange illnesses. The doctor said there was nothing we could do, and we were driven away in the end. Doctors usually live in the room closest to the master bedroom, so that they can take care of patients at any time in case of emergencies. This also means that any movement in the master bedroom can easily be heard by the doctor. The doctor's departure is equivalent to losing Andreyev, the only person who can help him. Then it will be much easier to attack Andreyev. Also, it was the hostess who first discovered that Andreyev was missing. The couple slept together. If Andreyev took the initiative to leave quietly in the middle of the night, the hostess said she was asleep and didn't know. This is somewhat credible. Degree. But later it was said that Andreyev was killed by a vendetta. So the possibility of him quietly leaving the bedroom on his own initiative is very low. Under such circumstances, the hostess said that she only found out that her husband was missing when she woke up in the morning, which is inconsistent with logic. And it was the wizard who finally pointed out the location of Andreyev, which allowed everyone to find the body. It was also the wizard who proposed to chop off Andreyev's head. In the end, the mistress drove away all the servants in the castle, and the maid's diary did not mention anything about the headless man's ghost, which means that the headless man's ghost only appeared after the servants left. At that time, only the wizard and the mistress were left in the castle, and the message at the back of the genealogy mentioned that the wizard cannot solve the problem of the headless souls, which means that the person who wrote the message cannot be a wizard. So the only possibility is the mistress. Indeed. After hearing this, Yi Kongqing had to admit that Xiaoxi's analysis was reasonable. After thinking about it, he asked, "Then we are going to look for the headless man's head in the bell tower?" Although he didn't know what the use of this was, since the diary mentioned that the head of the headless man was placed in the bell tower. He thought he should go and take a look. If you want to go, I suggest you do it in the middle of the night tonight, when most of the players are asleep and the night watchers are gradually getting tired and relaxed. Sashi suggested. We can also try the non-night watch night. Can you go out? Chapter 80 The Headless Man in the Castle 32. Hearing Sashi's words, Yi Kongqing was a little surprised. Aren't you afraid? This woman had always said that she was afraid of the dark. But now she actually took the initiative to take action in the middle of the night. Why was she so bold again? Of course I'm afraid. But this is the best time to take action. Because most people may not have thought of going to the bell tower to find the head. I'm afraid. So I won't do it. Yi Kongqing didn't say a word. But the look he looked at Sashi became gentler. Not as sharp and full of murderous intent as he usually looked at others. Sashi kicked off her snow boots, put on furry slippers, and laughed again. Besides, aren't you by my side? With you here, I won't be so afraid. Her tone was soft and a bit squeamish. She looked at Yi Kongqing with eyes full of trust. Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment. The tips of his ears quickly turned a little red. But for the first time, he didn't tell Sashi to shut up. Sashi smiled and narrowed her eyes, like beautiful crescent moons. Then, she changed the topic in a timely manner to prevent Yi Kongqing from getting angry. But, actually, I think that head should be no longer in the bell tower. Yi Kongqing came back to his senses and asked puzzledly. Why? This is just my guess. Let's go to the bell tower to make sure. Sashi shrugged. What if the head is still in the bell tower? Wouldn't it be embarrassing for me to analyze it now? Yi Kongqing. Okay. I'm going to sleep for a while first. Sashi yawned. Can you wake me up in the middle of the night? Okay. Yi Kongqing agreed readily. Asterisk. Late at night, Sashi felt a little uncomfortable in her sleep. It's like the uncomfortable feeling you get when you have a bad cold and your nose is blocked and you can't breathe. She subconsciously opened her mouth, but no air came in. Instead, she felt that her mouth was blocked by something cold. Something's wrong. Sashi suddenly opened her eyes. With the warm orange flashlight on the bedside, she saw a shirtless, headless man lying on the bedside. His cold hands tightly covered Sashi's mouth and nose. Sashi was completely awake in an instant. She raised her hand and tried to pull away the headless man's hand, but found that she was not strong enough to compete with the headless man. And just when she raised her hand to take out the props from the storage compartment, two thick flesh-colored branches extended from the headless man's body, wrapping around Sashi's hands softly like vines, and then wrapped tightly. Not only could Sashi struggle to get away, but because her fingers were wrapped into rice dumplings, she couldn't take out the props from the storage compartment. Ugh! She couldn't speak, and could only let out a vague whimper. Yi Kongqing was in a light sleep. When he heard the movement, he immediately opened his eyes. He sat up from the sofa and looked in the direction of Sashi. What? As soon as he said a word, he saw the headless man lying beside the bed, and Sashi, whose mouth and nose were covered by the headless man. His expression calmed down. He quickly put his hands on the back of the sofa and jumped directly onto the bed. Without any hesitation, he raised his hand and held the headless man's wrist. Yi Kongqing's strength was so great that he made the headless man's hand leave Sashi just a little bit. Taking advantage of this small gap, Sashi took a deep breath, and her suffocation suddenly eased. Chapter 81 The Headless Man in the Castle 33. Yi Kongqing used both hands again to forcefully turn the headless man's wrist over, completely away from Sashi's face. Then he took out a dagger from his storage compartment, neatly cut open the two flesh-colored vines wrapped around Sashi's hands, and kicked the headless man on the shoulder. The dagger was not hindered when cutting through the flesh-colored vines. The vines suddenly lost their strength and softened from Sashi's hand. The headless man staggered and fell to the ground because of Yi Kongqing's fierce kick. Sashi took the opportunity to roll out of bed from the other side, leaving the headless man's reach. She shook off the vines on her hands and breathed heavily. Her brain was slightly dizzy because she finally received oxygen again. The headless man stood up quickly. Yi Kongqing kicked the headless man in the waist and abdomen. The headless man took a few steps back before he stabilized his pace. Then, the headless man stepped forward again. However, he did not attack Yi Kongqing. Instead, he jumped on the bed and tried to get close to Sashi. Sashi immediately took out a freezing gun from the storage compartment and fired at the headless man. The extremely cold air bullet hit the headless man's body, causing his movements to freeze, as if it became as motionless as a sculpture. Let's go! Sashi said to Yi Kongqing as she backed out of the door. This can only stop him for 5 minutes. When leaving, she didn't forget to put on her backpack. Yi Kongqing's backpack had been placed in the storage compartment. and he strode out of the bedroom with Sashi. At this time, the entire castle was dark, and the candlelight in the hall was extinguished long after the players left. Sashi took out her flashlight to shine, and at the same time, she held Yi Kongqing's wrist and ran with her. Before you spoke up, I didn't notice any movement from the headless man. Yi Kongqing's tone was filled with doubts, because he still had things to do in the second half of the night. He didn't fall asleep deeply. He just controlled himself to sleep lightly. But he didn't hear the footsteps at all, nor the movements of the headless man. He probably appeared suddenly out of thin air, Sashi replied. I have always been a light sleeper, and I wake up easily when there is any movement. But I didn't hear any sound, and I didn't wake up until I felt like I couldn't breathe. The first 2 times the headless man jumped down from the top of the hall to hunt players. He also appeared suddenly. The first time, no one paid attention to the movements of the headless man. But the second time, people looked at the ceiling from time to time, and many people still did not react to the appearance of the headless man. Moreover, it happened to be a time when most players relaxed their vigilance. This coincidence was probably the time chosen specially by the headless man. Just like now, when the headless man tried to suffocate her, he also specifically chose a time when both of them were asleep. Besides, Saoshi's expression was not very good. She lowered her head and looked at the silver bracelet on her wrist. This defensive item has loopholes. She remembered that in the last game, she blew up the entire basement with a bomb and became deaf for a while. Obviously, sonic attacks cannot be defended against by defensive items. Thinking about it now, it was already revealed at that time that there were loopholes in this defensive prop. But she was careless and did not think deeply. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely that defensive props are mainly used to defend against physical attacks. Chapter 82 The Headless Man in the Castle 34. In addition to non-physical attacks such as sonic attacks that cannot be defended, there are also injuries that do not look like attacks and should not be defended either. Just like covering your mouth and nose can cause death, but it will not cause any superficial harm to the human body, so it cannot be identified by defensive props. As expected of a profiteer, the product details only listed the benefits and advantages of the props, but deliberately did not mention the loopholes and shortcomings, making people think that the props were perfect. Yi Kongqing also glanced at Saoshi's bracelet. He said nothing, but he agreed with Saoshi's statement. From the moment he saw the headless man covering Saoshi's mouth and nose, he knew that there were loopholes in the defensive props. The headless man didn't use an axe when he dealt with both of us. He didn't even wave his fists to attack you. I'm afraid he knew they were useless to us. Sashi quickly analyzed as she walked upstairs. He must have been very aware of the loopholes in the defensive props. So he just put his hands on my mouth and nose, trying to kill me in this way. In the first 2 times, the headless man used an axe to behead his head. In addition, the headless man himself did not have a head, which invisibly gave people a mindset, making people think that the headless man dealt with all prey because he had no head. They will all be obsessed with beheading. But in fact, the game rules never say that the headless man will only use one hunting method, including Helena's previous belief that the headless man would give priority to attacking players without defensive props. In fact, this was just because the headless man hunted players without props in the first 2 times, which resulted in a fixed mindset. It turns out that the headless man will attack with or without props. The attack method will also change depending on whether the player has props. Sashi narrowed her eyes slightly, feeling not very beautiful. In any case, after tonight is over, she must first master the vulnerability range of this item. He was so close to me just now, but he didn't regard me as an attack target. Yi Kongqing remembered this and reminded Sashi. It seems that he only stares at you. Maybe he can't change it after he chooses his hunting target that night. Sashi guessed. So at most he will defend against your attack, but will not take the initiative to attack you. As for this, we will find out after we try again later, Sashi said, having already arrived on the 5th floor with Yi Kongqing. The sound of their fast-running footsteps had already attracted the night watchmen scattered in every corner. The night watchman followed the direction of the sound and the light source in Saoshi's hand and walked towards the 5th floor. It's just that the night watchers used the stairs on the edge, where the servants walked up and down every day. Sashi and Yi Kongqing took the main staircase, which was used by the host and guests. The night watchman arrived on the 5th floor almost at the same time as Sashi and Yi Kongqing, and saw the big black body lying on the corridor in the middle of the 2 parties. Everyone's footsteps were paused, and the faces of the 5 night watchmen were full of surprise and uncertainty. Dahe's body and head were completely separated, and his head rolled to his feet. with blood spreading all over the floor. There was still a look of shock on his face, as if he couldn't believe what he saw before he died. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. After a moment of silence, Sashi was the first to ask a question. She looked at the 5-night watchman opposite. "Didn't you stay with him all night?" Chapter 83 The Headless Man in the Castle 35. Sashi had been paying attention to the reactions of the 5-night watchman. Everyone was shocked by Dahi's death, and it was not like they were pretending. That is to say, they all just discovered Dahi's death. The look of Dahi's death made it obvious at a glance that it was the work of the Headless Man. His shocked expression probably showed that he did not expect that as a night watchman. He would also be the target of the Headless Man. Just like Xia, she didn't expect today that the Headless Man would attack players with props so soon. Judging from the color of the blood on the ground, the condition of rigor mortis, and the state of blood coagulation, Dahi must have been dead for at least 3 or 4 hours. Judging from the time, Dahi was killed by the Headless Man not long after everyone dispersed back to their rooms to sleep. Half the night has passed, but no one has discovered Dahi's death, which is enough to prove that the other 5-night watchmen have never gone to the 5th floor. This is a bit unusual. Even if everyone thinks that the night watchman will not be attacked by the Headless Men, they will choose to form a team for safety reasons. If a person doesn't show up for a long time, others should look for this person, instead of no one finding out that Dahi is dead for several hours. One of the yellow-skinned men with beards came to his senses and explained, "This brother has been a night watchman for several nights in a row. He said that he is very familiar with the terrain here and does not need anyone else to accompany him. Then he went up to the 5th floor by himself. We all thought that there was no risk in being a night watchman, so we let him go." The other 4 people nodded, supporting the Beard statement. "It's you. Why are you running out at this hour?" Beard asked Sashi in turn. "I was being chased by a Headless Man." Sashi immediately showed a frightened expression, and her shivering appearance was particularly pitiful. Then she looked at Yi Kongqing, her eyes full of dependence. "It was my brother who tried his best to help me, so I finally escaped." Yi Kongqing's expressionless JPG. It started again. "It's okay. He's used to it." "What?" The bearded man's eyes widened, and he looked around defensively. "Where is the Headless Man?" The other 4 night watchmen also suddenly showed nervous expressions and looked around in panic. The situation tonight was so different from the previous 2 nights. The death of a night watchman means that players, who are also night watchmen, are no longer safe. They may be targeted by the Headless Man at any time, which makes all night watchmen feel in danger. "He was in the bedroom before." Sashi pointed to the large bedroom with the open door on the 3rd floor. "But now I don't know where he is." 5 minutes had passed, and the Headless Man should have regained his mobility. But she did not see the Headless Man come out of the room. It's possible that the Headless Man was no longer in the room, and he didn't appear immediately, but was just waiting for the opportunity to attack her. After listening to Sashi's words, the 5 night watchmen did not dare to save supplies anymore and took out their flashlights for lighting. They looked around nervously, for fear of missing the moment when the Headless Man appeared. None of them had any defensive equipment. Once attacked by the Headless Man, they would definitely die. Sashi saw that the 5 people were nervous, but she did not take the initiative to remind them that the Headless Man might only attack her. In this case, the more people there are, the easier it is for the Headless Man to be discovered, and the safer she is. Chapter 84 The Headless Man in the Castle 36. After all, Sashi was protected by a defensive bracelet, and the Headless Man would not be able to attack with an axe. If you want to kill someone by covering your mouth and nose, you must at least have a chance to get close to her. But it's not that easy to get up close and touch her face without sleeping, especially when there are so many people watching. It adds a lot of difficulty to the Headless Man's hunting operation. This is also Sashi's chance to escape. If the Night Watchers knew that the Headless Man might only attack her, even if they were not in any danger at all, the probability of them choosing to leave would be much higher than the probability of being willing to protect her. She never had high expectations of humanity. Sashi's hand tightened slightly, and the freezing gun in her hand gently touched the palm of her hand. The bearded man noticed the light blue pistol in Sashi's hand. While he was alert to the situation around him, he couldn't help but ask, "I said, your gun seems different from ordinary guns." "Of course. These are props." Sashi nodded and admitted, then asked, "You must have seen them in the mall." "Right. She bought this prop when she was in the White House. She used it before with the mentality of giving it a try, but she didn't expect it to be really useful for the Headless Man." "I can't afford it. So why are I looking at the products in the mall?" When the bearded man mentioned this, he seemed a little unhappy.
Wouldn't it make me even more angry when I'm greedy and can't buy it?
Sashi.
Dot.
It made sense, but she was speechless.
What's the use of this tool of yours?
Beard asked again.
You can keep the target still for 5 minutes.
Sashi answered truthfully. In fact, this prop has another use. But she has always been very clear that she cannot tell all her details to strangers. However, outright lies are easy to see through. And it is also troublesome to lie afterwards. So she usually tells half and hides half.
Did you just use this prop to escape from the headless man?
The bearded man's eyes lit up, as if he saw the hope of survival. The other 4 people couldn't help but look at the freezing gun in Sashi's hand. Some of them had envy in their eyes, while others had calculation and greed in their eyes. Sashi had a clear view of everyone's expressions. She nodded obediently and said in a pity tone,
But after this prop is used once, it will cool down for an hour. It has been used once now, and cannot be used temporarily. You're talking nonsense.
A slightly thin middle-aged man immediately questioned loudly.
You must not want to help us get through tonight's difficulties. So you said that on purpose.
Yi Kongqing frowned and glanced at the thin man with sharp eyes. The thin man was startled and subconsciously took a step back.
Why should I lie?
Sashi blinked, with an innocent look on her face.
Uncle, why are you so suspicious? Me.
As soon as the thin man said one word, his expression suddenly changed. His eyes were fixed on Sashi's direction, and his lips were trembling. Sashi sensed something was wrong and hid behind Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing also reacted immediately and turned around to block Sashi. Sure enough, where Sashi was standing before, a headless man with outstretched hands appeared very close to him. Another second later, and her face would be covered by the headless man's hand again. Chapter 85 The Headless Man in the Castle 37. Sashi narrowed her eyes slightly. The headless man really knows how to choose his moment. Just now, everyone's attention was diverted because of the props. And at the same time, the light of the flashlight completely avoided her back. The headless man suddenly appeared behind her, just in the blind spot of the light. Except for the thin man facing her who could notice it. It was difficult for anyone else, who was looking around to react quickly within a few seconds. Fortunately, Sashi and Yi Kongqing never let down their guard. Otherwise, if they were caught by the headless man, it would be very troublesome to break free. When Sashi hid behind him, Yi Kongqing tensed up his muscles and entered a state of preparation for battle. Sashi dodged the blow, but the headless man made no further action. Several other night watchmen gasped when they saw the headless man, but they did not dare to turn around and run away, for fear that exposing their backs would give the headless man a chance to take action. In this tense atmosphere, the headless man suddenly disappeared. It seemed that in just a blink of an eye, the headless man disappeared from everyone's eyes. The moment the headless man disappeared, Sashi felt a chill down her spine. She subconsciously turned around quickly and leaned against Yi Kongqing's back. A pair of pale hands were reaching towards her face, and they did not stop even after she turned around. Yi Kongqing's reaction was not slow. The moment Sashi turned around, he understood what was going on. He reached behind him with one hand, picked up Sashi and hid aside. The headless man missed again. The 5 night watchmen who were originally nervous saw that the headless man had no intention of attacking them, and just kept chasing Sashi. They gradually realized that something was wrong.
Why does the headless man keep attacking you?
Beard couldn't help but ask.
How did I know?
Sashi curled her lips with an aggrieved look on her face.
I was almost scared to death.
Then she whispered to Yi Kongqing.
Go to the terrace.
Even with so many people present, the headless man still only targeted her, which proved that her guess was correct. The headless man's hunting target every night will not change due to any obstacles. The 5 night watchmen should have discovered this. So it would be unrealistic to try to rely on them to help her escape the headless man at this time. And she had to change her plan. There is a very large terrace on the 5th floor, which seems to have been used by the previous owner to hold some outdoor events. But now it is completely deserted, with nothing else except some old and discarded decorations that are piled up with dust. It was very open there, and had moonlight as auxiliary lighting. It was safer in comparison, because the headless man didn't have many places to hide himself. Yi Kongqing picked up Sashi without hesitation and ran toward the terrace. The 5 night watchmen looked at each other, and did not move for a while. Since the target of the headless man is not them, they don't want to cause trouble for themselves. Yi Kongqing's steps were fast and steady, and she didn't feel uncomfortable being carried by him. She looked around vigilantly, just in case the headless man suddenly appeared. But perhaps it was because Yi Kongqing had been moving so fast that it was difficult for the headless man to get close to him. The headless man did not show up again until he reached the terrace. After arriving at the terrace, Yi Kongqing put Sashi down while looking at the surrounding environment. He asked, "What are you going to do?" Chapter 86, The Headless Man in the Castle 38. "Actually, this freeze gun has another function," Sashi said as she pressed the small white button on the side of the gun handle. "But I wasn't prepared to use it so soon." She took out a few grenades from the storage compartment and handed them to Yi Kongqing. "Please keep an eye on them for me. If he appears, just throw them away." The defensive bracelet can prevent grenade attacks, so the two of them don't need to worry about grenade damage. "Didn't you say that this thing is useless against the headless man?" Although Yi Kongqing asked, he still held the grenade and was ready to throw it out at any time. Sashi did not explain immediately, but took out a second, freezing gun from the storage compartment in case of emergency. The moonlight was bright tonight, and except for some obscure spots in the corner filled with decorations, the rest of the terrace was basically unobstructed. Sashi walked to the other side, trying to stay away from the corner filled with decorations. Yi Kongqing stood in the center of the terrace, ensuring that no matter where the headless man appeared from, he would be able to take action in time. I don't know how much time passed like this, but the headless man never appeared. The icy cold wind blew from time to time, and the tip of Sashi's nose turned red from the cold. Her hands were huddled in her sleeves, barely keeping her fingers from freezing. "It's so cold," Sashi complained coquettishly. "I don't want to stay any longer." She came out in a hurry and was only wearing pajamas. Although she had already taken a down jacket from the storage compartment and put it on herself when she first arrived on the terrace, she still felt very cold as the outdoor temperature was too low. "Wait a moment." Yi Kongqing still stood where he was, watching the situation around him warily. "We'd better go back," Sashi continued. "Maybe the headless man has given up action tonight." With that said, she raised her feet and walked back, as if she really wanted to go back. Just as Yi Kongqing was about to stop Sashi from leaving, he suddenly noticed something was wrong with Sashi's shadow. From his angle, Sashi's shadow on the ground had some strange fluctuations, like the slight wrinkles caused by the breeze blowing across the lake. The fluctuations were very subtle and could easily be ignored without looking carefully. Yi Kongqing held his breath and watched for 2 seconds, and found that it was not actually the fluctuation of the shadow, but the illusion of fluctuation caused by something that did not completely overlap with Sashi's shadow and went up and down while walking. Yi Kongqing's eyes flashed, and he immediately threw the grenade in his hand towards Sashi. Sashi had been quietly paying attention to Yi Kongqing's movements. The moment Yi Kongqing threw the grenade, she jumped forward a short distance and quickly turned around to look over where her shadow originally stood. The headless man was squirming on the ground like a twisted mollusk. In order to fit the figure closely, his body was compressed and deformed to the extreme. At this time, the headless man's body was rapidly inflating like an inflatable ball, trying to return to its normal appearance. At this moment, the grenade landed on the headless man's shoulder and exploded. The headless man's body paused for a moment. His shoulders were blown open, but no blood flowed out. He was like a plasticine product. After being deformed by the explosion, invisible hands slowly kneaded it back to its normal shape, taking advantage of the few seconds that the headless man recovered. Sashi immediately hit the headless man with a freezing gun. Chapter 87, The Headless Man in the Castle 39. A light blue beam of light was emitted from the freeze gun and quickly engulfed the headless man's body. The next second, the headless man's entire body froze. It was completely different from the stiffness of his limbs when he was hit before. At this time, his body was covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, as if he was completely frozen from the inside out. A gust of cold wind blew by, and tiny cracks immediately appeared on the frozen body of the headless man. With the sound of tiny cracks, his whole body turned into countless tiny powders, forming a small gray-white mound on the ground. Earth Mountain. Sashi breathed a sigh of relief. "I didn't expect this prop to be really useful." As soon as she finished speaking, the freezing gun in her hand turned into powder and dissipated in the cold wind. "What?" Yi Kongqing just said a word and then stopped. He didn't know whether he should ask about the props or the headless man first. "Let's talk while we walk." Sashi walked to Yi Kongqing's side and said with a smile, "It looks like I should be safe tonight." Yi Kongqing said, and followed Sashi out of the terrace. At this time, the 5 night watchmen had long gone. They probably thought that Sashi would definitely die. The hunting quota for tonight would be used up, and the headless man would stop taking action. Instead, they relaxed and stayed in a suitable corner to complete their night watchman's task of not sleeping. The players in other rooms never came out. Maybe some people were really asleep. But it was impossible for most people to not hear such a loud noise before. They probably didn't dare to come out, fearing that they would become the target of the headless man. Sashi walked softly into the corridor, which was the direction leading to the bell tower. Yi Kongqing was a little surprised.
Aren't you going back? We've all come out. Of course we have to go to the bell tower to have a look,
Sashi explained to Yi Kongqing in a low voice. After the commotion just now, everyone is even more afraid to go out casually. So the possibility of other players going to the clock tower tonight is even lower. This is a good opportunity for the two of them. And the headless man is gone. And the danger is gone. Although I don't know if there are other crises. It is worth giving it a try now. Yi Kongqing didn't object and walked quickly to Saxi's side. After the two people left the main building of the castle, they no longer needed to avoid making any noise. They quickly ran into the bell tower. When walking up the stairs, Sashi said,
"The freezing gun also has another function, which is that when the highest intensity of energy is used, it can directly cause the death and fragmentation of living things. But after using this ability, props will be damaged. That white button."
Yi Kongqing recalled Saxi's previous preparations.
"Yes,"
Sashi nodded.
"After pressing that button, the freezing gun can use the highest intensity of energy."
Yi Kongqing suddenly reacted.
"Then you said you wanted to go back to the room before and didn't want to wait any longer. Was that intentional?"
Sashi laughed.
"Yi Kongqing, you are actually quite smart."
It's just that the straight-line thinking mode prevents Yi Kongqing from actively thinking about details many times. But it makes sense. Yi Kongqing snorted, his expression not looking happy at all after being praised.
"We were there for such a long time, and the headless man didn't show up. I knew that our defenses must be too perfect, and he had no chance to attack me,"
Sashi explained.
"So I deliberately exposed a flaw so that the headless man wouldn't show up."
The leader appears.
Chapter 88: The Headless Man in the Castle 40.
It's too dangerous for you to do that.
Yi Kongqing frowned.
Are you sure that the freezing gun was effective on the headless man? The prop description does not say it is effective on living creatures. The headless man is an innocent soul. It's still a bit certain.
Sashi tilted her head, with a hint of cunning in her eyes.
Although it is said that the message in the genealogy is about the ghost of the headless man. Judging from the fact that bullets can hit the headless man, although the attack effect of guns and ammunition is not great, it can still touch the headless man.
After a pause, she added,
"In addition, the headless man can also touch me. I think he should be in a physical state and not a real soul."
She raised her chin slightly towards Yi Kongqing, showing a little pride.
"And I have hit the headless man once with a freezing gun before, which means that the freezing gun itself is a tool for attacking the headless man.
It's effective. So overall, I'm still confident. Then what's the purpose of asking me to throw the grenade?"
Yi Kongqing asked.
"I guess the headless man cannot disappear when he is injured. The last time he was hit by a gun, his body spat out the bullets before continuing to act,"
Sashi said.
"Injury him first with a grenade. If he can't disappear and dodge, I can guarantee that the freezing gun will be able to hit him."
Saxi's analysis was clear and logical. And Yi Kongqing had to admit that she had considered it thoroughly, and was not acting impulsively at all.
"Then do you think the headless man is really dead?"
Yi Kongqing suddenly asked. Sashi paused and looked at Yi Kongqing. The light from the flashlight in her hand also hit Yi Kongqing's beautiful face.
"You think it's too easy?"
Yi Kongqing nodded.
"Yes. If the headless man is the most important level in this game, then it shouldn't be so easy to solve. Actually, I have the same worries as you."
Sashi raised her feet and continued walking up.
"But it's useless to think about it now. We'll find out tomorrow.
Maybe there will be new rules of the game, new troubles, or something else. Anyway, it looks like everything will be fine tonight. Then let's worry about tomorrow's matters until tomorrow." The two of them successfully reached the top floor of the bell tower. But the upper compartment was a bit high, and even Yi Kongqing couldn't reach it. Finally, Yi Kongqing let Sashi ride on his shoulders before reaching the top of the compartment. This compartment was not sealed, but was built with wooden strips in a chessboard-like pattern, with gaps at every few intervals that were large enough for people to get in. Sashi's upper body got into the top of the compartment. She took a flashlight and looked around the entire compartment.
No, not to mention the head. Not even a hair can be seen.
This kind of flashlight can clearly illuminate every area. If there is something on it, it is impossible to see it, let alone such a big head. Yi Kongqing was a little surprised by this result. but because Sashi had mentioned it before. He was more surprised that Sashi actually guessed it right. Yi Kongqing put Sashi down and asked, "You said before that the head of the headless man should not be here. Why?" Sashi showed a bright smile. "Didn't the message at the back of the family tree say it? Despite all efforts to trap the headless man here forever. And also mention the role of a wizard. So I think it should be some kind of seal." Chapter 89 The Headless Man in the Castle 41. Yi Kongqing looked at Sashi and motioned for her to continue. "Since the headless man is an entity and not a soul, it shouldn't be a situation where the soul is running around after sealing the entire body." Sashi's eyes were bright and energetic when she analyzed the problem. "Then it's 9 out of 10. What was sealed was his head. So he could only run around in a headless state." Yi Kongqing understood what Sashi meant. "So you think that the headless man's head has been sealed and cannot be still in its original position?" "Yes," Sashi nodded. "According to the maid's diary, the wizard only planned to put the head in the bell tower at first. If it was to be sealed at that time, there was no need for the mistress to emphasize in the message that she was going to put the headless head in the bell tower. The thing about people being trapped and dying in the castle. Since we want to seal it, we must choose the appropriate sealing conditions." Yi Kongqing followed Sashi's words and said, "I won't just put it here casually. So the head must have changed its position." Bingo, Sashi snapped her fingers. "I also speculated at the time that maybe the seal of the headless man could be unlocked so that he could leave the castle to seek revenge on the woman. And he would not do anything to the players in the castle. They have taken action. But at present, it seems that there is no chance to confirm whether this guess is correct." After the two chatted, they stopped lingering and walked back quietly along the way. Fortunately, they were not discovered by the night watchman. Back in the room, as Sashi expected, everyone was frightened by the previous movements. No one dared to run out to see the situation. So their room was not invaded. Sashi kicked off her shoes, laid down on the bed, and yawned loudly. "I'm so sleepy. It's been a tough day today." Yi Kongqing closed the door and sat on the sofa. "Go to sleep." "No," Sashi sighed. "We still have something we need to confirm quickly." "What's going on?" Yi Kongqing had doubts in his eyes. Now that everything that needs to be done has been done, there should be nothing left to do. Sashi took a deep breath, as if secretly cheering herself up. Then she reluctantly sat up and tried her best to stay awake. "Since we know that the defensive props have loopholes, mastering the scope of this loophole will help to calmly deal with future situations. I feel so sleepy and want to sleep. But this matter cannot be delayed, and it must be clarified as soon as possible." Yi Kongqing looked at Sashi, who looked like she could fall asleep at any time. He took out his backpack from the storage compartment, reached into the mezzanine, and took out a small green glass bottle and handed it to Sashi. Sashi took a look and saw the 3 characters, Finjiujing, on the bottle, which made her laugh. "You actually have such a thing." She took the wind oil essence and applied it on her temples and philtrum, and she suddenly felt a lot more awake. "What are you going to do?" Yi Kongqing asked. "Just try it bit by bit." Sashi stood up and stretched. "Yi Kongqing, I have to do an experiment on you." There was a hint of slyness in her eyes, and she smiled like a kitten who was having some bad idea. Yi Kongqing. "Dot!" There is an ominous feeling. Despite what he thought in his heart, Yi Kongqing still had no objection and let Sashi do what she wanted. Therefore, after various attempts, Sashi finally grasped the scope of the loopholes in the best defense items at dawn. Chapter 90 The Headless Man in the Castle 42. Soundwave has experienced this before, and he knows without trying again that a defensive bracelet cannot prevent it. In addition, the protective bracelet is ineffective against changes in temperature. Extreme heat or cold can cause harm to people, but fire and flooding can be defended. That is to say, you will not be burned or drowned. But if the fire is very hot, you will be scalded, and if the water is very cold, you will be frostbitten. This is in line with the characteristics of not protecting against temperature. As for covering the mouth and nose and tying up the body, it depends on the strength. If the strength is controlled well enough and does not cause any damage to the surface of the body, then the opponent can be successfully suffocated or tied up. But if the force is too strong, the defensive bracelet will be activated and bounce away from those who try to harm you. This intensity is difficult to control. Sashi tried many times, but could not control the intensity just enough to suffocate the opponent without triggering defense. If the force is too small, it will be easily torn apart. And if the force is too strong, it will be bounced away by the defensive props. Except for NPCs like the Headless Man, it is probably difficult for ordinary people to cause just the right damage to others. In addition, All prop types can be defended. Sashi tried all the props she bought on Ikonqing, but none of them could break through the defense bracelet. Even effect props like freezing gun cannot work. This is in line with what is said in the detailed introduction in the mall. Except for the only special offensive prop that can break through the best defensive props. All other props are ineffective against it. That offensive prop is worth 100 million. And it is a disposable item. Unless there is a lot of spare money. It is basically impossible for anyone to be willing to buy it. She was so rich that she had never thought of buying that prop. Generally speaking, it is still difficult for ordinary people to harm the prop user under the protection of a defensive bracelet. What needs to be noted is the dangerous environment and powerful NPCs that may exist in survival games. As a commodity prop in the mall, it is impossible to say that there are no loopholes at all. Sashi thought about it with her toes. Otherwise, the game rules will be ineffective for players with high points. For example, in this game, if the headless man is completely unable to attack players with the best defense items, then for these players, there will be almost no risk in this game. Making players almost invincible and easily survive every survival game is definitely not the result the system wants to see. So the game mechanism is set to ensure a relative balance. Therefore, the loopholes and props mainly target game rules and NPCs. Even if the average player masters the loopholes, it is not so easy to hurt the opponent. After understanding all this, Sashi finally felt relieved. She yawned and lay on the bed and fell asleep. Ikonqing's mental state was not bad, but he had nothing to do anyway. So he simply lay on the sofa to catch up on his sleep. At dusk, Sashi washed up energetically and went to the lobby on the first floor with Ikonqing to gather. When Sashi appeared, many people looked shocked. You? Aren't you dead? Lu stood up suddenly, with an expression as if he had seen a ghost. Don't curse me. Sashi curled her lips unhappily. I'm living a good life. Impossible, the bearded man said with a look of disbelief. You were actually able to escape from the hands of the headless man? Chapter 91 The Headless Man in the Castle 43. Are you awesome? Sashi raised her chin slightly, with a proud look as if she was waiting to be praised. At this time, Mike stood up and said politely to Sashi, I wonder if you can tell us how you escaped from the headless man's pursuit. In this way, if all of us become the target of the headless man, we can also good chance to escape. Okay. Sashi nodded with a smile. I'm very happy to be able to help you. She found a comfortable seat, pulled Ikonqing to sit down with her, and then slowly and briefly told what happened last night. Most of the details were omitted, except for the fact that the freezing gun froze the headless man to death, which those people must be very concerned about. Before going downstairs, Sashi had already considered that it would be almost impossible to completely hide this matter, not to mention that the 5-night Watchman had seen the freezing gun last night. Even if they didn't know the second function of the freezing gun, they would inevitably think deeply about it. What's more, if she keeps hiding it, she will inevitably be targeted and insinuated by others. If she needs to use the freeze gun at some point in the future, she can't bear not to use it just to prevent the other party from discovering it. Right? Instead of being stared at all the time and making yourself so uncomfortable, it's better to tell the truth now. Anyway, the most she can do is provide some information. And other people should not have any delusions. That prop of yours called freezing gun was really destroyed after using the maximum energy once? One of the night watchmen last night, the thin middle-aged man, questioned. Don't you be reluctant to borrow the prop? Give it to us. Tell a deliberate lie. I'm looking at you. Ikonqing frowned slightly. He raised his eyes, and his emerald green eyes stared directly at the thin man with murderous intent. The thin man suddenly trembled with fright. He stopped talking before he could finish his words. Uncle, did you experience something unpleasant when you were a child that made you so suspicious? Sashi blinked her eyes, looking innocent and aggrieved. If you don't believe me, you can ask other people who own this prop. Players, you can buy this item for only 10 million. It's not very expensive. There must be other players who have it. The thin man. Dot. Bearded. Dot. Mike. Dot. Everyone else. Dot. Not expensive? Does this woman have no concept of money at all? Sashi looked around and said in a clear voice, I know that Uncle has this idea of borrowing other people's props, which will make the players who have this prop dare not stand up for me to prove that what I said is the truth. But you all have an idea. I won't cry even if I am wronged by Uncle. Her tone was sincere, as if she simply wanted to express her feelings. But to others her words were not what they seemed on the surface. The thin man's face suddenly became confused. And among those present, a small number of people also showed unnatural expressions. Sashi glanced around unintentionally and roughly remembered the appearance of those people. These people should all have freezing guns. What she said is indeed the truth. Mike suddenly spoke. His tone was kind and fair. I also have the freezing gun prop. The description of the prop does indeed say that, after using the maximum energy, it will be destroyed immediately. Chapter 92: The Headless Man in the Castle 44. The thin man tried to ask for props but failed. He tried to slander Sashi but was slapped in the face. Many people looked at him as a joke. This time, not only was he speechless, but his face was even uglier than before. So is the headless man dead now? Mike cautiously confirmed to Sashi. Do we no longer need to worry about being hunted in the coming nights? I don't know about that. Sashi shook her head. I did see the headless man frozen into powder. But he was not a normal human being after all. And I didn't dare to vouch for whether he was really dead. Only a fool would vouch for it at this time. This kind of flag cannot be established. That's true. Mike nodded, then turned to everyone and said, it seems that everyone still has to cheer up tonight and pay more attention when going back to the room to rest. If we can spend tonight safely, then the headless man should really be gone. Mike's appeal is still there, and most people agree with what he says. Next is the candidate to serve as the night watchman. Since one person died last night, only 5 watchmen were needed for the 4th night. Dahei's death did not make many people afraid of serving as a night watchman. Perhaps it was because the death of the headless man made them feel that they no longer needed to worry. So many people raised their hands enthusiastically. Mike let them make their own guessing decisions, and finally selected 5 people. And everyone went their separate ways. Asterisk. Early morning on the 5th day, when Sashi and Yikanqing went out, they saw many people running downstairs. Sashi stopped Mingxiang, who happened to be passing by, and asked, what happened? Mingxiang looked nervous. When she saw it was Sashi, she pulled Sashi toward the stairs. Her voice was low, as if she was a little scared. I heard that 2 players died on the 2nd floor. Yikanqing followed Sashi silently. After hearing Mingxiang's words, he raised his eyebrows slightly, but had no other unnecessary expressions. Mingyu also followed Mingxiang. He glanced at Xiaxi's back, and then lowered his head in embarrassment. After 2 seconds, he looked up at Yikanqing again, seeming to be sizing him up. After receiving a vicious glare from Yikanqing, he lowered his head again. Dead? Xiaxi stared. Did he die last night? It should be so, Mingxiang said uncertainly. I also heard what others said just now. It seems that when the 2 players next door came out in the morning, they saw the blood stains flowing from the crack of the door. They felt something was wrong and knocked on the door. I just happened to meet a few night watchmen passing by. So we all opened the door together and saw that the 2 players inside were dead. Sashi didn't say anything. She just walked faster to the 2nd floor. A lot of people had gathered outside the door of one of the rooms on the 2nd floor. Most of them were whispering, and the whole atmosphere seemed a bit solemn. He was beheaded, Yikanqing suddenly said. He had good eyesight and was tall. He could already see what was going on inside before he even got close to the door. The entire head was chopped off. The wounds were smooth and clean. It looks like the murder weapon was an axe, he added. Mingxiang gasped after hearing this. She grabbed Xiaxi's hand in fear and asked worriedly, Sister Xia, do you think it will be a headless man? Maybe. Sashi took out her hand and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. Sorry, I'm too nervous. My palms are sweaty. It's better not to hold me. Chapter 93: The Headless Man in the Castle 45. Yikanqing lowered his eyes and glanced at Xiaxi's hand hanging by his side. It was clean and dry, without any sweat stains. This woman is lying again. He averted his gaze and pretended not to notice. Mingxiang was stunned for a moment. She wisely did not mention whether she was sweating or not. She just asked, Sister Xia, didn't you kill the headless man before? Why did he come back to life again? I don't know. Sashi shook her head and looked at Mingxiang innocently. I also said last night that the headless man is not an ordinary human being. I'm not sure whether he is dead or not. The people who were whispering in front stopped when they saw Sashi appear. They all turned to look at Sashi, with pure doubts and complaining questions in their eyes. The thin man was discussing with the people around him whether the headless man was still alive. Suddenly he heard everyone quiet down. He turned around strangely and saw Xiaxi's delicate and beautiful face. He couldn't help but get angry immediately. Hey, didn't you say that the headless man was killed by you? Now 2 more players have died here. Can you take responsibility?
Sashi didn't respond. She lowered her eyes and played with her fingers in a relaxed posture.
Hey, you woman!
The thin man suddenly became very unhappy, and his voice rose a little higher.
I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me?
Sashi slowly raised her head. She looked at the thin man and asked in confusion.
Are you talking to me?
The thin man said angrily.
What are you pretending to be? Who else can I talk to if I'm not talking to you? There are so many players here. Who knows who you are talking to?
Sashi blinked innocently.
I didn't say hello, but you shouted so casually. I thought you were talking to someone next to you. Ah.
The thin man was a little angry, and his tone became even more aggressive.
Just tell me whether you should be responsible. Why should I be responsible?
Sashi tilted her head. There was a smile on her face, but there was no smile in her eyes.
I didn't kill these 2 dead players. And what I said last night, it's very clear that I'm not sure whether the headless man is dead or not. Mike also reminded everyone to be more vigilant at night. Do they blame me if they don't take it seriously? Do you think you have no responsibility?
The thin man persisted.
I'm looking at you. It's so noisy.
Yikomching frowned, his face full of impatience.
Shut up.
The thin man seemed to have noticed Yikomching's presence only at this time. He was forced to hold back his words, and his whole face turned red. Yikomching glanced at everyone and said in a fierce tone.
Every fool knows that this matter has nothing to do with her. So don't blame me for being rude if you hold on to her.
His threat was very effective. Some people who originally wanted to shift the responsibility to Sashi under the instigation of the thin man suddenly lost their temper. Sashi showed a bright smile to Yikomching. She praised in a low voice.
You are worthy of being my bodyguard. Thumbs up.
Yikomching stared straight ahead expressionlessly, as if he didn't hear what Sashi said.
Bodyguard?
Mingxiang, who was the closest, heard Siashi's words. She asked Sashi with some confusion.
Sister Xia, didn't you say he is your brother? Yes. Is there anything wrong with my brother working part-time as a bodyguard?
Sashi asked Mingxiang.
Who wouldn't want a person as powerful as my brother to be his bodyguard?
Chapter 94 The Headless Man in the Castle 46.
That's true.
Mingxiang smiled sheepishly and added.
It's just that I don't think he and Sister Xia look alike. So I thought you were not real siblings. They're cousins.
Sashi looked at Mingxiang with a smile and said in a natural tone.
And my brother is of mixed race. So it's normal that he doesn't look like me.
Mingxiang couldn't help but look at Yikomching's pair of emerald green eyes with mixed race characteristics. Sensing Mingxiang's gaze, Yikomching frowned, with a hint of impatience in his eyes. Mingxiang quickly lowered her head, not daring to take another look.
What's wrong?
Mike finally came to the crowd at this time. He first glanced at the 2 dead players inside the door, and then looked a little solemn.
It seems that the headless man is really not dead.
Although everyone had already made such speculations, when they actually heard Mike say this, the whole atmosphere instantly became heavier.
Then what should we do?
A woman couldn't help but ask.
Can we just wait blindly to be killed by the headless man?
Her tone was a little desperate, even a little tearful. I finally thought that the headless man was dead and that everything was over, only to find out that it was all an illusion. The most terrifying thing is not that there is no hope, but that after having hope, it is shattered.
That's not necessarily the case.
Mike pondered for a moment, then turned to look at Sashi and said,
Since some players have successfully escaped from the headless man, then we still have a chance.
His words gave comfort to many heavy-hearted players.
Yes, we still have hope. You're right. Now is not the time to give up. We should unite and find more ways to escape from the headless man. Since you can escape successfully once, you must also have the opportunity to escape 2 or 3 times.
Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, Mike walked up to Sashi and said politely to Sashi,
Miss Xia, now I can only ask you to tell us your experience that night in detail. After all, you are the only one so far, a player who successfully escaped from the headless man. Actually, I said everything that needs to be said very clearly.
Siashi's attitude was also very polite, but she had no intention of cooperating with Mike's request.
I think the key lies in the props.
Before Mike could speak, she turned to look at the others and said,
You guys have freeze guns. As long as you are willing to use the maximum power of the tool to attack the headless man, you can at least ensure your own safety that night.
Her words silenced the originally lively crowd, and everyone had different expressions.
After I used the freeze gun to kill the headless man didn't appear again in the 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the night until dawn,
Sashi said slowly.
So I think The freeze gun, although it can't really kill the headless man, it can prevent the headless man from committing any more crimes that night. How can you guarantee that your judgment is correct? Helena immediately questioned. What if the headless man did not show up again that night due to other factors? Why should I promise? Sashi tilted her head and asked in confusion. I'm not your guardian. Nor am I the person responsible for this game. It's good if I can give my own suggestions and opinions. Why are you so demanding? After speaking, she curled her lips, looking aggrieved and angry. Chapter 95 The Headless Man in the Castle 47. Helena choked and couldn't speak. With her many years of experience, she could tell that Sashi's grievance and anger were just fake. But everyone else believed her. If she said anything at this time, she would be regarded as a villain who bullies the weak. It's really infuriating. I think there is a high probability that Miss Ya's guess is correct. Mike took the initiative to smooth things over. But if you think carefully, you should try it again. This will basically determine whether the freezing gun is effective. How to try it? Someone immediately asked. We can't be sure who the headless man will hunt every night. If he kills players who don't have a freezing gun, then there's no way to try it. Right. Yes. The people on the side agreed. Even if those who have props are willing to contribute their own props, it is useless if they are not sure who the headless man will hunt that night. What's more, where are those who have props? Be willing to contribute your own props. The last sentence was sour, but it was unanimously agreed by most players who did not have a freezing gun. There is nothing we can do about this. A fat European man suddenly said. Why should others donate props to others if they bought them with their own points? I think you are the one with the tools. The thin man glanced sideways at the fat man. You are so eager to clear up the relationship. I do have props. The obese man admitted frankly. So what if I cut off the relationship? I'm not familiar with you. Why should I give you such a prop that may save my life at a critical moment? Or can you give me the same reward? Or will you die for me at the critical moment? The skinny man's face darkened. What you say is so unpleasant. Shouldn't we help each other now? If you help me, then I will definitely help you. Just you? The fat man glanced at the thin man with disdain. How can you help me? What's the point of asking this? The thin man couldn't stand the fat man's expression and immediately shouted. You won't share your props anyway. So why are you asking here? Okay. Mike had to stand up again to smooth things over. Let's discuss this matter in the long term. Let's stop arguing for now. Let's take advantage of the daytime to look for other clues in the castle, and think about whether there are any a suitable solution to the problem. He once again used his strengths, and after some persuasion, he finally calmed down the two sides who were at war with each other. Then he arranged for several men to collect the two bodies in the house, and put them into cells in the basement, while the others scattered. Seeing that there was no excitement to see, Sashi prepared to take Yi Kongqing to visit the castle together. Last time, I spent a whole day just figuring out the overall terrain of the castle, but I haven't seen many details yet. If you search more, you might actually be able to find some useful clues. Mingxiang followed Sashi and asked with a worried look on her face. Sister Xia, the headless man is really not dead. We will have to be on tenterhooks again at night. Aren't you afraid? Fear can't solve the problem. Sashi shrugged. She looked at Mingxiang. Why are you following me? Mingxiang lowered her head in embarrassment. Sister Xia, I'm a little scared and want to be with you. Chapter 96 The Headless Man in the Castle 48. Don't you still have your brother Mingyu? Sashi glanced at the young man who had been following Mingxiang. When two people encourage each other, they won't be so afraid. Just like me and my brother. When Mingyu heard his name, he glanced at Sashi shyly, and then quickly lowered his eyes. Mingxiang glanced at Yi Kongqing quietly and felt her heartbeat speeding up. This was a good-looking man full of wildness, but the pressure on him made her a little nervous. This nervousness made her even afraid to have a good impression of this man. And she couldn't help but feel a little afraid even if she took another look at him. Is something wrong? Being stared at by Mingxiang twice in a row made Yi Kongqing's tone particularly vicious. Me. Mingxiang was frightened and stammered. She quickly shifted her gaze and looked at Sashi. I know Sister Xia is a good person. And I also know that my brother and I want to stay safe in the game. Life is not that easy. So I thought I could go with Sister Xia. Sashi paused and looked at Mingxiang in surprise, as if she had not expected Mingxiang to make such a request. Sister Xia, we promise not to make any excessive demands, Mingxiang requested softly. Just give us a little help when it's convenient for you. I also know that my brother and I don't have anything that we can offer in exchange with you. But as long as you need it, We will try our best to help you with things, even if it is making the bed, cleaning, etc. This.
Sashi showed a troubled expression. She raised her head and looked at Yi Kongqing beside her.
I can't make the decision on this matter. My brother doesn't like being with others. You tell me so now. But I can try to discuss it with him. But I can't agree to it for the time being.
The expressionless Yi Kongqing said.
Dot.
It's not the first time anyway. I'm used to it. Mingxiang nodded, her eyes full of hope.
I know. It doesn't matter. As long as Sister Xia doesn't reject me immediately, then I won't disturb Sister Xia for now,
Mingxiang whispered, pulling Mingyu and turning around to leave, for fear that if she stayed a little longer, Yi Kongqing would dislike her and take up her time. It wasn't until Mingxiang and Mingyu disappeared that Yi Kongqing asked,
Do you doubt them?
Based on what he knew after spending so long with Sashi. She would use him as a shield for anything she didn't want to agree to. So no matter how beautiful Sashi's words were, she was actually rejecting the two brothers and sisters.
It's not suspicious,
Sashi shrugged.
They're just two strangers. I can't trust them easily just because they act friendly. Right.
It is normal to feel that you are weak and find it difficult to protect yourself in a dangerous environment and to want to find strong support. But Sashi knew very well that her appearance had nothing to do with power. Even if she escaped safely from the headless man once. Most people thought it was Yi Kongqing's credit. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that after seeing her and Yi Kongqing together, Mingxiang felt that Yi Kongqing was strong and dependable. So she wanted to get Yi Kongqing's protection through her. Therefore, she would not categorically think that Mingxiang approached her with bad intentions. But she would not easily believe that Mingxiang was really friendly. Chapter 97 The Headless Man in the Castle 49.
That woman is very annoying. And that man looks weird,
Yi Kongqing snorted.
No matter if they have ulterior motives or not. I don't want to team up with him. Mingyu's personality is indeed a bit too introverted compared to ordinary boys.
Sashi found a euphemistic word, and then said,
If you don't want to team up with him, I respect your opinion.
Regardless of whether those two people had other purposes, or simply wanted to rely on him, Sashi didn't care very much. She doesn't have that much compassion. Yi Kongqing's expression softened a little. He didn't speak anymore. And he and Sashi began to search the castle carefully. For the next 3 nights, the headless man hunted every target that had neither defensive items nor a freezing gun. He seemed to know what the players were thinking, and did not give them a chance to try it again. At the end of the 7th night, a total of 13 players had died, and the atmosphere in the entire castle became a little solemn. If we don't find a solution to the problem, even Mike won't be able to appease ordinary players who have no guarantees. So on the evening of the 8th day, when we gathered in the lobby, everyone had a heated discussion about whether the freezing gun and defensive props should be donated to ordinary players for use. She watched the play for more than half an hour, and felt a little funny when she saw those people were so noisy that their faces were red and their voices were hoarse. Discussion of this issue is doomed to yield no results. In order to save their lives, players without props will definitely try their best to persuade players with props to fund them. But players who have props cannot be willing to contribute their own props. They bought it with their own points, and it is their own property. Who would give away property to others casually? Moreover, it is a tool used to save lives at critical moments. Who would give it to others for no reason? What's more, judging from the number of players who own props, even if they all have more than one of the same props, it is absolutely impossible to distribute it to every player so that every player has props. Everyone here is actually selfishly wanting to protect themselves from their own perspective. This kind of thinking is normal, and there is nothing right or wrong. But every one of them tried to present themselves as upright and for the benefit of the whole, which made them look ugly. Taking advantage of the intermission, when everyone was tired from the quarrel, she finally spoke with a smile.
Actually, everyone is not sure whether the freezing gun is really effective against headless people. I know you are still beating the drum in your heart.
Sashi's voice was clear, and her smile was beautiful.
I suggest that in the next 3 days. Here, let me continue to serve as the night watchman. By then, one of the headless man's hunting targets will designate me. And then I can just verify whether the freezing gun can really prevent the headless man from committing crimes at night.
The air was silent for a few seconds. Sashi's smile was particularly bright.
How about it? I have such a spirit of self-sacrifice and sacrifice for the benefit of the collective. Shouldn't you give me a banner? Erect a monument or something?
Everyone.
Dot.
It was the first time they had met that he praised himself so naturally.
Miss Xia,
Mike confirmed to Sashi.
Are you sure that if you continue to serve as a night watchman, you will become the target of the headless man?
Chapter 98 The Headless Man in the Castle 50.
Didn't the dead black man die because he had been working as a night watchman for 3 consecutive days?
Sashi shrugged.
Although it's just a guess, the possibility is still quite high.
Finally, Sashi blinked at Mike.
A smart person like Mr. Mike has actually made such a guess early in the morning. Right.
Mike didn't show any surprise when he heard her say that. And it was obviously just a formality to confirm with her. So Mike must have understood the reason after Dahe died. The reason why he didn't say anything was probably because he wanted to let other players die in this way. Players who continuously serve as night watchmen will become the designated hunting target of the headless man, which means that the number of random hunting places will be reduced, and the chance of his death threat will also be relatively reduced. There are always some players who are not smart enough to understand the reason why Dahe was attacked by the headless man at this time. A few more idiots like this can make him safer. Not only Mike. There must be many players present who also guessed the reason why Dahe was hunted by the headless man. If they didn't say it, they probably had the same idea as Mike. Mike smiled without embarrassment.
No, I only realized it after hearing what you said.
Sashi stared at Mike and smiled. She didn't expose Mike, but those eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. And even Mike couldn't help but feel like he had nothing to hide. A few seconds later, Sashi turned around and looked at everyone with a smile.
Since none of you have any objections, I will serve as the night watchman starting tonight.
Her expression changed back to her usual beautiful and delicate vase look, which made Mike think that moment just now was just his illusion.
Do you still have a freeze gun?
Helena suddenly asked Sashi.
Of course.
Sashi nodded.
Without the freezing gun, even if I was hunted by the headless man, I would not have the chance to do the experiment. How many more do you have?
Helena asked. Sashi tilted her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with provocation.
Can you care?
Helena's face darkened.
It's just a question. Is there anything I can't say? Then why don't you tell me how many props you have?
Sashi blinked and asked innocently.
To be fair, whoever asks first should tell first.
Helena choked and immediately shut her mouth and did not speak again.
You have such a good idea. Why didn't you bring it up a few days ago?
Probably because he didn't like Sashi. The thin man suddenly accused him with dissatisfaction.
Now we have to wait for 3 more nights. Another player died.
The implication is that he wants to put the responsibility for the subsequent deaths of players on Sashi.
I just thought of this method.
Sashi spread her hands innocently.
Then didn't any of you think of this method before I proposed it?
She looked around, her eyes quickly scanning everyone. And then she suddenly chuckled.
Oh, yes. Even if some of you thought of this method before me, no one would be willing to take the initiative to be a test subject. What if he died? But how good is it?
The air became quiet again, and even the flickering candlelight of the chandelier overhead could be heard.
So you must remember to praise my greatness.
Sashi smiled more and more cheerfully.
After all, I am so selfless.
Chapter 99 The Headless Man in the Castle 51. Many people's faces became a little ugly. Even if Sashi was joking, it still made them feel uncomfortable that their true thoughts had been exposed. What's more, they are a little unsure. Is this woman really just joking? Before, most people had always thought that she was just a beautiful vase purely protected by Yikanqing. Easy to cheat, stupid, and timid. But now, looking at her bright smile, it actually gave people the illusion that she was the most difficult character to mess with. It's an illusion.
I think you don't have any other opinions. So I will be the night watchman tonight.
At this point, Sashi paused. She glanced sideways at Yikanqing and saw Yikanqing nodding. Then he said,
Brother and I will go together.
Out of respect for her partner, she had to seek Yikanqing's opinion and get Yikanqing's consent before she would add Yikanqing's quota. She actually had this plan early in the morning, and she didn't really just think of it today. The reason why I propose to serve as a night watchman today is because now is the most suitable time. Now there are only 2 night watchmen. So together with Yikanqing, it is very convenient for her to move around at night, and there is no need to worry about avoiding others. Secondly, 13 players have died so far, which means that the room is starting to become vacant. When the 2 of them are working as night watchmen, the room will not be occupied by others. As someone who doesn't like sharing a bed with strangers, Sashi takes this very seriously. Although everyone found Sashi's words very uncomfortable, they would not object if someone was willing to take the initiative to be a guinea pig. Just like that, tonight's gathering ended and everyone dispersed. Mingxiang led Mingyu to Sashi. She looked at Sashi worriedly.
Sister Xia, is it too dangerous for you to do this? Sashi playfully stuck out her tongue at Mingxiang. It doesn't matter. I am confident in my speculation. Sister Xia, you experimented on yourself for those people. Mingxiang hesitated, as if hesitating whether to speak or not. I know I'm great. Sashi blinked. If you want to thank me, you can write me a special tribute. Mingxiang was a little helpless. Sister Xia. Okay. Go back to bed quickly. Sashi waved her hand to Mingxiang and urged. Now that the gathering time is over, it won't be good if you don't go back until something bad happens. Okay. Mingxiang knew that what Sashi said made sense, so she had no choice but to say goodbye to Sashi. Sister Xia, you must pay attention to your safety. Don't worry. There's still my brother here. Sashi smiled brightly at Mingxiang, and then watched Mingxiang go upstairs. Soon, the whole castle fell silent, and the candles in the hall gradually went out. The moonlight tonight is dim, and the weak light can barely shine into the castle. Everywhere in the room is dark, making people feel insecure. Sashi tied a flashlight to the backpack behind her, then held another flashlight in one hand and Yi Kongqing's sleeve with the other, and the two of them walked into the ballroom together. After many days, they finally had the opportunity to study the strange lion head specimen wall hanging. At this time, most of the other players were not sleeping yet. They walked very slowly. Their steps were very light, and they tried not to make any noise. Chapter 100: The Headless Man in the Castle 52. The ballroom is a bit far away from the bedroom. After the two of them enter, they no longer need to be gentle. The flashlight in Saoshi's hand shined on the lion's head, and the warm orange light shone on the red crystal. The crystal was brilliant, as if bright red blood would drip down. The specimen was handled quite well. At first glance, the lion looked like it was alive, except for its dull eyes. The original eyeballs were probably replaced by obsidian, making it clear that this was a dead thing long ago. Yi Kongqing took out the dagger from his pocket and inserted it neatly into the lion's mouth, trying to dig out the red crystal. After trying for a while, he shook his head. No! Sashi handed over an axe and said, Try to see if you can cut off the lion's head. Yi Kongqing hesitated for a moment. If it's cut open, how are you going to explain it to others? If this really cuts the lion's head in half, others will see it the next day, and it definitely can't be hidden. Why should we explain to them? Sashi shrugged. If we ignore them, what can they do to us? The attitude is quite confident. Yi Kongqing. He almost forgot that this woman was not as weak as she seemed. In fact, according to his own style of acting, he didn't care what others thought or asked. He was just worried about her just now. Since she didn't care, he no longer hesitated, picked up the axe and hit the lion's head. When the sharp axe touched the lion's head, it seemed to be stuck in a ball of cotton, without making any sound or showing any scars. Sashi couldn't help but ask, Did you exert your strength? Yi Kongqing's face darkened. I used a lot of force. Then try again, Sashi suggested. She raised her head and looked carefully at the head, which seemed to be just a little larger than an ordinary lion's head. Overall, there was nothing special about it. Yi Kongqing swung the axe again and struck with more force. The lion's head was still not damaged at all, and it didn't even make a sound. I have a guess. Sashi thought for a few seconds before continuing. Of the things we have come across so far, only this lion head seems to be somewhat related to magic. I suspect it may be related to the seal of the headless man. There are relationships. It looks like such an ordinary specimen, but it cannot be chopped with an axe, and the crystal in its mouth cannot be dug out. This can only be explained by magic. And in her impression, it seems quite common for crystals to be used as sealing stones. Yi Kongqing glanced at the motionless lion's head. According to the size of this lion's head, if the bones and muscle tissue are hollowed out, an adult's head can be stuffed inside, although only a layer of skin will be left on the lion's head. Even if there is a human head inside, it will not be able to fully fit and support, and there will always be some unnatural dryness and depression on the surface. But there is nothing unnatural about this lion head. If it is so-called magic, there is always a way to make it still look three-dimensional on the surface. In this case, we have to find a way to cut open the lion's head and take a look. Saoshi's eyes stayed on the blood-red crystal. But since it is a magic seal, ordinary methods will definitely not work. I have to find a way to find out if there is a sealed spell book. Chapter 101: The Headless Man in the Castle 53. Are you looking for it now? Yi Kongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Idle time is idle anyway. Sashi smiled at Yi Kongqing. I can't sleep tonight, so why not find something to do? Okay, Yi Kongqing readily agreed. Then let's start with the big study room. I thought we would come together, Sashi said as she walked out. The place with the most books is the big study room. In addition to the small study room in the bedroom where they sleep, there is also a large study room in the castle. There are 10 rows of bookshelves in it, which can be regarded as a small bookstore. The two people were using flashlights and rummaging around in front of the same bookshelf. The room was very quiet, and you could clearly hear the sound of the fabric rubbing when you raised your hand. After rummaging in the study in silence for an hour, Sashi suddenly whispered to Yi Kongqing, "Don't stay vigil with me tomorrow night." Yi Kongqing paused, frowned and looked at Sashi. "Why? This is the most suitable plan," Sashi explained. "If the two of us have been working as night watchmen together, then you will also become the designated hunting target of the headless man." She felt that there was no need for both of them to be hunted, as it would easily increase the risk when ensuring the absolute safety of one of the parties. Helping the other person deal with the headless man is the most appropriate choice. Therefore, it would be the best choice for Yi Kongqing to rest tomorrow and join her as a night watchman the day after tomorrow. "You told me last time that your personal mission hasn't been completed yet, right?" Sashi mentioned this matter. "Yeah." Yi Kongqing nodded. "That's it." Sashi smiled. "I killed the headless man myself last time, so it doesn't count as you completing your personal mission. This time you have to help me kill the headless man. Only then can the task be completed." If both people become the targets of the headless man, it will be difficult to determine who the headless man wants to attack, and it may not be judged that Yi Kongqing has completed his personal mission. She has now begun to serve as the night watchman, and after tomorrow night, her personal mission will be completed. Taking advantage of this opportunity to complete Yi Kongqing's personal mission is a win-win choice. "I asked you to come with me tonight because I am going to the ballroom to study the lion head wall hanging," Sashi added. "After all, the lion head is so high that I can't reach it. So there is no need to be together tomorrow night." "No," Yi Kongqing flatly refused. "What if the headless man's hunt will be triggered on the second night?" "No, Dahe." Before his second night even started, the headless man had already killed 2 people during the evening gathering, and the quota for that night was full. Yi Kongqing interrupted Sashi with a firm attitude. "So, the possibility of a hunt being triggered on the second night cannot be ruled out. And your mission is to serve as a night watchman for 2 consecutive nights," Yi Kongqing added. "How can the personal mission given to you by the game be without risk at all? So I think it is more likely that you will become a hunting target on the second night." "Hi, Sashi." "Dot." Her bodyguard suddenly started thinking, and what he said was quite reasonable. "That serious analysis look makes me feel even more handsome than usual." "Okay, what you said makes sense." Sashi's peach blossom eyes were sparkling, and there was a bit of warmth in her eyes under the warm orange light. Her voice was crisp, and her tone was rising with pleasure. Chapter 102 The Headless Man in the Castle 54. After a pause, Sashi added, "Then, when the headless man appears, you have to act according to my plan." Since Yi Kongqing wanted to ensure her safety, she would ensure that Yi Kongqing's mission could be completed. "Okay." Yi Kongqing did not object this time. Asterisk. The sky is slightly bright. After a night of rummaging, the two men looked through most of the books in the study, but could not find any books about seals. "Let's read the rest tomorrow night." Sashi yawned and rubbed her sore neck. "I can't bear it anymore. I have to go back to sleep." "Yeah." Yi Kongqing turned his neck, and his bones made a slight sound. Reading a book one night made him feel some discomfort in his shoulders and neck. The two people walked towards the bedroom in the increasingly bright sky. When passing by one of the rooms, they smelled a faint smell of blood. It seems that the 2 players in the room are the targets of the headless man tonight. The door to the room was closed tightly, and there were no signs of damage. This room is not too far from the big study. If you scream or run out, you will definitely hear the sound. But they heard no sound all night. This can only mean that the headless man should have succeeded before the 2 players could react. It should be 2 players without props. Otherwise, they wouldn't be solved so easily. Sashi and Yi Kongqing went back to their rooms without stopping, washed briefly, and quickly fell asleep. Asterisk. 9th night. Sashi and Yi Kongqing went to the big study room to check out the remaining books as usual. The whole castle was quiet. There was no moon tonight, or even starlight, plunging the castle into deep darkness. Compared with last night, the two of them were not very close to each other. Instead, they moved separately, each checking a bookshelf. At midnight, Sashi couldn't help but yawn twice in a row. Her face was full of exhaustion. as if she could fall asleep standing up immediately. Yi Kongqing was 2 bookshelves away from her, lighting up the top row of books. The light source of the flashlight is not very bright, and the area it can illuminate is also very limited. With the contrast of bright areas, dark areas appear darker. In such extreme darkness, it was difficult to tell whether any shadows were moving. But neither Sashi nor Yi Kongqing seemed to care about the situation in the dark at all, and they were all concentrating on the books in front of them. Just when Sashi rubbed her eyes with a tired look, a pair of pale hands stretched out from behind her without warning. When the hands were very close, they suddenly and quickly covered Sashi's face. The force was just controlled to the extent that it would not trigger the reaction of the defensive items and prevent Sashi from breaking away. The moment Sashi covered her face with cold hands, her eyes widened and she struggled quickly. The headless man seemed to have been prepared. The moment he covered Sashi's mouth, 3 soft flesh-colored branches sprang out from his back. 1 wrapped around Sashi's neck, and 2 wrapped around Sashi's wrists. His strength was controlled just right, not triggering the reaction of the defensive items at all. And he could firmly control Sashi's actions, even making her unable to make a sound at all. However, Sashi had no intention of shouting this time, so she kicked the bookshelf in front of her. Chapter 103 The Headless Man in the Castle 55. With the headless man behind her as support, Sashi used all her strength to kick over, knocking over the bookshelf. With a loud sound of the bookshelf overturning, Yi Kongqing, who had always been vigilant, rushed over very quickly. He held a freeze gun in his hand and shot Sashi without hesitation. The light blue beam representing the highest intensity of energy hit Sashi's body straight, and then triggered the reaction of the defensive props. Not only did it deflect the attack of the freezing gun, it also deflected the headless man's hand and flesh-colored branches. The headless man's body took a few steps back uncontrollably. At the same time, the light blue beam of light that was deflected by the defensive props just hit the headless man's chest. The headless man's body froze, and his whole body was quickly covered with a thin layer of ice crystals, which then turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Sashi took 2 deep breaths. Then she smiled at Yi Kongqing and praised without hesitation. "You are really right. Serving as a night watchman twice in a row can trigger being hunted by the headless man. The rule of..." Yi Kongqing's face had no expression, but if you look carefully, you can see that his facial lines are a bit softer than usual, and he seems to be in a good mood. The freezing gun in his hand turned into powder. He patted the remaining powder on his hand and said to Sashi, "My personal mission is completed. Just in time. My personal mission will be completed after tonight." Sashi was very happy. Everything went as planned. They deliberately separated their operations tonight just to give the headless man a chance to attack. If the headless man attacks Yi Kongqing first, things will be a little troublesome. Sashi must first find a way to make the headless man change his target to deal with her. But she took a gamble. She bet that the headless man was afraid of the freezing gun in her hand. And she also bet that the headless man was resentful about being killed by her last time. So the headless man would most likely choose to attack her first. In fact, she had transmitted a freezing gun to Yi Kongqing through the friend function as early as during the day. If the headless man can still secretly observe everyone's situation when he is unable to move during the day, then giving the props directly to Yi Kongqing may be discovered. But through the friend function transmission, the headless man will not be able to see it. If the headless man thinks that she is the only one with the freeze gun, the probability that he will attack her first is even higher. It turns out that she won the bet. She was wearing top-notch defensive items, and could easily resist the attack of the freezing gun. So Yi Kongqing could attack her directly without any scruples. As long as Yi Kongqing grasps the angle well, he can ensure that the attack of the freezing gun will be bounced back to the headless man by the defensive props. In this way, the headless man can be solved perfectly through Yi Kongqing's hands, allowing Yi Kongqing to complete his personal mission to save any player from the headless man. Compared to Sashi's happiness, Yi Kongqing seemed much calmer. He asked, "Have you found the spell book about the seal?" Sashi was immediately poured cold water on her, and her face fell. "No, me neither." Yi Kongqing raised his head and glanced at the rows of bookshelves around him. "I have finished reading the books here. It seems that it is impossible to find the thing in the study. You can't make me happy for a little longer." Sashi snorted unhappily. "You have to mention this unpleasant thing." Chapter 10 for the Headless Man in the Castle 56. Using the freezing gun cannot really kill the headless man, Yi Kongqing reminded Sashi. "We'd better try to lift the seal. So it's important to find a way to lift the seal." "I know. I just want to be happy for a while before I have to worry about the next thing. Sashi hummed. You really don't know how to have fun for yourself. I'm afraid you are too optimistic and forget the current situation.
Yi Kongqing's expressionless JPG.
How could I be so unreliable?
Sashi turned around and walked out.
Let's go. Let's go. Since there's nothing here, let's go look for it in other rooms. Maybe there are missing books or similar drawings.
Yi Kongqing followed Sashi out of the study and asked softly.
How many freeze guns do you have left?
Sashi made a gesture.
8.
She bought it with the mentality that
the new props released in the mall will most likely be used in the next game.
But she also considered that buying too much would be a waste of points if she couldn't use them all. So she felt 10 should be enough. Who knew that this prop would be so useful in this game? It could almost be regarded as a life-saving prop. If I had known earlier, I would have bought 30 or 40 of them. Then I wouldn't have to worry about breaking the seal of the headless man. And I could still spend the 50 days safely. Sashi curled her lips. This game system is a scam. It deliberately closes the mall after the game starts. Before the game starts, you can only know the name of the next game. There is almost no reference for buying props. It all depends on luck. With so many points, she could still be cheated. How miserable it would be for other players with less points. In short, she made a decision to buy at least 30 props in the future. Thinking of this, Sashi raised her hand and touched the defensive bracelet on her wrist. Yi Kongqing noticed Sashi's movements and asked,
What's wrong? The durability of my bracelet is only 5.
Sashi replied, The durability of each prop is 100. And the durability will continue to be consumed during use. As for the specific consumption method, only the system knows. Yi Kongqing subconsciously glanced at the durability of his bracelet, and then asked,
My durability is still 80. Why do you only have 5 left? In the previous Doomsday game, I used 3 bombs to blow up myself and the Zombie King.
That time, the durability dropped by more than 50 points.
After a pause, Sashi added,
There is also the loss that was consumed when I was besieged by the zombies before. And the loss that you just used to hit me with the freeze gun. This is about the same. You used a bomb to blow yourself up?
Yi Kongqing looked surprised. He had never asked Sashi how to deal with the Zombie King before. Anyway, he had already cleared the game and reached this point. So he didn't need to mention the previous things. If Sashi didn't want to mention it, it wouldn't be good for him to ask. So he never asked. He also knew that the Zombie King was difficult to deal with, and it would definitely take a lot of effort. But he didn't expect that Sashi would use this method. This woman is really willing to give up. If you haven't tried it before, you dare to blow yourself up with 3 bombs. And you are not afraid of using up all the durability of the defense bracelet at once and injuring yourself. Chapter 105 The Headless Man in the Castle 57. Sashi knew what Yi Kongqing was thinking as soon as she saw Yi Kongqing's expression. She smiled and said,
Okay. I didn't know how much durability it would consume at that time. But I knew I wouldn't use up the defense bracelet all at once. The durability is exhausted.
She is not a fool. And there is no way she would be joking with her own life. She will only take action when she is relatively confident. Yi Kongqing said nothing. To be honest, after spending this time together, he found that this woman often behaved quite recklessly, as if she didn't take her own life seriously. But in fact, they were all well thought out actions, and the final results were indeed as she expected, with basically no mistakes. So whatever she says is what it is. On the 9th night, no one died, and the total death toll was 15. Asterisk. After Sashi and Yi Kongqing personally confirmed that the freezing gun was effective, the players started an extremely fierce quarrel during the day on the 10th day. Players without props have asked players with props to serve as night watchmen. After Sashi's experiments, they not only confirmed that the freezing gun was effective against the headless man, but they also knew that serving as a night watchman for 2 consecutive nights could really become the headless man's designated hunting target. From the perspective of players without props, those players with props can protect themselves by relying on the props. So taking the initiative to act as a night watchman will not lead to death. But it can give them, players without props, more vitality. However, this proposal was collectively rejected by all players with props. Even Mike, who had always behaved fairly and impartially, did not speak out this time. But the less he said, the more obvious his attitude was towards the party with props. After all, Mike himself has props. The players were so noisy that no one could convince anyone. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting worse, Helena suddenly stood up and pointed at Sashi.
I think it's better to let her continue to be the night watchman.
The two parties who had been arguing suddenly fell silent, and dozens of pairs of eyes looked at Sashi. After a moment of consideration, almost everyone silently agreed to Helena's proposal. For players without props, as long as the player with props serves as the night watchman, it doesn't matter who they are. For those players who have props, if there is a clear target, and the target is not them, there is no reason to object. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, Sashi, who was originally drowsy, suddenly became half awake. She glared at Helena angrily. You are really not that good looking. But you think you are very beautiful. You have already dealt with a headless man twice. So you have rich experience. Helena said plausibly. It will be easy to deal with them a few more times in the future. It will be more secure than the rest of us who try and take risks. I agree. The thin man raised his hand almost immediately. He said to Sashi matter-of-factly, Anyway, you also said that you have several freezing guns. When you run out of props, you can replace them with others. It's not too late for players with props to serve as night watchmen. Sashi sneered, and there was a hint of coldness in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. She didn't sleep all night and was terribly sleepy. She couldn't catch up on sleep in broad daylight and was dragged here for a meeting. How dare someone point the finger at her? Chapter 106 The Headless Man in the Castle 58. It's time to let these ungrateful dogs see how angry she is when she wakes up from sleep deprivation. Sashi took out a pistol from the storage compartment and pointed it at the thin man. Just tell me how you want to die. The thin man was startled. He stood up suddenly and took several steps back, with anger in his eyes. What do you want to do? Can't you see? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly and opened the safety catch. Then why not let you feel it for yourself? The next second, she pulled the trigger without hesitation. The thin man ducked in panic, but his speed was not as fast as the bullet. Although Sashi's aim was not good, he was still hit in the shoulder. You're crazy. The thin man screamed. He covered his wound with one hand, and a thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his face. How dare you? What are you afraid of? When Sashi said this, she looked around, and finally stopped at Helena, mocking. Don't forget. The rules of the game never say that players can't harm players. There was an eerie silence in the air for a moment, and no one dared to speak at this time. If everyone had looked down upon Sashi before, after Sashi's sudden outburst, they finally understood that this woman was not easy to mess with at all. The reason why everyone always thought she was easy to talk to, and even thought she was easy to deceive, was just because she wanted everyone to think so. This is all an illusion she deliberately showed. As for why you don't pretend now, probably really pissed off. And as Sashi said, the game rules this time never mentioned that players were prohibited from fighting privately, or that players could not hurt each other. Moreover, Sashi just proved with her actions that there will be no punishment for players who hurt them. After a few seconds of silence, Helena suddenly took out a pistol and pointed it directly at Sashi's head. Since players can hurt players, don't forget that you are not the only one with guns here. The threat in her tone was obvious. My marksmanship is very accurate. Do you want to give it a try? Okay. Sashi smiled instead of being angry, with a wanton expression. If you have the ability, give it a try. Such a fearless attitude actually made Helena hesitate. Why don't you shoot? Sashi tilted her head and encouraged Helena with a smile on her face. Hurry up and try to see if you can kill me. I understand. Helena calmly retracted her pistol. You have defensive items. Although she didn't know what level Sashi's defense items were. Looking at Sashi's attitude, it was obvious that they were more than enough to withstand pistol bullets. In this case, there was no need for her to waste her bullets. But I might as well tell you that I also have defensive tools. Helena warned Sashi. So your pistol is useless against me. Really? Sashi's smile became brighter. I wonder if this is useful. Suddenly, there was a handful of Gatling in her hand. The next second, the players around Helena stood up and hid to the sides in panic, fearing that they would be affected. Helena's face suddenly turned ugly. Are you crazy? It seems that the level of your defense items is not high. Sashi's smile turned a bit evil. How dare you go against me like this? Chapter 107 The Headless Man in the Castle 59. Being able to withstand pistol bullets, but unable to withstand Gatling, means that Helena's body should be a mid-level defense item. There are also two types of mid-level defensive items. One is a cloak, and the other is a vest. Helena was not wearing such a big cloak, so she must have worn the vest inside the down jacket. MS. Do you think they have an attitude of talking nicely? Sashi glanced at Mike and spoke forcefully. I have already taken the initiative to be a test subject. And no one here has ever thanked me. Instead, it is natural that I should continue to sacrifice myself. Props. Continue to be their shield.
Sashi glanced at everyone again.
Who made such a request for your big faces? Are you greedy and afraid of death? Or are you shameless?
There was no anger in her clear voice, but it was full of sarcasm, which made people feel guilty for no reason. Mike, who was always good at smoothing things over, was choked by Sashi and was speechless for a while. The Gatling in Sashi's hand was still pointing at Helena. Her attitude was quite arrogant.
How about it, Helena? Do you want to try my Gatling to see if it's accurate? I just made a request casually.
Helena's face looked a little ugly, but she changed her subject very wisely.
If you don't agree, forget it. There is no need to scare me with a gun. I never scare people.
Sashi chuckled.
I only take real action.
Helena.
Dot.
This woman is probably a lunatic. You just do it as you say, without any emotional progression at all. So you might as well give me a warning first. Gritting her teeth, Helena decided to save her life. She lowered her head and said,
I'm sorry. It was my fault. I apologize to you.
She has participated in survival games not once or twice. She deeply understands the truth that being alive is more important than anything else.
I was trying to take advantage of you,
Helena continued.
I shouldn't have plotted against you. And I shouldn't have asked you to sacrifice your props as a matter of course. I'm sorry. Very good.
Sashi raised her chin slightly, with a look of arrogance on her delicate and beautiful face.
Do the rest of you have any objections?
No one said a word. Even Mike didn't dare to provoke Sashi at this time.
Then I'm going to bed.
Sashi put away her pistol and Gatling.
Whoever dares to disturb me before we gather tonight will end up worse than that bitch.
She pointed her finger at the thin man with a pale face who was holding her shoulder. The thin man did not dare to speak at all at this time, and did not even have the courage to look at Sashi. He lowered his head and breathed hard, as if the pain made it difficult for him to breathe. There was silence in the whole hall.
Brother.
Sashi looked back at Yikan, who was sitting next to her. Her attitude suddenly softened, as if she had returned to the deceitful look of the beautiful vase before.
Let's go rest.
Compared to the shock and fear of others, Yikan, who knew Sashi's true identity early on, didn't have much reaction. Seeing Sashi looking at him at this time, Yikan just gave Sashi a calm look as usual. Chapter 108 The Headless Man in the Castle 60.
Yes.
Yikan responded, stood up and left with Sashi. It wasn't until Sashi and Yikan's figures disappeared at the corner above the stairs that everyone in the hall found their voices. But no one dared to speak loudly, for fear that if they offended Sashi again, she would really shoot and kill someone. At this time, they may not have been completely suppressed by Sashi's force, but some were shocked by Sashi's sudden outburst. Just like you always thought it was a harmless and well-behaved rabbit, only to find out that it was a beautiful and aggressive fox with its claws and fangs showing. No matter who it is, they will need some time to buffer. Asterisk. Until night fell, the players had not discussed a plan that satisfied each other. In the end, the two parties failed to talk, and no one took on the role of night watchman in anger. But what most people didn't expect was that such an impulsive decision actually caused 4 players to die that night. In the early morning of the 11th day, when everyone saw 4 corpses with their heads cut off, everyone's expressions were extremely ugly. Everyone understood at this time that without a night watchman, players would die more. Mike was silent for a while before slowly speaking.
If I guess correctly, if there are 2 night watchmen missing that night, the headless man's hunting quota will be increased by 2.
Fortunately, there was no night watchman at the beginning. Otherwise the number of deaths in one night would have been much higher. Mike's words did not make everyone feel better, and everyone was silent. Sashi came late yawning. When she saw the 4 corpses, she muttered,
I knew this would be the result.
She participated in the meeting yesterday evening, because it was stipulated by the rules of the game. She had to participate. So the negotiation between the 2 parties collapsed at that time, and no one was willing to serve as the night watchman. In the end, the position of the night watchman was vacant that night. She knew this situation. At that time, she guessed that without the night watch, more players might die. Hearing this, Tian Yuan, who was standing opposite, complained,
Since you know this is the result, why didn't you remind us last night? If I had said it, would you have believed my guess?
Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly and asked rudely,
Besides, why should I remind you? Because of your ignorance? Or because of your stupidity? You?
Tian Yuan didn't expect that Sashi would become even more eloquent than before.
Not only was she unable to say a word in rebuttal, she was even so angry that she was about to die. Anyway, my brother and I will no longer serve as night watchmen during this period. Sashi pulled Yikongqing's sleeves to leave. You guys figure it out on your own. Wait. Mike stepped closer and was about to stop Sashi when Yikongqing suddenly turned his head and looked at Mike. Yikongqing's emerald green eyes were sharp and eye-catching. They looked like a very aggressive wild wolf. What's more, the murderous aura he exuded without any restraint made people instinctively fear him. Mike stopped for a moment and didn't say a word. If it was just Sashi, he wouldn't be so afraid. No matter how powerful a person is, if he is in an antagonistic relationship with dozens of people at the same time, he may not have much advantage. Chapter 109 The Headless Man in the Castle 61. Sashi also has Yikongqing beside her. This man's strength is unfathomable. Even if Mike has always had confidence in himself, he would not dare to provoke him easily. What's more, Sashi doesn't seem to be easy to talk to now, so she has to be more careful when touching her. Don't offend easily. After much hesitation, Mike finally watched Sashi and Yikongqing leave. Asterisk. No one wants to serve as a night watchman continuously and make themselves the target of the headless men. And no one dares to leave the night watchman vacant, which will lead to an increase in the number of headless men hunting that night. So in the end, it was up to Mike to make a paper draw. And when they gathered in the hall every evening, they would draw lots to decide who would be the night watchman that night. As long as they are drawn, no one can refuse to become a night watchman. If you are unlucky and happen to be drawn twice in a row, the opponent cannot refuse to serve as the night watchman continuously. When drawing lots, there will be no distinction between players with props and players without props. And each lot has been checked by everyone and confirmed to be correct, ensuring that the possibility of being drawn consecutively is low. So this plan was approved by most people. After spending some time like this, on the 20th day, there was a robbery for food in the castle for the first time. Just as Sashi had expected, some players did not have enough food and water to survive the game. At noon that day, everyone was scattered in every corner of the castle, trying to find useful clues that could be used to deal with the headless man. Suddenly, the bread and milk in someone's hand were snatched away. Because the opponent moved so fast, the player who was robbed didn't even see the opponent's face clearly. By the time they reacted, the opponent had already disappeared, and the player who was robbed could only stand there and curse a few times. Such behavior was not too extreme, so it did not attract too many people's attention. Sashi and Yikongqing knew that the following days would become increasingly chaotic. At this time, the two of them were sitting in their room, discussing their next plan. From now on, the bottled water must be put away after use every night, Sashi said, to prevent it from being stolen when we are away during the day. Although she has a lot of supplies, they cannot be taken away by others. Otherwise it will not be enough to squander. I know. Yikongqing nodded. We have rummaged through most places in the castle, but we have never found any books or drawings about seals, Sashi added. Now we have to consider rummaging through the places where the players live. What are you going to do? Yikongqing asked. Those players will definitely not agree to let you go in and search. Let's discuss it amicably first, and then solve it with force, Sashi blurted out, as if she had already considered this issue. Why don't you pretend now? Yikongqing finally couldn't help asking this question. In Sashi's current state, she no longer looks like a little white rabbit. Although he often couldn't help complaining about her always pretending to be a little white rabbit. But she suddenly stopped pretending, and he didn't understand what she was thinking. I showed weakness at the beginning just because putting myself in the position of prey would help me get more information, Sashi said calmly. But now I know almost everything I need to know. Continuing to show weakness will only make them feel I'm easy to bully, and this is not the outcome I want. No matter what state she chooses, it is because that state is most beneficial to herself under the circumstances. Chapter 110, The Headless Man in the Castle 62. Bang bang bang. While the two were chatting, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yikongqing stood up from the sofa, walked over and opened the door. Mingxiang and Mingyu were standing outside the door. After seeing Yikongqing, they both seemed a little cautious. Is something wrong? Yikongqing frowned. Although these two young people had never caused any trouble for him and Sashi, for some reason, he just didn't like them very much. We want to talk to Sister Xia about something, Mingxiang whispered. Can I come in? Yikongqing did not get out of the way, but he looked back at Sashi. The two named Ming. Sashi thought for a while and nodded. Let them come in. Yikongqing opened the door and let the brother and sister in. And then he closed the door. After seeing Sashi, Mingxiang's expression relaxed a lot. Sister Xia, do you have a problem with me? Sashi interrupted Mingxiang's greetings and asked directly. There was a smile on her face. And she didn't look fierce at all. Nor was she cold and indifferent. Even when she interrupted the other person. Her gentle and friendly tone was unmistakable. Mingxiang paused for a moment. Then nodded. Well, I have something I want to show Sister Xia. Sashi showed a curious expression in cooperation. What is it? Mingxiang did not take out the things immediately, but said, Sister Xia, what I showed you is very important. Can you promise me first that you will protect the safety of me and my brother in the future? I can't promise you. Sashi refused quite simply, without even a second of hesitation. Mingxiang was stunned. She never expected that she refused so bluntly without even asking what it was or thinking about it. Sister Xia, Mingxiang said in a good voice, I just want to leave this game safely with my brother. We promise that as long as you are willing to help us at the critical moment, we will tell everything we know. Yours. I'm sorry, Sashi said regretfully. After you mentioned it last time, my brother and I discussed it. But the result was not what you wanted. So I never went to find you. Mingxiang sighed helplessly. I know that after waiting for so many days, Sister Tianxia has not mentioned this matter to me again. So she must have refused my request. But I still want to try. As she spoke, she seemed to have made up her mind and took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket. Written inside is a solution to the current dilemma in the game. As long as Sister Xia agrees to protect me and my brother, I will just leave it to you. Sashi showed an unexpected look. After being quiet for a few seconds, she laughed. So this thing is here with you. No wonder we haven't found it after searching for so many days. Mingxiang was stunned, and she asked in disbelief. You? Do you know what this is? It's not hard to guess, Sashi said with a smile. It's probably a way to lift the seal of the headless man. Mingyu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his head. He looked at Xia. She was surprised and a faint, invisible dark light in his eyes. Yi Kongqing noticed Mingyu's eyes and frowned slightly, intuitively feeling even more displeased with Mingyu. Chapter 111 The Headless Man in the Castle 63. You? You actually know? Mingxiang was very surprised. She didn't expect Sashi to guess so accurately. She thought that if she reminded Sashi like that, Sashi would think that this was a way to kill the headless man. After entering the game for so long, I'm afraid most players still don't know that the headless man is sealed here. But Sashi guessed at the first moment that this was the release of the seal. Mingxiang seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Sashi. Sister Xia, have you found the place where the headless man was sealed? Only in this way could she be so certain about what she was holding. You're not stupid either. Sashi did not deny it. But it seems that you two have never found the place where the headless man was sealed. So you decided to hand this piece of paper to me in exchange for protection. Right. Mingxiang bit her lip and nodded. Sister Xia, I know I'm not as smart as you. My brother. She looked back at Mingyu, then at Yi Kongqing, and then looked at Sashi again. My brother is not as powerful as Brother Yi. So we know that no matter how much time we spend, we may not be able to find Wudo, the seal position of a person. If we can exchange this piece of paper for your protection, it would be the best choice for us. Actually, I don't have to get the way to lift the seal. Sashi was not moved by Mingxiang's words. With the strength of my brother and I, even if we can't lift the seal of the headless man, we still have to survive until the end of the game. It's not too difficult. Mingxiang was stunned for a moment, and then she looked aggrieved as if she was about to cry. Sister Xia, you just help us once, and we can do whatever you want us to do. Sashi smiled and asked slowly, You have got this piece of paper a long time ago. But why are you taking it out now? Mingxiang had just admitted that they took out this piece of paper and gave it to her because they couldn't find the sealed location of the headless man. So this piece of paper was probably found when Mike first asked everyone to search their respective rooms. In total, it has been in their hands for more than 10 days. Is it just that they are taking it out now in exchange because they feel that they really have no way to find the sealed location of the headless man? Since I have been searching for so many days, what if I have to search for a few more days? If they are worried that the problem of headless men cannot be solved now, they will not be able to escape when they become the target of hunting. So why weren't they worried in the more than 10 days before this? Mingxiang was silent. Sashi looked at Mingxiang. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes filled with scrutiny. Actually, what I'm more curious about is, why do you have to choose us? There are so many players here. And besides her and Yi Kongqing, There are also other powerful players. In the face of her repeated refusals, the siblings could have chosen to rely on others, such as Mike. But these two people seem to have chosen her from the beginning. Yes, if her feelings were not biased, their focus was on her, not Yi Ching. This is even stranger, since she wanted to rely on. Of course, she wanted to find a strong person. Compared with Yi Ching, no matter how she looked at it, Yi Ching was the strong one. But every time Mingxiang came to her, she always talked to her to express her goodwill. Now she was trying to persuade her, but she didn't try to take advantage of Yi Ching. Chapter 112 The Headless Man in the Castle 64. Mingxiang showed an anxious look, and she tried her best to assure Sashi, Sister Xia, you have to believe me. My brother and I have no ill intentions towards you. It has nothing to do with whether there is any malice. Sashi waved her hand. It's just that the conditions you proposed are not attractive to me. She didn't have enough reason to help the two siblings. Although she wanted to get that piece of paper, she would rather not have that piece of paper than to be the bodyguard of these two brothers and sisters. Because this is a bad deal. As she just said, even if the seal of the Headless Man is not broken, with the strength of her and Yi Ching, it is not too difficult to survive the game safely. After all, the Headless Man can't always choose them as hunting targets. And she still has 8 freezing guns, which should be enough. If we want to protect these two brothers and sisters until the end of the game, it will take 30 days, which will consume far more energy, time, and even props than dealing with the Headless Man. She didn't need to make such a choice. At least, she didn't see anything worthwhile about these two siblings. Mingxiang was stunned, and seemed to understand what Sashi meant. She was silent for a while, then suddenly seemed to have made up her mind, and said to Sashi, Sister Xia, what if I told you that after removing the seal of the Headless Man, you are likely to get a special item? Special items? Sashi finally had some interest in her eyes. Tell me about it. Actually, there is such a special item in every game, but players rarely have the opportunity to get it. Mingxiang explained in detail, fearing that Sashi would not understand the importance of this special item. Sometimes it is to complete hidden tasks. Later, you may get it, but sometimes it may be something that seems completely insignificant. But after touching it, it becomes something special. Is it so random? Sashi laughed, and then she seemed to have thought of something and murmured to herself. I see. Mike was trying to find special items at that time. That should be it. Mingxiang subconsciously added. Only getting this piece of paper will trigger the hidden mission. He doesn't know there are hidden missions in this game. He must have thought that the special items are ordinary objects here, and it is normal for him to fumble around. It seems like you know Mike? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. From the moment Mingxiang talked about special items, she knew that Mingxiang Mingyu must be an old player, but she didn't expect that Mingxiang knew Mike. Before that, there was almost no interaction between them. The only time in the ballroom, Mingxiang took out the pendant and handed it to Mike, and she acted very reserved and polite. Not like they knew each other at all. Only then did Mingxiang realize that she had let something slip. She simply admitted, Well, Mike and we have been in contact in the same game before. He is just a hypocrite. Mingxiang took the initiative to talk about Mike's character, not knowing whether she wanted to gain Xiaxi's trust. Sister Xia, please don't trust him. He is very good at pretending to be a gentleman. I just don't like him, so I don't have too much contact with him in this game. Sashi gave a non-committal, and then said, Why don't you tell me about the special items in detail? Mingxiang introduced it very cooperatively. There is only one special item in each game, but whether you can get it depends entirely on luck. There is no traceable rule. Chapter 113, The Headless Man in the Castle 65. Well, let's get to the point. Sashi reminded. It's fragments of building blocks, Mingyu said in a rare initiative. He lowered his head and looked at his toes without looking at Sashi. Every fragment of building blocks has a strong healing ability, even if it is seriously injured or on the verge of death. After death, as long as there is still a breath of life, you can be resurrected with full health, and your physical strength will be enhanced to a certain extent. That's right, Mingxiang said. There are no healing props for sale in the mall. Not even basic medicines. The points required to purchase defense props are too many, and there are not many opportunities to get medicine refills in the game. There are with this piece of building block. It is your trump card to save your life at the critical moment. At this point, Mingxiang took a deep breath, as if to increase her leverage. She also revealed the last secret she knew. More importantly, it is said that if you get enough building block fragments, You can eventually put them together. If it looks like a planet, players will be able to get a huge hidden reward. This is really a rare thing. Sashi smiled with interest. What is the huge reward? I don't know. Mingxiang shook her head. As far as I know, no one has successfully put it together. So I'm afraid no one knows what the reward will be in the end. Sashi looked at Mingxiang without saying anything. Sister Xia, what I said is true. After you get the special item, you will understand it when you see the detailed introduction. Mingxiang was afraid that she would not believe it. So she promised. I will also give you the reward made of special items. I really don't know what it is. If I knew it, I would definitely tell you, and I wouldn't hide it from you. Well, I believe you. Sashi nodded. Regarding this point, she actually had no doubts about Mingxiang at all. Because there is no need. Just like Mingxiang said, after you get a special item, you will naturally be able to see the detailed introduction. It would be unwise for Mingxiang to lie. As for the huge reward, it's normal that no one knows about it. The randomness of a special item means it's hard to get. The hidden tasks are definitely very difficult. And it's hard to say whether they can be completed. If the special item is any item in the game scene, it depends on luck. In addition, there is only one special item in a game. But there are so many players, so the chance of getting it is even lower. After getting the special items, I didn't know how many of them I would need to put together to form a planet. I knew it would be an extremely long process. So it's not surprising that no one knows what the final reward is until now. Mingxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xia. Us. So you didn't rush to come to us before because you had special items to save your lives. But now you have used them? The number of deaths will be reduced. Since Mingxiang and Mingyu know so much about special items, they should have them. Since they have special items, there is no need for the two of them to rush to seek refuge with others. You shouldn't even give up so easily and continue to search for the place where the headless man was sealed. It's really incomprehensible to just hand over the method of unlocking the seal to others. We don't want to use special items unless we have to, Mingxiang explained. So if we can get the protection of Sister Xia, it is the best choice for my brother and me. Chapter 114 The Headless Man in the Castle 66. After saying that, Mingxiang turned her head and glanced at Mingyu, who lowered his head and said nothing. As if aware of Mingxiang's gaze, Mingyu raised his head. Well, he nodded. We just want to choose you. His eyes were fixed on Sashi. His expression focused. Sashi looked at Mingyu suspiciously. For some reason, the way Mingyu looked at her made her feel uncomfortable. Mingyu immediately lowered his head, seeming a little embarrassed to look at Sashi. Yi Kongqing's face darkened. But he didn't speak. He just stared at Mingyu with an unkind expression. Sashi didn't think much about it. She said to Mingxiang, the information you gave me really made me interested. I can make an exchange with you. But the exchange conditions must be changed. Change? Mingxiang asked puzzledly. How? Sashi took off the defensive bracelet on her wrist. This defensive bracelet still has 5 points of durability left. Although the durability is very small, it is enough to withstand ordinary pistol attacks. Use this in exchange for your wrist. How about the piece of paper inside? This? Mingxiang finally couldn't bear it. Sister Xia, this is too much. The best defensive items have very low durability consumption against weapons with ordinary lethality. Sashi analyzed with a smile. When I unlock the seal of the Headless Man, there will no longer be the threat of the Headless Man. The only thing you have to guard against are other players with evil intentions. It is enough to spend the next 30 days with this defense bracelet. Mingxiang bit her lip. A little hesitant. Obviously this was not a good deal. Compared with what she expected, she got much less. Especially compared with the special items that Sashi is about to get. It is not worth mentioning. No matter how she thought about it, she felt that she was at a disadvantage. Miss Xia is very good at business, Mingyu suddenly said. There was no blame or sarcasm in his tone. It sounded like genuine appreciation. Sashi nodded politely to Mingyu and smiled slightly. Thank you for the compliment. It's all because of my parents' good teaching. Mingyu nodded. We agreed. Mingxiang opened her mouth slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but finally gave up. This result was not what they had discussed in advance. And Mingyu's sudden agreement was completely unexpected by Mingxiang. But Mingyu's words have already been spoken, and Mingxiang can't say anything more. She handed over the folded paper in her hand with some pain, and exchanged it for the defensive bracelet in Saxi's hand. Sister Xia. Mingxiang was a little unwilling and tried to bargain. My brother and I are two people after all. Although this defensive item is powerful, It can only protect one person. Can you give us something else? Sashi was not soft-hearted at all. This is the result of our discussion. And your brother has agreed. Although I don't know how many survival games the brother and sister have participated in. They can get certain points every time they clear the game. Plus the initial points. It is impossible for them to not buy any life-saving props. No matter how weak they look. As experienced players, they are more or less capable of protecting themselves. In addition, they also have a special item as a trump card. So staying alive in this game is no longer a problem. Since it's a deal, it should look like it's a deal. There's no need for her to be overly sympathetic. When Mingxiang saw this, she knew that nothing she said would be of any use. She could only say goodbye to Sashi politely, and then leave with Mingyu. Chapter 115, The Headless Man in the Castle 67. It wasn't until she returned to her room that Mingxiang sat angrily on the bed and threw aside the defensive bracelet she got from Sashi. She glared at Mingyu. Brother, can you find someone else? She is really difficult to deal with. Mingyu picked up the defensive bracelet and rubbed it gently with his fingertips. He looked up at Mingxiang with firm eyes. No, she's not easy to deceive at all. Mingxiang was very angry. I've shown her kindness so many times. How has she ever been soft-hearted? This time we exchanged such important things with her. And she didn't even want to trade with us. The idea of being friends. Talking about exchange conditions is completely a business attitude. Well, she is very powerful. Mingyu nodded with appreciation in his eyes. Brother! Mingxiang hated the indifference of Iron. She jumped up from the bed. Can't you find someone else? But, Mingyu said with an aggrieved expression. She is the prettiest. Mingxiang. Dot! Mingxiang closed her eyes and told herself countless times that this was her brother, and she couldn't be beaten. I advise you to give up. Mingxiang advised earnestly. Look, there is a man beside her. I bet that is not her brother. Not even a cousin. Since they are not brother and sister. What do you think? They both live together. So what kind of relationship can they have? Mingyu was stunned for a moment. His expression became a little sad. You can tell at a glance that that man is very powerful. I'm afraid neither of us together can be his opponent. Mingxiang saw that there was a chance and decided to keep trying. What's more, Sashi is not an easy deceiver. It's too difficult to get her. Mingyu was silent. Brother, forget it this time. If you continue to struggle, the gains will outweigh the losses. We even handed over the method to lift the seal. But there has been no progress. She has no chance of falling into the trap. Mingxiang put on a serious face. If you don't listen to me again, I'm going to be really angry. Mingyu hesitated for a while, then sighed deeply. Okay. His tone was extremely reluctant, as if he was reluctantly giving up something he loved very much. Mingxiang breathed a sigh of relief and patted Mingyu on the shoulder. This is my good brother. Now that you have agreed, you are not allowed to go back on your word. Mingyu said, His fingers unconsciously rubbed the defensive bracelet in his hand, and his eyes stared at his feet in concentration. Asterisk. When they gathered in the hall that night, Sashi offered to continue serving as the night watchman. Everyone was surprised by her suggestion. Although many days have passed since the previous commotion, most people still remember it vividly. This time Sashi changed her mind again and was willing to take the initiative to serve as a night watchman, which was really confusing. But doubts remained doubts. No one asked Sashi why she changed her mind because they didn't want to be criticized. Anyway, it is not a bad thing for them that someone is willing to serve as a night watchman. So everyone agreed. On the 20th night, Sashi and Yi Kongqing served as night watchmen, and 2 people died, bringing the total number of deaths to 37. On the 21st night, Sashi and Yi Kongqing continued to serve as night watchmen. They didn't go anywhere that night. They just stayed in the ballroom waiting for the headless man to arrive. I don't know if the headless man was afraid, but he didn't show up until late at night. Sashi became impatient with the waiting. She shouted into the air. Andreev, get out of here! Chapter 116, The Headless Man in the Castle 68. The ballroom was very quiet, and only Sashi's echo could be heard gradually disappearing in the air. Sashi looked around, but still didn't see the headless man. She spoke again. Even if I shoot you twice, you are not really dead. So what are you afraid of? And I'm here to help you today. So come out quickly. Still no movement. I don't know if the headless man didn't hear Sashi's words, or if he didn't believe it at all. Sashi did not give up and continued. According to the rules of the game, you will definitely come out to attack us tonight. There is no point in hiding all the time. It's better to have fun. As soon as she finished speaking, there was a sudden chilling feeling behind her. Yi Kongqing quickly grabbed Sashi's wrist and pulled Sashi behind him. Sashi glanced back while moving her body. And sure enough, she saw the headless man standing behind her, reaching out his hand to cover someone. I knew you didn't believe me, Sashi muttered. But without hesitation she took out a pistol and shot at the headless man. The headless man was already prepared and quickly dodged Sashi's attack. Yi Kongqing took out his pistol at the same time and pointed the gun in the direction of the headless man, but did not shoot in a hurry, as if Sashi didn't care about the bullets. She kept shooting at the headless man. In order to reduce the time interval, she took a gun in each hand. Although her accuracy was not good, the advantage was that the attacks were intensive. In order to dodge, the headless man could hardly get close to Sashi. At this moment, Yi Kongqing, who had already mastered the headless man's actions, accurately predicted the headless man's next move and shot the headless man in the chest. The headless man's body paused, and the skin on his chest kept squirming, slowly squeezing the bullet out of his body. Sashi quickly dropped the two guns in her hands, took out the freezing gun, and fired at the headless man. After being hit by the bullet, the headless man could not dodge, and the freezing gun easily hit the headless man. Don't worry. I didn't use my maximum energy. You won't turn into ashes today, Sashi explained while quickly approaching the headless man. Yi Kongqing also strode over. He took out his dagger and cut the broken neck of the headless man. The whole body became like a headless man made of plasticine, except for the broken place where red blood could still flow out. Yi Kongqing took out the silver bowl he found in the kitchen of the castle, collected some of the headless man's blood, and then walked under the lion's head. Sashi looked at the headless man in front of him. She put a new, freezing gun in her hand, just in case 5 minutes had passed before the seal was unlocked, so that she could continue to control the headless man. People, according to the instructions on the piece of paper Mingxian gave her, the first step to unlock the seal was to pour the headless man's own blood on the red crystal. I'm afraid the headless man himself doesn't know about this. Otherwise, he would have broken the seal long ago. Yi Kongqing poured blood into the mouth of the lion head. The red crystal seemed to be filled with rain after a long drought, and it quickly sucked up all the blood. The blood was rich in color and even had a slight glimmer, making the blood crystal even more alluring. The next second, the lion's mouth suddenly opened and the blood crystal fell. Yi Kongqing subconsciously caught the blood crystal, and then his eyes showed an unexpected look. Chapter 117 The Headless Man in the Castle 69. Before Yi Kongqing could say anything, the entire lion's head fell from the wall hanging board. He reached out to grab it and pushed aside the soft outer layer of lion skin, revealing a human head inside. Probably because of the seal, the head is still fresh. The elasticity and touch of the skin are still fresh, and even the blood stains on the cheeks that have not been cleaned are still wet to the touch. Yi Kongqing walked to the headless man holding his head. Sashi turned on the flashlight and looked curiously at the head in Yi Kongqing's hand. Just like the oil painting, he has a standard European face with deep features. Although he is not very handsome, he has a gentle and elegant temperament. Yi Kongqing directly pressed the head on the headless man's neck and slightly adjusted the angle to make the fracture fit. Andreev, Sashi called the headless man's name in a solemn tone. It's time for you to wake up! Although it sounds ordinary, this is the final step in breaking the seal. After putting the head on the headless man's head, he said this incantation that didn't look like a spell. The next second, the headless man's head and neck seemed to come to life. The muscle and skin tissues at the break were entangled and adhered to each other, and finally became flat and smooth, as if they had never been cut off. Andreev opened his eyes. He looked at Sashi with a calm gaze. No anger or hatred at all. Thank you. His voice was as gentle and polite as his temperament. I didn't expect that the way to lift the seal was like this. I just thought you were trying to deal with me and made an excuse deliberately. You're welcome. I'm not entirely here to help you, Sashi said matter-of-factly. I can finally seek revenge on my wife. Andreev's expression remained calm, but his tone was slightly excited. I loved her so much and married her, but I didn't know until the moment of death that she only married me to gain access to my castle and my family fortune. Sashi. She didn't really want to hear the story. Yi Kongqing. Not interested in JPG. Andreev seemed not to notice the voices of the two people and continued. My resentment kept my soul lingering in the castle. The woman was afraid, so she found a powerful wizard to seal my soul in the castle body, but sealed my head in the castle, leaving me completely trapped and dead in the castle, unable to leave. Now that you have unlocked the seal on my head, my soul is still in this body. With this body, It will be more convenient for me to seek revenge on that woman.
At this point, he said to Sashi, and Yi Kongqing nodded.
Thank you again for what you did for me. I won't come back again.
After saying that, he strode out of the ballroom. The footsteps gradually faded away, and soon there was the sound of the door lock opening downstairs, and then the sound of the door being closed again. It was only then that Sashi curled her lips.
Is this NPC's system setting that he must tell his story once before he can leave? It doesn't matter whether people want to hear it or not.
Fortunately, Andreev did not start from the beginning of Pangu. Otherwise, he would not be able to finish the story by daybreak. Yi Kongqing handed the red crystal that he had been holding to Sashi.
Special item.
Sashi showed an unexpected expression.
Is this it?
She took the red crystal, and the crystal immediately turned into an irregular-shaped log-colored building block fragment in her hands, with a smooth surface, like polished wood products. Chapter 118: The Headless Man in the Castle 70. When she got the building block fragments, an introduction about special items appeared in front of Sashi, which was no different from what Mingxiang said. However, regarding the matter of piecing together the planet, the detailed introduction only briefly mentioned it in one sentence. It did not mention that after piecing together the planet, there would be huge rewards. The authenticity of the rewards is open to question.
So this is a special item.
Sashi thought for a while, and said to Yi Kongqing,
The last time you touched the crystal, there was no reaction. It seems that you need to complete a hidden task before it can be revealed.
Mike probably tried to touch this crystal that time, but he didn't trigger the hidden mission, so he didn't know that the special item he wanted to find was right in front of him. It can be seen that if there are no hidden tasks, it will be easier to obtain special items by exploring. The special items included in hidden missions are harder to get.
Well,
Yi Kongqing responded, and added,
after I just got it, it turned into a building block, but you can't seem to see it.
If Sashi had seen it, she wouldn't have shown a surprised expression when he said it was a special item.
That's right. It turned into a building block after I touched it myself.
Sashi nodded.
In that case, anyone who has never touched it will only think it is an ordinary person when they see it. As things.
This is a good setting. Even if she plays with this crystal in her hand every day, others will only think it is a valuable toy of hers.
Since the headless man is gone, we don't have to continue vigil tonight,
Yi Kongqing said to Sashi.
Go back and rest.
Yeah. Sashi nodded happily, and then she put the building blocks into Yi Kongqing's hand.
I'll give this to you.
Yi Kongqing was stunned for a moment, then refused.
No, this is yours.
He had never wanted this particular item.
How could it be mine?
Sashi held Yi Kongqing's hand and said seriously,
If you weren't tall, I might not be able to reach this thing. Besides, you are the first person to get it. It should be yours.
Although this was indeed a nice special item, she didn't have the greed to keep it hers. A rich person like her with a lot of points can afford so many defensive items, so she doesn't have many opportunities to use building blocks. But Yi Kongqing was so poor that building blocks were an excellent life-saving item for him. What's more, this building block was indeed obtained by Yi Kongqing. In her opinion, it should belong to Yi Kongqing. Yi Kongqing opened his mouth, not knowing how to refuse.
As my bodyguard, you have to fight for me through life and death,
Sashi said with a smile.
You have done dangerous things. Of course you need this special life-saving item more than I do.
These words were quite objective and realistic, but Yi Kongqing couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, he said,
Well, next time we get the building blocks, no matter which one of us gets it, it will be yours.
This time Sashi didn't object. She nodded with a bright smile.
I listen to you.
Her delicate eyebrows looked even more dazzling in the hazy warm orange light, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes were full of smiles, shimmering and charming. For a moment, Yi Kongqing felt that his heartbeat seemed to be beating irregularly. He stared at Sashi blankly, forgetting to look away for the first time. Chapter 119: The Headless Man in the Castle 71. Day 22. Early morning. Many people heard the sound of the door opening and closing the night before, and now they found that the lion's head specimen wall hanging in the ballroom fell to the ground. The lion's head was like a piece of soft cloth, with no internal bones to support it. Unlike before, the wall hanging looks completely different. Everyone is curious about what happened last night. But last night's night watchman, Sashi and Yi Kongqing, were still sleeping. Sashi's angry performance last night was still lingering in everyone's minds. This time, no one dared to knock on the door to disturb them. Just like this, it was around 3 o'clock in the afternoon when Sashi and Yi Kongqing finally came out. Everyone gathered around him.
I know what you want to ask, Sashi said proactively before they could speak. To put it simply, I found a way to make the headless man leave. He will never come back again. Won't you come back again? Helena couldn't help but ask. The sound of the door opening that I heard last night was the headless man leaving? That's right. Sashi opened the ham sausage in her hand and took 2 bites. Are you sure the headless man won't come back again? Mike asked Sashi cautiously. Although he left last night, there's no guarantee he won't come back again. Right. Last time you killed the headless man, he was resurrected the next day. He said it himself. And he said it without me asking. Sashi looked at Mike and asked. As a game NPC, there is no need for him to take the initiative to tell this lie. Right. Mike was stunned. That's true. If the player actively asks, the headless man may indeed lie in order to achieve some kind of trap. But when the player doesn't ask, there is no need for the headless man to take the initiative to lie. After all, he doesn't say anything. But it is easier to give the player more uncertainty. So this time, the possibility of the headless man telling the truth is actually higher. So, we don't have to worry about being hunted by headless men in the future? Li Feng showed a relaxed expression. That's great. We can spend the next 20 days easily. There were many players who had the same idea as Li Feng, and everyone's expression seemed more relaxed. Only a few people still had doubts about Sashi's words, and seemed hesitant to speak. Sashi didn't intend to explain more. Anyway, after waiting for the past few days, no players died. So everyone naturally knew that the headless man had really left. As long as you don't cause trouble, it won't be a problem to spend the rest of the game time safely. Sashi said something meaningful before turning and leaving. Yi Kongqing didn't speak the whole time. Just stood behind Sashi, looking like a dedicated bodyguard. Asterisk. Although the threat of the headless man was lifted, in order to avoid triggering other game penalties, everyone still maintained a 1-hour gathering every evening in a tacit understanding. The candidates for the night watchman every night are still determined by drawing lots. After spending 5 days like this, everyone was convinced that the headless man would never come back again. But the days in the castle did not become peaceful and smooth as Li Feng and others expected. Without the external threat of the headless man, the internal conflicts between players have become more prominent. Players who originally disliked each other started to have frequent quarrels and occasionally fights. Players who lacked supplies also changed from stealing when others were unprepared to stealing openly. They are not stupid either. The targets they choose to rob are those players who look weak. The weak players are not strong enough. They don't even dare to say a word when they are robbed. If they resist, they will be beaten. They have to use their own supplies in exchange for peace. Instead, life is much more chaotic than before the headless man left. Chapter 120 The Headless Man in the Castle 72. Just like this, on the 35th day, players died again in the castle. The person who was killed was a thin man. His death appearance was very miserable. His eyes were bulging. His mouth was drooling. And there were deep bruises on his neck. He looked like he had been strangled to death. Everyone knows that the headless man has left the castle long ago. And the death of the thin man is not the usual method of the headless man. So the thin man was killed by other players. The most likely murderer is the thin man's roommate. Only he could completely avoid attracting other people's attention and make the thin man unable to defend himself. All the players knew this fact. But no one said it. Most people have a nonchalant attitude and don't want to meddle in such nosy matters at all. And Sashi knew that it was useless to care. If a person wanted to do evil, he would always find a way. It is difficult to stop it if the general environment allows it. She doesn't have a savior mentality. She just wants to protect herself and the people she cares about. She can't control other people. What many people didn't expect was that once the murder started, it became easier and easier. With the first role model, other players with evil intentions also became bolder and turned from robbing to killing in order to obtain supplies. They were very cautious and selected only weak players. Like Mike, Helena, Yi Kongqing and Sashi. No player dared to provoke them casually. Sashi had already expected the development of these things. But the development to such a bad extent still made her feel that the evil of human nature was beyond the scope of her understanding. It's enough to survive by robbing supplies. But you have to kill people. It's just because killing people gets more materials. But the price paid is very small. She heard this from Mike. When a player kills a player, half of the dead player's points will belong to the system, and the other half will be given to the murderer. All items and props in the dead player's storage box will belong to the murderer. If the dead player opens more storage slots than the murderer will also get the extra storage slots. This is the fundamental reason that makes players greedy. Not only can you get extra points, but you can also get some materials that don't require effort to collect, and some props that don't require points to purchase. All you need to pay is half of the opponent's points. It's just a good deal to kill someone. Although most of the players, who can be easily killed, have very few supplies, props and points in their hands, no one will be dissatisfied with getting a small amount for nothing. If the threat of the headless man is still there, and everyone is in danger, no one will be in the mood to consider this. But when the external environment becomes safe, people's greed will have an opportunity to take advantage of it. In such a turbulent environment, on the 50th night, only 38 players were left alive in the game. Among them, 37 people were killed by the headless man, and 25 people were killed by the players later. Although the number of people who survived in the end was much higher than expected. If the headless man was still there would probably not be more than 10 players alive on the 50th day. But more than 20 players were killed by players, which is really ironic when you think about it. Yikanching! Sashi sat on the edge of the bed and looked out the window into the distance. The first ray of sunshine in the morning slowly rose, indicating that the 50-day game was about to end. It's really disgusting here. Her tone was calm, as if what she said had nothing to do with emotion and was just stating the facts. Yikanching stood beside Sashi and looked at the horizon without saying a word. The warm sunshine pierced the coldness of winter and shone softly on Sashi's face, making her look even more scorchingly beautiful. She turned her head. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes reflected golden light, and Yikanching's angular face. Fortunately, you are here. Yikanching's heart softened for no reason. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Sashi's head. His voice sounded a little warmer for the first time. I'm here. Chapter 121 Rewards and Inquiries 1. In a pure white square room, Sashi looked at the pop-up window that popped up in front of her face expressionlessly. Congratulations to player Sashi for completing her personal mission and successfully clearing the game. She earned 100,000 points for her personal mission and 100,000 points for clearing the game. Sashi waited for a while and saw that the text on the pop-up window had not changed. She couldn't help but ask, are there no points rewards for hidden tasks? The reward for the hidden mission is to get special items, a cold and organic voice sounded, answering Sashi's question. So there is no point reward. You made a sound very quickly this time. Sashi snorted. I thought you had to pretend to be dead for at least 20 minutes. The system was quiet for a few seconds, and then suddenly spoke. Players have half an hour to rest here. In half an hour, they will enter the Sweet Cafe game. Players are asked to choose products to purchase, or enter the next game immediately. In that posture, he didn't want to chat with Sashi at all, and was ready to finish the process quickly so that Sashi could leave as soon as possible. Another game title with no reference value at all. Sashi muttered and opened the mall interface. There are no new props added this time, but the gun and ammunition column is still unavailable for purchase. Based on her last experience, she found that even if there were new props, not all of them would be useful in the next game. It may be to confuse the public. If a player with few points buys the wrong one, the game will be over. However, every prop will definitely come in handy in a certain game. So players like her who are not short of points will not suffer any loss if they buy them all. After thinking about it, Sashi followed the decision she made in the previous game and replenished each prop to 30 pieces. I even bought 10 more defense bracelets. Counting now. In addition to the 2 defense bracelets given to Yikanching and Ningxiang, she also has 28 defense bracelets on her hand, which is quite enough. In this wave of props, Sashi bought nearly 4 billion points. If nothing else goes wrong, there should be no need to replenish props in the next few games. She looked at her remaining points, and there were still more than 94 billion. The life of rich people is so simple and boring. Sashi sighed in her heart, then sat down cross-legged. She looked up at the white wall and asked, Say, is my next game the same as Yikanching's? The system was silent. Sashi was not surprised by the system's silence. She asked herself, he and I came out of the game at the same time. Logically speaking, the probability of being together in the next game should be relatively high. Right. The system remained silent. I see that Mingxiang and Mingyu, 2 brothers and sisters, seem to have always been together. Is it because they are familiar with each other that the system automatically assigns them to enter the same game? Sashi started to talk nonsense. The system finally couldn't hold it any longer. Each player's games are randomly assigned, which is an uncontrollable condition. It is absolutely impossible for players to keep entering the same game just because they are familiar with each other. Really? Sashi looked suspicious. Is it completely randomly assigned? Why do I not believe it so much? The system is silent again. To take a step back, even if what you said is true, no matter how random the games are, you should know what Yi Kongqing's next game is by now. Right. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly and said from a different angle. Then are you at least sure whether he is in the same game as me this time? Chapter 122 Reward and Inquiry 2. The choice of game content is not determined by the players themselves by turning the wheel or drawing lots. It seems that it will be automatically determined after entering the white room. So now, Yi Kongqing's side must have determined the content of the game. Players have no right to know about other players' games. The system's tone had no fluctuations and seemed cold and ruthless. Then why don't we talk about how we can let Yi Kongqing enter the same game with me in the future? Sashi didn't force it and continued to talk about this topic from different angles. She values Yi Kongqing as a bodyguard and coach. Yi Kongqing is a serious and responsible man. Whether he is her coach or her bodyguard, he is very dedicated and responsible. In the last 20 days of the last game, since there was no longer the threat of the headless man, Yi Kongqing offered to continue her physical training and made a detailed plan. Although she felt more tired in the second half of the time than when she dealt with the headless man, she could already feel that her energy was much better than before, and her strength was also stronger than before. Such a responsible coach and so good-looking. Of course she had to find a way to stay with him. Therefore, it would be best to find a feasible way to increase the probability of her and Yi Kongqing entering the same game. Sashi waited for a long time, but the system made no sound. I said, is it because you are silent all the time? Sashi put her elbows on her knees and supported her chin with her hands. She didn't seem to be in a hurry. Players can directly enter the next game if they have nothing else to do. The system obviously didn't want to answer Sashi's question, and felt that Sashi talked too much. So it tried to drive her away. I won't leave until 30 minutes pass. Sashi laughed. Kick me out if you can. It seems that you can't kick. Sashi smiled openly. You see? Although you are the system, you can't do whatever you want. The basic rules have been set, and even you can't change them at will. Brothers and sisters Mingxiang and Mingyu don't look like they only meet in the game occasionally. Sashi continued the original topic. Don't tell me it's a coincidence. I don't believe it. She had tested Mingxiang before, and it sounded like the two siblings were rarely separated in two different games. In terms of probability, the probability of not meeting is higher, but the probability of meeting is too low. So she thought there must be something that could increase the probability of two people entering the same game. But she didn't see the relevant props in the mall. So this was something that she, a new player, had not yet touched. Just like the building block fragments. She just thought about the condom system. Players currently have no right to know. So, is there really something that can allow me and Yi Kongqing to enter the same game? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly, showing a happy look. Okay, I already know it even if you don't tell me. Sashi waved her hand, knowing that it would be impossible to extract more information from the system. So she didn't ask any more questions. However, since she has no right to know at the moment, she can only know after certain conditions are met. Comparing her situation with Mingxiang Mingyu, she believed that the conditions to be met should have nothing to do with the number of points. So she made a bold guess that it might be related to the number of times she played the game. So now she can only go through a few more games to confirm whether her speculation is correct. Speaking of which, after that special item is combined into a planet, will you really get a huge reward? Sashi asked casually. Of course, I didn't expect the system to answer quite happily this time. As long as the players can piece it together. It seems that this task is very difficult, Sashi said thoughtfully. Otherwise you wouldn't answer me so readily. The break ends. When the system said these words, it sounded a little impatient. The next second, Sashi's figure disappeared. Chapter 123 Sweet Cafe 1. Sashi looked around and found that she was sitting on the floor of a small box, still maintaining the cross-legged posture she had in the white room. She couldn't help but mutter, "You really won't let me stay for a second longer," before she could finish what she wanted to ask. He got her out. Forget it. I already know a lot of information anyway, so it's not a loss. This should be a private room in the coffee shop. The space is not large, but the privacy is good, and the decoration is elegant. You can see the scenery of the river through the window, which shows that this coffee shop is relatively high-end. Sashi stood up and went to open the door of the box, but was surprised to find that the door handle could not be turned. She tried hard and found that she really couldn't open the door. Just when she was about to follow Yi Kongqing's example of breaking the door lock with a gun, an electronic sound rang in the air. Welcome 10 players to the Sweet Cafe. Next, I will explain the rules of the game to you. Please listen carefully. Sashi retracted her hand and sat on the single sofa on one side. She was going to wait until she heard the rules before opening the door. The game lasts for 7 days, and there will be a task for players to complete every day. The content of the daily tasks is different. After the task is completed, the corresponding points will be obtained according to the difficulty. If the task fails, the corresponding points will be deducted. In addition, players must find the key to the cafe door and successfully leave the cafe within 7 days in order to clear the game. If you fail to clear the game within the specified time, you will receive corresponding failure penalties. Reminder, players are not allowed to violently destroy anything in the cafe, and are not allowed to leave by forcibly breaking down the door or wall. Otherwise, the game will be directly judged as failed and double punishment will be imposed. The game starts from now on. The task on the first day is to ask the players to come out of their respective rooms before dark and gather in the corridor. Please do not run around during the gathering. Good luck to all players. Sashi glanced at the locked door. So, this time I played an escape room. The key is not to destroy it violently. Her plan to shoot the door lock with a gun was foiled. Fine. She stood up and started looking for the key in the box. The area of this private room is not large. Apart from a dining table, 2 double sofas and a single sofa, there are only potted plants placed in the corner and oil paintings hanging on the wall. There are not many places to hide things, and there are basically no blind spots. She first took a look under the dining table. There was no complicated structure or any obstruction. She could see the whole place clearly at a glance. There was nothing like a key. She looked under the sofa again, and this time she found something. She found a large iron box from under one of the double sofas. The box was much larger than an ordinary shoe box, but about the same height. There was a combination lock on it. Sashi tried it, but unexpectedly couldn't open it. The combination lock is a 3-digit number, which is not too complicated. But if you just rely on yourself, it will take too long. So while looking for the key, Sashi searched the house for any clues such as numbers. Soon, she found a number, 6, that seemed to be carved with a knife on top of the door frame, and an 8 painted with paint on one of the corners of the dining table. It took her a while to find the last number. She went through everything in the house, even the air conditioner hanging on the wall. Chapter 124 Sweet Cafe 2. But there are neither keys nor numbers either above or inside the air conditioner. She also checked the potted plants in the corner. She even pulled out the plants and poured out the soil. But she still found no key, and there were no numbers on the inside of the pots. Sashi tilted her head and thought for a while. Everything in the house was searched, and the only thing left was. She looked towards the window with simple and elegant decoration. This is the window. Sashi walked over and tried it, and found that the window could be opened. She easily opened the window bolt, opened the window, and after checking it carefully, she finally found the last number, 3, on the window lattice above. This number is very small, and close to the color of the window lattice. It would be difficult for her to detect it if she were not short-sighted. She sat back on the sofa, hugged the big iron box, and began to try the password. Although she didn't know the specific order of the password, she had determined the specific 3 numbers, and the random permutations and combinations were very limited. She only had to try 6 times at most to open the box. Sashi was lucky and successfully unlocked the password lock on the 3rd try. She opened the box and saw a black and white dress inside, with a card on top. She picked up the card and glanced at it. Congratulations to the player for finding your work clothes. As an employee of the cafe, please wear this outfit during the game. Then she took out the dress and unfolded it, discovering that it was a maid outfit. Sashi. So the tone of this cafe is that of a maid cafe? She looked at the maid outfit in her hand and found that it was similar to Lolita. The style was not revealing and the skirt length was not too short. It's a serious maid outfit. She then pulled down the curtains and quickly put on the work clothes. The box was well equipped. In addition to a set of dresses, there was also a pair of white socks and ribbon hair accessories, which she put on one by one. She found a pocket on her apron, reached into it, and pulled out a key. She raised her eyes and looked at the door of the box. It seemed like this was the key she needed. It was still very cold to wear such a maid outfit this season. Sashi put on her down jacket and opened the box door with the key. There is a pair of black mid-heeled leather shoes on the floor mat outside the door. The buckles on the ankles are exquisitely designed to look like bows. They look a little more girlish but not tacky. There is also a card placed on the leather shoes. As a cafe employee, please wear these work shoes during the game. Sashi took off her snow boots neatly, put them back in the storage compartment, and put on her leather shoes. As soon as she put on her leather shoes, the door on her right opened. A man came out and looked down at the card on the mat in front of his door. There was also a pair of leather shoes placed at his door. But compared with Sashi's shoes, the man's shoes looked very ordinary. Just patent leather shoes without any extra decoration. After reading the card, the man began to change his shoes. Sashi took the opportunity to look at the man. This is a young European man with fluffy golden curly hair and beautiful lake blue eyes, giving him a harmless feeling. He is tall and wearing a well-tailored deacon's uniform. But he does not lack the sense of a British gentleman. More like a cute big boy. Chapter 125 Sweet Cafe 3. The man quickly changed his shoes. When he looked up at Sashi, his beautiful lake blue eyes showed bright light.
Hello. My name is Daniel.
The man introduced himself to Sashi in fluent Chinese.
Hello.
Sashi responded politely.
My name is Sashi. Cici, you are so beautiful.
Daniel nicknamed Sashi familiarly and praised her without hesitation.
She is the most beautiful girl I have ever seen.
A bright smile appeared on his face, as if he had the cheerful look of a sunny boy.
Thank you.
Sashi smiled sweetly, but maintained a polite distance.
It seems that we two are the first players to come out.
Daniel glanced at the other rooms. There was a pair of leather shoes at the door of each room, and the doors were also closed.
Yeah.
Sashi responded without saying anything more. However, she could tell from the shoes placed at the door that there were exactly 5 men and 5 women in this game. But she didn't know if Yi Kongqing was among them.
Cici, how many times have you participated in survival games?
Daniel asked Sashi curiously.
I don't know when they will come out. So why don't we chat for a while? Not a few times.
Sashi said ambiguously.
I have participated 6 times.
Daniel stretched out his hand to sign a 6 and added.
One of the games failed. I thought I was going to die. But luckily I survived.
Sashi looked at Daniel unexpectedly. What surprised her was not that Daniel could survive after failing in the game. What surprised her was that Daniel actually told her such a thing. Are you not defensive at all? She and him were strangers. Seeing Sashi's gaze, Daniel blinked.
What's wrong? I'm a little curious.
Sashi decided to test this Daniel to see if he was really stupid or if he was deliberately lying to get closer.
How did you survive the failure in the game?
She has actually always been curious about what the punishment for failing the game is. She had never failed in the previous 2 games, so she had no idea what the punishment was. But it seems like it's not a situation where the player will die once they lose. Otherwise, just saying death would be okay, and there's no need to mention punishment.
Shishi, have you never failed in a game?
Daniel looked at her with surprise and admiration.
You're so awesome. I just participated in too few games and didn't have the chance to fail.
Sashi shrugged.
Ha! Cici, what you say is so interesting.
Daniel couldn't help but laugh.
There is no chance of failure. You say it as if you are expecting failure.
Sashi also laughed.
That's right. If I fail once, I have no way of knowing what will happen after the failure. Don't let yourself fail in the game on purpose. Just let me tell you my experience.
Daniel advised Sashi seriously.
The punishment for failing in the game is quite troublesome. If you can win, don't lose. Yeah.
Sashi nodded, looking at Daniel expectantly.
Then tell me your experience. After the game fails, the system will give the player 3 punishment options, and the player must choose the same. After the punishment is completed, the system will let the player enter the failed game again and start the game again.
Daniel explained in detail.
Until the player clears the level, the game will never end until you die in the game.
Chapter 126 Sweet Cafe 4. Sashi understood.
So, if you still fail the second game, you will be punished again and then continue the third game? That's right.
Daniel nodded.
There should be many types of punishments for game failure, but they are all very demoralizing for the players. In this case, they have to continue to start over in the failed game. In fact, every time they fail once, the success rate of the next game will be lower. So if you can clear the game in one go, don't let yourself fail.
Well, Sashi murmured to herself.
This is a really powerful psychological tactic.
If the failure of the game directly determines the player's death, then death is death. For the player, it is just a moment of fear. However, accepting the punishment after failure and then continuing the game is quite grueling. It not only gives players hope of survival, but at the same time, they are likely to face more despair. It seems to give players some life. But in fact it is more torture. Repeated game failure. Punishment. Failure again. Punishment again. Whether it is physical or psychological, is a kind of torture. If you still die in the game in the end, it will be far less satisfying than dying directly after failing the game for the first time. Speaking of which, the punishment system in this game is really quite a bit of fun.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Daniel nodded fiercely.
I was very nervous when I failed the game. I found out that I could play again after accepting the punishment and felt hopeful. Anyway, my mentality was very special when I played the game for the second time. No, I'm always worried and scared.
Sashi glanced at Daniel's beautiful face. Okay. She is now sure that if this Daniel is not a better actor than her, he must be a fool. It's not easy to say anything to strangers, and still survive in a survival game until now. Daniel seemed to understand Sashi's eyes, and he explained very seriously.
Cece, I am not so honest with everyone. It's just that you are very good looking. So I am willing to tell the truth to you.
Sashi. Wouldn't it be more foolish to be honest with others just because you look good?
Click dash.
Along with the sound of the door lock opening, the third player walked out of the room. It was a handsome-looking young man with short black hair and a thin build, as if he had not yet fully grown up. When the man looked up and saw Sashi, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Miss Xia.
Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly.
Mingyu. Shishi. Do you know each other?
Daniel asked curiously.
I'm not familiar with him,
Sashi replied.
I met him in the last game.
Mingyu glanced at the card at his feet and quickly changed his shoes. He walked towards Sashi.
I didn't expect to meet you in the next game.
When he said this, the fingers of his right hand subconsciously rubbed the defensive bracelet on his left wrist. Sashi noticed Mingyu's little movements and was a little surprised when she saw the defensive bracelet in Mingyu's hand. At that time, she gave the defensive bracelet to Mingxiang, thinking that Mingxiang would keep it for herself. Generally speaking, if a brother wants to protect his sister, he will naturally leave more useful props to his sister. Is the defensive bracelet here at Mingyu's because Mingxiang has better items? Or is there any other reason? Chapter 127 Sweet Cafe 5.
Is Mingxiang here too?
Sashi asked casually.
No.
Mingyu shook his head.
I just used the friend function to chat with Mingxiang after I entered the game. She is in other games. I remember Mingxiang told me that you were in the same game a lot of times.
Sashi asked.
Why were you separated this time? We can't 100% guarantee that we will be in the same game every time. It is normal for us to be separated occasionally.
Mingyu explained and laughed again.
But I didn't expect to see Miss Xia again this time. I am very happy.
Sashi looked suspicious.
Compared with before, you seem to be more cheerful.
In the last game, Mingyu rarely spoke. And even when he spoke, he almost never smiled like this, let alone looked at her. He rarely dared to look at her. But the changes this time are obvious. Very different from before.
I was a little nervous that my sister was not here.
Mingyu scratched his head sheepishly.
But after seeing the familiar Miss Xia, I couldn't help but relax a little. So I talked more. Usually I only talk to my sister. We've only had so many conversations. Does Miss Xia think I'm a little annoying?
At the end of the sentence, his expression became a little cautious.
It's just that I'm not used to it,
Sashi said casually.
It's like he's a different person. Sorry.
Mingyu apologized immediately.
It's my problem.
While they were chatting, another box door opened, and a young girl with an innocent appearance walked out. She immediately looked at the three people standing in the corridor outside the box, and then smiled.
Great. I'm not the only one coming out.
She quickly changed into her leather shoes and walked towards Sashi with cheerful steps.
Hello. My name is Suyun.
The girl introduced herself to Sashi energetically.
I am 16 years old this year.
Sashi glanced at the little man standing in front of her, who was probably less than 1.6 meters tall. There was a sincere smile on his face. When he looked up at her, she felt an unconscious feeling of closeness in his heart.
Hello. I'm Sashi.
She reached out and patted Suyun's head.
Sister Xia, you are so tall.
Suyun glanced at Sashi's slender legs with envy, and then at her own short legs.
They are also wearing maid uniforms. But Sister Xia is taller than I look much better. I also think Cece is the most beautiful.
Daniel agreed very much with Suyun's words.
Cece is the most beautiful I have ever seen.
Suyun turned to look at Daniel, and then her eyes showed surprise.
You are also very good looking. And your Chinese is so fluent. Hee hee.
Daniel smiled proudly.
Although my genes are Uyghurian, I grew up in China, so I always feel that I am a Chinese.
With the addition of Suyun, the atmosphere suddenly became particularly lively and relaxed. Most of the time, Suyun and Daniel were talking, while Sashi just listened. Mingyu returned to his usual taciturn appearance, lowering his head and looking at his feet, barely speaking or looking at anyone. While a few people were chatting, Sashi opened the friends function and sent a message to Yikong Qing. Originally, she wanted to wait until all the players came out to see if Yikong Qing was among them. But after Mingyu said that she had contacted Mingxiang, she suddenly felt that she didn't want to wait any longer. Chapter 128 Sweet Cafe 6. Sashi now wants to know if Yikong Qing is in this game. Sashi, Yikong Qing. Where are you? Soon. She received a reply from Yikong Qing, but she couldn't understand the text on it. It was like a mess of code with no rules at all. Sashi, please change the way of expression and send it again. After a while, Yikong Qing sent another message, but it was still a bunch of gibberish. Sashi was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to think of something. She turned to Daniel and asked, if players are in different games, are they unable to reveal information about their own games? Daniel was chatting with Suyun about his favorite food, when he suddenly heard Sashi's words. He quickly looked at Sashi and responded positively. Yes, usually two players are in different games. No matter what method is used, even through communication, there is no way to reveal information about the game you are in. Oh? Suyun looked confused. Is there such a setting? You look like a newcomer at first glance. Daniel showed his senior attitude and explained in detail. If neither party has experienced each other's game, it is completely impossible to convey information about the game to each other. If the other party has experienced your game, then your information can be passed on to the other party, but the other party cannot pass on the method of passing the game to you. In short, if you want to cheat in this way, it is impossible to succeed. Sashi pursed her lips and felt that her mood suddenly deteriorated. Cici, why do you ask this suddenly? Daniel asked curiously after introducing the situation. My brother. Sashi paused. She remembered that Mingyu was still here and felt that it was more appropriate to say, brother, this time I am not in the same game. Don't be sad, Cici. Daniel immediately comforted. Although your brother is not here, as long as I am here, I will definitely protect you. After saying that, he patted his chest hard. I'm amazing. Sashi didn't speak. She glanced at the chat interface and saw a new message from Yikong Qing. Yikong Qing, where are you? Sashi, we are not in the same game. So the messages you sent me about your game are all gibberish. Then she simply told Yikong Qing what Daniel said about being blocked when sending game information. And finally sent a sentence. Sashi, is it dangerous where you are? Yikong Qing, not bad. After thinking about it, Sashi gave Yikong Qing a handful of Gatling through the transmission function. Sashi, there are bullets inside. Yikong Qing, thank you. Yikong Qing, take care of yourself. Sashi, don't worry. I won't have a problem protecting myself. Yikong Qing, remember to exercise when you have time. I will send you a schedule. Sashi couldn't help laughing. It's really Yikong Qing's concern. Sashi, okay. Cici, what did your brother tell you? Daniel couldn't help but ask. After Sashi said that her brother separated from her, he stopped chatting with Suyun and kept paying attention to Sashi's situation, fearing that Sashi would be too sad and cry. After all, it is normal to feel sad when you are separated from your family or something. Unexpectedly, she actually smiled now. He could tell that Sashi was chatting through the friends function, so he couldn't help but be curious. What did Cici's brother say to Cici that made Cici feel better? He also wanted to have the ability to make Cici happy. Chapter 129 Sweet Cafe 7. Nothing. Just to report each other's safety. Sashi said, looking at Mingyu, and asked directly, Mingyu, I want to know how you and Mingxiang did it. Everyone else was stunned there, not understanding what Sashi meant. But Mingyu understood. He looked up at Sashi and asked word for word, do you want to be with Yikong Qing? For a moment, there seemed to be an undercurrent surging in his eyes. Those eyes were bottomless, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts. Although his tone was calm, it always gave people an indescribable sense of weirdness. Sashi frowned slightly, and the strange feeling in her heart emerged again. Actually, I don't know much about the binding method. Mingyu twitched his lips and seemed to be smiling. Miss Xia asked the wrong person. Binding? Sashi grasped this keyword keenly. Mingyu was stunned for a moment, knowing that he had let something slip. He sighed. Miss Xia is just too smart. If you don't pay attention at all, You will easily catch the flaw. How are you and Mingxiang bound together? Sashi automatically ignored Mingyu's words and continued to ask. Before, she wanted to wait until she experienced a few more games to see if her guess was correct. But now that I have met Mingyu again, wouldn't it be better to ask directly instead of waiting blindly? The most important thing is that this time she and Yikanqing are not in the same game, which makes her feel the uncertainty more clearly. How can she act as a bodyguard if her bodyguard is not around? So if there was any way to bind it, she wanted to bind it as soon as possible. Mingyu lowered his head again, looking like he refused to communicate. His hand unconsciously rubbed the bracelet on his wrist, and his eyes were looking at his feet, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing that Mingyu refused to speak, Sashi had to give up temporarily. There is no use in asking about this kind of thing. If Mingyu refuses to tell her, she can only go through a few more games according to the original plan. Mainly, Mingyu's current behavior was a bit strange, which made her instinctively not want to have too much contact with him. Therefore, if Mingyu didn't want to tell, she didn't want to ask. Seeing that Sashi and Mingyu stopped talking, Suyun hurriedly cheered up the atmosphere. She has a lively temperament, and Daniel is also a cheerful big boy. And the atmosphere soon became cheerful again. No one mentioned what happened just now. More than an hour passed like this, and two more men came out one after another. A lean middle-aged man, whose face is very shrewd. His name is Pan Jinhai. There is an ordinary-looking young man, who speaks softly and looks cautious towards everyone. His name is Zhua Fei. About half an hour later, a girl who looked about the same age as Suyun came out. After Suyun's introduction, I found out that this girl's name is Xiaomini. She is 1 year older than Suyun. She and Suyun used to go to the same school, and their families were in the same community. They would always meet each other on the way to school, and they would go back and forth. They became friends. This is their second survival game, and both of them are very happy to meet acquaintances in the game again. For a while, the two girls started chatting happily, and there was almost no chance for others to interrupt. While he was free, Daniel approached Sashi and asked in a low voice, Cici, what do you mean by what you just asked Mingyu? What is binding? Chapter 130 Sweet Cafe 8. Sashi glanced at Daniel, as if she had thought of something, and asked, You said before that you failed a game and only passed it the second time. Yes. Daniel nodded, a little confused. Cici, why do you ask this? Do you still remember which survival game you failed? Sashi did not answer Daniel's question, but continued to ask. The fourth one. Daniel answered honestly. I remember it clearly because it was at that time. I see. Sashi didn't wait for Daniel to finish what she said. She glanced at Mingyu, who had his head lowered, and already had some idea in her mind. If her idea is correct, and if binding, is really related to the number of games played, then it can be judged from Daniel's situation that it is not enough to experience enough games. You must successfully clear the game continuously. Okay. Since Daniel failed the game for the fourth time, it means that 3 consecutive passes are not enough to meet the binding condition, and it can basically be considered that after the game fails, the number of times to clear the game needs to be recalculated. So Daniel still doesn't know about binding. Although she didn't know how many survival games Mingxiang and Mingyu had experienced, she could infer based on common sense that this binding condition was definitely not nearly impossible to achieve. Mingxiang and Mingyu didn't seem to be so good that they never failed, so she thought the number of consecutive game passes might be between 5 and 7. This is a difficult rep, but not so difficult that no one can do it. At the same time, this is not a simple number that everyone can achieve. She thinks this is a more reasonable range. Next, what she has to do is to ensure that she wins every subsequent game, so that she can verify whether her guess is correct in the shortest possible time. No matter what, she at least had a clear goal. Very good. Sashi felt that her mood had improved a lot. At this time, another female player came out. Coincidentally, it was someone I knew. The moment Tian Yuan saw Sashi, his face darkened and his tone was harsh. You are actually here too. Displeasure was written on her face. Sashi glanced at Tian Yuan and sneered. If you still have some memory, you should know that it is wise not to provoke me. She doesn't start out like a harmless bunny like she did in the last game, because Yikanqing is not here. With Yikanqing, a person who looks very fierce at first glance, no matter how easy she is to bully or deceive, others will not dare to do anything to her blatantly. So she puts on a harmless disguise to help extract information. But now that she is alone, if she still does that, it will make people feel easy to bully. and she will probably become the first target to be calculated. At this time, we shouldn't hide her, but let everyone know that she is not a soft persimmon. As soon as Sachi's words came out, Tianyuan's face became even more ugly. Despite all the dissatisfaction in his heart, Tianyuan still stood aside honestly and said nothing, just cursing Sashi bitterly in his heart. Although she hated Sashi very much, she was not carried away by anger, and she was not stupid enough to send him for abuse at this time. Chapter 131 Sweet Cafe 9. Tianyuan knew that he was no match for Sashi. No matter how much he hated Sashi, he could not openly confront Sashi. She kept a long distance from other people. Neither said hello to others nor introduced herself. And she seemed unsociable. When the others saw this, they didn't ask any questions and continued chatting on the previous topic. The atmosphere was still harmonious. Tianyuan looked at Sashi from a distance, with jealousy and resentment in her eyes. She was betrayed by Li Feng in the second half of the last game and almost died at the hands of other players. She later survived by selling her body. She never thought that Li Feng would betray her. Her heart ached at that time, and she hated Sashi as much. Yes, she thought Li Feng must have been so fascinated by Sachi's face that he lost interest in her and tried to abandon her. Of course, Li Feng didn't end well. The day after she sold her body to gain safety, Li Feng was killed, because that person wanted to seize other players' supplies. And her proactive gesture allowed the other player to spare her life. So the other player chose to attack Li Feng. She was sad at the time, but also felt a little happy. But no matter what, Tianyuan glanced at Sashi hatefully. She had such a miserable life in the last game, being played with like a plaything. And she barely survived until the end of the game. But this woman lived a happy life, protected by a man as powerful as Yi Kongqing. How does this make her mentally balanced? Now that Yi Kongqing is not around, this woman can still be surrounded by everyone like stars holding the moon. Why? Just because she looks good? Did she get some powerful props for nothing because of her luck? This is obviously unfair. Asterisk. Time passed by, and it was already afternoon when Tianyuan came out. Everyone had already eaten some simple food to fill their stomachs while chatting. The sun is gradually setting in the west, and there are still 2 players who have not come out. I don't know what happened to them. Suyun looked at the 2 closed doors with some worry. How about we go over and ask? Since each of us is separated in different rooms, this first task must be completed independently by the player, Zhao Mimi said to Suyun. And even if we go there, I'm afraid we won't be able to help. I can't go in because I don't know what's going on inside. That's true, but we still have to give it a try. Right. Suyun did not give up. She raised her feet and prepared to walk in the direction of the 2 closed doors. Actually, I don't think we can help. Daniel also tried to persuade Suyun. I came out relatively early, so I discovered early in the morning that every box here has very good sound insulation. Oh? Suyun stopped. She turned to look at Daniel, not sure why. Is the sound insulation effect good? Yes, Daniel explained. Shishi and I kept chatting when we were outside, but you didn't hear anything in the box. Right. Just like we didn't hear anything in your box outside. Suyun thought about it carefully and found that this was indeed the case. Before she came out, she didn't even know there were other players outside. If the sound insulation is not good, the sound of opening and closing the door should be audible. No one deliberately lowered their voices when chatting. But she did not hear any movement outside in the box at that time. Chapter 132 Sweet Cafe 10. Suyun really couldn't hear the sound from the 2 closed doors now. It's normal not to hear footsteps, but there will inevitably be bumps and bumps when rummaging for things. This can't be heard at all, which only shows that the sound insulation effect is indeed very good. Hey, Suyun sighed, a little worried. But it's getting late. If they can't come out. Before she could finish her words, a room door finally opened. When Xiao Liang walked out of the house, he felt that his clothes were almost soaked through with sweat. He saw the sky outside through the window in the house, and knew that it was already dusk. He was extremely anxious, fearing that he would not be able to complete the task and would be deducted points. He originally had very few points. Fortunately, we finally got out before dark. Xiao Liang changed his leather shoes and walked towards the crowd. Only then did he have the time to look at the people standing outside. He scratched his hair, probably because he hadn't taken good care of it for a long time. His yellowed hair looked as dry and rough as dead grass. He counted the number of people. Is there another player who hasn't come out? It's the one next to you. Suyun pointed to the only door that was still closed. Xiao Liang looked back at the closed door, and was immediately grateful that he came out in time. It's getting late, said Panjinhai, who looked shrewd. In the end, this player may be too late. No one else spoke. But everyone knew in their hearts that what Panjinhai said was the truth. We had already communicated while chatting, and found that although the puzzle escape tasks experienced by each player in the box were different, the difficulty was similar. They are all basic and do not require a strong knowledge reserve or particularly strong logical reasoning ability. Such a simple puzzle-solving escape task has not been completed until now, and there is a high probability that it will not come out on time. After all, the sky has begun to darken, and the sunlight in the dusk is almost disappearing on the horizon. Through the open box door, everyone can clearly see the sky outside through the box window. The darkness, under everyone's gaze, swallowed up the last light bit by bit. The entire cafe became dark. Daniel tried the switch in the corridor and found that he could not turn on the light. Player Lu Chunhua did not complete today's task, so 10,000 points will be deducted. Electronic sound sounded suddenly. All employees please wear work clothes during work. As a high-end coffee shop, we must look our best to welcome guests. Something as unsightly as wearing a down jacket outside work clothes will no longer be allowed. The players looked at each other with awkward expressions. The temperature here is several degrees below zero in winter. It's better for men to wear deacon uniforms. But for women, it's very thin and very cold in maid uniforms. Everyone is basically wearing down jackets outside. So if you take them off now? Otherwise, they would have been frozen to death before they could find a way out. Sashi looked unhappy. She looked up at the ceiling and said, "Then you should turn on the heating. As a high-end coffee shop, customers can't even come over with heating in winter? Is this ridiculous?" There was silence in the air for a while. Other players looked at Sashi in astonishment. Even Tian Yuan had a surprised expression. She directly challenged the system. I really don't know whether to call her brave or not afraid of death. Chapter 133 Sweet Cafe 11. Just when everyone was thinking about what would happen to Sashi next, the central air conditioner was turned on, and warm air flowed in, dispelling the cold. The other players looked confused. Is this okay? With the heater, the players couldn't say anything else and took off their coats one after another, revealing the work clothes underneath. The electronic voice said nothing again, and it was completely quiet. That's it? Xiao Lian looked confused. Shouldn't our players who complete the mission be rewarded with points? This will be settled after the game is over. Daniel answered Xiao Liang's question. For a task like this that must be completed within the specified time. If it fails, points will be deducted immediately after the specified time has passed. But if it is completed successfully, you have to wait until the game is cleared and the settlement will be unified. Obviously, as an old player, Daniel has experienced similar stage tasks before. So cheating. Xiao Liang couldn't help complaining. Then what should we do now? Suyun asked in a low voice. We can't help that player out. So why don't we just keep waiting outside? Let's look around. Sashi took out a flashlight from the storage compartment, and the warm orange light illuminated a small area. Now that the first day's mission is over, we should be able to move freely. Suyun immediately understood what Sashi meant. The electronic voice had already announced the results of the first day's mission, so now there was no need to stay in the corridor anymore. She nodded obediently and took out the flashlight from her storage compartment. Sorry. Panjinhai glanced at the others unceremoniously, raising his chin slightly, looking like an old-school elder. I'm more used to acting alone. After saying that, he walked deeper into the corridor with his flashlight on, making it quite obvious that he didn't want others to follow him. Daniel. Sashi took the initiative to say to Daniel, please act with me. Daniel showed a big smile, his white teeth dazzling in the dark. Okay. Seeing that Sashi took the initiative to choose Daniel, Suyun was too embarrassed to get involved, so she acted together with Zhao Mimi. The others also dispersed and walked in their chosen directions. Sashi and Daniel came to the stairs. The private room they were in was on the second floor of the coffee shop. They went down the stairs to the lobby on the first floor. The first floor is full of booths, which are not as private as the private rooms on the second floor, but the decoration is still high-end and elegant. Sashi tried all the light switches along the road with her flashlight and made sure that none of them could be turned on. But the heater can be used. At least it proves that there is electricity. In other words, these lights are either broken, or the game settings prevent them from turning on. She stopped at the bar, turned to look at Daniel beside her, and asked in a low voice, if the player completes the stage tasks but fails to clear the game in the end, how will the points be calculated? She chose Daniel as a companion just to ask this question. The reason why I didn't ask in public was because I didn't want to attract too much attention. Ah. This. Daniel didn't expect Sashi to ask this question suddenly. He scratched his fluffy golden curls. I haven't experienced it, so I don't know very well. Although he had experienced a game failure once. There was no such phase mission that time. Chapter 134 Sweet Cafe 12. All will be cleared. Mingyu's voice suddenly sounded not far behind Sashi. If the game is not cleared in the end, the points deducted for failed stage tasks will not be returned. But the points for successful stage tasks will be cleared. 0. You have to accept the penalty of game failure. Sashi glanced at Mingyu. But there was no surprise in her eyes. Mingyu followed him down to the first floor. She knew it. It was precisely because of this knowledge that she deliberately lowered her voice to speak to Daniel while keeping a distance from Mingyu. But he didn't expect that Mingyu would hear it. Your ears are quite sensitive. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. And it was hard to tell whether she was happy or unhappy. Although I don't like being eavesdropped. Thank you for answering my doubts. It was hard to see Mingyu's expression clearly in the darkness. But Sashi still felt that Mingyu seemed to be smiling. It's my honor to answer Miss Xia's questions. Mingyu stepped closer to Sashi. If Miss Xia has any questions, you can ask me. I remember that your sister has always called me Sister Xia. Sashi frowned slightly. Although I think this title is a bit too intimate. The calling habits of you and your sister are really very different. She didn't know how to describe the feeling in her heart. The words, Miss Xia, coming out of Mingyu's mouth always felt a little twisted. Mingyu's tone was not distant or polite. It was obviously a very distant title. But for some reason, it seemed to give him a sense of intimacy when he said it. This is a really uncomfortable feeling. It's just that everyone has different habits, Mingyu said calmly. Although my sister and I are twins, it doesn't mean that all our habits will be the same. That's true. Sashi nodded, and then walked aside. But I have no more questions to ask. Daniel, let's go look elsewhere. From the moment Mingyu made a sound from behind, Daniel was a little confused. He couldn't figure out what was going on now. So he was stunned for a while without responding. It wasn't until Sashi called his name that he came back to his senses and left the bar. Mingyu didn't chase after him. He just stood there and watched as the light source representing Sashi gradually faded away. His hand subconsciously touched the defensive bracelet on his wrist and murmured to himself. Sister, I listened to you in the last game. You can't stop me this time. To meet again so soon must be an opportunity given to him by God. Asterisk. Sashi and Daniel went to the kitchen at the back together. This cafe not only sells coffee, but also sells a variety of desserts. When she was at the bar, Sashi saw a coffee list and a dessert list, and was sure that there was a kitchen here. Sure enough, she found them at the very back of the first floor. The kitchen is not big, and is equipped with a variety of tools specially used for making desserts. There is also an extra large double-door refrigerator, which should be reserved for some ingredients for making desserts. There is also a small freezer placed in the corner. Locked, and I can't tell what it is used for. Cece. Daniel casually looked at the layout of the kitchen and couldn't help but ask Sashi, what's going on between you and that Mingyu? Instead of checking the things in the kitchen, he is now more gossiping about what happened between Sashi and Mingyu. Chapter 135 Sweet Cafe 13. Nothing. Sashi shrugged, not intending to elaborate. I think he seems to be interested in you, Daniel said frankly. He pays so much attention to your whereabouts and is only willing to talk to you. It was almost a day in the game, and he only saw Mingyu and Sashi talking. Mingyu was quite silent at other times. Sashi glanced at Daniel and laughed. It's normal for someone as good-looking as me to be liked. She knows how outstanding her looks are, and she has been the focus of the crowd since she was a child. Growing up, she was always stuffed with love letters and confessed to. These experiences made her very clear about what it is like to like someone state and gaze. She can tell almost at a glance whether the other person likes her. However, I don't think he likes me. Sashi paused, then raised her hand to open the refrigerator. At least not like a normal person. She wasn't sure what Mingyu's mentality was. When she first came into contact with him, she just thought that Mingyu was introverted and not good at talking. Every time Mingxiang communicated with her, Mingyu just followed silently. Mingyu was so silent that she would ignore his existence many times. So she never took Mingyu to heart. Until that time Mingxiang handed over the method to unlock the headless man's seal. Mingyu rarely took the initiative to speak, but his expression always felt a bit strange, making her very uncomfortable. It's just that she thought that she and the two brothers and sisters only had that little interaction, and they might not be able to meet them in future games. so she didn't take it seriously. Who knew it would be such an unfortunate coincidence that he would meet Mingyu again in the next game? Then she would have to be wary of Mingyu. Isn't it what normal people like? Daniel asked in confusion. Did something bad happen to you before? Not at all. Sashi looked casually in the refrigerator and closed the refrigerator door. That's why I say it's abnormal. There is almost no communication between her and Mingyu, and neither of them understands each other. So if Mingyu likes her, he can only like her face. Although she knows that she is good-looking and many people will be attracted by her face at a glance. She likes to be superficial and does not have any deep feelings. But that's not what Mingyu showed at all. He seemed to have been suppressing and restraining something before. But now, he became a little eager to act. To say that he had deep affection for her. She didn't believe it. Falling in love at first sight is only about appearance. Far from deep love. Therefore, Mingyu's behavior is really weird. In short, Sashi looked at Daniel and warned. If he asks you about what I talked to you, you'd better not say a word. And I advise you to stay away from him. Okay, I understand. Daniel nodded seriously, looking somewhat reliable. When I just passed by the gate, I found that there were 2 gates. Sashi returned to the topic. So we need to find at least 2 keys. Yeah, I saw it too, Daniel said. A glass door and an outermost roller shutter door. Although the kitchen is not big, there are a lot of things, and it takes a lot of time to find them. Sashi directed Daniel, not showing any embarrassment towards unfamiliar people. You start from the other end, and every detail is taken care of. Don't let it go. Chapter 136 Sweet Cafe 14. Daniel walked to the location designated by Sashi very cooperatively and started to look for the key bit by bit. Sashi started rummaging from the other side, so that each of them was responsible for half of the kitchen. The 2 of them concentrated on finding the keys, and no one spoke for a while. The room became very quiet, except for the occasional sound when things were turned over. More than half an hour passed like this, and a sharp cat meow suddenly broke the silence of the night. The voice was particularly shrill and harsh, and sounded a little penetrating. Sashi was startled, and the hand holding the flashlight trembled, and the light also trembled. Cece, you weren't scared, were you? Daniel hurried over. It's okay. Sashi took a breath silently, keeping her voice calm, but only she knew how fast her heart was beating. Her biggest weakness in life is that besides being afraid of the dark, she is also afraid of ghosts. The sharp cat meow that suddenly came out in this quiet environment at night was really ghostly, but she knew she couldn't show it in front of outsiders. The cat's meowing didn't stop. It would meow every few seconds, echoing throughout the cafe, making it impossible to distinguish the location of the sound source. The sound sounded more and more shrill, like the last whine when being run over by a car, which made people uncontrollably flustered. Sashi secretly took a breath and tried her best to make her condition look the same as usual. She said to Daniel, "Can you hear where the sound is coming from?" Daniel was a little troubled. "I really can't hear it. I always feel like there are echoes everywhere. Let's go out and check out the situation." Sashi walked out first. As it was now, she had no intention of looking for the keys in the kitchen, so she could only wait until daytime tomorrow. Daniel had no objection and followed Sashi out of the kitchen. As soon as I came out, I met Mingyu, who was about to go to the kitchen, and Suyun and Zhao Mimi, who were running towards the bar. At this time, Suyun and Zhao Mimi's faces could not conceal their horror. "What's going on?" Suyun's voice was a little crying. "Why is there such a miserable meow all of a sudden? It's so scary." "That's right." Zhao Mimi was scared and angry. "Isn't this an escape room game? Judging from the name, the theme shouldn't be a horror type. So why do you have to make the atmosphere so scary?" "It's obviously called Tiantian's Cafe. But how does this have anything to do with Tian Tian?" Amidst the intermittent and shrill meows, there are always a few words in the words of the 2 girls that are difficult to hear clearly. But this does not prevent others from understanding what they mean. "Did you hit something?" Sashi asked the 2 girls. "Did you accidentally hit something that caused such a sound? What can we encounter?" Zhao Mimi frowned unhappily. "We are just looking for keys at the bar. We can encounter any mechanism anywhere. Don't rely on us." "Mimi!" Suyun quickly stopped Zhao Mimi, and then apologized to Sashi. "I'm sorry. Mimi is just too scared to speak so hastily. She's not usually like this." Sashi was too lazy to care. She asked Suyun, "Are everyone else on the 2nd floor?" Since Suyun has been at the bar, and the bar is next to the stairs, Suyun will definitely see if someone goes up or down the stairs. Shuefei came down before. and then went up again. Several other people have been on the second floor. Su Yun answered in detail. Chapter 137 Sweet Cafe 15. As soon as Su Yun finished speaking, several people upstairs also ran down. What's going on? Pan Jinhai looked at the others unhappily and scolded arrogantly. Did you touch something you shouldn't have touched? Why do you people always like to accuse people unjustly? Zhao Mimi stamped her feet angrily, forgetting even her fear. I still think you touched something you shouldn't have touched, and then deliberately accused us unjustly. Pan Jinhai glanced at Zhao Mimi and raised his voice slightly. Little girl, pay attention to the tone of your words. Do you usually talk to your elders like this? Pan Jinhai looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. As soon as he assumed the posture of an elder, the 17-year-old Zhao Mimi immediately lost a lot of momentum. At this moment, another series of meows sounded. Compared with the previous ones, the sound was sharper and harsher, making people feel heart-scratching and uncomfortable. And unlike the previous meowing of one cat, this time the meows of several cats overlapped, one after another, making people scalp numb. Zhao Mimi suddenly shrank her neck in fear. She held Su Yun's arm tightly, her voice weakening. Anyway, I didn't touch anything I shouldn't have touched. What about you? Pan Jinhai turned to look at Sashi, still with the condescending attitude of his elders. Did you touch it? Sashi tried her best to ignore the strange meows hovering above her head, and controlled her mind to focus on the conversation in front of her. She sneered. You come up to question other people. Why don't you tell me about your own situation first? Pan Jinhai immediately made a serious face. What can I say? I have been staying upstairs and never left. But you, who are so uncooperative, have you done something that cannot be told to all of us? Stop trying to pressure me with your tricks. Sashi waved her hand impatiently. The fearful environment made her patience less and less. You are neither my blood elder nor my company. It's useless for my leader to show off in front of me. Pan Jinhai was disgraced, and his face became ugly. Just as he was about to say something to regain his place, he was interrupted again by Sashi. What's more, we are in a survival game now. Do you still expect to be a shameless person who relies on your elders? Stop daydreaming. At this point, Sashi laughed again and said sarcastically, It's night now, so it's not suitable for daydreaming. You? Pan Jinhai pointed at Sashi, but was so angry that he couldn't speak. The high-pitched meow disappeared as abruptly as it had appeared. The entire cafe became eerily quiet, which made people feel terrified. Everyone froze for a moment before they dared to carefully use their flashlights to check their surroundings. The sound that originally lingered in their ears disappeared, and everyone felt a little uncomfortable for a while. Many people couldn't help but reach out and rub their ears. Seeing nothing unusual around them, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. You've been up there for so long and never come down. What are you doing? Sashi asked Pan Jinhai. You said you like to act alone. In that case, why don't you come downstairs to see what's going on? Would you feel comfortable leaving the first floor completely to others without taking a personal look at it? Pan Jinhai opened his mouth, but found that he couldn't find a suitable reason for a while. Chapter 138 Sweet Cafe 16. Then why don't you tell us first? What did you do upstairs? Sashi was keenly aware of Pan Jinhai's guilty conscience and decisively pursued the victory. Pan Jinhai became angry and immediately yelled, It's not your turn to take care of my affairs as a stinky girl. At the end, he also emphasized, Anyway, the meowing just now was not caused by me. And you have nothing to do with other things. Since you didn't do it, why can't you say what you did upstairs? Daniel also saw that Pan Jinhai was a little guilty and immediately helped Sashi speak. Everyone is in the same game. It's okay if you have to act alone. It's strange that you are still secretive and refuse to say what you did. Doesn't it arouse more suspicion? That. Xiao Liang raised his hand weakly and said to everyone, I saw him messing around at the door of the toilet on the second floor for a long time. Pan Jinhai turned his head and glared at Xiao Liang, with an unhappy look on his face. Xiao Liang was not threatened by Pan Jinhai's expression. He continued, He was alone there and didn't go in. He was just messing around at the door. I thought it was strange, so I hid next to him and observed him. Then I found out. It seemed like the toilet door was locked and he was trying to open it. I want to go to the toilet, so I want to open the door. Is there anything strange about it? Pan Jinhai said righteously. Then did he open it? Sashi asked Xiao Liang. No, I didn't open it until just now. Xiao Liang shook his head. Just now the cat meowed. Everyone was startled, and he came downstairs to find you. Then it's amazing that you were able to hold it in for so long. Sashi smiled at Pan Jinhai. I haven't been able to open the toilet door on the second floor for so long. So I didn't think of coming to the first floor to see if there was a toilet? Yes,
Soo-yeon suddenly realized.
if you really need to go to the toilet, how can you hold it in for so long? If you find that the door cannot be opened for half an hour at most, you must go downstairs to see if there are other toilets. That's right.
Seeing that everyone was pointing the finger at Pan Jinhai, Zhao Mimi immediately joined in, just in time to vent her anger on her own behalf. She felt aggrieved when she was suppressed by Pan Jinhai just now.
There is a toilet on the first floor. Even if you don't know, it's time to run down and take a look. Are you targeting me?
Pan Jinhai was furious.
You are targeting me like this. Aren't you afraid that I will cause trouble for you? You are really the first person who dares to threaten me with such straightforward words in front of me.
Sashi laughed out loud.
Is that thing around your neck purely a decoration? Before speaking, without using your brain first.
Pan Jinhai suddenly became even more angry.
How can you talk like a stinky girl? I've tolerated you for a long time.
As he said that, he raised his hand and was about to hit Sashi in the face. Sashi took out a pistol slowly and pointed the black muzzle directly at Pan Jinhai's head. Pan Jinhai was startled and stopped immediately.
You dare to threaten me like this in person? Aren't you afraid that I will let you die here immediately?
Sashi said with a smile in her voice, as if she was just chatting. But Pan Jinhai could feel that she was serious. No matter how much she acted like she was joking, she really meant it and meant to do it.
You can't kill me!
Pan Jinhai became anxious and shouted regardless.
The rules of this game do not allow players to hurt each other.
Chapter 139 Sweet Cafe 17.
I don't kill people casually.
Compared to Pan Jinhai's impatience, Sashi seemed slow and calm.
If you just stay quiet and don't cause trouble, I won't bother to do anything to you if you answer whatever I ask.
The rules of the game this time are the same as the previous game. And they don't say that players can't hurt players. But it's better not to talk about it openly. After all, there are not many players this time. And the theme is escape room. Sometimes it may require teamwork. So it is not wise to split the game. Sashi's words were quite rude and did not give Pan Jinhai any face. The tone was like interrogating a prisoner, with a condescending tone, which Pan Jinhai, who had always relied on his age to suppress others, couldn't accept. But he didn't dare to act rashly. Although he also has a gun, he doesn't have any defensive items. What's more, now that Sashi has put the gun to his head, it's too late even if he wants to take out the gun and confront him. After some careful consideration, Pan Jinhai also knew that the current situation was not good for him. He reluctantly said,
I just want to open the toilet upstairs and see what's inside. Why?
Sashi asked.
Why?
Pan Jinhai couldn't help but habitually put on the spectrum of his elders.
You young people just don't understand anything. Since this is an escape room game, then there must be important things in all the closed rooms. Clues. Since the toilet door is locked, there must be something useful inside. So you plan to steal the clues all by yourself?
Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. Pan Jinhai's expression froze, and he suddenly stopped talking.
Do you think you can escape from the escape room on your own?
Sashi's light gaze swept across Pan Jinhai's face.
Or do you think there will be any extra reward for being the first to find the key to the coffee shop door?
Sashi's eyes were obviously casual, but it still made Pan Jinhai feel contemptuous. Pan Jinhai suddenly felt his self-esteem was frustrated and couldn't help shouting.
You know nothing. We have 10 players in total. But in the end, only the player who got the key will be able to successfully escape from the secret room. If I don't find it first,
why should I wait? Did someone else find me and leave me here?
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him. Even Tian Yuan, who was standing at the very back, couldn't help but stare at Pan Jinhai. Only then did Pan Jinhai realize that he had spoken out what was in his heart. The mixture of guilt and shame made him even more angry. He simply said directly,
Anyway, I will never let you find the key first. Uncle, have you ever played an escape room game?
Soo-yeon blinked and explained enthusiastically.
Escape room games are inherently group games and require everyone to work together to complete them. That's right.
Zhao Mimi also nodded.
After finding the key, as long as the door can be opened, no matter who opens it, everyone can leave the secret room together.
Pan Jinhai was stunned and seemed to be unable to react.
In the rules of the game mentioned by electronic sound, it is not said that only the player who finds the key can clear the game.
Daniel looked at Pan Jinhai and reminded,
if there is this in the rules, it is impossible for electronic sound not to say it. Right? But it's a good opportunity for players to divide and turn against each other.
Chapter 140 Suite Cafe 18. I think so too. Xiao Liang echoed. Although I have never played a live version of an escape room, I have watched such variety shows, which require group collaboration. Pan Zhenhai couldn't say a word, and looked like he was trying to digest what everyone said. It seems that you, a middle-aged man, don't understand anything. Sashi retracted her pistol and said unceremoniously, Look, you can't understand the basic rules that we young people have tacitly understood. He also thinks everyone is an imaginary enemy. Pan Zhenhai frowned, refusing to admit that he had misunderstood the rules of the game. I have never played what you young people play, but I just think the game can't be that simple. The meows just now are not simple enough. Sashi analyzed calmly. Survival games will not be simple, but it is not always a struggle between players. At least the struggle between players is not always obvious. Xiaoxi's words reminded everyone of the weird meowing just now. Everyone looked at each other with different expressions, but no one spoke immediately. Are you sure you didn't hit anything when the cat meowed? Xiaoxi changed the topic back to before. If it's just a mechanism, it's not a big problem. If it's just a mechanism, it at least proves that the meow is fake, and it should trigger a certain sound effect or something. But if it weren't for the agency, things would be very troublesome. Xiaoxi felt a chill down her spine at the thought that it might be related to supernatural events. Except for Tian Yuan. Everyone else recalled it cooperatively, and then shook their heads to make sure that they had not touched anything that caused the cat to meow. Xiaoxi looked at Tian Yuan. What about you? Tian Yuan remained silent, with a pulled face, as if he didn't want to talk to Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi turned to look at others with a natural expression. Very good. It seems that it has nothing to do with the hand touching the mechanism. So I speculate that the cat's meowing may be related to time. Although I really don't want to think about supernatural aspects. Judging from the current situation, the possibility of supernatural beings is higher. When she came out of the back kitchen, she had already looked around the walls of the cafe and found no sound equipment. The cat's meowing was so clear that it could never be produced by audio equipment buried in the wall. However, there is no audio equipment anywhere that can be seen with the naked eye, and the sound makes it difficult to distinguish the direction of the sound source. No matter how you think about it, it is supernatural and more suitable for the current situation. Tian Yuan was stunned, seeing that he was completely ignored by Xiaoxi, and suddenly felt angry in his heart. He actually didn't take her seriously at all. Time? Daniel thought about it seriously and said, Do you think the cat meows may sound at a fixed time? Xiaoxi nodded and said, Of course this is just my guess. I have to wait until the next time the cat meows to pay attention to the time to confirm. 9 times out of 10, there will be another cat meow. With that said, Xiaoxi raised her finger and pointed in the direction of the bar. There is a round clock placed directly on the wall behind the bar. The hands and numbers are fluorescent, so you can clearly see the time in the dark. It was 9:10. According to this time, the cat meowing started at around 9 o'clock. Xiaoxi continued. Such a precise time on the hour is unlikely to be a coincidence no matter how you think about it. Chapter 141 Suite Cafe 19. What Cece said makes sense. Daniel nodded sharply. If the cat meows again in the future, we will check the time again, and we will know the pattern. Yeah, I agree. Suyun also responded positively. Then let's look for the keys separately now. Zhao Mimi held Suyun's arm and refused to let go, with a look of reluctance on her face. I don't want to look for it anymore. The lights were not on at night, which was a bit scary to begin with. But then, there were cats meowing, which was really scary. You can wait until daytime to find the key, Xiaoxi suggested. Now you can share the results of your previous searches and figure out the layout of the entire cafe. She actually didn't want to look for the key at this point in time. It's so permeable. Like the headless man. She won't be afraid. It's just that he has no head. But after all, he is still a touchable entity. But if it's something like a ghost that you may not be able to see or touch, it's scary to think about it. Anyway, the area of the cafe is much smaller than the castle, so the search won't be so time-consuming. And it should be fine if you don't use it in the evening. Most people didn't object and sat down in the booths one after another. Only Tian Yuan walked up to Xiaoxi with an unhappy look on his face and asked, Aren't you going to ask me? Xiaoxi then glanced at Tian Yuan. I asked? But you didn't look like you wanted to say anything. I don't want to say it. So why don't you ask? Tian Yuan knew that she was no match for Xiaoxi, but she would be happy if she could make some sarcastic remarks about Xiaoxi. You don't have the nerve to imitate Mike's hosting if you don't have such skills. Big picture. Xiaoxi was not annoyed. and slowly sorted out the current situation. First of all, I didn't learn from Mike, and taking charge of the overall situation was not created by Mike. Secondly, I just made suggestions, and everyone accepted them. There is no discussion. I'm in charge of the overall situation. In the end, if you don't want to tell me, I won't bother to ask, because you alone can't have much impact on everyone. At this point, she chuckled and said in a pitiful tone, Miss Tian, don't overestimate your own weight. Tian Yuan was choked and speechless. He felt as if a big stone had been stuffed in his throat. He couldn't swallow it, couldn't spit it out, and was choking uncomfortably. Sashi didn't care what mood Tian Yuan was in. After she finished speaking, she left and came to the booth where other players were sitting. Only 4 or 5 people can sit at one table, so everyone divided into 2 adjacent tables. Suyun and Zhao Mimi sat together, and Daniel sat opposite them. Zhua Fei, Xiao Liang, Pan Zhenhai and Mingyu were sitting at the next table. Mingyu turned to look at Sashi. His eyes were unclear in the darkness, but Sashi still felt his eyes on her. Sashi decisively sat down opposite Suyun, and Daniel happened to be next to her, separated from Mingyu, who had been staring at her. Tian Yuan stood still and did not move. She didn't want to go there at all, but she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to complete the game if she didn't cooperate well. She didn't want to die. Otherwise, wouldn't all her efforts have been in vain? After struggling again and again, she slowly walked over and sat behind Zhua Fei and others. When she walked over, the other players had already started discussing. Daniel and I went to the back kitchen. Sashi said first. There are materials and tools specially used for making desserts. There is also a large double-door refrigerator and a cabinet that looks like a freezer. It's locked and can't be opened. And there's nothing special in the refrigerator. Just some common fruits and milk. Chapter 142 Sweet Cafe 20. Daniel echoed. The kitchen isn't big, but it takes time to find small things like keys. So we haven't searched all the places in the kitchen yet. Then we heard a cat meowing, and Cece and I went out to look at it together. Situation. They're right. I happened to see them walking out of the kitchen at that time. Mingyu, who had never spoken before, took the initiative to speak. I was looking for the key in the booth, but I didn't see anything special. And I didn't find the key either. Mimi and I are over there at the bar. Suyun also said cooperatively about her situation. There is a cash register on the left side of the bar, and the drawer below is locked and cannot be opened. The drawers under the bar are filled with things like spoons, candy bars, and milk packets. Behind the bar are all kinds of coffee-making tools, as well as various canned coffee beans. After recalling it, Suyun added, By the way, there are some photos on the wall. They seem to be displayed by regular visitors here. It was so dark that we didn't take a closer look. Zhao Mimi snorted, probably still caring about her previous grievances, and emphasized again. Anyway, we didn't touch anything we shouldn't have touched. Suyun pulled Zhao Mimi and signaled Zhao Mimi not to talk nonsense. Zhao Mimi snorted again, looking very unconvinced. She was too lazy to care. She turned to look at Pan Zhenhai. So you have always been at the door of the toilet on the second floor and never left. Pan Zhenhai had lost his previous momentum. He lowered his head and said feebly, Isn't that guy named Xiao Liang always staring at me? You'd know if you asked him. Xiao Liang quickly expressed his position. He was indeed outside the toilet door on the second floor all the time. I didn't go anywhere else just to keep an eye on him. Has the last player come out? Sashi asked Xiao Liang. Since you have been staring at Pan Zhenhai, you should be able to see all the private rooms from that position. Well, I can see it, Xiao Liang admitted, then shook his head. But she never came out. This player is really stupid. Zhao Mimi disliked it unceremoniously. She won't just spend 7 days in the box if she still doesn't come out at this time. Mimi, please stop saying a few words. Suyun pulled La Mimi's sleeve again. It's already very pitiful that the player can't come out. Zhao Mimi curled her lips, obviously not taking Suyun's words seriously. But she still kept her mouth shut, fearing that saying too much would make other players unhappy, and she herself would be unlucky. Sashi turned around and asked Zhua Fei, What about you? Zhua Fei's voice has always been very low, as if he was afraid of scaring others. As a result, when he spoke, others had to try not to make a sound in order to hear clearly what he was saying. I came down before, and went to the toilet on the first floor, Zhua Fei said. The men's toilet has 2 pits, but one of them is locked and only one can be used. After I went to the toilet, I stayed there on the landing in the middle of the stairs, not going anywhere. Why don't you look for the key? Daniel looked puzzled. This is the key to completing our escape room. Don't you want to clear the game? Of course I do, Shuafei murmured. It's just that it's too dark at night. My night vision isn't very good, and I'm a little scared. So I just want to wait until daytime to look for it. Several other male players gave Shuafei a speechless look, but no one criticized Shuafei's behavior. Chapter 143 Sweet Cafe 21. Tianyuan was left speechless. The players all turned their heads to look at Tianyuan sitting behind. Tianyuan opened his mouth, and after a while, he managed to squeeze out a reluctant voice. I've been staying in the box. What are you doing there? Suyun asked puzzledly. Do you think there might be a key hidden in the box? I was too tired and didn't want to look for anything at night, so I slept in the box, Tianyuan said angrily. After saying that, she raised her head and glared at Sashi, and said sinisterly, Not everyone is so lucky and can live so comfortably in the game. I barely slept in the second half of the last game. Have a good sleep. I really want to rest now. Do you have any opinions on this? Although she asked everyone, their eyes were always fixed on Sashi. Sashi heard the hidden meaning of Tianyuan's words that day. She tilted her head and laughed. Yes. How long can I endure you? Tianyuan was stunned and didn't realize what Sashi was talking about. You also know that you managed to survive the last game. Don't you still cherish your life? Sashi said in a regretful tone. You provoke me again and again. I think you are alive. Tired of it. Her tone of voice was light, and no one felt angry. But the words she spoke made it clear that she was not happy at the moment. At the end of the sentence, she winked at Tianyuan and said, If that's really the case, you can just tell me directly, and I will fulfill your wish and send you to the west. Tianyuan stood up subconsciously and took several steps back. Mingming saw she had a very playful demeanor and a very brisk tone. But for some reason, she felt timid. Only then did she realize that she had forgotten the most important point. She can use words to sarcastically mock Sashi, but she doesn't go against Sashi in actual actions. It seems that Sashi can do nothing to her. But if Sashi was really offended, it would only be a matter of a bullet. Even if others think that Sashi is too stingy to take action just for this matter. What if Sashi really takes action because she doesn't care about other people's opinions? She only has one life, and she can't afford to gamble. I'll give you one last chance. Sashi stretched out her hand to sign a 1. If there is another time, I won't even give you a warning. I will take action directly. Tianyuan shivered for no reason. And for a moment, he didn't dare to speak again. Cece, let's draw the layout of the coffee shop. Daniel spoke up to smooth things over, livening up the somewhat stiff atmosphere. Okay. Sashi changed the subject calmly. She handed Daniel the pen and paper she got from the bar. I'll light it for you. And you can draw. She shone her flashlight on the paper so that Daniel could see clearly. Daniel readily accepted. He said while drawing. The door on the first floor is facing the bar. On the far left of the bar is the cashier, and the drawer of the cashier is locked. Go to the right, and there are rows of booths. At the end of the booths is the toilet. There are 2 pits in the toilet, one of which is locked. Go around the bar and go inside to find the back kitchen. And the freezer in the back kitchen is locked. He marked the locked areas extra. Then, there is the second floor. There are 10 private rooms on the second floor. A long corridor runs through it. At the end of the corridor is the locked bathroom. Daniel quickly finished the sketch and smiled at everyone. That's pretty much it. Chapter 144 Sweet Cafe 22. With that said, Daniel picked up the paper in his hand and showed it to others. His painting skills are not really good, but the simple drawings are not complicated and everyone can still understand them. Currently, the locked places include the bathroom on the second floor, one of the pits in the men's room on the first floor, the drawer of the cashier, and the freezer in the kitchen. Pan Junhai seemed to have finally recovered and began to analyze the situation. I think these locked places are more important, and you should find a way to open them. How did you unlock the bathroom on the second floor? Sashi suddenly asked Pan Junhai. Just some thin wire or something. Pan Junhai looked a little embarrassed when he said this. Are you a thief? Zhao Mimi's eyes widened. Don't talk nonsense. Pan Junhai retorted unhappily. I've stopped doing this. Okay. A long time ago. Isn't that still a thief? Zhao Mimi muttered unconvinced. Suyun originally wanted to hold Zhao Mimi back, but unfortunately, she was a step too late. Now she could only apologize to Pan Junhai quickly. Uncle, don't be angry. Mimi doesn't mean any harm. Sashi glanced at Suyun and then at Zhao Mimi, but she didn't say anything more and continued the original topic. In that case, you have to find the correct way to unlock the door.
She didn't think the bathroom lock was so intricately designed that it was difficult to unlock it. But Pan Jinhai dared to use wire to unlock it. He should have confidence in his own strength. But since it has not been successfully opened for such a long time, it can only mean that the game setting requires a designated unlocking method to open it. Thinking about it, if you can just use a wire to open a lock, then just open the door of the coffee shop directly. Is there any need to fiddle with the locks in other places?
I think Cece's analysis is reasonable.
Daniel agreed very much, and added,
I suggest that we should try to open the door of the toilet on the second floor first. We all came out of the private room on the second floor and followed the general escape room method. The rule is, when you come out of the first level room, you will find the second level room.
The design here is a little different from ordinary escape rooms. In ordinary escape rooms, after exiting one room, you will enter the second secret room, and so on. You have to find a way to leave each room, and finally get out of the door. But the design here is that after you come out of the box, the entire cafe is almost open. This made the escape rooms he had played before seem of little reference value. But at least one thing you can refer to is the order of unlocking. Since they came out from the second floor first, they should have unlocked the second floor first.
I agree,
Suyun said.
I have played escape rooms before, although it is a little different from the current one. The decryption sequence should not change too much. You mean, the key to the toilet on the second floor should be found on the second floor?
Pan Jinhai asked disapprovingly.
The second floor is only such a big place. Where else can I find the key? Look in the private rooms and corridors.
Zhao Mimi said matter-of-factly.
How can I find the corridor? You can't put the key in the wall. Right,
Pan Jinhai asked unhappily.
There are several potted plants in the corridor,
Suyun said positively.
There is also a long carpet in the middle of the corridor. There may be some underneath.
Chapter 145 Sweet Cafe 23.
Uncle, we all know that you have never played an escape room. Since you don't understand, don't show off.
Zhao Mimi laughed rudely.
Just listen to what we say. Don't keep refuting. How can you, a little girl, talk in a movie?
Pan Jinhai slapped the table with obvious anger on his face. He didn't dare to challenge Sashi, but it was impossible for any stinky girl to bully him.
You can try it first,
Sashi said, breaking the tense atmosphere.
First look in the order Daniel told you. If you can't find it on the second floor, it's not too late to go to the first floor.
In fact, she didn't think that the clue to unlocking the toilet on the second floor must be on the second floor. But there was no problem in starting from the second floor. If you can't find it anywhere on the second floor, just come to the first floor to look for it. Although she doesn't think that the order of unlocking must be to unlock the toilet on the second floor first, and then unlock other places. But having a designated goal first is better than being aimless. And there may be other clues gained during the process. Pan Jinhai suddenly became quiet, and did not speak again. Zhao Mimi snorted, and turned her head to look to the side, with an expression not wanting to see Pan Jinhai.
Okay, we've almost communicated everything.
Sashi stood up.
Let's look for things during the day tomorrow. We can't find them clearly at night if the light is bad. It's better to have a good rest now, and recharge our batteries.
Everyone was tired, and no one wanted to continue searching for things in the dark. So no one objected to Sashi's proposal. The group of people went up to the second floor together in tacit understanding, and each entered their own private rooms. Sashi took out 4 more flashlights, and placed one in each of the 4 corners of the box. Then she placed the flashlight she had been holding on to on the dining table before sitting down on the sofa. She stared at the flashlight in front of her in trance, not knowing what she was thinking. There was a sudden knock on the door. Sashi closed the door when she entered the box, but did not lock it. When she heard the sound, she walked over and opened the door suspiciously. Mingyu stood outside the door and smiled at Sashi.
Miss Xia,
I want to talk to you.
Sashi had a smile on her face, but she made no secret of her alienation.
It's getting late. You better go back to your box to rest early. Miss Xia really doesn't want to talk to me?
Mingyu asked, looking at Sashi. His tone sounded calm and not unhappy.
It's more convenient to talk during the day.
Sashi refused quite simply, without giving the other party a chance.
If you really have something to say, please wait until the day.
Mingyu was quiet for a while and nodded.
Okay.
His voice sounded a little regretful, but he didn't force Sashi. Then, he turned around and returned to his box. Sashi closed the door of the box again and locked it with the key, just in case. She turned around and straightened the double sofa next to the dining table. This sofa is a bit short, But if the legs are placed outside, you can still lie down and sleep. Asterisk. The next day, early morning, Sashi quickly opened her eyes. She rubbed her neck, which was uncomfortable due to her poor sleeping position, and sat up from the sofa. Under Yi Kongqing's training, she has now developed the habit of waking up at a fixed time, and her biological clock has become quite regular. She yawned and put away the flashlights placed in the four corners. The friend function in the lower right corner flashed to remind her that someone had sent her a message. Chapter 146 Sweet Cafe 24. Xiaoxi's only good friend is Yi Kongqing, and the person who sent her the message is self-evident. She clicked on it and saw that it was a detailed exercise plan, detailing down to what time and what exercises should be done, and how many times each movement should be performed, with instructions. This is just a one-day workout plan. Xiaoxi's eyes showed some warmth, and she sent a message to Yi Kongqing. Xiaoxi, the training plan is so tight. How can I complete the game tasks? Yi Kongqing, if the game tasks require a lot of time, you can adjust them according to the actual situation. Have the number of basic actions, and leave the others alone for the time being. Xiaoxi, yeah. I understand. Xiaoxi, do you still have free storage compartments? Yi Kongqing, no more. Yi Kongqing, don't pass on supplies to me yet. If I'm really short, I'll tell you. Xiaoxi, okay. I'll listen to you. After thinking for a while, Xiaoxi sent another sentence. Xiaoxi, how many days does your game take? Although this question was related to the game, it did not involve specific game content. She wanted to try to see if this message could be passed between players. She wanted to know the limits of the exchange of information about the game, and see if there were any loopholes that could be exploited. Yi Kongqing probably guessed Xiaoxi's intention. He did not ask questions such as, "This may not be spread," but directly answered Xiaoxi's question. Yi Kongqing, 15 days. Xiaoxi, mine is 7 days. Although neither of them said much, they both already understood that time can be conveyed. Xiaoxi, your game time is quite long. In this way, when I finish this game and enter the next game, only half of your game time has passed. Yi Kongqing, yeah. When she thought that she would not meet Yi Kongqing in the next game, Xiaoxi suddenly felt less beautiful. She looked at the bright sunshine outside the window, but she was not affected by such sunny weather and did not feel happy at all. She took a deep breath to keep herself calm and rational. Now that testing the limits of the game's messaging had begun, she had other questions to ask. Xiaoxi, have you met anyone in the game? Yi Kongqing, yes. 2 people from the last game. Xiaoxi, what a coincidence. So do I. Xiaoxi, do you know the names of the 2 people over there? Yi Kongqing, I don't remember. Xiaoxi was not surprised by this answer. Yi Kongqing has always paid little attention to others. Apart from her, a wealthy employer, the only people who can make him remember his name are good opponents who may become threats. So far, he has not met a strong opponent that he can really take seriously. So except for her, he didn't pay attention to anyone else's name. However, Yi Kongqing will definitely remember a name like Mike that is often mentioned. But since he said he didn't remember, there must be no Mike among the players in the same game as him. Yi Kongqing, I'm starting here. Yi Kongqing, pay attention to your own safety. Xiaoxi came back to her senses, and couldn't help but smile when she saw the 2 sentences said by Yi Kongqing. It seems that Yi Kongqing is quite busy with the game, starting to take action so early. But even though he was so busy, he still sent her a training schedule. Well, I suddenly feel a lot better. Xiaoxi, okay. The same goes for you. Chapter 147 Sweet Cafe 25. Xiaoxi turned off the friends function and went to the toilet downstairs. There is a sink outside the toilet, which is convenient for washing your face and brushing your teeth. It was still very early. No other players had gotten up, and the entire cafe seemed very quiet. Xiaoxi's footsteps were very light, and the sound insulation effect of the box was very good, so she didn't wake anyone up. After washing up, she stopped by the women's restroom to check out the situation and found that the women's restroom also had 2 pits, but one of them was locked and only one was open for use. This situation is exactly the same as what Zhuofei said in the men's room, but this lock was different from what she had imagined. It was not an ordinary lock. It might not be possible to open it simply with a key. There is a screen above the lock, and the screen lights up blinkingly. She tried clicking it, and a question appeared on the screen. What is the sweetest thing in a sweet cafe? Obviously, this is a setting that needs to be unlocked by answering the questions correctly. Sashi definitely couldn't answer this question now. She was not in a hurry to find the answer to unlocking the door, but was going to go back and search her box again to confirm if there were any other missing clues. When Sashi walked out of the toilet, she subconsciously glanced at the men's room opposite. Since the unlocking method in the women's restroom is so different, the men's restroom may not be unlocked simply by finding a key. Back in the box, Sashi didn't immediately start rummaging through the boxes. She looked around. In fact, when she was looking for the box key before, she had already rummaged through all the places in the box very carefully. So there was no need to look for the places she had already searched for. The only thing I haven't looked at carefully is the light on the ceiling. The design of this lamp is not complicated. It is simple and elegant. But the design of the Lily of the Valley lampshade makes it possible to store things inside. In addition, all the lights here cannot be turned on, which avoids the trouble of being noticed that there is something in the lampshade. Sashi stepped on the dining table. Because she was tall, she could reach inside the lampshade. After groping among a few small flowers, she actually found the key. But the key is so small that it doesn't look like the key to the second floor toilet. Quite similar. At the cash register, Sashi was about to go downstairs to try it out when the door to the box next door opened. Daniel walked out and saw Sashi jumping off the dining table, with a surprised look on his face. "Cece, what are you doing?" Daniel asked with concern without even yawning. "Are you in a bad mood because your brother is not around? So you want to vent your anger by jumping on the table?" Sashi couldn't laugh or cry. "Daniel, don't be so imaginative. How can you vent your anger by jumping on a table?" This Daniel has a pretty big mind. She shook the small key in her hand. "I found a key in the lampshade. It looks like it can open the cashier drawer." Daniel suddenly became energetic. "Cece, wait for me. I'll go wash up. And then we'll go to the checkout counter together." Sashi did not refuse. Soon, Daniel tidied himself up and came to Sashi, who was already waiting at the cashier. Okay, Cece, let's get started." Daniel looked at Sashi expectantly. Sashi didn't show off. She directly inserted the key into the keyhole, turned it easily, and opened it. Chapter 148 Sweet Cafe 26. "Cece is great," Daniel immediately praised without hesitation. "I found a useful key for you so quickly." Sashi didn't say anything. She opened the drawer and took a look. It was all cash. She flipped through it and found 2 photos in the deepest part. The photos are all of one person. One is a young woman wearing a maid uniform, which was torn to pieces and could barely be pieced together to make a complete appearance. One is a young man wearing a deacon's uniform. The photo is complete and covered with a thin protective cover. He is obviously well protected. The 2 people in the photo are smiling brightly and making invitation gestures, looking like they are welcoming guests. "Are these 2 employees of the cafe?" Daniel came over and took a look. "Probably." Sashi subconsciously looked up at the photo wall. There are many photos posted below the hanging clock. In the center is a slightly larger group photo of more than a dozen men and women wearing maid uniforms and deacon uniforms. Among the crowd was a woman wearing a beautiful red dress. She looked like she was about 30 years old. The woman has nice dimples, and her smile is bright and a bit sweet in the photo. Some of the other photos are daily life photos, with guests sitting in booths drinking coffee, guests eating desserts, guests showing happy smiles, and couples kissing. In general, this is a small publicity platform and a means to attract customers. In addition to daily life photos, there are also some single photos of maids and deacons. This is also a selling point of the promotion. So the maids and butlers are very good looking, and the single photos show the advantages of each employee as much as possible, just to attract customers to come and spend. After comparison, Sashi found that the people in the 2 photos in her hand were not among the photos on the photo wall, not even in the group photo. Daniel also discovered this, and he said, "Hey, are these 2 employees who resigned? If that's the case, there's no need to hide the photos alone in the cashier." Sashi analyzed. After resignation, the photos are either taken away by the employee himself, or kept as a souvenir. But the flow of coffee shops, it's a very risky job. It's impossible for only 2 employees to have resigned. It's so strange that only these 2 photos are here. In fact, she wouldn't find it strange even if the photos of the resigned employees were still on the photo wall. It can be regarded as a souvenir for past employees and a gimmick to attract others. But these 2 photos were put away and not put together with the photos of other employees who resigned. So they seemed very abrupt. Especially the photo of the female employee was torn up. "That's true." Daniel looked confused. Then why were these two people left alone? Sashi glanced at Daniel and felt helpless. Don't keep asking me. It's impossible for me to deduce it with limited known information. Daniel chuckled. I saw Cece is so smart, so I thought you could guess it. There is a difference between random guessing and well-founded speculation. Sashi shrugged. There is too little information for reference, so we can only make random guesses. But they don't have much value. As she said that, she bent down and checked the cabinet under the bar. Chapter 149, Sweet Cafe 27. Just like Suyun said, the cabinet is full of various accessories that are needed when drinking coffee. Daniel stood in front of the photo wall and stared at it for a while. He pointed to the woman in the red dress in the group photo in the middle. This person looks like the store manager. Sashi raised her head and nodded. I think so too. Being able to appear in a group photo of employees, but not wearing a maid outfit, could only be the store manager or boss or something like that. Hey, this photo seems to have been cropped. Daniel got closer and took a closer look. It really has been cropped. Sashi also leaned over and took a look. Sure enough, there were traces of cropping on both sides of the photo. Because it happens to be cropped symmetrically, people would think that this photo is cropped in this way if they don't look carefully. Only when you get closer can you notice that the cropping marks on both sides are slightly rough and not as smooth as the edges of normal photos. What are you looking at? Zhao Mimi's slightly shrill voice suddenly sounded, breaking the peace in the coffee shop. She came down the stairs very fast, with a gossipy expression on her face. You couldn't be secretly dating behind our backs. Right. Daniel scratched his fluffy golden curls and smiled. It would be great for a date. You think too much. Sashi interrupted Zhao Mimi's fantasy without politeness. We opened the drawer of the cashier and found 2 photos. So we took a look at the photos on the photo wall. Huh? So we're not dating. Zhao Mimi showed a bored expression. Daniel also sighed slightly disappointedly. Cece, it doesn't matter if you just cooperate with me. Sashi glanced at Daniel. Don't make trouble. Her tone was like talking to an ignorant child. Daniel stroked his forehead. Cece, I seem to be a little older than you. Sashi laughed. You are mentally young. Daniel. Dot. Zhao Mimi couldn't help curling her lips when she saw the two of them like this. She changed the subject. Have you discovered anything new? Suyun is also up. Let's take a look together when we finish packing. She ran upstairs and took Suyun down to wash up. Cece, it's okay if you just cooperate with me. Daniel couldn't help but whisper to Sashi. Zhao Mimi is just a kid. Just having fun. I don't like ambiguity. Sashi's refusal was quite obvious. Then we can really fall in love. Daniel immediately suggested. Sorry, I have no interest in you. Sashi left no room for fantasy. She could tell that Daniel had a crush on her, but it was only on a favorable level. She could refuse at this moment so as not to make the other party too sad. Most Western men will express their love directly and boldly to the person they like, which is normal. So there is no need to be tactful when rejecting him. It is better to be frank. Being directly rejected usually won't be a huge blow. Daniel showed a regretful expression. And finally he asked in confusion. Cece, am I not good looking? Sashi said matter-of-factly. It looks good. Daniel's appearance is excellent. And there is no sense of distance. Especially the fluffy golden curly hair that always reminds her of a golden retriever, giving people a sense of closeness. Then why don't you like me? Daniel sighed a little exaggeratedly. Chapter 150, Sweet Cafe 28. Do I have to like you because you're good looking? Sashi burst out laughing. I think I'm prettier than you. But I never thought that others have to like me. Daniel. Dot. It feels like Cece is more narcissistic than him. Sashi blinked at Daniel and smiled even more. Besides, I have seen better looking men than you. It's not that easy for you to make me like him with his face. Not only is he more beautiful than Daniel, but more importantly, Yi Kongqing's appearance completely matches her aesthetics and is her favorite type. Yi Kongqing's appearance and temperament are full of wildness and rebelliousness. He is completely opposite to most ordinary people in this world. He is so aggressive that no one can ignore his existence even if he is just standing in a corner. Occasionally, he will show a little warmth that is not easy to detect, which makes people even more tempted. There is actually a better looking man than me? Daniel was a little unconvinced. Who is it? Do you have a photo? I want to see it. You don't know me, and I don't have any photos. Sashi waved her hand. Besides, what if you saw it? Daniel rubbed his fluffy golden curly hair. I just want to see how good looking that man is. If he is really much better looking than me, then I will be convinced. Whether you're convinced or not won't change the fact that I think he's better looking than you. Sashi tilted her head and thought about it. Then said to Daniel seriously, I should have a crush on him. Sashi divided her feelings very clearly. At first, she was attracted by Yi Kongqing's appearance. And then she felt that Yi Kongqing's abilities were useful to her. So she was willing to team up with him, and wanted to be bound to him. Well, it's easy to have a good impression if the other person's appearance is quite in line with your own aesthetics. Or if something about the other person suddenly touches your heart. It will make people like you. As for whether this good feeling will turn into love in the future, who knows? We are already living in such a turbulent environment. So why bother thinking about the future? In this kind of survival game that is full of uncertainty, and may even die at any time, it is at least more satisfying to be surrounded by people you like. We will talk about the future things later. She only knows that she wants to keep Yi Kongqing by her side now. And she is not embarrassed to admit it. Daniel was stunned for a moment. And then sighed with regret. She actually admitted that she likes someone else. It's so sad. It's not like I like her yet. Sashi emphasized seriously. I just have a good impression. You and he are not in the same game. Aren't you afraid that we will never meet each other in the future? Daniel said unwillingly. Why don't you try to fall in love with me first? I will be very good to you. No need. Sashi refused quite simply. I have always believed that it is better to be in love sparingly than in excess. She never felt that love was a necessity in life. So there was no need to fall in love just for the sake of falling in love. Even if Daniel is a good choice in the eyes of others. But it is not what she wants. She will not force herself to accept it. Okay. Daniel was obviously not the kind of person to be coy. And he had calmly accepted the reality at this time. Since Cece said so, I can't force myself to be different. But, Daniel asked again, do you think you can meet him again in a game? Chapter 151 Sweet Cafe 29. I will find a way, Sashi said confidently. There is always a way to bind him to me. Daniel suddenly felt blessed and suddenly realized. So you asked Mingyu that question before because you wanted to find a way to bind it? Daniel was confused when he heard Sashi and Mingyu talking before. But now, he finally understood after thinking about it for a while. Mingyu and his sister are probably bound together in some way. So they can often appear in the same game. Cece wanted to know what Mingyu's solution was. But Mingyu didn't admit it at the time. Good morning. Mingyu's voice sounded at the top of the stairs. He looked at Sashi and said in a normal tone. Have you discovered anything? Sashi glanced at Mingyu and saw Mingyu leaning on the handrail of the stairs. His posture relaxed, as if he had been standing for a while. Although I don't know how long he stood there. I must have heard at least the last few words. But Sashi's expression was calm. Neither embarrassed nor angry. She said to Mingyu openly. There are indeed some discoveries. Come and see for yourself. Just as he was talking, Zhao Mini and Suyun also came over after washing up. Sashi pushed the photo in her hand to Daniel. Tell them what we found. And I'll have breakfast. As she spoke, she took out 2 ham sausages and a bag of biscuits from the storage compartment. Opened them and ate them. She was indeed hungry. But mainly, she didn't want to be an introducer. So she gave the job to Daniel. Daniel held 2 photos, pointed at the photos on the photo wall, and told several people about his findings and summary. Halfway through, Pan Zhenhai, Xiao Liang and Zhuofei also walked down. And Daniel had to repeat what he said before, and then continue. As soon as Daniel finished explaining all his speculations and findings, the electronic sound started to sound. Good morning, everyone. Today's task is to ask players to find recipes for making desserts in the kitchen. All players will discuss and collaborate together to make 3 different desserts and eat them separately. The mission must be completed before dark. Note: you must smile when eating desserts and praise how delicious they are. Once an unpleasant reaction such as frowning or vomiting occurs, the task has failed. Does it mean that the players who found it unpleasant failed the mission? Or did all players fail the mission? Sashi quickly asked. All players' missions failed. Electronic sound also responded quickly. None of the other players spoke. But they all knew that if they wanted to complete this mission, they couldn't do their own thing like yesterday. They had to work together. If the player who hasn't come out yet has not come out, will it affect today's mission? Sashi asked again. Only then did everyone remember that the last player had not come out of the box yet, because they could not hear the movement in the box. They almost forgot about that person. If she doesn't come out before everyone finishes making the dessert and eating it, it will not affect the tasks of other players today. After the electronic voice finished speaking, it fell completely silent. In other words, if the player comes out just when we finish making the dessert but haven't eaten it, our mission will be considered a failure. Daniel already understood the meaning of the electronic sound. Chapter 152 Sweet Cafe 30. Then it's better to ask her not to come out, Zhao Mimi muttered. Otherwise, we will all lose points. But if she doesn't come out, she will also have her points deducted.
Suyun showed a sympathetic look.
Besides, as long as she comes out early, she can still complete today's task with us. What if she happens to come out right after we finish making desserts?
Zhao Mimi said unhappily.
Then all our efforts throughout the day will be in vain. It shouldn't be that coincidental,
Suyun said with some uncertainty.
Who knows?
Zhao Mimi snorted.
Besides, if she comes out but doesn't have time to make desserts, the mission will still be a failure. And won't she still have to deduct points? Instead of deducting points with everyone, it's better for her to do it alone, points deducted. Actually, she may not know that today's mission rules are like this.
Xiao Liang tried to smooth things over.
And we can't control when she comes out. So we'd better consider making desserts first. I think she should know the rules of today's task,
Pan Zhenhai said.
Letting her know the rules of today will increase her tension and anxiety, and will also make her more desperate to come out. I think Pan Zhenhai is right. This is a dramatic effect that the system likes to see.
Sashi nodded in agreement. And then she added,
but we really can't control the last player's actions. So we should start with the current capabilities. Let's do something.
Failure in a phased mission like this will only deduct points, and will not affect the final result of the game. So the worst result today is just deducting points. A mere 10,000 points is nothing to her. Even if 10,000 points is important to others. Arguing here all the time has no effect, and is a waste of time. The group of people came to the kitchen together. The kitchen is not that big to begin with. But when 9 people entered, it immediately seemed very crowded. Daniel took out a folder from the drawer under the table, which contained instructions for making various desserts.
I saw this folder last night,
Daniel said as he opened the folder.
Let's choose the 3 that are easiest to do.
No one objected. Everyone thought so. But after they read all the desserts in the folder, they realized that they were too naive.
No wonder we are required to choose 3 desserts from here, instead of letting us make 3 random desserts.
Pan Zhenhai's shrewd face showed sarcasm.
These are all desserts with complicated production processes, but they are more casual than our own.
Making a cookie is much more difficult. In this way, the time we spend looking for the keys will be reduced a lot.
Suyun frowned.
What should we do?
If everyone doesn't understand why there is a task every day at this time, then they are stupid. Obviously, daily tasks are not only to increase the difficulty of the game for players, but more importantly, to waste players' time searching for coffee shops. Points will be deducted if the task is not completed. Points are so precious that few people are willing not to complete the task. But to complete the task, it takes a lot of time, and it may take an entire day. There is no light at night, so searching is very inconvenient. Not to mention you can't stay up all night. Chapter 153 Sweet Cafe 31. After all the calculations, the time available for searching is really too tight.
You can divide the action into 2 groups,
Sashi suggested.
The rules of the game only say that all players need to make 3 desserts together. But they do not say that all players must be in the kitchen at all times. And the kitchen cannot accommodate so many people. It's too crowded.
Yes.
Cece has a good idea.
Daniel laughed happily.
Some of us can make the desserts first, while the other people look for the keys. After a few hours, the 2 groups will rotate again.
I agree. Suyun raised her hand and expressed her stance happily.
I also think this method is feasible.
Xiao Liang nodded.
Let's do it this way.
I don't know if everyone listened to Xiaoxi's words last night, or because today's task needs to be completed collaboratively. Both Pan Zhenhai and Tian Yuan behaved cooperatively today and did not cause trouble. The grouping was quickly decided through everyone's discussion, with men in one group and women in one group. Daniel joined the women's group on the grounds that he
wanted to protect women.
Everyone carefully looked at all the desserts in the folder and tried to choose 3 desserts with relatively simple steps and relatively few ingredients. After selecting the desserts to be made, everyone separated into 2 groups. The men's group first went to the second floor of the cafe to look for clues, while the women's group stayed in the kitchen and started making desserts. Fortunately, all the ingredients for making desserts are available in the kitchen. The women's team prepared all the ingredients according to the instructions for making the dessert, and coordinated and worked together in an orderly manner, in order to avoid the possibility of violating the game rules. All players can participate in the making process of each dessert. They prepared the ingredients for 3 desserts at the same time. packed them in 3 trays, and controlled each dessert to only be made into semi-finished products. Although Daniel looks carefree and does not look like someone who does meticulous work, he is quite careful when making desserts. And his performance is much better than Zhao Mei. Because Zhao Mimi was really clumsy and caused a lot of trouble, their progress was slowed down a lot. Sometimes, Zhao Mimi accidentally destroys the thing she just made, which makes Tian Yuan look angry. Even Suyun, who had always spoken for Zhao Mimi, couldn't help but feel a little angry, and asked Zhao Mimi to stop making her own decisions and acting randomly. Later, Sashi simply asked Zhao Mimi to work with her on special tasks, and Zhao Mimi was not allowed to touch other things. Compared with Zhao Mimi, Sashi's level is not very good. However, Sashi had a clear self-awareness and did not cause any trouble. She only helped with weighing, stirring, beating eggs, etc., which did not affect the progress of the task at all. Zhao Mimi felt aggrieved and was too angry to talk to Suyun. But because there was no one to help her, she couldn't make any waves and could only listen to Sashi's words. Half a day passed quickly, and by lunchtime, everyone's desserts had begun to take shape. The men's group returned to the kitchen to join the women's group. "I found the key to the toilet on the 2nd floor," Xiao Liang said happily as soon as he entered the door. "Really?" Suyun put down the things in his hands and showed a happy expression. "I can find it so quickly. It's much faster than I thought." "Of course it's true. We have already opened the door." Xiao Liang was a little proud. "I found it on the platform in the middle of the stairs." Chapter 154 Sweet Cafe 32. "Over there?" Zhao Mimi curled her lips, and her tone of voice was very bad because of her depression all morning. "What can be there?" "There is a potted plant over there," Xiao Liang answered happily, not paying attention to Zhao Mimi's tone at all. "The key is under the tray under the potted plant." As he talked, Xiao Liang seemed to be energetic, and he took the initiative to introduce the situation in the toilet. "The toilet on the 2nd floor is really high-end, compared with the men's and women's toilet downstairs. It can be regarded as a presidential room. The decoration inside it is quite luxurious, with a bathing area and a toilet area, as well as a special dressing mirror and wash basin. It looks like a bathroom in a family home, but it is much larger than an ordinary bathroom." "Then did you find any new clues in that bathroom?" Sashi interrupted Xiao Liang's rambling. Yes. Xiao Liang didn't mind being interrupted by Sashi and responded positively. "We found a contract in the trash can." "What are we?" Pan Zhihai glared at Xiao Liang unhappily. "I found that." Xiao Liang chuckled. "We are all in the same boat. There is no distinction between you and me. Tell me the important point," Sashi reminded. Pan Zhihai stopped arguing immediately and said cooperatively, "I took a quick look and found that the contract should be the contract for registering the store's business license. It has the name of the store owner on it. Zhang Tian. Several people were stunned for a moment. Zhao Mimi first sneered. "I asked why this cafe is called Tiantian's Cafe. It turns out it's because the boss calls it Tian. When I first heard the name of the shop, I thought it was a cafe that specializes in desserts." Suyun couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect it was just the name of the shop owner. Maybe it has a double meaning." Sashi pointed to the dessert list placed aside. "This cafe does sell a lot of desserts." "That's true." Suyun nodded in agreement. "Then do you have any other games?" Sashi returned to the theme. Several men shook their heads. "The morning was relatively short, so we didn't have time to look for other places. But we basically looked for everything we could find in the bathroom," Pan Zhihai said. "The only thing we found was this contract. That means we haven't found any useful clues," Zhao Mimi said with a disgusted expression. "This contract can only let us know the name of the shop owner, but it will not help us leave this cafe." Pan Zhihai suddenly became unhappy. "If you think it's useless, then go find it yourself. Don't worry. I'll look for it myself later," Zhao Mimi said, not to be outdone. "Just don't ruin the dessert we worked so hard to make." It had been discussed before that the women's group would make desserts in the morning, while the men's group would look for things. In the afternoon, the women's group would look for things, and the men's group would make desserts. "Who are you looking down on?" Pan Zhihai snorted and raised his chin slightly proudly. "I have been a pastry chef for 2 years. Even if my skills are not comparable to those of the masters, how can I still be inferior to a yellow-haired girl like you?" "Brother Pan is a pastry chef?" Xiao Liang looked surprised. "That's really great. With Brother Pan's guidance, I don't have to worry about making the desserts then." Chapter 155 Sweet Cafe 33. Xiao Liang knew that he was clumsy, and he was always worried that he could not make the desserts well, and that everyone would not be able to complete the task. That would be a big sin. With professional guidance, he will have more confidence. Finally, someone was flattering and praised him. Pan Junhai looked at Xiao Liang and his eyes suddenly became much more pleasing to the eye. Don't worry. As long as you are willing to listen to me, under my guidance, completing 3 desserts will not be a problem at all. Pan Junhai patted his chest and assured. We will go to the toilet on the 2nd floor to search again later, just in case we missed anything. After Xia, she said to the members of the women's group. She turned to look at Zhuofei and asked. You said that before? One of the stalls in the men's restroom on the 1st floor is locked. So do you know how to unlock the lock? Zhuofei was stunned for a moment. As if he didn't expect Xia, she to ask this sudden question. I know. Daniel raised his hand to answer. It's a puzzle piece. There is a square wooden frame placed above the door lock. There is only one puzzle piece in it, and the other positions are empty. It looks like it should be only after you put it together can you unlock the door. Puzzle pieces? Suyun seemed to have remembered something. She glanced at Zhao Mimi, and then said to everyone. Mimi and I found something similar to a puzzle piece on the Lucky Cat at the bar last night. We thought it was useless at the time. Mimi just threw it away. Where was it thrown? Daniel asked, and comforted himself. It's okay. It was thrown in the coffee shop anyway. It won't disappear. It's in the trash can inside the bar. Suyun replied. Whoever threw it will pick it up. Sashi glanced at Zhao Mimi and said to several others. The others will come with me to the 2nd floor. Zhao Mimi wanted to retort. She didn't want to touch the dirty trash can at all. She wanted others to pick it up. But under Xiaxi's eyes, she didn't dare to speak. Perhaps it was Xiaxi's previous behavior towards others that made her feel intimidated. She felt that she was more afraid of Xiaxi than Pan Junhai. Zhao Mimi subconsciously shrank her neck, said nothing, and went to the bar to pick up puzzle pieces dejectedly. When leaving the kitchen, Xiaxi asked Daniel, Can you see how many puzzle pieces are needed in total? Daniel recalled for a moment and replied, It looked like 4x4 puzzle pieces. Xiaxi nodded. Since there is already one puzzle piece on it, we still need to find 15 more puzzle pieces. Tian Yuan was very quiet when he went upstairs, and it was rare for him to take the initiative to speak. I also found a puzzle piece in my box. As he spoke, Tian Yuan looked down at his fingers with an awkward expression. It was just placed in the ashtray on the dining table. I thought it was something. Throw away without regard. She has always hated Xiaxi in her heart. But she also knows that now is not the time to be emotional. Everything must come first. More importantly, what Xiaxi said last night was right. She had no chance of winning against Xiaxi. So she told herself that even if she hated Xiaxi, she had to put aside her resentment for the time being, cooperate with all players to complete the game, and find a way out for herself. Chapter 156 Sweet Cafe 34. Then go get it. Xiaxi glanced at Tian Yuan calmly, and then said to the others, If you didn't search all the places when you were in the box, you'd better search now. Once again, just in case I missed anything. She had searched everywhere she could in her private room. She was sure that there were no puzzle pieces, so there was no need to waste time in the private room. At this time, everyone had already reached the 2nd floor, and several other people returned to their own boxes to look through the missing places again. She went to the bathroom alone first. As she walked down the long corridor, her eyes paused for a moment on the only box door that was still closed. If the last player can't come out, it means they always have a blind spot. They can't search this box. Once there are important clues in the box, but they cannot find them, the possibility of them leaving the coffee shop will be greatly reduced. Although this was a matter of chance, she didn't want to take any chances. It was best to have the opportunity to enter this box and take a look. I don't know how long it will take for the last player to come out. Asterisk. There were not many missing places in the private room, and everyone quickly finished looking for them. And one after another they came to the toilet on the 2nd floor to meet Xiaxi. At this time, Xiaxi was emptying the water tank behind the toilet. Daniel asked in confusion. Shishi, what are you doing? Do you want to dismantle the toilet? As Xiaxi opened the lid of the water tank, she said to Daniel, It won't be enough to dismantle it. I just want to see if there is anything in it. Her eyes stayed in the water tank for a few seconds. Then she reached in and touched it. And then she smiled. There is indeed something. What is it? Daniel suddenly became energetic and stepped forward. Xiaxi reached out and took out a small brown glass bottle with an iron lid. If you look closely, it seems to be filled with fine sand. With their weight, the glass bottle has been buried at the bottom of the water tank, and has not floated out. This sand seems to be of no use to us. Daniel was a little disappointed. Open it and take a look. Sashi handed the glass bottle to Daniel. I'm not as strong as you. Daniel was very obedient and opened the iron cover in a few clicks, revealing the wooden plug inside. Most of the wooden stopper was stuffed into the glass bottle, and the exposed part couldn't be pinched with fingers. It would be difficult to pull it out without a corkscrew. Daniel suddenly frowned. Sashi took out a folding knife from her pocket and handed it to Daniel. Dig. Daniel knew that this was the only way without damaging the items. He immediately began to dig out the cork. Sashi looked at the other people and asked, Did you find any other clues in your box? Several people shook their heads. It seemed that they really had nothing to gain. Sashi did not feel disappointed. She said, I have searched all the places I can find in the toilet, but everyone has different ideas for finding things. Just in case I made any mistakes, please search the toilet again. I'll go to the corridor and have a look again. The others did not object and started to search every corner of the toilet in cooperation. Sashi went to the corridor. The corridor was also rummaged by the men's team in the morning. The soil in the potted plants was dug out and not put back again. The red carpet on the floor also had wrinkles that had been rummaged through. It seems that these conventional ideas have been searched in all places, and there should be nothing missing. Chapter 157 Sweet Cafe 35. Sashi looked up at the wall. There are 5 paintings hanging in the long corridor. The spacing between each painting is exactly the same, which makes people feel comfortable. She stepped forward and took down the painting closest to her. Every painting here was framed in a wooden frame. She opened the back and disassembled the frame, looking at the inside of the frame one by one. After a while, Daniel ran out excitedly. She. There are 2 puzzle pieces here. There was a handful of fine sand scattered in his palm, and as he moved, it continued to leak out from between his fingers. And 2 puzzle pieces were clearly visible. Suyun also ran out with a look of surprise on his face. It's actually hidden so secretly. If you're just a little careless, you won't be able to find it. None of the men before had thought to put their hands into the water tank to see if there was anything hidden at the bottom. If it were her, she would probably ignore it. The point is, even if she finds the bottle, she may see that it is full of sand and think it is useless, and she will not want to open it at all. Well, it turned out that she wasn't careful enough. Sashi picked up the 2 puzzle pieces in Daniel's hand and patted the fine sand on them. In this way, we have 7 puzzle pieces. Tian Yuan and Zhao Mimi's 2 fragments had been given to her, and she put them both in the small backpack behind her. Puzzle pieces are the same as the family trees and portraits in the previous game. As important clues in the game, they cannot be put into storage compartments, but can only be placed on the body. 7? Daniel looked at the picture frame still on the ground behind She with some confusion, and then understood. Then, there are puzzle pieces in the picture frame too? Sashi nodded and said with a smile, I was lucky enough to find 3 puzzle pieces in 3 of the paintings. The picture frame on the floor was the last one she rummaged for before she could put it back in its place. This thing is actually hidden here. Zhao Mimi looked incredulous. Although she didn't want to admit it, she knew that if she was looking for something, she would not pay attention to the painting on the wall at all. Nor would she think that there might be something hidden in something with such a narrow frame. Cece, how many puzzle pieces did you find here? Daniel asked. 3. Sashi said, as she put the puzzle pieces in her hand into the backpack behind her. Great! We already have 7 puzzle pieces so soon! Daniel was very happy, showing his big white teeth when he smiled. And paired with the fluffy golden curly hair, he looked more like an attractive golden retriever. At this rate, we might be able to put the pieces of the puzzle together today. In comparison, Sashi was much calmer than Daniel. She hung the painting on the wall again, turned to Daniel and said, Daniel, carry someone up there and see if there is anything hidden on the ceiling lamp. The ceiling of the corridor is a bit high, and it is absolutely impossible for a person to touch it, even with her height. The stool was a bit awkward to stand on, and the table was inconvenient to move out. Daniel looked up at the ceiling in the corridor and understood what Sashi meant. Cece, why don't you let me carry you up? Daniel took the initiative to extend his hands to Sashi and made a hug gesture. No, I don't want to be hugged by you. Sashi raised her hand to refuse, acting very decisive and straightforward. Ask the other girls to see if they are willing. If they are not willing, you can also go downstairs and choose. A boy resisted, now that she knows that Daniel has a crush on her. In order not to give him any hope, it is best to avoid all possible close contact and keep a distance. Chapter 158 Sweet Cafe 36. Daniel sighed. But his expression didn't look particularly disappointed. He seemed to have expected this result. Well, Cece just didn't give me a chance at all. Then he turned his head and asked Suyun politely. Girl, would you suggest that I hug you? Suyun's face was a little red. She had never seen such a beautiful crooked nut in her entire life. Now this good-looking white gourd also said that he wanted to hug her. Although she knew that he was just looking for something, she was still a little shy. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Daniel, and just nodded. It doesn't matter. As long as it's to complete the task. I can do it. So Daniel neatly put Suyun on his shoulders. Although Suyun was not tall. With Daniel, a tall man of about 1.8 meters, supporting her below, she could easily touch the lamp above. After some searching, she actually found a piece of the puzzle. Suyun happily handed the puzzle pieces to Sashi, with admiration in her eyes. Sister Xia, you are so amazing. You can find all these. Suyun? You flatter me a little too much. Xiao Mimi said unhappily. You found the things yourself. But it was Sister Xia who reminded us that we knew we were looking for the lamp above. Suyun said matter-of-factly. So it was actually Sister Xia who helped us find it. Xiao Mimi knew that what Suyun said was true, but she was still a little unhappy. She glared at Suyun, and was very angry that Suyun didn't speak for her, but instead helped a stranger she just met. Suyun could tell that Xiao Mimi was unhappy, but she had long been used to Xiao Mimi's weird temper that would get angry from time to time. So she didn't think much about it at all. She just scratched her hair and smiled innocently. From what Suyun said, you probably haven't looked for the light in the box. Right? Sashi reminded. Several other people reacted immediately and returned to their boxes, stepped on the table and groped for the ceiling lamp. But this time, there was no such good luck, and several people failed to gain anything, while the others were fumbling with the box lights. Sashi went downstairs to talk to the men in the men's group about the situation. After getting the other party's permission, the players in the women's group searched through the boxes in the men's group and found 2 more puzzle pieces. Now we only need to find 5 more puzzle pieces, and we can put them all together. Suyun was full of confidence. It seems that we can really find them today. Our desserts here are almost done. Xiao Liang's voice suddenly came from the stairs. Come and see how it turns out. Everyone spent a lot of time searching for the box, and it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After hearing Xiao Liang's words, everyone returned to the kitchen together. Obviously, Pan Jinhai does not exaggerate about his cooking skills. Judging from the appearance, it does look very good. Although it's not exactly the same as the one in the picture. It's pretty close. I thought Uncle Pan was bragging. Suyun couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect it to be really good. I'm a little greedy. Pan Jinhai raised his chin quite proudly. I am still very confident in my skills in making desserts. But I haven't done it for a long time, so my speed is not that fast. If you confirm the details and there are no problems, you can start eating. It's guaranteed to be delicious and won't make you frown. Chapter 159 Sweet Cafe 37. Sashi carefully compared the picture and the finished product. They looked almost the same, and the details were handled well. It should be no problem. She nodded. Then let's start eating quickly, Daniel urged impatiently. When we went downstairs, I took a special look and saw that the last player's box door hadn't been opened yet. Everyone knows that now is the most critical time. The sooner you finish eating, the less likely things will go wrong. No one objected to Daniel's words. Xiao Liang had even actively started to cut a piece of ice cream cake. The cake is only as big as a palm, and after cutting it into 9 parts, only a little bit is left in each person's hand. But this way, you can eat it in 1 bite, saving a lot of time. Wow. Suyun's eyes were bright. Uncle Pan, your cooking is really delicious. Pan Jinhai's always shrewd face finally couldn't help but reveal a sincere smile. I knew my cooking skills hadn't declined. As soon as he finished speaking, the electronic sound rang. Unfortunately, since player Lu Chunhua did not participate in the production process, all players failed today's mission, and 10,000 points were deducted each. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Xiao Liang, who was cutting up the second dessert, stood there motionless. The whole kitchen was so quiet that one could feel the actual anger. What's going on? Xiao Mimi was furious. Did that person named Lu Chunhua run out at this time? As if to confirm her words, clear footsteps could be heard outside, walking down the stairs. Sashi. 666. I knew that the task would not be completed so smoothly. Now she almost suspected that the system deliberately rushed Lu Chunhua to find a way at this time. Otherwise, It would be too much of a coincidence for them to have such a dramatic effect and such a low probability. The footsteps outside became more and more clear, and everyone turned to look at the door of the kitchen, and saw a woman about 50 years old walking in. The woman seemed a little embarrassed when she saw so many people staring at her. She pulled her scarf, wiped away the beads of sweat on her forehead, and then said to everyone slightly nervously, "You? Hello. I am Lu Chunhua." Her Mandarin is not standard, mixed with some local accent. The kitchen was very quiet, and no one spoke to Lu Chunhua for a while. Lu Chunhua seemed a little panicked. She began to apologize and explain incoherently. "I'm sorry. I didn't know until I came out that I failed your game today. I was too scared. I just wanted to come out quickly. I didn't think too much. What can you do if you come out a few minutes late?" Zhao Mimi scolded angrily. "We have almost completed the task here. If you don't come out sooner, you won't come out later. You have to choose to come out at this time." Eating 2 more desserts, 1 bite per person, can be done in a minute or 2. But this person named Lu came out. 10,000 points were deducted. She couldn't wait to ask Lu Chunhua for compensation. "Me? I don't want to either." Lu Chunhua's face was confused and flustered. "I have also been deducted points. I have already been deducted 20,000 points." At this point, she finally couldn't help but burst into tears, looking as if she was heartbroken. The others looked at each other in shock. Seeing Lu Chunhua crying like this, they didn't know what to say for a while. Chapter 160 Sweet Cafe 38. "What's the use of crying now?" Zhao Mimi said reluctantly. "It's all because of you that we have been deducted today. We haven't cried yet. But you started crying. Mimi!" Suyun hurriedly pulled Zhao Mimi's sleeve. "Please stop saying a few words. She didn't mean it. It's over if you just say it's not intentional." Zhao Mimi snorted. "Our efforts for several hours were all in vain because of her. The situation is already like this. It will not help to continue to struggle," Sashi said. "Instead of being angry about this matter, it is better to do what you can as soon as possible to reduce your losses." 10,000 points was nothing to her, but she was unhappy about having her points. But she won't blame Lu Chunhua blindly, because blaming won't solve the problem. If you have time to argue here, you might as well spend it searching for other places in the cafe that you haven't found yet. Thinking about it from another angle, Lu Chunhua came out. At least the blind spot problem she was worried about was solved. It's not all bad. Lu Chunhua was still crying very sadly, and the tears were flowing out as if they were free. It seemed that the tension and fear that had been suppressed in the box for the past 2 days were completely released at this moment. Seeing Lu Chunhua crying uncontrollably, Suyun sympathized with her. She walked up to support Lu Chunhua and comforted her sweetly. "Auntie, please stop crying. I have less than 100,000 points left in total," Lu Chunhua said while crying and sobbing. "Now, 20,000 points have been deducted. I can't live anymore." As he spoke, Lu Chunhua was about to fall to the ground, looking as if she was about to pass away from grief. "Auntie, you should think so," Suyun advised. "As long as you can complete the next daily tasks with us, you can get tens of thousands of points. If you can pass the game, you will get more points. Come to not only can I make up for the 20,000 points I deducted, but I can also get some more points." Lu Chunhua was stunned for a moment, as if she had just thought of this. She quickly wiped her tears with her sleeve and straightened her slightly crooked headscarf. "Then I won't cry. I'll work hard to complete the next task." Seeing Lu Chunhua calm down, Daniel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The other party kept crying, and he had a headache from crying. But if he wants to comfort a young and beautiful girl, he still has a way, usually with his handsome face and a few nice words. The other person will burst into laughter. He has absolutely no experience in comforting middle-aged women. Fortunately, Suyun was able to handle it. Otherwise he would have been helpless. Seeing that Lu Chunhua stopped crying, Suyun began to explain the current game progress to Lu Chunhua in detail. Sashi casually picked up the second dessert cut by Xiao Liang on the table, and while eating it, she watched Suyun patiently explain to Lu Chunhua. Lu Chunhua may have never played an escape room game before, so she couldn't understand many parts. Suyun had to explain it many times before she could barely understand the general meaning. But Suyun never got impatient and explained in quite detail. Sashi tilted her head and thought about it, feeling that if it were her, she might not have such good patience. Seeing Sashi eating dessert again, Xiao Liang couldn't help but said, "Now that the mission has failed, there is no use eating this dessert anymore. It's one thing to fail a mission, but it's another thing to eat dessert." Sashi replied, "Anyway, It's delicious. Wouldn't it be a waste to leave it uneaten? I happen to be hungry too. Chapter 161 Sweet Cafe 39. Xiaoliang. Dot. It makes sense, and is completely irrefutable. Pan Zhenhai, your skills are indeed good. Sashi turned to look at Pan Zhenhai and suggested, how about making some more desserts? She secretly tried it when she was making dessert in the morning. The ingredients can be put into the storage compartment, so the desserts made with these ingredients should also be able to be made. She hasn't eaten food other than biscuits, instant noodles, ham and sausage for a long time, and she really wants to save some desserts. Oh? Pan Zhenhai was stunned, as if he didn't understand what Sashi meant. How about you make more desserts here before it gets dark today? Sashi looked at Pan Zhenhai seriously. Of course you can refuse. I won't force you. This is Sashi's own additional request. So if Pan Zhenhai is not willing, she will not force Pan Zhenhai to do it. Okay. Pan Zhenhai agreed with unprecedented ease. He became unusually excited and seemed to have lost all the negative emotions of being deducted points. At this moment, he felt that he was really respected and valued as a pastry chef. After a long absence, he remembered his wish from a long time ago, which was to be an excellent pastry chef. But later, when he was trying to move forward on this road, he was framed for using cheap expired ingredients and receiving kickbacks to make money. Because of this incident, Pan Zhenhai offended his boss and was fired by him. The boss was a man with power and background, so no one in this circle dared to use him anymore. But he didn't know anything else except this craft, and he was quite depressed for a time. Later, by chance, I met a master lockpicker, learned some not-so-sexy tricks, and made a living as a thief. Later, he washed his hands in a golden basin, married a wife, had children, and lived an ordinary working life. After so many years, he has forgotten his former ideal. But at this moment, I felt like I had regained my self-esteem. Even for the sake of being recognized, he was willing to make some more desserts for Sashi. Thank you then, Sashi said, taking out 3 pistol magazines from the storage compartment and stuffing them into Pan Zhenhai's hand. These are your extra rewards for making desserts. Since it was something she asked Pan Zhenhai to make extra, even if Pan Zhenhai agreed readily, she would not go to it in vain. In exchange, she thought she should give some compensation. Of course, this is also to prevent others from grabbing things from her. She has paid the reward, so whatever Pan Zhenhai makes next will be hers. Pan Zhenhai was stunned. You? You gave me bullets? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. You won't tell me that you don't have a pistol. Right. She felt that no matter how poor the players were, they must have 1 or 2 pistols in their hands. So she chose to give them pistol magazines. No. No. I have a pistol. Pan Zhenhai looked at the 3 magazines in his hand, with a rare clumsy look on his shrewd face. It's just, these are bullets. And you just gave them to me? And it still gave 3 magazines at a time. This is the reward, Sashi said matter-of-factly. The next dessert you make will be mine alone. Pan Zhenhai. Dot. He felt that the girl didn't understand him at all. Although there are certain restrictions on the use of guns and ammunition in many games, having such weapons close by will always give people a sense of security. And in some survival games, guns and ammunition are particularly important. Chapter 162 Sweet Cafe 40. Everyone's weapons are purchased using points in the mall. Although the price of guns and ammunition is much cheaper than those props, they are consumables and are in great demand once used. Every bullet is precious to him, and he is reluctant to use a gun unless he has to. This girl actually gave him 3 magazines so easily. 3. Did she understand clearly that what she gave out might be the key to saving her life in the future? Okay, that's it. Sashi ignored Pan Zhenhai's mental activities. She waved her hand and decided, the others can continue to look for clues with me. After saying that, she turned around and left the kitchen. Pan Zhenhai looked at Sashi's back with mixed emotions. Of course he was happy to get the magazine, and he had no intention of returning it. He was not the kind of fool with an overflowing conscience. It's just that he really can't understand Sashi's behavior. She gave away such an important bullet so easily. She seemed to be a very smart girl. How could she be so stupid in this matter? What Pan Zhenhai didn't know was that Sashi's bullets were bought in boxes and boxes, and 999 boxes were bought at one time. Although several magazines had been used before, not a single box had been used up so far. It was just 3 magazines. A drop in the bucket to her. Asterisk. Except for Pan Zhenhai. The other 9 players were rummaging around on the first floor. Although Lu Chunhua didn't know much, she was very obedient. She went wherever she was told, and looked for whatever she was told. With everyone's joint efforts. For more puzzle pieces were finally found in the evening. At this time, Sashi was alone in the booth by the window, carefully rummaging through every corner. There's still one left. Xiao Liang walked to Sashi and asked casually, "Where do you think the last one will be?" Sashi raised her head and glanced at Xiao Liang, with a confused look on her face. "Are you asking me?" Xiao Liang nodded and said to himself, "Based on my previous experience of watching escape room variety shows, the last piece of the puzzle should be hidden more secretly and is the hardest to find." "Well," Sashi lowered her head and continued to look for something. "What you said makes sense." Seeing that Sashi stopped talking, Xiao Liang rubbed his hands nervously. Hearing the commotion, Sashi said without looking back, "If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Xiao Liang's movements paused, and then he seemed to have made up his mind. He asked, "Don't you remember me?" Sashi looked at Xiao Liang again, with confusion on her face. "Should I remember you?" She had no impression of the man in front of her at all. "That." Xiao Liang swallowed nervously, but still mustered up the courage to say, "In the Doomsday game, we met in the basement of the experimental base." Sashi looked Xiao Liang up and down, and finally her eyes rested on Xiao Liang's yellow hair like withered grass for a moment. "It's you." She finally had the impression. The yellow-haired little brother, who was almost beaten to death by his elder brother. Xiao Liang's expression was a little embarrassed, but he nodded quickly. "It's me. It turns out you still remember me. If you didn't mention the basement, I would have no impression at all," Sashi said truthfully. "After all, you are neither particularly good-looking nor powerful." She could still remember such a person, but because Huang Mao escaped at that time, she was a little surprised by Huang Mao's good luck. So she only had a slight impression. Xiao Liang. It's not his fault that he's ugly. If he doesn't have enough strength, he doesn't want to. Chapter 163 Sweet Cafe 41. "What do you want to do with me?" Sashi asked bluntly. "You didn't take the initiative to talk to me before, and now you suddenly admit your identity to me. What do you want to do?" "Actually, it's nothing." Xiao Liang was probably a little nervous, and couldn't help but rub his hands. "I just want to apologize to you, and hope you don't care about what happened at that time. I also have to listen because I am someone's younger brother." People's words. Although he was older than Sashi, he still used honorifics to show respect. "If you hadn't taken the initiative to bring it up, I wouldn't have remembered you at all." Sashi shrugged, her tone casual. "And you had no impact on me at all that time. So why should I care about you?" "Ha ha. That's good. That's good." Xiao Liang smiled dryly. "If you don't tell the truth, you won't have a chance." Sashi could see that the point of Xiao Liang's speech was not at all. So she reminded, "If you want to say something later, I won't listen." Xiao Liang suddenly became anxious and said quickly, "Actually, I just want to ask you for something." As he spoke, he gestured, "A little bit," and promised, "Don't worry. I won't get it for nothing. I can make double-skinned milk, and I'm pretty good at it. I'll trade double-skinned milk with you for some pistol bullets. Is the box okay? You've been keeping close to me for a long time. Just because you want to exchange bullets from my hand?" Sashi showed a funny look. "Yeah." Xiao Liang scratched his yellow hair like withered grass. "I thought it would be better to have known you before than to talk to you as a stranger." Of course, he had also observed Sashi and confirmed that Sashi was a person who would not care about the previous things. So he dared to admit his identity. He finally got through that Doomsday game. He originally thought everything was over, but he realized that everything was just beginning. Unfortunately, he was very poor and had no points. The few bullets he bought by himself were almost used in the Doomsday. Fortunately, the second game was an escape room and did not require the use of guns. At least for the time being. He did not have to worry about the safety issue without weapons. But Xiao Liang is not the kind of silly optimist, and he still worries about the future. Just seeing Sashi taking the initiative to give Pan Jinhai bullets, he suddenly had some thoughts. If he could exchange for other things in his hand, he would be willing. But he didn't have many things. So after much deliberation, he could only try to be a double-skinned nanny. After all, Sashi gave Pan Jinhai the magazine so that she could make dessert for her. So maybe he could do the same. Double-skinned milk is the only food he knows how to make. He was forced to learn it when he had a girlfriend. He was also afraid that his request would be rejected immediately. So he thought of a roundabout way to get close. He thought that if he knew Sashi before, Sashi might be embarrassed to refuse. I refuse. Sashi refused as simply as possible. Even if your double-skim milk is good, I don't need to exchange my own bullets with you. The desserts made by Pan Jinhai are enough. Xiao Liang. The face was slapped. But? Sashi tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then asked, does your supply of milk? She had seen all the ingredients in the kitchen. Although there were a few cans of milk, a lot had been used when making the dessert. There was only enough left for Pan Jinhai to make a few more desserts. Xiao Liang would definitely not dare to grab the milk from Pan Jinhai, which meant that Xiao Liang had milk in his storage compartment. Chapter 164 Sweet Cafe 42. Yes. Xiao Liang's eyes lit up, and he nodded quickly. I collected a lot of milk in the Doomsday game before. Then you can exchange milk with me. Sashi said and took out 3 magazines. Exchanged 3 boxes of milk. When she was collecting supplies, the storage compartment was already full before she could collect the milk. Later, although more storage compartments were opened, there was no chance to collect supplies. After all, she hasn't had milk for a long time. Anyway, she has a lot of bullets, so it would be nice to exchange a few cartons of milk for a taste. Xiao Liang. Are you sure this ant is not a robber? Although Xiao Liang has hundreds of cartons of milk, giving 3 cartons is nothing. But 1 carton of milk can only be replaced with 1 magazine. There are only 15 bullets in 1 magazine. So isn't that equivalent to exchanging 1 bullet for a bottle of milk? This was much less than the bullets he thought he could get. Sashi knew what Xiao Liang was thinking as soon as she saw Xiao Liang's expression. She chuckled and said unhurriedly, milk is not a necessary material. Without it, it will not affect my life. Compared with bullets, which material do you know if it's more valuable? Xiao Liang was suddenly speechless. Okay. He took out 3 cartons of milk from the storage compartment and handed them to Sashi honestly. Let's just change them. The 2 people completed a pleasant exchange. It was getting dark, so Sashi turned on the flashlight. Xiao Liang called Sashi hesitantly and asked cautiously, how about something else? You look like you are short of bullets. Sashi laughed, but did not refuse. How many do you want to change? Xiao Liang thought for a while and asked cautiously, how about 20 more? He didn't know how many bullets Sashi had, and he was afraid that if he wanted too much, it would be beyond Sashi's tolerance, and the deal would break down. But he was really short of bullets, and if he asked for too little, he was afraid that he would not have the chance to exchange them again in the future. Okay. Sashi agreed readily. In this way, the 2 people once again completed a pleasant exchange. Xiao Liang's mood became much more relaxed. As long as he can successfully escape from the escape room this time and complete the daily tasks, the accumulated points will be enough for him to buy some bullets. If bullets are still not available for purchase in the mall before the start of the next game, the bullets in his hand will at least allow him to defend himself. Cece, what are you doing? Daniel had already found the area designated for him. He walked towards Sashi with a flashlight. When he saw Xiao Liang standing next to Sashi, he couldn't help but ask, are you whispering something? He was just asking me if the last piece of the puzzle would be difficult to find. Sashi said without changing her face. Xiao Liang was originally a little nervous, but after hearing Sashi's words, he immediately relaxed. He was actually afraid that others would know about the exchange of supplies. He couldn't control whether other people wanted to exchange supplies, but he didn't want others to know that he had exchanged goods with Sashi in private, let alone what he had exchanged. In his opinion, if others knew about the supplies he exchanged, others would know that what he lacked was bullets. This is tantamount to letting people know that he does not have many self-defense weapons, but it is very detrimental to him. Fortunately, Sashi didn't say anything, which made him relieved. I guess it's possible. Daniel analyzed without doubting him. Generally, there are always 1 or 2 things that need to be collected in escape rooms that are particularly difficult to find. Chapter 165 Sweet Cafe 43. I think so too. Sashi nodded in agreement and added, it's already dark. I'll go to the kitchen to find Pan Jinhai first. I'll accompany you, Daniel said proactively. Sashi stopped and looked at Daniel. I think I made my attitude very obvious during the day. I know. You rejected my confession. Daniel's attitude was very calm. Although you rejected me, I can't let you, a woman, act alone at night. Right? This is not in line with my principles of life. No need. The distance from here to the kitchen is so short. Nothing will happen. I don't need your company, Sashi said, turned and left. Even if she is afraid of the dark or ghosts, she will not try to get the other person's protection after rejecting him. The distance that should be maintained should still be maintained, lest at some point, the other party mistakenly think there is still a chance. Sashi turned around and left quickly, but Daniel felt a little embarrassed to catch up for a while. He scratched his fluffy golden curly hair and stood there watching Sashi gradually walk away. Xiao Liang did not dare to make a sound. He walked aside silently, returned to the area assigned to him, and continued to search the unfinished part. In the back kitchen, Pan Zhenhai also turned on his flashlight when he saw Sashi coming in. He took the initiative and said, "I don't have much time, so I made 5 different desserts. That's enough." Sashi politely thanked Pan Zhenhai. "Thank you for what you did for me." With that said, she put all the desserts into the storage compartment. "How's your search going?" Pan Zhenhai asked Sashi. His attitude was completely different from yesterday, and he looked more in line with what an elder should look like. "I found a few more puzzle pieces," Sashi replied. "I still have 1 more to go." "That's just right. I'm here to help you find it." Pan Zhenhai washed his hands and took off his apron. "Try to put the puzzle pieces together today." "Well, I think we can look for it in the kitchen first," Sashi said, already starting to take action. "We have been looking for things outside today, but we haven't looked in the kitchen yet." "You're right. Then I'll help too." Pan Zhenhai cooperated and started rummaging around on the other side. Sashi didn't rummage around looking for things like she did in the kitchen yesterday. At that time, she had actually searched all the conspicuous places. So now she paid more attention to places that were easily overlooked. For example, under the sink, inside the exhaust fan, or behind the oven. Pan Zhenhai was struggling to look at the cabinet above when he accidentally saw Sashi messing around in various strange places from the corner of his eye. He was stunned for a moment, but he didn't ask any more questions. Anyway, this girl has always been tricky, so he'd better not ask anything. As long as he can find something, he doesn't care what she is doing. Sashi finally found the last puzzle piece wrapped in plastic wrap on the outside of the drainage pipe under the pool. The puzzle pieces were glued to the outside of the drainage pipe. Because they were glued to the side facing the inside of the cabinet, they were invisible from the outside. You could only find something there if you stretched out your hand and touched it. When Pan Zhenhai saw Sashi taking out the puzzle piece, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No ordinary person can find such a tricky angle. "Let's go. Now you can go and see what's hidden in the cubicle of the men's room," Sashi said as she walked out. Chapter 166 Sweet Cafe 44. Pan Zhenhai followed him out of the kitchen. He did not forget to greet the others. "Come here quickly. The pieces of the puzzle have been collected." Players scattered in every corner walked over quickly, and the group walked to the men's room together. The toilet on the first floor is not as spacious as the second floor. It is too crowded for 9 people. "Let's do this," Daniel suggested. "Just leave 2 or 3 people here to put the puzzle together, and everyone else will wait outside. Otherwise, it will be too crowded in here, and it will be inconvenient to move around." The others had no objections, but had some differences on who should stay. Zhao Mimi strongly urged to stay, and wanted to see with her own eyes what was in the compartment. But she was timid and insisted on dragging Suyun along with her. Pan Zhenhai also wants to stay. He is a person who only trusts himself. Although after yesterday's incident, he has no intention of going against others. But he still has to see things for himself before he can trust them. Tian Yuan's thoughts are similar to Pan Zhenhai's. Although she has acquiesced to cooperate with other players for the time being, she cannot completely trust other players. Tian Yuan also wanted to see what was inside the cubicle with her own eyes. Instead of relying on other people's reports or waiting for others to fumble around and see that the inside was no longer what it was before. The other players don't have any particularly strong thoughts of staying. "You can discuss it among yourselves." Sashi took out the puzzle pieces from her backpack. "It's fine to decide on the guessing game. Whoever wins will get the puzzle." Anyway, she didn't have to be the first to see the furnishings in the compartment before she would give up. Since there were so many people grabbing it, she stopped grabbing it. A few people thought about it, and finally decided to adopt Sashi's suggestion and play guessing games. In the end, Pan Zhenhai, Zhao Mimi and Suyun stayed, and Tian Yuan reluctantly walked out of the toilet. This puzzle is not complicated, and the pictures on the puzzle are also very ordinary landscape paintings, so it is not difficult to put them together. Pan Zhenhai and the 3 of them messed around at the door of the cubicle for a while. And then, they started fighting. As the last puzzle piece was pressed into the wooden frame, there was a slight click sound inside the puzzle. And then the door of the compartment opened. Pan Zhenhai opened the cubicle with excitement and shined the flashlight in his hand into the cubicle. Ah! The next second, Zhao Mimi's scream echoed throughout the coffee shop. Suyun's face was pale. Her eyes were fixed on the cubicle, and she could not utter a word. Pan Zhenhai's face was also extremely ugly. Several people outside the toilet were startled by Zhao Mimi's voice. Sashi poked her head in. What's wrong? Pan Zhenhai swallowed and tried to be calm. Here! There are all bloody tools in here. Hammers, saws and so on. After hearing this, the others looked at each other with serious expressions. This is not what they expected. Meow! 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 At the same time, a sharp cat meow suddenly sounded in the cafe. Zhao Mimi was so frightened that she covered her ears and squatted down to scream. Suyun also squatted down next to Zhao Mimi, hugging Zhao Mimi and crying. Tian Yuan said nothing, but his body was pressed tightly against the wall, his expression very nervous. Lu Chunhua panicked and hugged the sink nearby, closing her eyes tightly, as if she wouldn't be scared as long as she couldn't see. Sashi covered her rapidly beating heart and tried to keep herself calm. The men had different expressions, but none looked good. Obviously, after seeing the bloody tool, hearing the cat meow again was even more perceptive. Chapter 167 Sweet Cafe 45. Daniel took out a small searchlight from his storage compartment. The bright light drove away part of the darkness, which was very reassuring. Zhao Mimi's voice was hoarse, and she no longer made any sound, just hugging Suyun. You two show up, Daniel said to Zhao Mimi and Suyun. We men will go in and check the situation. Suyun wiped her tears and pulled Zhao Mimi out of the toilet quickly with fear. Daniel entered the toilet first, and the searchlight shone on the toilet cubicle. Shuafei and Xiao Liang also followed in, standing behind Daniel and Pan Zhenhai. When Mingyu walked to the door of the toilet, he suddenly stopped. He stretched out his hand to Sashi, who was standing at the door, as if he wanted to put his arm around Sashi's shoulders. Sashi kept looking at the situation in the toilet. At this time Daniel had already put on cotton gloves and walked into the cubicle, but she was still keenly aware of the strange movement with her peripheral vision. She subconsciously took 2 steps back, turned her head, and saw Mingyu's hand stretched out in midair. The shrill meowing sound still echoed through the entire coffee shop. Shrill and heartbreaking. Mingyu smiled sheepishly under Sashi's gaze. He looked weak, but he didn't show any timidity in such a situation. He took back his hand and explained. I think Miss Xia seems a little scared, and I want to give you some comfort. Thank you. No need. Sashi had rejection written all over her body. I found 2 letters, Daniel said loudly. He came out of the cubicle with exactly 2 envelopes in his hands. Sashi took a look and saw that there was no blood on Daniel's gloves. She already knew that the blood on those tools must have been left untreated for a long time. Let's go read the letter somewhere else. Suyun looked at Daniel pitifully. It's too scary to stay here. And there are such scary meows. Let's go. Let's go to the booth. Pan Zhenhai also walked out. There are no other useful clues in the compartment. If you are worried, it's not too late to come back and take a look tomorrow during the day. The group of people quickly left the toilet and sat in the booths like yesterday. After sitting down, Sashi raised her head and glanced at the luminous clock at the bar. It read 9:05. Sure enough, this time the cat's meow also sounded at 9 o'clock. Amid such a shrill meow, it was difficult to speak even if they were very close. So everyone tacitly wanted to wait until the meow passed before reading the letter. But no one expected that the cat meowing this time actually lasted much longer than last night. At 9:10, the cat meowing did not stop. Zhao Mimi and Suyun kept hugging each other, trying to use each other's body temperature to drive away the fear in their hearts. Tian Yuan lowered his head without saying a word and hugged himself tightly with both hands. Lu Chunhua raised her head and turned around, as if trying to find the source of the sound. But she still couldn't tell the exact direction of the sound source. In order to prevent others from finding out that she was also afraid, Sashi tried her best to focus on analyzing the situation in front of her. But the effect was minimal. The sharp cat meow was so harsh that it was like an electric drill drilling into people's brains, causing throbbing pain in the brain. The cat meowing that ended in 10 minutes last night stopped after half an hour tonight. After confirming that the cat's meowing had stopped, Zhao Mimi breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Suyun sobbed while wiping her tears. I thought a cat demon or something would jump out and eat us. She was too scared to move. Chapter 168 Sweet Cafe 46. Don't talk nonsense. Zhao Mimi trembled. This must be a deliberately loud sound to scare people. Many escape room games have such settings. Really? Suyun looked at Zhao Mimi with tears in her eyes. Is it really just to scare people? Definitely. Zhao Mimi nodded vigorously as she spoke. But her tone was weak, and she obviously had no confidence. Since you think it's fake, why are you still so scared? Pan Jinhai looked puzzled. If he thought it was true, he would still understand. But Zhao Mimi herself thought it was fake, and was afraid that it would be like this. He couldn't figure it out. Is there any conflict between my thinking that it's fake and my fear? Zhao Mimi said angrily. Everyone who plays in a haunted house knows that the ghosts are all pretending. So aren't they still scared? Pan Jinhai. Okay. So what she said makes sense. Anyway, he didn't understand the little girl's thoughts. Whether the meow is true or false, Sashi said. Let's read these 2 letters first, and then discuss the rest. Daniel took off his gloves and said while opening the envelope. I think these 2 letters must be very important. He opened both letters directly. There was not much written in the letters. He put the searchlight on the table, cleared his throat, and began to read the first letter. Liang, I have liked you very much from the first moment I saw you. I am very happy that you are willing to be with me. At that time, I thought, no matter what you want, as long as I can give it, I will give it to you. But you've been ignoring me lately, and you've been getting very close to Zhou Pingting, which makes me feel very uncomfortable. Occasionally when I mention it, you always say it's just a normal communication between colleagues, and that I think too much. I also hope that I am overthinking it. If I hadn't seen you and Zhou Pingting kissing and hiding that day, I would have been kept in the dark. Liang, you shouldn't betray me. Betrayal of me will not end well. I love your sweetness the most. What kind of bloody drama is this again? Pan Jinhai frowned, his expression clearly disgusted. It sounds like the kind of Qionyao plot where I love you and you love her. The other said nothing, waiting for Daniel to read the second letter. Liang, I hesitated over and over again to write my last letter to you, because I know that if I give you that letter, you will definitely leave me immediately. But I really can't let you go. I love you so much. Even if I know you betrayed me, I don't want you to leave me. I even thought about pretending to be deaf and dumb if it didn't work out. As long as you were willing to stay with me, I would pretend that I hadn't discovered anything about you and Zhou Pingting. But unexpectedly, I heard the news that you were planning to resign from Zhou Pingting and leave my coffee shop completely. You don't even give me the last hope. And you still want to stay away from me. You are forcing me. Force me to use the last method to keep you. Liang, I won't show you this letter either. Anyway, I have a way to keep you. And you can never leave me again. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I love you. The sweetest sweetness. After Daniel finished his belief, he couldn't help but frown. So, those bloody tools we saw in the toilet were the shop owner's murder tools. Isn't it obvious? Pan Jinhai pointed at the 2 letters on the table, looking at the amount of blood on the tools in the compartment. This person named Tiantian's plan was obviously successful. Suyun shrank his neck, with a fearful look on his face. That's too scary. Chapter 169 Sweet Cafe 47. Actually, it may not be the store owner who succeeded. Xiao Liang put forward his own opinion. Men are much more powerful than women. Maybe the store owner was killed by A Liang? Then A Liang felt guilty and took these things. All hidden. I think what Xiao Liang said makes sense. Shuafei agreed in a low voice. It's too intrusive. Zhao Mimi suddenly stood up. I don't want to stay here anymore. I want to go home. There was a cry in her voice, and she stamped her feet in grievance and anxiety. Zhao Mimi originally thought that this survival game would be similar to the real-life escape room escape games she had played before. It was mainly about solving puzzles and clearing levels. In the end, it would be okay if she could find the key to the door, even if there is some scary atmosphere. It is all to increase the sense of urgency. How did she know that there was a murder in a coffee shop? And that scary cat meow. Everything made her feel terrible and terrified. Calm down. Sashi glanced at Zhao Mimi and analyzed rationally. Although we have seen this now, it does not have much impact on ourselves. In the past 2 days, no matter whether it was day or night, nothing happened. Something happens that hurts the player. Even the cat meowing is just a sound on time. And there is no real cat jumping out to hurt people. After having the experience of being hunted by headless men every night, she actually felt much safer here. Although she is also a little afraid of those shrill meows. Her reason is still there, and she can analyze problems objectively. Judging from the current situation, there should be no harm to players. Zhao Mimi became a little quieter. She sniffed and looked at Sashi. But the more things we find, the more terrifying things become. So what? Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly. As you said, escape rooms always have some scary story backgrounds to enhance the atmosphere and give players a sense of urgency to escape as soon as possible. But compared with a real-life escape room, this is a survival game, which is more real. Everyone knows that the background of these stories is not made up, but actually happened. So the fear and sense of urgency have become particularly clear. Whether these are true or false, as long as they don't attack the players, let them do whatever they want.
Sashi shrugged and said,
Besides, we can't leave here without solving the puzzle. If you want to leave, what we have to do is not to cry here, but to find the keys to the 2 doors as soon as possible.
Zhao Mimi suddenly fell silent.
I think it's getting late,
Daniel said as he folded the 2 letters again and stuffed them into their respective envelopes.
Let's go back upstairs to rest first and talk about it tomorrow. I agree.
Pan Zhenhai hit his shoulder.
I haven't worked like this for a long time, and I'm a little tired.
The group of people said nothing and returned to their respective boxes on the 2nd floor. When Sashi closed the door, she met Mingyu's eyes. She saw Mingyu open his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but she didn't pause. She closed the door directly and locked it with the key decisively, regardless of whether Mingyu would hear it. She didn't know what Mingyu wanted to say to her all the time when he was trying to find her, but she knew it was definitely not what she wanted to hear, so it was okay not to listen. Besides, her refusal was so obvious. Mingyu should have known better. Chapter 170 Sweet Cafe 48. The 3rd day. Early morning. When Sashi opened her eyes, she received today's schedule from Yi Kongqing again. She looked at the chat window in front of her, and the text said by Yi Kongqing, and felt that she was in a good mood. Sashi, the schedule doesn't need to be so detailed. I don't have that much time to exercise this time. If you write so much, it will waste your rest time. Yi Kongqing, okay. Yi Kongqing, is the game going well? Sashi, not bad. Sashi, don't worry. Nothing can trouble me. Sashi. Yi Kongqing, okay. Yi Kongqing, I'm going to start. Sashi, yeah. Pay attention to safety. Sashi stretched, opened the door, and went to the bathroom on the 2nd floor to wash up. When she finished washing and came out, other players in the box also came out one after another. At the same time, the electronic sound sounded again. Good morning, everyone. Today's task is for each player to make a cup of coffee independently and choose any other player's coffee to drink. Each player can only make 1 cup of coffee, and each player's coffee variety cannot be exactly the same. Each player can only choose to drink coffee from players other than himself. Good luck to all players. After saying that, the electronic sound became silent.
This task is so obviously a waste of our time.
Xiao Liang couldn't help complaining.
I've seen it before. There are only 3 coffee machines at the bar. Even if they operate at the same time, only 3 people can work together. There are 10 of us in total. 4 players. The fastest is 4 rounds. That's right.
Pan Zhenhai nodded.
If each player has to make different coffee, then he has to wash and restart the coffee machine every time he changes the round, which is a waste of time.
After all, these damn daily tasks are just to reduce the time they spend looking for clues. If one thing is not done well, points will be deducted, which is really annoying.
Leave 3 people to make coffee first, and let the others continue to look for things.
Sashi began to make arrangements in an orderly manner.
The first thing to do today is to rummage through Aunt Lou's box. In addition, about the women's toilet cubicle, I have some ideas about that problem.
Yesterday, Suyun had already told the men that the women's toilet cubicle needed to answer questions to unlock it. But at that time, they were mainly focused on collecting puzzle pieces to unlock the men's toilet cubicle. So everyone did not think too much about the problem of the women's toilet. Daniel recalled it and said,
I remember the question was, what is the sweetest thing in a sweet cafe? Cece, do you know what is the sweetest thing? It must be a certain flavor of dessert.
Xiao Liang replied,
I think it's ice cream cake. That one has the sweetest texture. No.
Zhao Mimi shook her head.
I entered this answer yesterday, and the result was wrong. When did you enter it?
Suyun looked surprised.
I have been with you all the time. Why didn't you notice it? When everyone dispersed to look for things last night, didn't I go to the toilet?
Zhao Mimi replied.
At that time, I suddenly thought that the ice cream cake I had in the afternoon was quite sweet. So I entered this answer directly. Unexpectedly, it was incorrect. Cece, are you thinking of ice cream cake?
Daniel looked at Sashi.
Of course not.
Sashi shook her head. After listening to the contents of the 2 letters yesterday, she vaguely felt as if she had grasped something.
But she was too tired and wanted to go to sleep quickly, so she did not think about it for a while. It wasn't until she woke up after a long sleep that she suddenly figured out the key. Chapter 171 Sweet Cafe 49. No matter what you are thinking, I advise you to think carefully before taking action. Zhao Mimi curled her lips. You only have 3 chances to answer the question. What? Pan Zhenhai glared and criticized Zhao Mimi unceremoniously. Since there are only 3 opportunities, why didn't you discuss it with everyone and confirm the answer? Then privately used up 1 opportunity to answer the question? How did I know that there were only 3 chances to answer the question? Zhao Mimi replied unconvinced. It was only after I entered the wrong answer that it showed that there were 2 more chances to answer the question. The others said nothing and looked at Sashi nervously. Sashi, you? Xue Fei's voice was still low, and the volume was only this high. Are you confident in your answer? A little bit, Sashi replied. Xue Fei. Dot. Xiao Liang. Dot. Zhao Mimi. Dot. Su Yun. Dot. Pan Zhenhai. Dot. A little seems not enough. Tian Yuan frowned and said to Sashi, Don't joke about this. Cici, do you want to stop thinking about it? Daniel also advised. Anyway, there are still 2 chances. Sashi shrugged. Since we can tolerate mistakes, we should make reasonable use of this opportunity. But once you make a mistake this time, you won't have the chance to try again next time. Tian Yuan said disapprovingly. You should at least wait until you are older to try again. Honestly, I'm pretty sure about the general direction, Sashi said frankly. But I need to try and make mistakes in the details. As she said that, she looked at Zhao Mimi. If you hadn't used up an opportunity, the situation would have been slightly better. But now I can only try to choose the more likely answer. Zhao Mimi curled her lips, not showing any guilt at all, but instead looked unconvinced. But she didn't dare to reply like she did to Pan Zhenhai. She just turned her head and looked away with an unhappy look. What does the general direction mean? Tian Yuan asked again. At least make your thoughts clear so that we can make a decision together. She didn't want to bet her chance of clearing the game on Sashi alone. Of course, this is what it should be. Sashi was very cooperative and had no intention of going against Tian Yuan. I think the answer to this question may be the shop owner himself. But in terms of details, I don't know what the answer is to write the shop owner's full name. It's still the title of shopkeeper. The owner himself? Daniel was stunned for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Yes, that's right. That makes sense. Originally, this question didn't necessarily say it was about food. It could just be a person. Pan Zhenhai also reacted. Yes, the signature on one of the 2 letters yesterday was called the sweetest Tian Tian. Yes, I think this answer must be correct. Sashi nodded. But the key is whether this answer has very strict restrictions. If you can point out Zhang Tian Tian, then similar answers will be counted as the correct answer. But if it has a clear standard answer, then even 1 word difference doesn't matter. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately turned to Zhao Mimi. The reproachful look in her eyes made Zhao Mimi feel aggrieved. She couldn't help but stamp her feet. I just wanted to open the door of that compartment as soon as possible, and I didn't mean to waste an opportunity to answer the question. Why are you looking at me like that? As she spoke, she curled her lips and was about to cry. Chapter 172 Sweet Cafe 50. Okay, Sashi said decisively to stop Zhao Mimi from making a sound. And then she said to the others, Let's work in groups like yesterday. The first 3 people who made coffee will stay first, and the others will divide into 2. One group went to search Lu Chuanhua's box, and the other group went to the women's restroom to answer questions. Zhao Mimi suddenly got stuck, seeing that everyone was already preparing to decide whether to stay or leave. She couldn't continue the crying scene. After some rock, paper, scissors, Daniel, Pan Zhenhai, and Lu Chunhua were left to make coffee first. Xue Fei and Sashi went to the women's restroom and tried to open the cubicle door, while the other 5 people went to Lu Chunhua's private room to search. In the women's restroom on the first floor, Sashi stood at the door of the cubicle, looking at a line of words on the electronic screen. What is the sweetest thing in a sweet cafe? Below this line of words, a row of small words that were not there before appeared. Number of remaining answers, twice. Obviously what Zhao Mimi said was true. She had answered the question once before. Sashi, what answer are you going to write? Xue Fei asked in a low voice. Is Zhang Tiantian still the owner of the store? Sashi thought for a while and said, Let's try Zhang Tiantian first. This answer feels more relevant to the question itself. Okay. Xue Fei wasn't sure whether this answer was correct, But he didn't have a better choice. So he thought it wouldn't be a bad idea to listen to Sashi. He turned on the button at the bottom of the electronic screen and began to enter his name. Sashi watched Shuafei enter the 3 words, Zhang Tian, and then pressed the OK button. The next second, the screen suddenly went black. Shuafei was stunned. Is this the wrong answer? Then the screen lit up again, and a new line of words appeared. Congratulations on the correct answer. 3 seconds after the subtitles appeared, a click sound came from the cubicle. It seems the door is open, Shuafei said to himself while trying to push the door gently. Sure enough, the door can be pushed open. Shuafei showed a happy expression. He turned back to look at Sashi. Really? It really succeeded. Sashi reminded Shuafei. Open it and take a look. Only then did Shuafei push open the door. The 2 people who had been mentally prepared did not see the bloody scene they imagined. This compartment was quite clean. As clean as if it had been cleaned every day. Except for the water tank and the squatting pit. There is nothing else that shouldn't be there. Compared to the bloody stall in the men's room, this place was pretty normal. Shuafei peered in and said, It doesn't seem like there's anything special. His tone was a little disappointed. There shouldn't be any clues here. Probably not. Sashi walked into the compartment. Normally speaking, since it is locked, there must be some clues in it. As she said that, she started groping around. However, the compartment is only so big, and there are even fewer places to hide things. So there really isn't much to explore. She directly opened the water tank behind the squatting pit, reached out and stirred inside, but did not touch anything strange. It seems that there is really nothing. Shuafei saw this and his expression became even more disappointed. Forget it. This may be a deception set up by the game to deliberately waste our time. Sashi didn't speak. She thought for a while, then turned her head and looked into the gap behind the water tank. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. She turned on the flashlight and looked into the gap again. Warm orange light filtered through, with a slight reflection. Chapter 173 Sweet Cafe 51. There is something, Sashi said. It's actually there? Shuafei looked surprised and a little confused. That location. How do you take it out? Sashi flipped through her storage compartment and took out a roll of thin wire. Shuafei was a little surprised that she still had such a thing in her storage compartment. But he didn't say anything. For him, the storage compartments are very limited and must be reserved for important things. He would not put in this kind of thin wire that was useless most of the time. This roll of thin wire was actually taken away from her home by Sashi. She packed all the things she could take away from home into those suitcases. And one of the suitcases was dedicated to various tools. Sashi's idea at that time was that she would carry whatever she could fit in. And she might be able to put it to use at some point. Look at it now. It's just in use. Sashi took out a section of the thin iron wire, folded it in half, and twisted it into a twist, making the soft thin iron wire harder. Then she turned one end into a hook shape, and then reached into the crack to hook something. Fortunately, the reflective thing seemed to be a transparent plastic bag, and it was easily pulled out after being hooked. There is a folded piece of paper, and a key in the plastic bag. Shuafei looked expectantly. Could this key be the key to the door? Sashi handed the key to Shuafei. You will know after you try it. Shuafei couldn't wait to take the key and ran out. Sashi walked out slowly and opened the folded paper. The first sentence that should catch your eye is the 2 characters, suicide note. Sashi raised her eyebrows slightly and continued to look down. I am a Liang. If anyone can find this suicide note, then I should be dead. From the day Pingting suddenly disappeared, I suspected that I was in love with Zhang Tian. But at that time, I just thought that Zhang Tian had driven away Pingting and used methods unknown to me to prevent Pingting from coming back to me. I didn't leave immediately. I just wanted to get Pingting's whereabouts out of Zhang Tian's mouth. But I never expected that Zhang Tian would actually kill Pingting. When I learned the news, I had already been arrested by Zhang Tian and locked up in this cafe. The dessert she gave me was sprinkled with medicine, so I had no strength to fight back. I never thought that this woman Zhang Tian could be so crazy. Not only did she kill Pingting, she also wanted to kill me, even if I cheated on her first. And I feel sorry for her. She shouldn't kill anyone. She is absolutely crazy. I knew I probably wouldn't be able to escape, so I hid the key and the suicide note while she was taking a shower. The room corresponding to this key contains evidence of Zhang Tian's crime, as long as someone can find it. Even if I die, Zhang Tian will not be able to escape the punishment of the law. When Sashi read the last sentence, I want Zhang Tian to die a good death and make her pay the due price for her actions. She happened to come to the bar. The first 3 people to make coffee had already drank each other's coffee. They all looked at Shuafei, who was standing in front of the glass door with expectation in their eyes. But this expectation soon came to nothing. Shuafei walked back with a disappointed look on his face. He said to Sashi, "This key is not for opening glass doors." The rolling shutter door looks like an electric rolling shutter door, which requires a remote control to open, not an ordinary key. Sashi handed the suicide note in her hand to Shuafei and said, "We may have made an omission. There should be another room in this cafe." Chapter 174 Suite Cafe 52. Shuafei read the suicide note and understood what Sashi meant. He rubbed his face, trying to cheer himself up. "But we have basically gone through the entire cafe, and there are no rooms with closed doors." As soon as Shuafei finished speaking, Suyun ran down the stairs and said excitedly, "Mingyu found a secret door in Aunt Lu's box. There's no key." Zhao Mimi also walked down and said slyly, "It's not like my happiness was in vain." Sashi reacted for a second before she understood that the Aunt Lu Suyun mentioned was Lu Chunhua. She smiled at Suyun. "That's just right. We found a new key. Maybe it can open the secret door." "Wow! What a coincidence!" Suyun suddenly smiled and narrowed her eyes. "Sister Xia, have you opened the door of the women's toilet cubicle?" Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Zhao Mimi curled her lips and stood aside without saying anything. "Yes." Sashi pointed to the suicide note in Shuafei's hand, then raised the key in her hand. "Find these 2 things inside. Sister Xia, hurry up and open the door." Suyun couldn't wait. "I really want to know what's in the secret door." "Wait a minute," Sashi reminded. "Let's decide first who will be the coffee maker for the next round." Only then did Suyun realize that the 3 people in the first round had finished making coffee and also completed the task of drinking the coffee. "I'm going to call them down right away." Suyun walked briskly upstairs to call for someone. After a while, several other people came down. Everyone had a guessing game, and Sashi, Suyun and Zhao Mimi were left in the second round. Suyun was a little disappointed. I can't see with my own eyes what it looks like when the secret door opens. It's the same thing we'll see later." Sashi casually handed the key to Daniel, who was closest to her, while she carried the coffee machine to the kitchen to clean up. Suyun also followed suit. Zhao Mimi didn't want to do this kind of cleaning work at all. It was so dirty. But she only dared to complain a few words in her heart. She should do it by herself. Daniel took the key and took the other players upstairs. When going upstairs, Shuafei handed the suicide note in his hand to others to read. The layout of Lu Chunhua's box is not much different from other boxes. The only difference is that there is a particularly large floor-to-ceiling painting on the right wall, which takes up most of the wall. Mingyu pointed to the painting and said, "The secret door is inside this." Daniel rolled up the hanging picture, put it on the ground, and looked carefully before finding a keyhole. The entire wall has the same color. Even the color of the interlocking holes is exactly the same as the wall. It's easy to miss it if you don't look carefully. He tentatively inserted the key and turned it. With a soft sound, the door really opened. He opened the door and peeked inside. A strong rancid smell hit his face, making him quickly retract his head and cough. "What's wrong?" Pan Jinhai said, and looked into the secret door. Soon, he was also dissuaded by the rancid smell. "Damn! What does this smell like?" Pan Jinhai pinched his nose with a look of disgust on his face. "It smells worse than hairtail that has been dead for 3 months. At this time, others did not need to get closer to smell the obvious smell of decay. Lu Chunhua quickly opened the window to get some air. She asked nervously, "Inside? Is there someone dead inside?" Although she had not seen much of the world, she remembered that when she was a child, there was a lonely old man in the village who died at home for a long time before he was discovered. At that time, she went to see it, and it smelled like this. Chapter 175 Suite Cafe 53. None of the others looked very good, and everyone looked at each other in confusion. No one asked to go in and take a look. There was obviously no such thing as a window in the secret door. It was pitch black inside, and it was impossible to see clearly. More importantly, no one wants to go in because there are dead people. After hesitating for a while, Daniel took out his searchlight again, shining a bright beam into it, and found the source of the rancid odor at a glance. It was a woman wearing a bright red dress, sitting crookedly in the corner, her body already showing slight signs of decay. "Isn't this the store manager?" Daniel was very impressed by the bright red dress. Even though the corpse's face had lost its original appearance, he still recognized the corpse's identity at a glance. Tian Yuan couldn't help but let out a retching sound, and followed her out, looking as if he couldn't bear the sight of the rotting corpse. Shui Fei's face turned pale, and he backed away repeatedly, tightening his lips for fear that he would spit it out when he opened his mouth. Pan Zhenhai and Xiao Liang also quickly looked away, not daring to take another look. After a few seconds, Pan Zhenhai even covered his mouth with force. Damn! I'm going to spit out the coffee I just drank. He didn't dare to vomit. If he vomited out, it would be considered a mission failure, and it would be over. It's better to let the smell out here first. Daniel turned off the searchlight and didn't even dare to breathe when he spoke. Such a strong smell is really unbearable. How to deal with the body? Mingyu looked at Daniel. If you just leave it there, Miss Xiao might be scared when she sees it. Daniel was stunned. He hasn't considered this issue yet. He looked at Mingyu. Then what do you want to do? Move it out. Mingyu seemed to have thought about it for a long time. He said, just throw it out of this window. Throw it. Throw it out? Daniel looked surprised. He didn't expect Mingyu to say this at all. Isn't it bad to treat other people's bodies like this? She is a murderer. Do we need to give her a grand burial? Mingyu disagreed. Besides, there is no suitable place to put the body in the cafe. Throwing it out is the best option. Daniel hesitated for a moment and nodded. Okay, that's all. This is truly the best option at the moment. All the private rooms on the second floor are reserved for resting at night, and the toilets on the second floor are reserved for washing. The first floor, whether it is the hall, kitchen or toilet, is not suitable for placing corpses. After thinking about it, throwing it out is indeed the best option, although there is some disrespect for the deceased. Under current circumstances, it is more realistic to respect one's own wishes first. But how are we going to move it? Daniel was a little worried. I don't have the tools to move the body. If you use your bare hands. Also so disgusting. I have a sack. Lu Chunhua took out a sack that was big enough for one person from her storage compartment and handed it to Daniel. This should be enough. Okay. Daniel picked up the big sack. But we'd better wait until the smell dissipates before throwing the bodies away. Who can bear it now? With that said, he walked out. Several other people couldn't wait to follow and walked out. Tian Yuan opened the window at the end of the corridor, and the cold wind blew in, and she couldn't help but shiver. But she didn't close the window, and the fresh air made her feel much better. She suddenly remembered something and turned to Daniel and said, it's best to check if there is anything useful on her body before throwing it away.